storms are coming. Good afternoon to all of our wonderful viewers there at home. You guys are watching Blast Slam. It's been 2 weeks since our last event, but we are here back in the studio. We have 12 of the best teams fighting for 6 limited spots, all the way over in the captivating city of Chengdu, China. You're watching Blast Slam 5. It's going to be a lot of fun. There is still time between now and then, and of course, to help me walk through it is none other than Quinn, Misery, and T. It hasn't been long since I've seen you guys, but I feel like you've all been doing very different things since Singapore. I don't know who wants to start. Quinn, maybe you?
I've been playing Deadlock.
Okay, you weren't supposed to say that on broadcast.
No.
That's fantastic. How's that one going for you?
It's been good. I gained ranks. I'm higher than Slacks now.
That's all that matters.
I was also watching Dota.
Okay, all right. Watching a lot of Dota because there was another tournament going on, and you were working that one, T. How was it?
Yeah, I got the honor of watching MOUZ win a grand finals. That was pretty cool. Now 3 different tournaments, 3 different winners. Dota's in a pretty healthy spot, but can they win it again back to back? Don't know.
I mean, it's a pretty big question. It feels like that the pressure is surmounting for a lot of teams. Is there going to be that team that finally gets that back, well, not so much back-to-back win, but their first 2 wins of the season? But Misery, 2 weeks for you.
Yeah.
What does that look like?
I came from Thailand yesterday.
Oh, really? Well, you only just got back, so you were enjoying a bit of vacation.
Yeah.
Still over in SEA.
And, seeing some beaches and some birds and lizards and jungles and different things like that. And a bit of Dota, of course. Can't not watch Dota when it's on, so...
Yeah, it feels like whenever it's on, it's like in the background. I've done it so many times, walking through an airport, a tournament's on, you're traveling to the next one, you're watching all of the games that are happening. But it's a lot of fun either way. There were so many games there. And there's going to be a lot of games for us here because the way that everything's going to work out is a very similar format to how it was last event in our Blast Slam 4, where we did have those 12 teams going up against each other with 66 best of ones being played. That's like 7 best of ones for the first 3 days, and then we cull it down a little bit more to 6 best of ones.
Yeah, the thing with the best of ones is I think it really puts teams on kind of the pressure when they aren't on their A game for drafting, right? When you have to prep for every team and suddenly it goes from one evening of prep to now having to do 3-4 teams in a single evening, it really kind of exposes teams that aren't as, maybe disciplined in their drafts, and sometimes they can fall short in the intensity of a group stage.
And we also know just how important it is to hit that 1-2 slot in this group stage, because not only are you going to be bypassing that play-ins, all of those best of 3s that might mean you're not making it into the top 6, not making it to Chengdu, but you're also going all the way to that semi-finals. You're just one best of 3 away from the grand finals. We saw both of our top 2 teams go towards that grand final, Falcons and Tundra for our Singapore Slam. And so it's just like, yeah, this week win, a lot amounts to it.
No, it's very important. And I think all these teams also really want to go to Chengdu. I think it's been a long time since it's been like big lands in China, and so I think a lot of these players are new players who've never actually been to China before, and so I think it's really exciting for a lot of people to get to go there and to compete there again. I think it has great energy, and I have like very fond memories of playing there, and so if I'm one of these teams, I really want to go. There's not that many stage events these days, and so getting to go and play in a place you haven't played in a while, that's super exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to go there personally. I've never done an event in China, so it's going to be amazing, and there's a lot of Chinese players. There's a lot of Chinese teams. That's the fun about having an event there, is that we have an host region invite that was in the team of Xtreme Gaming, and that did open a couple more slots for some more Chinese teams to be able to show their faces, show their names here on the main stage, Misery. And
yeah,
a lot of fun. I know it wasn't really a question that I ended on there for you, so I did stitch you up on that one.
Correct. Misery.
Yeah, Misery, thanks, Misery. A lot of fun is that we are going to be ranking the Chinese players. So it's not so much players that are on a Chinese team, but specifically from China themselves. And we're going to go through it. So this is something, a group effort. Maybe you guys can play along at home as well, and you can rank the panelists tier list too. So we're doing it on their current power level. Not previously, you know, sure, maybe they have a lot of accolades to their name in the past, but right now, T.
So just a reminder, right now, because last time we had this whiteboard, we did have Seb, not Misery, and my guy kept talking about the past, all right? Old man
Not
in the
looking at
past. Today. Cool. All right, back to you now.
All right, thank you guys. We're going to start off with FY. Where would you guys put him?
Today.
Today. Because you will be seeing him play today.
I'm not sure if he's.
I'm saying B or C.
You going C, even as low as C?
Okay, like, the thing is he hasn't played in a long time, and the teams he was on previously were not all that in a bag of chips. If we're talking super recent history, they didn't do so well at the last.
In a bag of chips.
Okay. I mean, I was also going to say he's definitely not A and S as much as in the past.
Yep.
So, yeah, I'm okay with it.
I, unfortunately, did have to watch his debut not go the best way at the previous event, and it didn't look very good. There was moments where he's like on a pudge on a high ground, and he's just like hooking a guy, and it's like, brother, don't hook him. You're going to... He dies.
Right.
So there are some things where
We'll give Tio the authority on this.
I'm going to go C,
Yeah.
but there's a chance that he can all the way up here, right?
Okay.
That's what this is Blast is about. He's going to shoot up
About
in the
FY.
rankings.
Okay.
Just, yeah.
Just thinking
We
about.
got a lot of players, by the way. It's the most represented region when it comes to players. So we've got a lot of them, so we're going to go a little bit faster, but XXS?
A or S to me.
Yeah.
I would instantly just go like S relative because of based on Chinese players.
I mean, I also think he's just like on a global scale. I think XXS is super good. Like, I personally think he's a top tier offlaner who like has that sort of specific itemization. That's just, I think the guy's really cool. I like his play a lot.
Agree.
Shiro? By the way, I played a pub this morning and some guy had named himself Shiro and I got absolutely
So confused.
annihilated.
It was
and it was no, it was an SEA pub, so it makes absolutely no sense.
I actually played a game with him this morning.
Did he own?
I actually
We
did.
were not in the same game.
We owned and then we lost. We threw.
No.
He's
But
really
then where would you put
wholesome.
it?
He
As
was
the
playing
most
Marcy.
recent interaction with him, where would you put his power level?
Just a little. I'm gonna drop it. He first picked me as well.
Oh,
So
okay.
I kind of have to give it back to him a little bit, and I'm gonna say it's gonna be A.
Hey, all right,
Hey.
all right.
Yeah.
I like
I
it.
could agree with that.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah.
say like he's like when Arme wasn't competing for a short stint, like he was kind of the hope for China. Still hasn't really done it, but I'd say consistently pretty good.
Kept them on the map.
Yeah.
All right, next one. We got Y.
I've leaned towards A for Y
Low
S.
A?
Oh wait, today. Oh, based on today.
Yeah.
today.
Not history. Yeah, A then. History S. Today A.
Okay.
We're talking about today. I think A. Yeah.
All right.
But wait, hold on. Before or after?
Sure, before or after Shiro?
Oh,
I feel like isn't closer to the A.
Okay, yeah,
Okay, so before.
sure. I agree. Yeah, that's fine.
I should have probably done this in like order and like lumped the teams together. I didn't do that. We're going on to 7E.
7E.
I think this was a bit of a tough one.
I think any Tillman's player has not really had any success. So right now they all
Sure.
probably will live in the D tier
They've
because of.
improved themselves still. We haven't
Exactly.
seen a lot. We don't have a lot of
I would just auto dump that entire team into D.
Oh.
okay.
Anyone
But-
want to?
I
Agree
mean,
to that?
we could do it like that, and then give them the benefit of the doubt, where it's not like a hard D. It's more like
Yeah, you want to soft
need
the
to
D,
see them
Misery.
play,
Okay.
right? We need to
No
see them
worries,
play.
we
Do
understand.
you want me to get the rest of them out?
that you went there. Your mind went there.
No, what? I said nothing.
Yeah.
Wait, who's this? Sorry.
TK.
TK. Any opposition to just?
That's what I mean. I'm like, do I just take
I
them all?
think 7E personally can be in low C because I think he's shown. Okay, we're talking about today. I know, but he has shown in the past that he has he at Echo at the Copenhagen TI. He did pretty decent. Like they got eliminated in groups, I think, but like they put up a better showing than people expected. And so to me, he's earned that. Like he's got a little bit of
He has,
little bit of
he has
pizzazz.
experience and some. Yeah.
Okay.
He had some pop-off games. So to me, like you give him the benefit of the doubt, and he goes to C.
Sure.
Now
Okay.
Erica.
Erica, you're just going along.
He
with
can
the
go
rest of
C.
the-
I also think Erica C. He's also got that
Before,
pedigree.
after
All
70.
right.
I think before.
He's like.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
He's got the past pedigree that it's like I'll give him the benefit of the doubt for now.
I now feel a little bad for FY given the context of what we've now created. That we.
You can put him low B. Put him
Yeah,
low B.
we're up. Yeah, there we go.
Low B. He
Yeah.
said low B.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Come on, D.
There you go. We'll put him below. There you go. that's fine.
Mid B, sure.
All right. New?
I'm a big fan. But
Really?
Oh.
yeah, I remember him when he was coming into the scene. I thought he was such a boss for LGD. But
Yeah, sure.
now I'm not
Was.
sure. I think it's
I was
probably
gonna say
like
the Seattle TI, he really shone. That.
yeah, he cooked. But I haven't seen him play for a long time.
Here?
So maybe like
Little here?
BC area. Yeah.
I think there's fine. I think low B.
Would be.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't pass that along.
Yet to
that
be
tall,
proven.
All right.
Sorry. Fly.
C, I think.
Yeah. No. Yeah, he's like here. I'd actually, weirdly, if you want to hype up Erica a bit, I'd actually put Erica higher potentially.
Oh.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so you
think-
want to go Erica and then Fly?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
he's just hyper inconsistent. Hyper
okay.
inconsistent, and I think that's kind of a scary trait for a carry player.
But also, like, all of these players here have been, like, on different iterations of teams where throughout DPC the last few years, it's like they all kind of play on, like, a 0 or random team, right? So
Also, I realized I couldn't find our last T-Limits player,
we found him.
but SRF, yep. Dug through my pile, found him.
My guy's played on so many teams. Like, he's been on, like, NRG, all these cool ones. No, is it NRG? No. Royal Never Give Up, not NRG.
I was going to say
That's
RNG.
a whole different organization
That's a
and
different
game, guys.
brother. They're
RNG.
definitely not in this.
My bad. Oh, well. He's been on so many teams, but I only made it to, like, 3 tier 1 at 10.
Okay, so you want to put him with...
Yeah.
Yeah.
But organization-wise, he's been everywhere.
He has been.
This
Oh,
is a
well.
Globetrotter award then.
Low-key.
Fortunately, it's not.
Emo.
Yes.
I think we should put him on B maybe.
I feel like he's a B boy.
Yeah.
The
Before...
tippy top of B?
The thing is, he has such a high ceiling, but also
His
he's
floor
very
is in the
inconsistent.
abyss.
Yeah.
Give it yeah, okay.
All right.
Okay.
I also think B. I think top of B is okay. I think above FY.
A bit above
Yeah.
FY.
FY just hasn't.
He's not played enough to actually have...
Yeah.
How
He should
long has
just
he
be-
been out of the game?
Like a
FY.
Yeah. Is it
2023
years?
as a Ray, I think.
2 years, I feel like.
Yeah.
Except for like Team Turtles and like qualifiers.
Sure.
Or
Yeah,
whatever.
like the
That's
challenge
like-
beam stats,
So
right?
like
So,
2 years-ish?
yeah. That's why, yeah, FY should be perfectly in the middle as like a neutral we don't know.
Yeah.
There is
Yeah.
still so much potential, but right now, is he playing at that? Not really.
Yeah, he's the perfect question mark.
Yeah, that's better.
Tian Ming?
Tianming. That was gonna like
Okay, I think Tian Ming is A.
Yeah, he's like,
Can Tianming come into Yakult Bros and like lift this team?
I think of any 5 player they could have gotten, he is the best choice by far. I think Tian Ming, when he was on other teams, was always cooking. This guy always looked like one of the best players on the team. And to me, we always giga respected this guy. When you're playing against Tian Ming teams, it's like, all right, this guy is cooked. He beat us in the Kuala Lumpur final. Like, obviously, once again, that's not now, but I think this guy has the sauce.
but also like in pubs, certain support players, they're kind of just there, you know, they exist, you know, speaking for myself. But when he plays, there's like aura. I'm like, oh damn, like he's gonna do shit. So
Wow, so you guys want S maybe even?
Let's put him on
I
A.
think A. It's been too
Okay.
long. It's been too
Yeah, yeah,
long
yeah.
of him out of
Okay,
this
okay.
bit.
wait, above Y? No, before Y. Oh, after Y.
Before Y.
Before Y, yeah, that's fair,
Before Y.
that's fair. Yeah. We're getting carried away from that.
What do you say before? That's after.
Before?
I meant what he did.
Okay.
Yeah, we're on the same wavelength.
Okay, alright. We got Ame.
I mean, I think Ame, you probably got to put in S.
Yeah?
Agree, right?
That doesn't mean that long.
He just got second place at TI.
Yes.
That's pretty modern.
T, I feel like you want to disagree a little.
You want to put him in A?
I'll put him in A. A for Army.
Top of
Hasn't
A?
won it.
All
Put him
right,
there.
that's fine.
The top of A though?
Also, I saw him at Valahia, and there were some games where, yeah, he had more deaths than kills as a carry consistently. It was like, it wasn't too hot, you know?
Okay.
We've all been there.
I just also want to make it more like fruity, more rage bait, you know? Like, why is Army not in this? What the fuck, you know?
Okay, what about Baboka?
D.
Give me this right now. Baboka's drafting. Baboka's everything. I'm a hater. All right. There we go. Back to you, Nat.
Right.
Planet? We'll just move right along.
There's a spot down
B.
B.
B. Yeah, I like
That's
that
a
spot.
spot.
I like that spot on B.
Yeah.
B for Planet.
Yeah, Blanet.
There you go.
Planet. It's my favorite
Best till last.
one. Best to last. Echo.
Come on, Quinn. What's your thoughts?
I mean, I think he takes the spot on C. He takes that open spot on
So
C.
not a single other person is going on S.
No, I think XXS is B. Boys
It's in his
B.
name.
Okay.
So where's he going?
That C spot.
Oh, right here. Okay.
So there's only one.
I can't believe you guys
STI
can put
Chinese
Ame in
player.
S and Paul Baboka.
Okay, fine. You know what? I'm sorry. Okay, fine. We'll do this.
No, I don't want to sway you guys. I think this is good. I think this is good. I think
like
it's
this?
really good. Take it back. Take it back. Take it back.
So I'm leaving it as this.
Okay, can we get a close-up just so everyone at home can see
This is
what our tier
100%
league-
accurate.
And
100%
you guys
accurate. Wait,
don't,
wait, I'm
there's
not-
absolutely nothing you would like
I need to hide.
change.
I don't want to be the screenshot. You
That's
know,
fair.
this is T Gov's
Put him in the
list.
clip.
I'm gonna hide from it.
All right, so you guys are looking it in. This is it. This is our tier list right now of our current Chinese players in Blastline 5.
Lock it in.
Locking it in. All right, well, that's beautiful because we got our schedule already, and you get to see exactly when these players or these teams are going to be playing today. If they're going to be here on this A stream, that potentially could be happening over on B stream as well, because a lot of best of ones to happen, 66 to be exact, and there's going to be 7 being played today. Anything that really sticks out? I don't want to start with the top one, right? Because that's what we're going to talk about very soon. But anything else in the other 6 best of ones?
I will instantly just go towards teams using their most recent results. Can they carry that momentum through? Right, there was a lot of hype for OG, but when we think about OG, they were called Aureus in the previous blast. They were kind of middling, right? Not strong enough to make the playoffs. They go to another event. They're contending to potentially be a top 3 team, right? And same thing for MOUZ. They just win a grand finals, but they had a stand-in in their position 5 and carry. Are they able to, do the same thing when Celery's back? They're the teams I'm looking at.
Okay. Well, look, our first series, the rest of you guys don't get an input, only T gets to talk about the schedule there, is going to be Falcons up against Yakult Brothers. You guys ranked some of these Yakult Brothers players. I think it's only fair that we actually get to talk about them a little bit more in depth. What you guys think coming into this one, if there has been that improvement since we last saw them in Blastland 4?
I think they've looked... They're just such an inconsistent team. We talked about it earlier, but their drafting, I think, is one of this team's biggest shortcomings. And so to me, if I look at this series, I think you need to get this under control, and you need to pick some normal heroes and some strong lanes, because Falcons will run you over and pound you into the dirt if you don't have some real early game heroes. And so there's no first pick anti-mage, there's no support alchemist, none of this nonsense. Pick some real lanes, and then I think maybe you got a chance, but like, you got to shore up that early game and shore up the draft a little bit.
I feel like Yakult Bros comes into a tournament fresh, looking pretty good. And then when they start losing, it just gets worse and worse, and then they end up at the bottom. But they actually start out pretty hot, I think, usually. But they must have some issues with how to deal with losses, or something is going on. I also think we talked about Chan Ming a little bit. I think he could be the deciding factor for this team. I think it's hard to say, but I wouldn't count them out at all. I think these guys have the potential to beat any team, I think.
I feel like T has some hard-hitting facts, though, that might maybe bring us down to earth a little bit on your cult, because they had a really rough showing. I think it's like, this is still sugarcoating it when we say this. They had a really rough showing in Blastland.
Yeah, recently they are on a bit of an L streak. When we look at the stats for the competitive season, I think they have the most games lost in a row. And also in regard to series losses, they're also struggling quite a lot. So Yakult, it isn't looking good for them, right? Statistically, they're not in a good position, but playing these European tournaments, having to be here for a longer time, maybe getting more used to the pubs, etc. I feel like it's this slam maybe next that they're going to be looking better. And yeah, we see here, so far in the season, they've got 2 series wins since last Blast Slam, specifically, and then 17 series losses. They got 1 win in a best of 1 and 1 win in a best of 3. The best of 3 win was against Team Raw, which was another Chinese team that had won an open qualifier, and it was a 2-1 result as well. So it's not as if they were able to 2-0 that best of 3.
Right.
So not to try and make it sound like Yakult is a major underdog here, but they are a major underdog here. It is.
Well, I don't know, right? You're saying that they went the whole distance in their best of 3, just cinching that win in the game number 3. Similar story happened for Falcons. They weren't able to close out their best of 5 that they last played here in a competitive pro scene.
You are trying to connect Falcons and Tundra grand finals against Yakult versus open qualifier. You are reaching here.
I'm reaching so hard right now.
But that's fine. That's the beauty and the magic of best of ones, right? Because of course we expect Falcons to be dominant. We expect them to do well, but it takes one wrong pick, one wrong understanding. Maybe Amar, he tries to give away certain concepts. Like we talk about them, Falcons losing the best of 5. They didn't ban Timbersaw in 3 of the games they lost. Like they had the same draft in game 4 and game 5. What happens if they get a bit of that, yeah, we can do this, and then Yakult surprise them? I'm not expecting it, but maybe they do slip up today.
I mean, Misery also mentioned Tian Ming. I think he's a player who's always played like slightly. He's like one of the best Phoenix players, one of the best 5 Phoenix players. And so I think about stuff like that that's maybe slightly unorthodox, is not something you see all the time, but I think like has potential. Amar plays a lot of tanky offlaners. Maybe they're not used to it, they don't expect it. And sometimes this Phoenix hero just like giga pops off and wins the lane. So I can see something like that. There's a new force in the mix. Maybe that alters things and gives them that little bit of a leg up so they can get the ball rolling, you said, because I agree. I do think Yakult is better at the start of the tournament than they are at the end of the tournament. Yeah. So if they're going to cook Falcons, It's right now.
It's right now.
It's right now.
It's not just in the draft, though, either, that we've seen, like, slip-ups from Falcons. You're talking about in that best of 5 where they gave away that Timber Sword, but it's clear that they're not infallible when it comes to the gameplay as well, Misery. There were slip-ups in that Game 4 and that Game 5 for the Grand Final.
I think potentially, you know, you mentioned the loss in the best of 5 Grand Final last slam, and it could still be in the body of Falcons a little bit, like getting rid of the sickness perhaps for this Grand Final. Who knows? Maybe they're not full confident Falcons like we're used to seeing. We have a little bit of showing here from that exact Game 4 here, where, you know, they end up catching the Morphling and they know he has no buyback because they click his items and they see he just bought a few fresh Satanic. Here we have the Rapier on the Gyrocopter, right? So this is really uncharacteristic for Falcons to try to all in a situation like this, instead of just, for example, taking 2 sides and playing the map. And they end up, you know, going for this throne here with the Gyrocopter, Rapier, and as we know, and if you've seen this game, he ended up dying and giving it away to Pure here, and that was the Game 4. If they had won this game, they would have just closed out the Grand Final in classic Falcons manner, but instead they end up going for this all-in play, and maybe that type of move can shake your confidence moving on forward. We'll have to see if Yakult Bros can you know, shake
Pulls
it up.
out a Rapier.
Yeah, I would say that this was very uncharacteristic for Falcons to do this. And they ended up losing Game 5, and they did not look their best in Game 5 either.
It was a rough loss, and then you're not playing the next tournament, so it's like that is the last thing that people have been seeing on the big screens of value. That is the last time that we saw them, and I mean, as our most recent retired pro, Quinn, how much does that linger? Like, time has happened. A lot of things between then, that was 2 weeks ago, to now, where you get to have a best of 1, you get to pick whatever draft you want, you get to have this fun in a group stage.
I mean, while I think that kind of series loss hurts you, at the end of the day, they're professionals, and I think they can bounce back.
All right, we'll see exactly where Falcons are powering up for themselves in this best of 1 against Yakult Brothers. We got a Falcons Yakult draft underway. We've talked about it last time we saw them. It was an eventual grand finals loss for Falcons. Yakult also on a little bit of a loss streak for themselves here. So both of them wanting to start off Blastland 5 with a strong commanding win. I think that's the only thing that's going to make either of these teams feel good. If it's a back and forth, if it's not a clean game, maybe there is still lingering residual things, but what is going to happen is exactly how the draft might play out, and Naga Siren being let through.
Yeah, Naga let through, but also Centaur was the hero of the last tournament, right? I think at the end of the tournament it had like a 70% win rate, and it was like the most played or second most played hero. It was extremely popular due to its laning prowess, ability to globally help your team with Stampede. It really just become like pretty much a story of every single draft. So of course Falcons have identified that and now just taking it into their own draft here.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw Naga Siren against Centaur in that tournament, and I think it's interesting because, like, if your carry player plays things like Shadow Fiend or like potential like giga strong ranged laners, I don't think this matchup is that one-sided for Centaur. Like, Riptide slows you, like, it makes you not stampeded. Like, it locks your movement speed, so you can't get stampeded away. He also has net. And so I think if you have some giga DPS range here with the Naga Siren, it works. Now, if you pick double melee, and then you're just 2 dudes who can't hurt the guy, then it's awful. But I think if they balance this Naga well, I don't know if this matchup is that one-sided.
I was going to say the same thing. I feel like this is a moment for Yakult Bros to actually think about abusing the Centaur instead of just accepting, you know, giving this hero a good lane into Naga. Because I would like to see Yakult pick something like TA, or I don't know what else ranged is there nowadays.
And go like Necrophos or Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, Necrophos. Just shut Amara's Centaur down, you know? I would like to see them do that instead of, imagine Centaur having such a free game now, and then Naga has no game as well because he can't really make any plays. I feel like this is a very important moment in the draft for Yakult. What kind of carry can they pick up here?
That's where I think Centaur also looks really good, because when you have Snapfire and Hoodwink behind a Centaur, your lane is playable, right? There's like, you're pretty much scared of nearly nothing. If there's an Ursa, you have the little Shredder to put Ursa to low HP. If there's someone else, you got a Hoodwink with a Bushwhack, right? It's like,
holy crap.
That's a Zeus.
Hold up.
I played the Zeus this +5 this morning.
Sure.
I think that's what this is.
I am so happy that, you know, Falcons take a break, they come back, and now we're seeing Zeus. Because like, you rewind the clocks, this is just a crit hero, some casual dude, but now Zeus. Is it a Maureen mid Zeus? I think support Zeus, I've been seeing it a couple times in pubs. You just run around, bolt, D-ward, but
I think it's support.
It doesn't sound good against Naga in lane.
Okay.
I think it's a 5. I think it's
it's 5?
snaking.
Okay.
I think so, yeah.
How good is Nimbus against like Naga Siren? When everyone's song TP's out, you just always cancel that one dude's TP.
That's cute, I guess.
It's kind of a cute little thing to think about.
Yeah, that's not bad. But I think it should be 5 because in lane it sounds weird. Like these, I don't know. Zeus doesn't have that much mana. I feel like you want to spam one guy, but there's these illusions. Maybe I don't know.
He hits really hard, the Zeus.
Maybe I
like,
misunderstand
he
his matchup
really
against
hard.
good, actually.
He's pretty strong in lane against the right heroes. His innate is very strong, but it's not the innate. It's the facet.
Yeah, the whatever you do hit like a
facet,
truck.
yeah.
Like level 1, the
It's
hero.
called the truck facet, yeah.
Yeah, it is called the truck facet. Zeus famously likes trucks. But no, I think like maybe it is great in lane because they clearly have some idea for this, right? You don't just pick Zeus on like a whim, you know. You have something.
Sort of, but I also think it's the first game of the tournament. Maybe snaking or crit or whoever is playing the Zeus feels like I kind of like Zeus. Let's try Zeus out, you know. And it's just more damage going into the Centaur stun, right? So it's kind of replacing that Snapfire, the hoodwink type of hero, right? That just adds damage into the Centaur stun. So it's not completely out there, you know.
No, I just like, anytime I see Centaur, I like seeing damage from the 4 position. So for me, I'd like to see it 4. Again, we'll have to wait and see where the draft does move. Of course, Yakult, they are stumped by this clearly because they are eating into all of their reserve time. Like, they're trying to negotiate with Fly not to pick anti-mage. I think that's maybe what they're doing from the cursed Slam 4, but they lock in the Axe and the Batrider.
Very reasonable picks.
Yeah.
I will say it's a little low on the damage. Centaur is almost always going to buy a Pipe and or Lotus, and both of those items are insanely good against the Occult. Like, it's the 2 items you want against the Occult hero, so that's maybe slightly worrying.
Also, you know, one thing is Lotus being good, but there are also certain heroes that can really be good against this type of, you know, dot damage from Batrider, from Axe, right? And now you are kind of showing everything. Like, maybe the Bat can be flexed to mid sometimes, but most of the time it's probably just going to be the Axe Batrider lane, right? And Falcons can exploit this somehow.
I mean, there's a chance they just take a Ursa for Skidder. Casual carry that doesn't really care about any of their jumps. Eventually you'll combo break it. The lane could be a little bit spicy, depending on what your 5 position is. You know, Zeus Ursa lane doesn't sound too hot, but yep, they do go for the Ursa. The thing with Yakult is I am slightly worried that they've looked at Centaur and gone, we need to counter him. And all 3 picks, and that's cool to stop you from running away. A lasso, you can't run away. The Naga Siren, like Quinn mentioned, it's everything's to stop Stampede, but
I think another thing about the Zeus here, if I'm playing Zeus 5 and I'm playing against Axe Bat, I actually feel pretty good. Because if I get level 2, I can't really die. I can always jump away, and if I get battle hungered, I can probably snatch a creep with the bolt, right? So I would feel pretty good here. You also get fed stick charges from the Batrider. So in that sense, well, it's a 4 Zeus, it looks like.
Yeah, I guess it could be 4 Jakiro, but
they can mix up the lanes.
I mean, Jakiro 4 also has been played a lot more. I think because people have identified how good Jakiro is, they don't care where it goes. It's just go to lane, get level 3, and just spit on the enemy core, get them out as quick as possible.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a bit of a weird decision to pick the Axe there. Like, you see Centaur in lane. To me, you see the Centaur. You know it's offlane Centaur. You should counter him in lane right there. Like, what was the advantage of picking this TA here compared to earlier?
Agree.
There's a Jakiro anyway who it's not good against, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Now you pick and Falcons are one of the first teams to start moving their 4 and 5 based on lane matchups. Every other team has now copied them. Why not just put the Jakiro into the TA lane?
Exactly.
Minus attack speed, eat through refraction.
Yeah.
This is a...
Agree. I do think that's an oversight, you know. Like you said, just pick the core there into the Centaur, right? You have the Naga set up already. Like, it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, instead you just sent your Axe out there. You've just let him be counterpicked. Ursa's a pretty rough counterpick. Like, you can see like Tundra, a hero, the team that really prioritizes the Axe, they almost always either block pick the Ursa or they ban it. I don't think I've ever seen them give this matchup.
Yeah.
Like, they just don't want to play this matchup. So I think it's a little bit spooky if you're a Colt that they just give this. I really don't understand why they didn't just pick carry there.
The heroes are good still overall, but again, it really does come down to matchups oftentimes, and the fact that they didn't conceal any of their picks really. Like, I mean, I'm sure Falcons had considered, you know, Yakult probably gonna pick TA here, so we need to protect ourselves a little bit against TA, because it's a good TA game. So they picked Jakiro, right? For that exact reason.
Do you think Zeus might even be a mid here? Because back in the day, Queen of Pain was the counter to Zeus, right? You just keep daggering him, you play on the high ground, you just annoy him.
Could be. Maybe.
But also it's just a casual Queen of Pain man. It's very, very good. It would at least enable some skirmish in your cult, but when you look at draft to draft mid game, unless your cult have somehow completely broken the lanes, Falcons, if they're in their A game, they're never losing this game. They're very, very happy. That's like kind of how despair the draft looks, at least on paper.
I mean, I think Yakult has played, like, I think, for instance, if this bat starts ganking safe lane and they get some kills on the Centaur and TA has a good game and...
Yeah, snowball.
Because, like, if TA is fat this game, like, she is very strong. It is difficult for their heroes to do. Like, Zeus is so unbelievably bad against TA in the game. Like, it's horrendous. Because even though you can bolt to see the trap, when you walk in range to hit the trap, you're in trap range. So you can just not do anything. If you ever try to deward the traps, you just get trapped and die. It is a bad matchup. So if TA has, like, some great start, they do have a lot of catch and they have a lot of pickoff potential. Like, Yakult's heroes are very good from playing from ahead. The issue is, will they be ahead?
They need another kind of important hero out of mid here, I feel like. Because TA, it's like you said earlier, the damage is kind of lagging. So I feel like Emo's hero has to be sort of impactful early to mid game, right? Before TA comes online. Like, you don't really have any burst right now, apart from like Melt, perhaps. So I feel like, yeah, they need something from Emo's hero that brings that.
There's the Leshrac still in the pool. It's not great against Ursa, but you have a lot of stuns on your team. Yeah, you want the damage, right? Like we talked about it earlier. Yakult has a lot of stuns. They have a lot of catch, and they need some. This to me is weird. It fits more into the lots of catch category. Void Spirit also an infamously low damage hero.
Yeah.
Like that is the hero's biggest problem, is he has low damage. And now you've got 4 bros who are all about skirmishing and catch. But if the lanes don't go well and Falcons gets to that Lotus and Pipe, what the heck are you doing?
I also think that kind of puts pressure on Yakult Bros lanes to be better, because like Void Spirit needs the ball levels to deal damage, Bat needs a Blink Dagger, right? Axe needs some items as well, TA needs his Desolator and stuff like this. So you kind of need a lot more items now, I feel, to fight back than if you had a Lash who just needs a Blink, who can actually kill heroes around the map. I feel like it's an okay pick if, you know, he gets to his core items.
They go for a Dragon Knight, yeah. I mean, Falcons have just got 3 cores that are ready to tank up an initiation, and for Yakult, they need lanes to go well, and they play on pickoff. So when they do find a DK or a Centaur or an Ursa, the time it takes to kill them, Falcons are going to be able to react. I'm kind of worried for Yakult. I mean, I'm not going to hide away from that. Their draft feels a little lackluster. I think if Falcons really want to put pressure on Yakult, Snaking might just lane with the Centaur just to put more emphasis on that TA. Yeah. But it is support Zeus. Crit is going to be picking it. A hero that was fully unpicked in the last tournament.
Also pick the Truck Facet.
The Truck Facet, yeah. AKA Livewire.
I mean, Falcons is the team that has been experimenting with putting their +5, quote unquote, into the offlane, right? Doing it with Chen and Eng and things like that. And I imagine they're going to do the same this game, like you mentioned.
Yeah. I mean, I really worry for their area around mid this game if I'm Yakult. I think DK, Zeus, and Jakiro are like monstrous rune fighters, and I look at Yakult, and Void Spirit will lose mid to Dragon Knight. It's just a guarantee. Naga Siren against these heroes, I don't know if you're helping that much. And so if I'm Falcons, I'm like, yo, this mid area is free to attack. Like, we're going to run at this Void Spirit, we're going to take his tower, our DK is going to have an early blink, he's going to be fat. Like, I think that tempo is potentially a big problem for the bros.
I want to bring it full circle, because before we saw any heroes coming into the series, you said that they really need to focus on the side of Yakult about having strong lanes. With these heroes, with the way they're playing, is there still that possibility outside of mid lane? You're saying that's the weak one, but could the side lanes go in their favor? Is there a way for mid rotations to help that?
I think there's maybe some outplay potential. Like, I think they need that outplay potential, and I think you need to see good moves from Boca. You need to see those openings, those low HP heroes, and quick, really precise moves. If he's cooking, then maybe they get a shot, but it's a little monka.
I mean, it's all about Baboka, right? Back right in the early game, you can break any lane you go to if you have the correct, skill build or the heroes around you. So I'm just looking at Baboka. It's hit or miss for him, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, isolated, their heroes look strong in lane, but the way they picked them made Falcons able to actually counter the matchups, I think, fairly well. So, yeah, I'm a bit skeptical.
All right, skeptical, and it feels like that was the more traditional picks coming out from the side of Yakult Brothers. But Falcons picking up a hero in our first best of one here. Zeus, unpicked before. Let's see exactly how it matches up.
Oh,
baby. We are ready for a match today. Trent, we got a fabulous matchup ready for us in the first game here on the main stream.
Yes, sir.
Falcons facing off against Yakult Bros. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. We have a little bit of a pause here as Amar, as you can see, picture needed a restart. So that was the look of him restarting his computer as his teammates patiently wait.
With a lot of water behind them, apparently. My goodness, Crit is hydrated. That is for sure. You know, we were trying to get a little bit of background info, getting ready for this game. We just saw a fabulous draft. Zeus getting picked for the first time in the first game in this tournament. And in order to try and get some extra information, we reached out to Owie 2000. We said, hey, man, what's going on? Did the team eat a good breakfast? What are you able to do? And he responded with Lunar 2019 Pinga Blanket emote.
Yes.
And then ATFPOV. So good to start.
He can't even get into the game. I mean, he said need to restart bug microphone. I think he's just confused. I think Valve has restricted his ability to talk at all in the game. There's a weird bug. Everyone's reporting me.
Microphone. I don't know how it happened. The way they start to these two teams is like a difference in terms of highest highs versus lowest lows. You know, there's a team here where you have Emo, this mid laner that's all over the place, capable of doing like really insane things, or he can just be like completely whiff and feed 4 times in lane.
That kind of applies to a lot of their core players, unfortunately. That might be. I feel like Tianming is like he's the stable, you know? He is the table, one could even say,
right,
of which the rest of this team rests upon. Maybe he's like the solid base, and they're the 4 legs. And some of these legs are a little wobbly, but he's trying to hold them all together. He's a stable table lyrical.
I like that. And you know, the person that they felt like was going to be most important in this draft, the panel did, was Baboka and his ability to, you know, make plays around. And thankfully they did a tier list earlier where they ranked him really high. Oh wait, no. Oh no. That tier list.
He wasn't necessarily above or below anyone. He wasn't allowed to be featured, it would appear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got it. That's good.
You know, I was like yelling at my screen here, just like, please T hide, and he was wise enough to hide. Thankfully, you don't want to be in that screenshot when that gets passed around on the message boards over in China. You don't want your face standing there, be like, hey, check it out.
That's right. You'll get into China. I don't know if you'll get out if that tier list gets out of there. But we are ready to get this game underway now, as off to the races both teams will go. Interested to see Axe also get picked up in this game. And particularly getting him relatively early. Like, obviously you've got great ability to catch when that stampede comes out, get a good call off, but not a lot of things that Axe would normally be able to get done in this game. You got big tanky cores. Like, I'm struggling to figure out what his role is going to be.
Yeah, it's one of those cases where it's kind of, honestly, it's like Darkseer, you know?
Right.
You're a Darkseer player. Sometimes people see that Darkseer's good and they start forcing him a bit too much, because it tends to be Darkseer's good in a counter pick. He sees the heroes that he likes to play against, and he's strong, or he's got certain buddies on his team that make him good. Axe feels really similar right now. We're getting a lot of Troll Warlord. We're seeing some Axe come out. There's a lot of Naga Sirens on the other team, and you think, oh, Centaur's banned, so I'll play Axe, and I'll have a nice little lane for myself. But to just pick them into what they could see of a Centaur and a Zeus, I believe, at the time they picked it, maybe? It just it did not really stand out as a fantastic Axe game. But Zeal's been playing it a lot, so I guess he's feeling it, is what it is.
I like that. Oh, interesting Sentry ward placed down. Of course, it's the Sentry Observer ward thing that Snake King is famous for. Placing one to spot the runes but not get taken away, as a little bit of a wraparound is going on. Emo trying to make his way over and will be able to outclick the King, and now Snake King in some trouble, getting chased down. They're actually going to leave this kill over to the side of Baboka, so he's going to draw first blood. A good start for the Batrider.
That is great. That's the hero that you're hoping to see pop off on your team for sure. Tons of potential in the laning stage, so very good to get him a first blood and presumably some early boots. And yeah, he's going to go for the bracer straight up, which makes sense. Good trading, and then he can make his way into the boots after. I mean, he does have some stoked, right? So you don't necessarily need those early boots as much anymore.
Yeah, definitely a good way to just like build up that tank ability and try and pressure as much as possible. And that's going to be something to watch for. How does that top lane go? Can they get out to a hot start? Because already talked about on the panel, mid lane is likely to be a bit of a fiasco for this Void Spirit.
Yeah, it's mid DK. I got my hater energy for a lot of mid DK because he buys Blink and falls off and does nothing when he has like invaluable supports and stuff. But the one thing he's really good at is winning his lane. I'm not going to doubt that. He will get his gold, he'll get his Blink Dagger, and then it's up to you to make plays with the hero. And but you know, probably the most popular hero right now, it's Snake King. He's on the king of heroes. It is most certainly that Jakiro. So that's even though you got first blood in your Batrider, trading against Jakiro is just miserable because he uses no resources and just liquid fires you forever.
Super annoying to deal with. This live wire damage is starting to become a bit of an issue for Fly.
Oh,
very annoying to contend with. Yeah, we got the truck and the cart in the lane all together. More could you want? Very
automobile focused lane down here. Yeah, this is good.
But I watched Amar just deny like 4 creeps right in front of Fly. Amar is having a very good start to this lane. 8-4 versus 4-1. Across the board, they're getting denied up everywhere. Lane's starting out the way you would want for Falcons.
Yeah, and this is a hero who people often bring up as like, oh, well, here's something we can do against the Centaur, you know?
Right.
Try and side-blade him a little bit, try and harass him down, but I mean, I get this question a lot, actually, in my chat. I'll be watching these like replays and stuff, and people come in, and they're just like, why is everyone just picking Centaur?
Yeah.
It's like, that's probably one of the most asked questions. Like, why do they pick Jakiro? Why do they pick Centaur? And I think for Centaur, it's just like, you're already seeing it, and you heard about it in the draft. It's like, they slammed him down, and then you're just like, well, what are you going to do to make sure this guy doesn't have a good lane?
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know. Nobody knows. We haven't found the answer if there is one.
I mean, the ability to just go like immediately into strength, get extra movement speed, and then like have like this ridiculous base damage. And Fly right now with like a refraction on has, you know, a 7 damage advantage over the Centaur, but it's not really mattering. And Tianming, we'll see if he can come on in and keep some extra pressure on. But Crit will just go for the clarity up as he backs away from that Naga Siren and can go in for another round in a few.
Yeah, it'd be great if they could try and do some damage to Amar here, because we know what happens if he has this good lane. You get the helm up on the Centaur, and now you have a hero who you never want to initiate on because he's obviously so tanky. If you initiate on one of his allies, then he is Stampede to help them, and then he's a creep running around the map pushing waves.
Snake King low and is gonna fall, and now Skitter also with 10-12 stacks of sticky up on him. Just got a little bit too far forward on that Jakiro and gets punished.
Got some regicide this game. Snake King feeding away both kills.
You can see some of what that idea was here as well, with the very strong lane of Axe Batrider together. They will have access and pick up the Healing Lotus, and after the kill, bringing out boots for their side as well as a Windlace.
Oh boy, yeah, they're gonna be pretty speedy here, and that of course is you're hoping to get this turnaround play with the Ursa, right? Like you just got your boots. Axe was maybe a little slow, but Snake King not quite level 3 because of the deaths, and so he's missing that second point in the Liquid Frost / Liquid Fire when it really starts to amp up.
And mid lane, this is what you're getting.
Oh, yeah.
Emo's just going to get stunned a lot and try and get whatever CS he can with his Resonant Pulse along the way. But
dude, he hits for probably 85.
Hit each other.
Look at this. That's like, I'm seeing him get a last one on a health bar that just looks so wrong on some of these creeps.
I know. It's gross. Oh my god, more pressure up. And you can see Falcons can just kind of stand there and keep punching, snaking, and they have to back away. This is one of the really annoying things to deal with as an Ursa. You know, you just don't have that great of regen. So if you can't find kills, you're going to slowly get whittled down.
Yeah, he's going to be eyeing up some neutrals pretty soon at this pace.
Ooh.
As we get a trade down bottom.
Managing to get the kill onto Crit first. But Fly level 4, Amara level 3, almost there on it.
I think the best part about the Templar Assassin in this game is that she gives them some good like direction and instructions of how to play this game. As Zeal gets pretty deep under the tower, gets harassed, but you know she's a really good objective taker in this meta.
Ooh. Skinner low. Skinner trying to run away, but Crit makes the rotation. It doesn't look like it's going to matter. They take down one. They will find a return kill, but with the rotation in from the Naga Siren, it's a 2-for-1.
All right. I mean, obviously they're very happy with that. Crit's gonna, you know, so sadly have to clean up all this farm for himself on the Zeus. Oh no.
It's heartbreaking, really.
Yeah, it's
I'm sorry.
Tough situation.
Couldn't have been avoided.
But we got TPs towards mid as Tianming's coming in here, and Malreen's in deep.
This is huge. The chase down with the supports making the move over. Not anticipating that rotation. Another win for Yakult Bros, but they might pay for it as Zeal is completely alone up top, and with Skitter in the area, they're going to be able to make the rundown happen.
That's really unfortunate because you can imagine the Emo wants to clear this wave, and immediately I would have been thinking head top and try and use that 6 to try and combo for a kill. And said he's going to hope for a lucky rune. He does get it, but it's Ilu. Also
thinking about chasing Malreen here again. Bobica after his hot start, wanting to keep this pressure on, and they're just sort of bullying back mid a little
Emo
bit
is just
here.
salving the tower.
Crit? Crit now? In maybe some more trouble. They get the flame break pushback. And yeah, Emo makes the move over, able to get themselves a kill. Malreen popped the ultimate. Trying to chase down anybody that they can here. Tianming would be a nice kill if they can get it, and it's looking like they're going to be able to make that happen. Skinner's rotated all the way over from top lane, and they do manage to bring it down that Naga Siren. And making the move now for the Wisdom.
Going for the Wisdom.
Yeah, and Malreen is pushing back and stopping the stacks from being made. I think they need to bring more if they want to defend this. Emo makes the TP play over. Zeal is already right there on top of Skitter. They bring in Bobica. This is a huge battle, 4v3 right now. Do they have enough damage with Malreen here to take away this Wisdom? Emo is standing tall right on top of it. Bobica starts the move over now. Already Zeal is dead. Do they have enough damage with the Bat Rider to keep it alive? Snaking down low. Malreen starting to die, but they're going to steal it away. They get it. Malreen takes the Wisdom, now running at Emo. Skitter taking all of the kills here. He's trying to get away the urn, whittling him down, and Skitter gets away too. Oh, it's a catastrophe for the bros. Tianming just has to watch as the TP away happens. Devastating loss for Yakult Bros.
Dude, Zeal has had a disastrous couple of minutes, man. Like, he tries to rotate over, he dies to the Ursa, he TPs back in at level 4, like missing that whole engagement. And Malreen, he's just too tough. He was just too strong in the ulti form, standing on that shrine. There's nothing they could do.
Oh, imagine like, I feel like even one more level on Bobica at that point right there would be making the difference, because the damage would have just stacked up that much more, but Malreen felt invincible.
Mara runs the creep in mid.
Tianming actually ends up pulling it over, and they didn't get the gold advantage for that kill, actually. I think it might have died to the tower. But still, creep dead as the pressure mounts onto the mid tier 1.
The double dragon strat here. Triple even, I suppose, you know.
Well, at the very least, while all this action has been going on and things have looked bad for the other lanes, it started to look a little better for the TA. Emo jumps in and out again away from Falcons in the mid lane as their tower falls.
And Bobica trying to build things up here with some stacks, trying to help out with the Nugget Siren as well. So quite a few creeps. Turn around here for Zeal to scoop up and get the helm and then get into a blink. But Malrine, you know, he's taking up some of them. They're going to get one camp here.
A very strong move ends up paying dividends on the Wisdom Shrines for Falcons. But in spite of that, the gold lead hasn't really progressed into like a huge amount as of yet. The big downside, it feels like, is just these support levels making the difference.
I'm also like the fact that they're not winning these lanes too with these two lineups compared, I think it's looking rough. Yakult Bros. Because like, what is Zeal gonna buy? So he's got his helm, right? He goes face, but it's like, can he actually? I don't think he can go blink this game. I don't think a blink kills anyone.
It's true.
You know?
Yeah, you just need to farm almost.
I feel like he needs like the initiation to just come from someone else on the team. I don't think you can go blink on Axe. Like we're gonna have these other builds. Like, it could be very difficult here.
Crit was going for the snipe there with a bolt into ulti, but didn't end up working out. And now Falcons move in and they're gonna take away some more of these stacks. Oh, jeez.
Why are we stacking?
Tianming, maybe in some trouble. Gonna TP away. Won't have Lightning Bolt back up, but Crit still gets the kill. The live wire moving in just that little bit closer to get the damage out.
Yeah, I think he got into max damage there. That was pretty gnarly. Oh, look at that. We got the technology there. Boom. 9 magical damage from Static Field. Holy.
Huge.
He's out of control.
And I'm looking at this draft from Falcons and thinking, I bet Yakult Bros wish they picked a Zeus, because they do not have the damage they need right now.
No, they certainly don't. This is the kind of lineup that wins when you're like snowballing over a lane. Like you drop the tower early and you're kind of running around and lane bleeding onto some other part of the map. And instead it's, you know, they're the ones who are losing stacks in their jungle and Flyfly's getting blinked.
Oh, that is really bad. But Song of the Siren to get Flyfly away. Is he going to stick around here?
I think they have to try a turnaround play.
Can they make something happen? I mean, it's so hard. You brought 4 heroes and they can't do anything. They TP'd for that.
I get it though. Because the game, you can feel the game slipping a little here.
Yeah. Tianming, it was nice knowing you. Can't even get the deny or taking out that observer ward. And Snaking instead gets the D ward. 12 minutes in, 2,000 gold lead, but every move that Falcons is making right now has been successful.
Malrine got coming to him as well, bringing out some blitz knuckles, getting some speed on this old DK.
Meanwhile, a jump. They find Snake King and able to get a quick kill. You may not be able to take down the cores, but supports are still free pickings.
What a build here from Malrine. It's like, I'll just grab the blitz knuckles and then we'll get a BKB and then we'll see what I do with them later.
You know, it's attack speed. It's helpful. Nine to 9 on the kill score as TA does get the Deso completed. And if there's one way that you can start to make some things happen, it's making sure Flyfly has support, has help, has not died yet in this game and working towards that Blink Dagger.
That's true. I mean, TA typically comes online, we get Deso Blink Shard, and then you try and get an Aegis to farm your way to the BKB. That's like the classic. It's also a pretty good Pike game. So it might be nice to try and squeeze that in here, but don't think he's going to have the luxury of that for a while.
Radiant are scanning.
Axe, like you said, not opting to go for that Blink Dagger, queuing up the pipe next, wanting to help his team stay alive if at all possible. And you can see that Yakult Bros still making good moves around the map as we've got Satyr on Satyr violence. And gets the deny on the regen rune even. It's going to cost him his creep, but
Worth.
Smoke up now. Could this work? Who's going to be that first point of contact? They're TPing away on the Centaur. So crit could be a kill. Maureen is here too with the Blink Dagger.
Flyfly's like trying to look scared, but I don't think Crit's buying it. I think he realizes what's happening.
Instead, it's going to be Snake King, who they find gets pushed back there by the Flame Break, have Lasso at the ready, and, well, they walk up the hill, realize that Crit's still there. They take down Bulbaka. Might be able to find this finish nonetheless onto Snake King. Right now, also in trouble, gets brought down. Yes, dead. Double kill there. Can they take any more from Maureen? Doesn't look like it. But signs of life.
Finding a little bit of something here. But now with Maureen down here as well, I imagine Flyfly. I would not farm that. Oh, he's feeling brave. He's showing on the wave. He's fine. All right. Up top, though, we'll chase down on the Skitter, bullying him back.
He also is working towards a BKB. Maureen chasing Flyfly. Is eventually going to catch up to him.
You've done the math?
He showed him, I could stun you if I wanted.
Yeah.
Decides not to. They had Stampede too. Like, they could have gone in there, but obviously lots of TPs at the ready.
I thought Flyfly was calculating something here. What is the dream Amara moment with this Lotus here this game? We got Lasso. I mean, that's really the big one, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, Lasso's pretty sick.
And then just
Even-
general dispels, of course.
Yeah. There's a lot of annoying things that get thrown around in this game. Emo has, again, really been the main one hurting at this point so far in terms of the farm amongst cores. Lowest on the net worth. Crit is working his way towards catching up to him.
It's funny, they were bringing up during the draft, the panel was like, yeah, you know, you try a Naga Song TPO, we got Nimbus, and yeah, he's gonna get there.
Yeah.
We'll see if that becomes relevant.
Should also mention, you know, one downside to the Zeus is you're pretty much exclusively bringing damage. I mean, there is that, like you said, TP cancel element and being able to find some vision, but this pipe is going to really mitigate a lot of what's coming his way, and Zeal almost has it completed. So I kind of like this timing that we're going to see from the side of Yakult Bros. As, well, speaking of that, Zeal not going to be able to get the pipe before he's brought down.
Yeah, but he got rid of that Watcher, so.
That's true.
You know, sometimes sacrifices need to be made. I mean, they are going to have their items for the dream scenario here of the Roche fight / Tormentor, right? Like, that's where we're going to assemble all of the Power Ranger mechs into the big mech, and they're going to win the fight.
Well,
at the Tormentor.
Dead.
At the Tormentor.
Okay, got it. At the Tormentor, got it. Not Roche.
That kid,
okay.
Yeah, Axe is dead. The Roche, it's Jover.
Okay.
It would have been, oh, they're going to try. Oh, losing Roche with Song is so sad.
Also, hurricaning your creep to the low ground is kind of a swag move by Amari like that. Just like for no reason. He could have just ran away, but he wanted to hurricane to the low ground. Lasso, though, onto Amar. Is this really the fight? You want the CMP, but immediately gets caught by the net and the Aether Remnant, and then the pushback. Amar still in chase. Skinner blinks away on Flyfly, keeping some separation there. This fight is actually working about as good as it could. Decides to dunk the creep, and now Skinner almost all the way gone. Is gonna actually almost lose the Aegis.
Dude, they gotta get
Doesn't
this
have another
Aegis.
trap to drop.
Oh,
he did it there! He hits on the high ground and pulls him to the low ground. Oh my God, Yakult Bros are the greatest. Bulbaka now jumping in. They managed to get an insane hit, and now Rorena's on the low ground too. The flame breaks, the push away, now the chase down, finding him. Can they get any more? No. will get out on the Jakiro. What an insane fight from Yakult Bros.
All right, so who's getting the blame here? Are we blaming Crit, or do we blame Skitter for where he blinked for that 6 side blade? Where he just
I don't know.
annihilates the Aegis. That was very, we'll just praise Flyfly. How about that? 5-0-1, he lives again. And they do a lot of work there. They kill Malrine. They put themselves in a pretty good position to maybe get this Tormentor, and they take away the Aegis advantage.
Did he also... He dropped a trap and pulled the low ground. Oh, TA is one of those heroes that, like, when you're cooking,
and
it's
just
so nice,
right?
Like,
this is the hero's most important timing in the entire game, is these fights from 15 to 20 minutes. Typically, you're hoping to get the Aegis and the Tormentor, but like, she buys all damage items or mobility with the Blink Dagger, and you're just trying to win fights to get to Aegis BKB. That's the dream. And you know, as mentioned, the Hurricane Bike is extremely good this game, so it does want to try and grab it. And so trying to get there as they smoke up on Falcons, knowing that Tormentor is obviously in play right now.
jump forward, stun right away onto Zeal. How much damage do they have, though? Malrine caught for a moment. Emo, great Ice Path, connects on the 3. A better call, but then they go for the song at the same time. Fight getting a little bit weird here. Tianming, are you going to stick around? Hypnotize pulling one back in, starting to line it up with the side blade connection, but a great stun again coming out from Snaking. These Ice Blasts have been amazing, and now they jump and catch and kill onto Crit. They haven't lost Flyfly yet. He did manage to blink out, and Emo, trying to get some separation, will manage to escape.
Oh, there's a blink on him
for the moment.
though.
They thought about it. He has the blink dagger, but with Flyfly nearby, you can't make that jump.
At the start of that fight, Zeal, the self-hurricane out of that Ice Path was really sick. That was a great play. Managed to reposition himself, or else I think he gets burned down right at the very beginning. And now BV4.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have Stampede. And also Dragon Form's about to wear out. I don't think they can take this easily, and they're gonna run in instead. They don't have Song on the side of Yakult Bros, but they've got Axe and TA. They can take these fights.
I mean, that's not the hero he wants to jump on Zeal, you know?
Jump, finds Snaking. Controlled for a moment. Secondary jump, Flyfly finds his target, gets the kill. Amar, push back. No Stampede for 20. Are they going to keep this chase going? Malrine jumps forward, stun Skinner immediately onto him. They find that finish, but a great call comes from Zeal. A couple misses uphill, not what they want to see. Flyfly, eyes set onto Skinner. Needs one more connection, will find it and get that finish. Oh man, Yakult Bros, they are hitting their timing perfectly.
Oh, they need this so bad right now. Like, this is the dream situation. Pressure on the tier 2. Unfortunate death there for Emo. They almost managed to save him with that call, but still works out, obviously. Still a good enough trade in the situation they were in. They've now taken the gold lead, and again, they're going to stick around here. They got the Croaker.
Oh man, they were, and the Malrine blinked in. Oh, they find him immediately. He was not prepared for that. Falcons, thinking they were going to go for the objectives, get punished as they lose another 2.
They're getting outplayed right now. Yeah, they're in their heads.
I mean, it's one thing that people always talk about. When you're a top team, other teams watch you, other teams see what you do, and then try and build to defeat you specifically. It's the problem with being really good.
And I mean, surely they're gonna get this now, right? We're gonna move on back. We're gonna grab ourselves a Tormentor.
Go smoke to tier 3s.
Yeah, just go back, get him again. One more time. All right, who's getting a lucky shard here? It will be Bubka.
Okay. The scan comes out, and I mean, that is one thing, right? Like, you see that scan, Falcons know immediately where they're going to go afterwards. I think when the game becomes more chaotic, it feels like that favors Yakult Bros more. For Falcons, if it can start to like settle and get a little bit more normal, I feel like that's where that team will tend to shine.
Oh, and look at this, Flyfly. He knows we got damage problems. I'm on it. Got the Chrysalis.
Ooh.
So just full glass cannon, save me team.
Snaking, 1-2 shot, why not? Malrine stuns, now Malrine in. Where's his help? It's coming from the south. But you can see Yakult Bros will back away before the fight spills out any further.
Song is back up now, though, and got Solar Crest and Glimmer, so TMing very annoying at the moment when they try and jump onto his cores.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting, but I kind of feel like you also have this Aghanim Scepter, which we've seen be so effective from Centaur. Who does he really want to save in this instance? You know what I mean? It's kind of like, I guess DK form is going to be your best right clicker. There's probably some value in Zeus, I guess. But if you're jumping in to save people, that also sets up for the call turnaround.
I think it's really good for a I think it's maybe like a post-call getting Skitter out to give him an enrage is how I envision it, you know? Like pre-Ags and stuff too. And I guess even post-Ags with Axe, so. Oh, Bobica blinks out.
Oh, nicely played.
Mambo, mambo.
Gives him the voice line afterwards. So, 7K gold lead now. A big swing into the favor of Yakult Bros over the past, ever since the Aegis got. Not out of the woods yet, though. This lineup from Falcons can definitely still destroy if you get a nice blink stun from DK into Skitter jumping onto him. There's some issues that Yakult Bros are going to have to contend with.
Man, his goal just keeps on skyrocketing. He is a dateless right now. My goodness.
Super farmed.
Just protect TA at all costs. As Zeal with his Yules, he's been picking this up, I noticed lately on the Axe as well, so he's a fan.
Yeah.
Scooping this one in his builds, just give him a little more utility. There's still a lot of these fights where he's just running around, and it is a little hard to watch. Like at a certain point, it does feel like maybe we need the blink.
Ooh. Moves in, gets the crit. Yeah, that is crazy that, like, calls he's been able to get with no blink dagger on Axe.
Yeah. There's a reason why they're like a little late. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's all he's got.
I kind of love it, though. It's like, this is the build that, like, you see in your pubs and you report this guy, but, like, he's owning right now on this Axe. It's kind of sick.
There's no Zeal, you know? Come on.
Exactly.
Oh, they might accidentally snipe this Roche spawn if they just happen to walk in. Oh,
they know because of
wait, that's TA.
Oh!
I was like, wow. What an accidental Roche spawn with this Templar Assassin.
Oh, that's so nice for them? Because it's a quick one, too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's got to be so frustrating for Falcons. The third eye.
The other innate that hit me today was the eel skin. I randomly saw a miss on the Naga, and I was like, huh? I was like, oh, right. Eel skin, of course. You know?
Yeah.
When aren't you getting your evasion from your Naga illusions?
All right. A quick Roche to the benefit of Yakult Bros. And now Falcons trying to replicate what happened earlier of enemy team getting an Aegis immediately turning into a fight win for them if they can find the right target. Tianming, though, playing it very safe, seeming to know that Falcons could be over here.
This is spooky.
What a masterclass.
I mean, could not have come at a better time, that's for sure. It was looking dire, as they say. It's still risky, though. I will say, like, the more items I see on these dire heroes, the more I get concerned. Like, we still have a... Oh yeah, I think the timing is running out. Like the timing is they need to keep winning, and I think if you start like you just drop 1 or 1.5, 2 fights here on the Radiant, and it's bad stuff.
Yeah.
Like Malreen's got an Orchid right now. He has a BKB. Your TA is still defenseless and has no plans on buying one. Flyfly's been watching the Ame class of Templar Assassin. He should be picking up a Satanic any second now. Never buy BKB.
I mean, it's interesting to watch, right? And you look at certain things coming up, like Crit is going in for a refresher next. He's already got the Kaya completed. They're farming, trying to get to these later timings, and you start to think about the damage that's going to be dealt. It's hard to imagine TA being able to survive if she ever gets caught.
That goes for a lot of their heroes, too. I mean, like, if Emo gets Orchided, right? Like he self-uses into this dire lineup that I don't want to be spinning up in a little circle around these guys. That doesn't look fun at all. You got a Jakiro who's just going to lay it down on you.
God. Zeal is like 150 gold from Blink, and he has like 3 rings of protection. Just sell him, buddy.
No, you gotta keep that armor. You know, it carried you through the early game, okay?
If we see a moment, oh, Skitter.
Like right now?
Oh, no, they're not going to get him.
Yeah, but if he had Blink, maybe they would.
I know. He's gonna passively get the gold just sitting around. I mean, the fact that he's not showing on lane right now, though, if you're Falcons, you probably assume that he has Blink Dagger, and he's gonna get it brought out right now. I'm assuming. Maybe he saves for buyback. No, he's getting it. Naga Illusions scouting out across the map. Saw Maureen. Now we'll see Amar.
So
pretty.
Fly is just gonna finish farming up this talisman, get his butterfly, and then they're gonna go high ground with this Aegis. That is the plan right now, because they've got 2 minutes left on this Aegis. That's where it's all gonna connect together, and I think that's also what Falcons are pretty much waiting for, right? Like, they don't want to take a fight outside the base. They're gonna finish up whatever items they can. They're gonna wait for the high ground, and they're gonna try and just like force a bad fight from you going high ground right now.
Actually backpacking the butterfly at the moment on the TA. And does have BKB finally queued up as a last item, it looks like. But we will see how this one goes. Snaking at the ready. And as they go high ground, how do Falcons respond to this? Jumps backline, finds Bobica. Immediately bursts everything, but the pipe was there, keeps him alive. Amar has already used the cart. They pull him back in. Yule Scepter, connection. Maureen jump now onto Emo. Emo's still alive, but the call is there to keep him away. And now the Song of the Siren, as the lasso goes out, they're gonna time this out now. Great hypnotized connection on the Snake King. He's dead too. They have to buy back immediately, but Fly went in. He still has that Aegis, and he's gonna make use of it here in a moment as he's forced out forward. Grid is there on top of him. They get out a Macro Pyre, but he's way too strong right now on Fly, and it's only the Aegis.
And that's for BKB.
Down, buyback from Crit. Can they get away? It looks like they're going to be able to, but yeah, without a BKB, they can't go in around for Maureen. This is a tower down.
Yeah, they picked them apart because of that attempted play from Amar. We lose the cart, right? He takes it outside. They go for this aggressive play first on Bobica. It fails. It doesn't get what they wanted, which meant that they just kind of hung Ursa out to dry because he's just getting silenced by Emo. He jumps in there. There's a silence, and what can he do? He's got nothing left to do on that Ursa if he gets silenced.
Really, really tough way to deal with, and now you've lost one tower. The plus side is that they didn't have the tier 2, so they couldn't immediately go for the tier 3. And it looks like without an Aegis, they're going to call it off now. So Yakult Bros get a lane of racks, 20k gold lead, 24-14. And Falcons got to come up with some new answers here.
It's getting very difficult though, because yeah, sure, like you said, it does definitely get better, I think, as the game goes on, if they manage to keep things relatively close. But this is a 20k lead. Like, now we're getting those items that are just gonna make you go crazy, right? Like, we're gonna have the shard soon on the Naga Siren, got a 4-staff there, got Greaves, got Glimmer, got a Solar Crest. Like, it's so difficult if this Naga Siren doesn't just get targeted immediately to win one of these fights. And then you've got all the luxury items like Eggs on the Bat Rider, so it's just a bit too much here. Falcons are going to have to find that same energy that Yakult did when they managed to turn this game around. They're going to have to get a little bit of magic.
And I do want to like not overstate this, but some of this is like Falcons just being a little bit too cavalier about that Roche respawn potential with TA, right? Having this third eye innate means that if it is an instant Roche spawn, you have to be there right away to contest. And like, they were smoked, they were getting over into position, and they were just a little bit too quick on the side of Yakult Bros, and the timing obviously being good. They are right under a ward right now, which is a little scary.
Skitter, we're gonna have to watch to see how Amar plays around Skitter in these fights, because like, he is the key, right? I mean, he's got the cart, he's got the Lotus. He is the way to keep the Ursa going.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good point. And he does have Ags now on Ursa. So multiple ways to help try and survive against this. Bobica gets the lasso immediately, enrages, gets away from it. So that's the reveal. But Snake King not going to be so lucky.
More creep fighting. It's been a lot of this game is just this.
Yeah. My goodness.
And they'll get themselves wisdom too here in a second. Bobica's just like, hey guys, can we wait for the next wave maybe? Just saying.
Are they really gonna go high ground right now?
I mean, I don't see why not. Jakiro's dead. He's pretty annoying.
I guess
Might as
that's
well poke
true.
a little. Oh
no. Oh no. Oh no, Amar! Not like this! He jumped right into it! Did he not see it? Oh god! And now Malrine gets brought down to half HP by this TA. She is ripping him to shreds. That might just do it as Yakult Bros pull together a great answer to this Centaur.
Listen, the stable table of Tianming, it was very stable today because one of those legs never wobbled, and that was Fly. It's the sturdiest leg you've ever seen. Those other legs, they're like 1x1s, maybe a 2x4 on the side of Steel, but that's a solid fucking 4x4 post on Fly. That's that leg ain't moving. You know, tap tap, that'll hold. That's Fly.
GG is called as they end this game. Yakult Bros come in with a huge upset right out of the gate. I mean, again, it's a best of, it's these best of ones here. It's important.
Put him back
Unreal.
on the tier list, T. Get him off the back of the board. All right? Bobica had a good game. We're putting him in D. We should upgrade him for every win.
Oh my god, unbelievable performance here. Yakult Bros managed to take the victory. What more can you say?
There is a lot more that we're gonna get to say about this best of one because yeah, Yakult Brothers, we didn't know where their power level was coming into this one. It was looking a little bit rough, T. We were just realistic about expectations. Yakult threw that out of the water. They said, I don't care about your expectations. They came in and getting this best of one win over Falcons.
Yeah, I'd like to apologize to all the Yakult fans for saying that you had a 1% chance of winning this at the start of the day. You clearly are just a better team than you were at the last event because, my golly gosh, Tianming, ooh, the moves he was making, everything he was, I mean, as much as you want to talk about Fly, I feel like the Naga Siren, right place, right time. Without him, early moves, Falcons probably would get a couple kills extra, but yeah, he was having such a great game that him and Batrider together just broke pretty much this entire, game one.
I think the whole team played really well. I think better than what we've perhaps seen before. I mean, it does begin to the fresh tournament. It is different Yakult Bros than towards the end, but normally they have a good start, but they lose the game. Now they actually won. And who knows, what this can snowball into for this team. This game, they definitely looked really strong.
Yeah, I think you can point at each individual player and say they had a great game. Like, I think, we talk about Fly being inconsistent. I think he had 0 deaths this game. He played a great game on the TA. Tianming, my GOAT, was all over the place. I think a lot of times when people stereotypically think of 5 players, they're like, yeah, they're kind of placeholder. They play some wards, they get custom spells, it's fine. But like, I think 5 is a really important role right now. And I think Whitemon showcases that a lot, that like you have a lot of potential to make a lot of moves and lead the game and do a lot. And I think he did this game. I think for me, he was my MVP this game. I think he played insanely well. Yeah. And honestly cooked their goose.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Falcons, right, if DK isn't being active, then you just have farmers, right? Ursa farms, Centaur farms. So the fact that they identified, stopped Malrine from having a good game. Every time we went for a smoke, they were there. And then now it's like, wait, what is our plan B? Okay, hit creeps. And then suddenly everything that, you guys have mentioned, yeah, just early game. So good from your goal.
It was amazing, and it does feel like maybe there was that small oversight. We have talked about it. Tianming coming in. Quinn, you said before the series, like one of the best player pickups they could have gotten. And I think that is added by seeing him play this Naga Siren. Falcons so confidently gave it away, and I think it is one of those things that teams love to pick it up because of how broken this hero feels right now. But is your position 5 player actually good at this hero? Are they actually going to be able to play it? And I think that that's what's leveled up Yakult so much, and the way that just the support duo overall with Naga and Bat were moving around.
No, it absolutely matters a lot. And now they've gotten, I think, they've gotten a free ban for the rest of the tournament. I don't think anyone's going to give Naga Siren again. So that's going to alter drafting dynamics against this team. They're going to get other heroes they wouldn't have got otherwise. And getting that sort of those big wins on the big heroes like early in the tournament is really big when there's this many games. Because honestly, you just open the Dota buff and you look, what hero they win with? They won with Naga. Ban Naga. And everyone's going to do that the rest of the tournament. It's gone. They're never going to get it again. And that means things start opening up and you get other opportunities. And that's really good for them.
For sure. I mean, then the question is, what is those things for you?
Yeah.
We're gonna have to wait and see if they can also make it work with less broken heroes. But yeah, I think overall, if you look at the draft as well, in a bit hindsight perhaps, but Yakult Bros draft just came together really well around a certain timing, whereas Falcons heroes are very slow this game, right? They need a lot of farm on all their heroes. They don't have an innate playmaker outside of Dragon Knight, Blink Dagger, right? But the follow-up is, you know, it's not really that impressive. So I think yeah, we gotta give it to Yakult Bros for identifying that that draft was, you know, cohesive in that way.
Yeah.
Supports win games. We do have some highlights to also remind you that. I'm going to keep doing that because cores, they get all the love, all right? We hyped up Tianming, but also Baboka, the guy that I didn't want to put on the tier list. I think Tianming plus Baboka in tandem, like we mentioned, they did so much. And I think as long as Baboka is playing these Backriders, these, I'm going to say normal heroes in the 4 role, then I can see them working well. I don't get too carried away because last Slam, they beat Heroic in the early days, then they went on to lose every other game, right? Because they got a bit more creative. So when I look at Tianming, when I look at Baboka, this is the recipe to the success. If they don't make these early moves in this game, we could argue the scaling of Falcons will beat them on a draft. But because of how explosive these two were, there is so much life, and now they got 20k gold lead. So I'm looking, can they replicate this in multiple more best of ones?
Am I hearing then you're not going to change your positioning of Baboka on that tier list?
He has to earn his way, and upon the finish of the entire group stage, maybe.
Okay.
I have been hurt by Yakult before, okay? Yakult have done this. When they beat Heroic in Slam 4, I was like, yay, Chinese Dota, the legacy of XG getting second at TI, you know, Almay's third one. And then they just went and lost everything. So I am standing here, and I'm going to wait until they do it again. Later today.
Okay, all right. Before we move on, though, we haven't really touched on something else that I would love to bring up, is this Zeus. We've talked about just how impactful the support duo was of that Batrider, that Naga Siren on the side of your cult, but we're seeing a Zeus. This is the first time in what feels like forever misery, and you were really hyping it up. I'm not saying that it was a bad pick for any means, but it obviously didn't eventuate into what they were hoping for them.
I mean, yeah.
I'm saying I'm not
sure,
saying
I'm not
this.
sure how,
You
how
can
much
say it.
hyping it up I was. Maybe I was. Maybe it sounded like that. But anyways, I was gonna actually add on to what T said, because I think the Tianming Naga rotation to top lane put a lot of attention and focus on that lane. And
Right.
this was around the time where we called the Falcon support to actually move mid and play with the Dragon Knight, right, and be active around the runes. But the fact that Yakult Bros were so active and so aggressive around the lanes made the Jakiro's and Zeus's life kind of awkward, because they had to respond to Tianming's moves, right, instead of just coming mid to the Dragon and playing around the DK. So I think there's more implications there than just what meets the eye from Tianming and Baboka's movements early on.
I see. Okay, all right, so breaking down a little bit more, we'll see if that hero, you know, Zeus gets picked up again. If Naga's going to get let through for your cult, I mean, it's going to be a tough one for them. I don't know if anyone else of their opponents is going to let them through, but we're not going to see them play it right now. We're going to be flipping to some different Chinese Dota. We've got Xtreme Gaming coming up against Heroic.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good match.
Yep.
Oh,
I
sorry.
thought someone was going to say
sorry.
something.
Okay,
Wait,
first
it's
of all-
zoomed? I thought it was...
Yeah,
Okay,
sorry.
no?
Okay, just to be clear.
Okay.
All right, your voice, right, your hosty voice, that
Yeah.
right there is like...
That's fair. I
epic
baited you
music
guys. I did
after.
kind of bait you guys.
That is like dun 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 dun.
No,
dun.
no,
It's just something,
but I thought
right?
we were going to continue on talking about Chinese Dota, XG, and Heroic.
But no,
Okay, no, I mean-
Sorry, let me say it. Extreme Gaming and Heroic, if you guys would like to talk about it.
I would
Yeah,
like to
sure,
talk
we'd
about
love
Okay,
to.
great.
Yeah,
Who would you
thank
like to talk about?
I would like to talk about Heroic.
No, you
because-
have to talk about Extreme Gaming.
Okay, I'll talk about Extreme then.
God, this is a great entry.
I think they actually have quite good chances against Heroic, better than I think you would have expected based on the last Blast performance, because I think Heroic have looked shaky recently. And I think Xtreme, while their Wallachia was maybe not the greatest, I do think that they're finding some footing. I think Chinese teams can have some inconsistency at the start of the year. I think especially after some roster changes. And so I think you go into this series, and I honestly, I wouldn't even say there's a favorite. I think it can go either way very easily.
Okay.
And I think the more time you give a team like Xtreme to find their footing and figure out, like, I think they're very much a style team. They want structure, and they want to find a way to get Ame to play as late game heroes and the rest of the heroes, you know, have that cohesion and that fighting earlier in the game, right? They just swap mid players, and NTS and XM are very different players. So for me, I'm like, give this team a little bit of time, let them simmer, let them cook, leave them on the stove, and then I think we can see some results.
But you talking about cooking, all right? I think Xiao's been cooking a little bit too much, right? But then when you say that, you know, cooking too much, trying new heroes, I think it also kind of matches what you said. That once they find their heroes, they're a very scary team. But when I looked at their 14 games played, not very many in the season so far, they've been playing every player like 9, 10 different heroes in 14 games. Like we have the graphic here. Like it is insane to think that when you look at other teams, it's structure. It's, you know, X Nova playing his Elder Titan or his, you know, Morana, like, you know, 4 or 5 heroes but playing extremely well. The fact is all of their players are still trying to find what their heroes are, and that is so scary to think about. So once they get something, sure. But are they still in their cooking phase? Have they found their heroes?
They don't know the recipe just yet.
If they're still picking a hero every other game for a new player, I'm scared for them. I want to see that consistency, that kind of that core concept that Quinn was talking about. They don't have it yet.
I feel like it should be a matter of time before this team starts clicking, right? Like looking at their players, the fact that they have Xiao 8 as coach, I feel like, yeah, I expect them to do well here, honestly. Like the fact that we're going to Chengdu soon, I think they really want to make it there. I think they are the favorites for this match in particular. I agree with Quinn. I think Heroic looks pretty shaky from last tournament. I think they're drafting very weird stuff like Viper off lane, first pick, and stuff like this, which does not really fit their style, in my opinion. So, yeah, I think it's kind of up to Heroic to bring it back, I think, to some of the games they had like a month ago where they actually look strong.
Do you think, T, there's the potential of like Heroic feeling as if they're plateauing right now? Like, as in they feel very stagnated. That's why they're going for different heroes. They need to change it up. They realize there is something that is missing to not push them over the edge of winning tournaments again.
I would maybe say yes, based on when they make a big roster swap, like Whisper going to mid, you have this like honeymoon period where like all of our ideas are working, it's amazing. Oh, we can double pick off lanes. And then you start doing well in a couple of tournaments, you know, you win an online one, like it feels good. And eventually those ideas fade because you've already done it. Teams understand you. So I do think they're now hitting that post-roster change period of time where they do need to kind of either lock in an idea or stop trying to invent, because they keep trying new stuff rather than really honing in on one concept. Because when you look at MOUZ or Falcons or Tundra, they have one identity, they do it perfectly. Heroic, every tournament is a new idea. They're always cooking, and at some point it's not gonna be a good idea, and that's what happened in the last Vlahia.
Maybe the expectations towards Heroic and the hype around the team, you know, suddenly there's meant to be this tier 1 team, I think could have also gotten to their heads a little bit and, you know, forgot why they were winning in the first place, maybe, like trying really hard, working really hard, you know, all these things. But I will say, though, I think a really hard loss like we saw in Wallachia, where they played really poorly, that can bring it back for a team like Heroic, like, to the point where suddenly, you know.
I just want to emphasize, it makes it sound like we're saying this team is like not good, all right? Like the way that we're talking, it makes
inconsistent.
It feels volatile, right? They still are like a consistent, like top 8 expecting team, right? I just think based on some
top 8 is not enough here.
Huh?
That's true. Top 8 is not enough. You need to be a top 6 team to make it a Chengdu.
All right. Okay. Fair play. Good point. Either way. Okay. Let's blast us high expectations on everyone. All right. So, okay. You know what? Right now, Heroic, they're not good enough. Okay. Fine. Okay. I'll join them. But they're still a good team. They're a good team. But in this format, like you said, good point. Top 8 ain't good enough. So Heroic, they are gonna have to find something. But I do think they're a splendid bunch of chaps.
You know them quite well, Quinny. You can give us some insight very quickly about them.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just a bit messy. Like, I think their the identity of playing aggressive and fast and killing heroes is very good, but they need to hone that in and reel that in a little bit to like a calculated aggression, not a psycho feed. We lose some games really fast because our drafts suck, and some games we own them. Like, we want consistent aggression, not mayhem.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
You know, a point about Extreme Gaming now, we have.
Mayhaps.
Mayhaps.
How do they deal against the aggression? Mayhaps.
They probably just saw the Yakult Bros beat Falcons, right?
Do you think there's more pressure?
No, I think they are feeling the China hype.
Okay, I actually agree.
Do you think they feed off each other like
they're messaging each other? Yeah. Great draft, bro. Keep it up.
We saw you beat Falcons. Woo!
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I also think like when there's a Chinese LAN, like I think they're motivated. Like Ame won like the last like 2 or 3 Chinese LANs or something. Like both
Big expectations.
the whatchamacallit, I can't remember what they call it. Snowy. Yeah, he won like both the Snow Ruiz. I was there. He was cooking like crazy. I think, or no, actually Tidebound won. I lied. He was in the finals.
That was Tidebound.
He lied.
Anyway.
He was in the finals. Anyway.
You keep cooking, brother. You keep going.
Anyway,
keep digging your hole. You want to
Chinese
trouble
teams
with that one?
at Chinese events own.
Okay.
And they're like on the
That's
way
true.
there. And so I think they are in the pre-owning phase, which is why they're doing better. Because Chinese teams at Chinese lands cook, and they're on the way, they're on the path.
This is the lead up to it, so you think they might even still cook in the lead up to a Chinese land.
Like there's a ramping up here.
Ooh, okay.
You can hear the heckin' batteries charging in their boot camps.
Wait, that's kind of an issue. If they're charging the batteries now,
It's too
they're not in
late.
use. It's too late.
No, you can use them while they charge. It's like some
What is this?
new age batteries.
Come on, you can charge. There's charging stations everywhere nowadays.
Yes,
It's
exactly.
not an issue.
We can't charge
you
and
don't
use at
drive
the
my
same
car while
time.
What do you mean? You're telling me
It's
you
a
can't
really
use
long
your phone when
extension
it's plugged in?
I've never once done that, no.
No, but we're talking about cars. We're talking about machines. We're talking about people here. You don't plug in the machine.
They're high-tech machines.
Ah, the high-tech
They're
machines.
high-tech
Fair
machines.
enough. Okay,
Well,
good
what
point.
sort of tech could be brought out? Because he has the issue that there's maybe too much tech going on. There's too many uniques. We're not really sure what's going on with Heroic. They're feeling this need to reinvent themselves to keep that aggression going. So where are the identities going to lay for both of them?
supports? Right? I think
Ooh.
once you know a combination of what your 4 and 5 wants to do, that then kind of gives the harmony of, is my mid laner a farmer or a fighter? Because if my 4 and 5 are static, then my mid needs to be active. If my 4 and 5 are super aggressive, then you can kind of pair with that. So once you understand what FY and Xnova want to do as a partnership, as a duo, then everything else kind of comes into play. So yeah, I'm just really looking at them because we just saw how Xiaoming, Baboka, what did they do in that game, right? If FY and Xnova can't do that, then we're not going to see a TA have 0 deaths, nothing, because there's no pressure on them, right? So yeah, supports first.
I
Okay.
also think the offlane is very important, right? We saw Heroic with Davai Lama kind of fall apart a little bit in last tournament. I think.
That was that Viper you were talking about, right?
Yeah, the
Mostly?
Viper.
Yeah.
There was a couple of Viper games. Maybe there's something else, but I think he's very important for this team. Like, cause it's all or nothing, right? If when he has such a bad game, it just transcends into auto loss. I would say even. So yeah, I think he needs to step up a bit.
No, I agree. I think Davai is like a very crucial part of this team. Like I think he's the most inconsistent and volatile member, but I think he can also be the most important member.
Yep.
And so I think, like, you mentioned the Viper. Like, we can't have this kind of crap. It's too inconsistent. It's too, to be honest, it's just bad. Like, and I think if they have those Night Stalkers, those heroes he look great on, Enigmas and stuff like that, then I think his gameplay is, accentuated.
Well, look, we have our do's, we have our don'ts list, and after a bit of a false start beforehand, it's an absolute pleasure to tell you that Extreme Gaming up against Heroic is ready. We're hoping that this offlane Viper, at least how early it was picked up, is kind of pushed off to the side for Heroic. They want to reinvent themselves, but right now that's not needed. We need some consistency. And Extreme Gaming, well, Quinn's already said it, maybe the motivation of a China land is more than enough that we're going to see a whole new Extreme Gaming show up here for a draft.
Yeah, I'm hyped for them. I think, we talk about drafting styles, and we talk about Team Spirit as a team that still actively counterpicks people and sort of picks like theoretical drafts against the name team. Doesn't just run back the same thing over and over. And I think the director, Zhao 8, is one of the only other drafters that does that. When you pick something, he thinks about the conceptual counterpick to that hero.
Yep.
And so I think his teams always have very interesting drafting styles. Like in the grand finals of TI, we saw like this Shadow Demon just come out of nowhere because they felt like it was good against what Falcons was doing. I think things like that are super interesting. I love watching Zhao 8 teams.
Yeah, I agree.
Fully
I
agree.
want to point out one thing here that's kind of interesting. Now we get another Naga game, by the way, for the Chinese overlords here. But the offlane bans from Heroic, right? These melee bruiser offlaners. So the offlane hero pool is kind of small right now. We also see Heroic pick up the axe straight away. So there's MOUZ left as well.
Yeah,
but
they did ban 4 offlaners.
it's quite a lot of them are banned out now.
But when you pick Axe on Heroic, you need to be mindful that Army is happy to play the ranged carries. It's not as if he's a melee only carry. So there's Gyrocopters, Drows,
Yeah, TA again.
TA, yeah,
Mhm,
as that
yeah.
say. So we'll see which one Heroic is going to respect in their ban.
That's true. It's interesting that teams are choosing to give the Chinese teams Naga Siren. Maybe there was some read from scrims beforehand that the Chinese don't really prefer Naga. We've seen this in Dota history. Sometimes there's dissonance on Heroes of the West plays compared to what the Chinese teams play, and there can be a separation there. And so I find it interesting that people are giving them Naga. We saw the hero be pretty much exclusively banned for a long time, and I think oftentimes when a tournament starts, you kind of just ban what's been winning, but what's been getting banned. You don't really mix it up, especially with a lot of best of ones. It's different if you're playing a best of 3 late in the tournament. You make a judgment call off like, okay, we don't actually think they play Naga. We're calling their bluff. But at the beginning of a tournament, to me, is a very weird read to make.
But also,
there's a
previous
kind of
event,
a
it's
trend,
50
right?
Sorry, what are you saying?
Oh, go ahead.
No, you.
I was just gonna say quickly that I think there's a forward trend towards giving away Naga a little bit more now than there was perhaps 3 months ago. I think we saw it a lot in Wallachia too, where some teams are experimenting. They don't think this hero is quite as good as it's being repped as. And maybe that's also part of the reason.
Yeah. You stole my point, bald man.
Okay.
Good point.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bald man.
No, it's okay.
It's like looking in a mirror.
It was. I looked at him, yeah.
He couldn't tell if he was saying the point or not.
Statistically, 53% win rate at Wallachia with like 15 games played. Of course, it was banned in pretty much all the other games, right? So I do think that the stats are trending towards teams know the hero, how they want to play into it. Some of the top teams also lost with Naga Siren, so it wasn't as if weak teams get it, lose, haha, stat looks bad, right? It was a matter of both good and bad teams were able to get their hands on it at some point.
But it also
63, right?
53.
Oh, 53. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
63. Oh, that's pretty good.
Naga being put in the spotlight like this, in terms of like now we might actually get Naga. It also means that teams should be better at playing and picking around Naga, because their whole thought process is more towards, okay, we're actually gonna get Naga this game. What do we want to pick with it? How do we play with the map and things like that? So, yeah, I think it's gonna go back into the ban phase.
There it is.
Yeah.
Oh, the Shadow Fiend, yeah.
I think it's one of the best combos with Naga. Like, there's so much synergy there. You have so much kill threat. I think against this Axe hero, you can't give this hero a free lane, because then he starts cutting the creeps and he gets really fat, and it's just stupid. We saw it in the last game. Yakult, playing the Axe to great effect, and I think the Shadow Fiend is a great answer to the hero, and I think this is one of the best duos with Naga Siren.
I think it's also one of the main combos with Naga that still exists that are easy to execute, like the song into Requiem. I feel like a lot of the old school combos with Naga they're not really that much of a thing anymore, but just the Requiem is so easy.
Yeah, and then I love throwing the Tusk into the mix as well, right? Because if you know your offlane is going to be independent, maybe you get like a Tidehunter type hero, Tusk goes through Twin Gate. Not only do you have the ensnare of a Naga Siren, you've got the tag team, the snowball, the shards, this Shadow Fiend. No matter what support's with you, you're going to be getting kills, and yeah, really, really explosive. Especially because Heroic, they want to be aggressive, right? You've got Clock, you've got Sky, Axe. This is just a complete pick-off lineup. Even Queen of Pain, you put any core combination, even double supports, they're going to find a hero and kill them. That is really scary on the map if you're XG. You have to respect just your positioning. Look at the mini-map, look at the creep waves, have good wards out. Heroic are going to come find you anywhere.
It's also FY, the Tusk King, right? Against the Axe.
Yep, and then now it's Gyro carry. Shadow Fiend goes towards the mid lane. Shadow Fiend versus Quap. I'm pretty sure Shadow Fiend's finding that matchup. You just push the wave. You're not really getting spammed out by a Queen of Pain at all.
Yeah, it's quite a skill-based lane. I think Shadow Fiend can win this lane and Queen can win this lane. I think Shadow Fiend is slightly favored, but there's a lot of volatility there based on how the early waves go. But to be honest, there's not that many heroes you're that comfortable or happy playing against Quap in general. The hero counters, she tends to be good against mid heroes. She's bad against other roles. And so you already have Shadow Fiend, a hero that can lane against her. It's like, just put it mid, whatever.
Is there anything that fully shuts out Shadow Fiend? Because Yumu has played the Queen of Pain carry, and in pacing, trying to outpace a Gyrocopter where he needs 3-4 items to be happy. Is there anything that fully shuts out Shadow Fiend, and then they just play through, we are going to kill everything? I don't think there is personally.
Probably not. Historically, it's stuff like Sniper.
Does Invoker do good nowadays?
I think you should probably lose the lane decently hard as Invoker against Shadow Fiend. Against a good SF, I think it can get pretty rough because your dude has like really low armor, so he just gets eaten by Presence of the Dark Lord.
So Yuma just needs to carry then? There's
probably
no
so.
Spice in the mid lane then?
I don't think so. I also think Queen pairs quite well with the supports, and it might be difficult to get a hero that counters Shadow Fiend mid that also plays well with the supports. Like you said, I think you want that tempo. I think a potential hole Xtreme has put themselves in is they have double melee supports. I think this is something that teams try to stay away from quite a bit. It does really weird things for your lineup where now your supports, we talked about those kill pairings, the supports running together. Double melee bros running together is often very bad. You look at those guys together, they're very low damage, they don't do too much. They need that core always, and so it can mess with your kill pairings and mean that you always need that Shadow Fiend or the Gyro or XXS hero with the supports, because together alone, if they run into a Clockwork is going to like 1v2 them, or at least just 5 and chill, press cogs and walk away.
Is that where Abaddon looks really good for Heroic then? Because double melee supports, you're going to frontline, you don't care about the song setup into Requiem because you're an Abaddon. You're always going to be able to open up the fight, and then once song or Requiem or something's used, everyone else can kind of collapse on in.
Yeah, I can see it for sure.
Yeah, I think Abaddon is on both teams' radar for both pick or ban here. It's also a hero that Heroic likes to play a lot, right? I feel like Heroic's draft right now, they don't have much team fight, and a carry that adds some sort of team fight is definitely good. Like, so Abaddon fits that a little bit. I don't know if is Medusa a hero, because I could also see that being a potential hero here with the 5 clock.
It's just not a very heroic hero. I don't know
Nah.
if I've ever seen them, like, since the roster change, since picking up Divide, I don't know if I've seen them play it.
I think it's also interesting to see what kind of offlaner Xtreme ends up picking, right? Because like we mentioned earlier, a lot of them are banned out. There's still some heroes like Underlord, MOUZ is still in the pool,
Yeah.
Darkseer is in the pool. There are some options, but it's not the traditional ones. Oh, Beastmaster, okay. Looks good on paper here against the heroic heroes, right?
Like
Very
helmet dominant to
fragile.
pipe.
Yeah.
Is that the type of build we're going to be looking at?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think the helm looks really strong here against the sky, the clock. Like, these heroes hate that stuff, right? It also synergizes really well with the gyrocopter, and just the 5-man of Extreme Gaming looks really scary in mid game.
No, I can see it absolutely. Beast is also one of the hardest counters to Clockwork in the lane. You press cogs, and then he just eats all the cogs with the boars. Stuff that counters cogs in lane is oftentimes what people go for against this hero. So I think it's, you know, when you see Clock, you're already automatically looking at Lycan Beast. You see they ban Lycan, and they just pick the Beast. Because I think when the Clockwork is countered in sort of his skirmishing potential and his early game potential, the hero can fall super flat and become an absolute bot. And so I think they're gearing themselves towards that a little bit.
This is not that easy of a pick, I think, for Heroic.
And you want to play the lane against Beast, defend your tower, but also in the game you want to be tanky enough that you aren't just auto-dying to a Naga Song
You
setup,
also
right?
kind of need a win condition, right? In some sense.
Okay.
Okay, so they
The
go
Yuma
full
Pudge carry?
Davai. Yeah, I guess it's somewhat of a counter to Beast in a way. If you can hold your tower with your flesh heap and stuff like this, you can win the lane.
It's very
But
very all or
it's
nothing.
very
Like, I
all-in.
think you either
Yeah.
get smacked in lane or you kill Beast 100 times and you snowball.
That's true, yeah.
Like, I feel like it's like, I don't see a lane where Pudge is just chilling against Beast. I feel like you're super sad or you're crushing him.
But they
True,
have
yeah.
4 other heroes that can come to the lane, right? You've got, I mean, I'm not going to list it, but all 4 heroes are happy to make a rotation and try and find a kill, right? And then Pudge, if you get Ags, you have Eternal Shroud, BKB, you don't care about the Shadow Fiend anymore. Gyrocopter's damage is a little lackluster early on. It's magic damage, then you get Daedalus eventually, Satanic. Pudge could, just be able to walk in and soak all of it. I can see it. Honestly, I can.
I can kind of see it too. It makes sense. With
But if
the heroes
Beast
they
does
have.
take the lane, very scary.
I also, like, we see King Jungles is playing the Clockwork. I think this is one of those games where you need to swap your supports. Like, I don't think you want Clock Pudge together. You don't want this double melee. You don't really have setup for the hook. It's 2 guys running in against, like, you can't kill boars. What can these heroes do to boars at all? I really think this is one of these games where maybe you want Skye there to spam nukes, so you maybe have a little more kill threat. Because I could see a world where these lanes go really bad against Beastmaster.
I also think they need to play through their safe lane more, perhaps, this game, and really shut, like, with both supports. Like, no matter who starts top, they just have to, bring both supports to the Pudge and shut down this Beastmaster. Then leave Axe on an island, let him go jungle a bit. It doesn't really matter. But this Pudge needs to snowball, I think, this game.
So what do you think are the reasons for KJ going for the Clockwork instead of Schofield, who we've hyped so many times on the clock, if you want them to swap lanes anyway?
I think it's just kill threat in general. Like, Schofield plays more aggressive on the map,
I see.
and then Divide wants to do that as well. So Schofield on Sky, you're crossing the river, you're finding stuff. If Cage is on the Sky, he's normally the smoke breaker, the kind of a slightly more chill dude on the team. So it might just be stylistically player based.
I think it's, if you start with the clock in the safe lane and Sky with the Axe, you give Axe a good start. Potentially you can win bot lane pretty hard, and then you can transition the Sky into the safe lane and get some kills on Beast when Pudge is like level 3, something like that. I think that's perhaps a better way of doing it. If you swap supports level 1, you might have a chance of losing both side lanes pretty hard.
It's possible.
I mean, if Heroic ever make, if XG ever make mistakes, right, Raw and Requiem, their team fight also falls apart a little bit, right? So if you have bad execution from your offlaner and your mid, Heroic can punish it really nicely.
Well, look, enough chit-chatting about this draft. We've already had it, and I do know that our teams are already into this best of 1. It's Heroic up against Extreme Gaming.
We are back for our second best of one here on the A stream, and like the panel was talking about, I was a little bit shocked to not see Schofield on that clockwork. This guy has over 200 games on this hero, but they decided to switch it over, give it to KJ, and we've got a matchup here. How you feeling, Grant?
Grant looks pretty good. You know, Schofield he's taking the Skywrath Mage on a whim, as Quinn would say. You know, that must be what it is. Yeah,
I see.
He's feeling whimsical, like how the
that was
Pudge
earlier
jumps around, I would say.
It's the way that it goes, you know. I can't even say it because
whimsical.
I was cracking up so much when I said that earlier. Yeah. It looks like it's going to be a trade-off here of 2 bounty runes right at the beginning. But yeah, an interesting time now. Oh my goodness.
Not much of a trade-off. A little 3-for-1 action there with a beautiful hook. Look at that whimsy.
I like it. Yeah, I'm seeing, though, a second game now where we get one of these Chinese squads taking the Naga Siren in that first phase. Will it work out for XG in the similar ways that it did last game for Yakult Bros? Xnova playing on it this time. We'll have to watch and wait and see. They're already running into mid. They thought they were going to switch up and go to the other lane. Nothing to say. Where you at, bro?
Jeez, that's usually the life of the annoying offlane hero, where you get 3 hero ganked off the bat on your level 1, like your Darkseers or something, but they just hit an SF with it. That's such a great play to do every once in a while to a mid laner.
Yeah. Oh, that was really cool. And I mean,
Kilt misses some CS too.
Jeez.
0-0. Brother, come on, get one.
Dude,
come on, nothing. We're not leaving this lane till he gets a CS. I don't care if someone dies.
I mean,
he's out of control. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Not getting anything.
Oh, this is hard to watch.
Nothing to
say.
Just, oof.
All right, we got there.
Whisper might kill him. Like, he can take blink and jump on this guy. This is the worst start that I've seen to a nothing to say lane forever.
Oh, nothing to say, nothing to CS. You know, it's a hard time, but okay. Whew, we're recovering. We're recovering. It's fine. The mental damage is going to be undone here. And,
is Whisper going to go for this? I was wondering. I mean, there's something to be said for, like, just diving him, but also just keeping him at no resources is also pretty devastating. As down bottom, KJ is going to be brought down. XXS finding himself a kill here.
Oh,
I mean,
lane.
The panel talked about the worries, but yeah, Whisper jumps in, gets it.
Top lane as well. Ame has back away here. Jeez, yeah, we are spinning and winning all over the place here.
Ame taking a full duration battle hunger. That's not something you often see against a gyrocopter.
And Schofield, oh, they're going for it. Oh,
onto Ame. Oh, he goes down. Ame gets the kill first, though.
Oh, jeez. No chance to even breathe for these players right now. And all this action happening, and we have a Pudge. You know, that's the other big thing, of course, this game. The safe lane Pudge.
Nothing to say?
We haven't seen in a while. Oh, that's a painful one.
Like you said, not giving us a chance to breathe, and no. To say it's gonna have to deny the water rune as he's gonna get jumped upon and brought down. Still level 2. Listen, gank for your mid lane, because my god, Whisper is taking him to task.
This has become kind of a ridiculous storyline, honestly. Whisper moving to this mid lane, because like at first it's like, oh well, I mean that kind of makes sense. Like he's so active in the off lane. He's always been really good at those playmaking style heroes. Let's throw him mid. And then he starts by playing some of the offlane heroes. You know, he's playing Enigma mid and winning, and you're like, damn, this guy's crazy. But now he's picking like Pucks and Queens and winning.
It's true.
What are we gonna do here?
It's no longer a joke. He's owning. And also, like, I'm gonna say, I feel like the idea of cheese picks has kind of left vogue, but this is kind of like a cheese like move that they made of like running 3 heroes mid with the axe off lane and then getting the kill first blood, but it's a best of 1, right? So this works. Nothing to say. You know, every win matters, and it's going to be hard for this Shadow Fiend to recover.
Yeah, some things don't show up on the Dota buff summary as well. You know, you got a best of 1 later versus heroic. You might not. You look at what the draft was, sure, but you don't see that little move. So there's a chance to get away with that another time today. One person who's doing great though on the side of XG is XXS. Yeah, as he again gets to try and get some pressure down bottom onto Yuma here. But Beastmaster kind of fallen off a bit. I mean, I feel like just even a month ago, I was seeing this hero everywhere, like mid, off lane, being flexed in between. We had both builds going. He was looking really scary. And then in the last day of Alahia, he wasn't even mentioned. He wasn't picked or banned. And in his last 10 games of Alahia, he went 3-7. So everyone has lost confidence in this Beastmaster. And we'll see if XXS can make some value as he gets hooked under a tower into level 2 cogs. Oh, I'm so sorry, XXS. I cursed you.
XXS going down while there's also action up top there. Battle continuing. They find the kill onto the Beastmaster. At the same time, Whisper just continuing to bully. Nothing to say, still at level 3 as he blinks on him mid and keeps the punish game going. Has to TP back to base. Bro, I have not seen a beatdown like this in mid in a really long time.
Yeah, we have the walk of shame. That was kind of like the TP of shame. It's just like, I can't do it. I gotta go.
Devi, in the meantime, is gonna get chased, but will TP away as the root wears off, back to the lane after cutting the other one. But a 2,000 gold lead. The majority
back bottom,
of that,
buddy. It's not stopping.
Yeah, they go at him. Yuma.
What a
Yuma
cogs.
Low, but he's limit. KJ making good use of it. Now the rotation over from Schofield and the hook back in. Oh, they find him. Whisper also TP'd for this. They keep Yuma alive. Well, we are seeing some shenanigans from Heroic as they are playing good Dota here.
Is it legal to just pause there and do like a team high five? Because that was pretty cool.
Devi getting tickled here by X-Nova, but is tickled to death in the end.
That's a good play. Scouting that out and finding a free pickup for a support is pretty wild right there. Oh boy. That is 11 kills in 6 minutes. We are finding the action in this one.
Time. Schofield spotting FY. Yuma nearby too, looking for a hook with KJ there. Can they get the range? FY'd slowed, FY'd hooked, and Yuma gets the +1.
Just so unnecessary, but
7-minute mark.
He wants it.
Looking.
We have time for shrines this game?
Oh, Devi can't get there in time, so they will take double wisdom. Something going right, as all of that XP probably going to nothing to say. Honestly.
Yeah. Yeah. Whew, okay. How do you recover a Shadow Fiend in the depths of hell like this? That is the question. I mean, he is 200 gold ahead of the Skywrath mage.
Yeah.
That is pretty terrifying. But, I mean, it's raised and it's stacked shortly.
Pulling him in. Whisper? No. It was a nice play by X-Nova.
It was ambitious.
Fainting some illusions, then pulling him in for raises. It's like a moral victory. You hit 2 raises, it's okay.
Well, they're going to try and play the rune, but, I mean, supports are coming from the Radiant.
KJ spots him. Cogs, pushback. It's a regen.
That's
Whisper
great.
got it. Oh, doesn't feel great. And now they're mad, but they might end up getting in trouble here. They still have Sonic Wave. Nothing to say. Has to back out because at the very least they're going to lose FY. Well, I think so at least. Yeah, they bring over Yuma too, and everybody dead. Taking away the Shadow Fiend stacks.
Yeah, it's nice that it gave enough time for Yuma to get involved as well with the snowball, right?
They spot Ame now. See that he's in the area. Don't want to run into this gyrocopter. The hook finds another, and now Ame gonna go for a kill. Does manage to take down Schofield. Yuma relatively lone with XXS moving, and they get the return kill that they need. Nicely played.
And nothing to say. We'll again have to just TP back home. But at least it's alive.
While this is happening, Devi grabbing creep waves with his helm creep and pulling them to himself continuously while the tower starts to get hit tier 1. Shadow Fiend still broke as a joke, but starting to catch up a little bit in terms of levels. KJ, gonna be food for that SF.
So needed right now. I mean, I don't even know where to go with this build this game. I don't even, I feel like you do like a Yules or something just to be involved and like counter some of these heroes. It's he's got the Nagastar, so he just has to play his typical game, get his Kaya Yasha, and hope that the songs can carry him into some area of relevance, I guess. But it's going to be a long road here.
And it's going to be a road lined with plays like that where Clean blinks on top of you and you can't really do much to stop it. Cogs do get spammed out. Meanwhile, up towards the north, they find X Nova and does not have call, but still manages to get the kill post dunk.
Oh.
Whisper just got amplified damage rune. Oh, you guys can't chase that much more.
Yeah, they were really close to because he was about to get a song off and then maybe set something up for Nothing to Say to make a play, but had to delay it long enough and then got silenced, so not able to create an opportunity there for Nothing to Say. Look at these deep, aggressive wards too, right? That are spotting all these moves of Nothing to Say. Like KJ has planted these to say, we do not want this Shadow Fiend getting back into the game.
Yeah. A good job, at least there, of like backing away before Shadow Fiend dies on that amp damage and then getting some good pressure on the bottom tier 1 tower. But you're seeing that, you know, Heroic are basically able to do what they want at most of the times. And Xtreme, their highlights are not dying. That's the highlight that we're seeing.
The damage from this Pudge Ags is going to be so absurd this early in the game.
Yeah.
Like he's going to have like a 12.5-minute Ags or something.
And, you know, 5 flesh heap stacks. I think Misery is talking about like the gyrocopter damage that's going to be coming out. It's going to be a long time before Pudge is really threatened in this game. And, you know, this is why Dota is such a crazy thing, right? Because you make all these theory crafties of like what's going to happen, and then suddenly they pull a move like that, dive the SF at level 1, and the entire game is turned on its head.
Yeah, and you have to just reset everything and your expectations for what's going to be happening in this game. Ways to fight back, though, of course. XXS, you know, he is the one person having a really stellar game right now.
Yeah.
And he is going for that Helm of the Overlord, which is pretty good when they're all fighting into you like that. He's going to be very cautious about how he actually utilizes the creep. Maybe gets him with some decent damage or something. Or he's just going to, of course, you know, maybe not even have it that involved in the team fights and more be dragon pushing a side lane.
Yeah, that's more where I feel like I'm at with what I want to see from them. Like, if Xtreme win this game, I want to see them win at like 70 minutes.
Perfect.
Like that's you're on like wave push duty, dodge as much as possible. For Heroic, how much do you feel like there is a need to keep this momentum going? Like if they play too aggressive, overextend, lose, you know, a couple of heroes, how bad is that for them?
It would be really bad, but it's also pretty difficult to capitalize on it with their current look of this team on the Dire. You know, they need like quite a few levels and items before even a Naga Siren song isn't that scary right now. I feel like they don't really have the damage to punish you.
Yeah.
The goal is we need to create a very large lead for Heroic because this might be the worst high ground team I've ever seen in my life.
It's true.
Hitting the buildings is not going to be a whole lot of fun, so you want a real big lead when you're going for it.
I mean, Pudge is kind of interesting because if they step up to stop, you can like hook them in and just kill them right away. But, you know, Pudge is not the guy that you traditionally want hitting high grounds either. I guess the other plus side is there isn't like a displacement hero on XG really at all. Like Net Solon, kind of.
Yeah.
Oh, or yeah, if FY could get to a Aghanim Scepter, start working on that, buddy.
Yeah, that good idea. Scratch this blink thing. Like, let's not even go there. We'll just get some kicks going here. Oh, that ward too. Oh.
FY.
I'm calculating.
Ooh. Doesn't quite get it. But this is the life that they're going to have to lead for now. XXS is pushing bottom at the very least.
Schofield's acting like they don't have a ward there. Kind of baits something to stay a bit too long, and he's dead. That ward has done so much work, and it's going to expire. It's actually crazy they never dewarded behind their tier 1 tower. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's, for how many plays have happened here, that is grotesque that someone didn't drop a sentry back here. Because it's not even hidden. You know?
I feel like that other one is also going to probably go full duration based upon the way this game has gone. Roar onto Schofield. Hook shot afterwards, though, to try and save. Not going to happen. And it might end up being PJ going down, too. So both supports falling, giving the needed injection. Unfortunately, SF was not a part of this.
It's fine. We've abandoned him. It's fine. It's fine.
Moved on to a better life. 5 heroes mid from XG. Not what you often see from the team behind at 12 minutes, but they got some good pressure onto that tier 1 tower and almost took it down.
Yeah, I think it's taking advantage of the fact that they probably know that this Pudge doesn't have the eggs like quite yet. You know, they've been watching the progression, so he's going to be playing a little greedy into the jungle to farm that up.
X-Nova just laid down that ward, and it's going to miss the other one.
Oh, you love, just hate to see it.
Yeah. Well, smoke up from Heroic, anticipating the move down south. We'll see if they can catch XXS. That feels to be their target, but with the Helm of the Overlord just completed, is playing a little bit safe at this point.
Numa's just gonna grab the eggs now. So can send that out if he wishes.
Oh wait, no, they're actually going through the gate. Okay, never mind.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ame taking a pretty funny route here.
Radiant's middle tower
Trying to get involved mid. They're trying to make some sort of a team fight happen. Are we smoking with Song or? Okay, he's just gonna TP bot.
Interesting. And on the side of Heroic, they like positioned like they wanted to smoke for Wisdom, but then didn't want to stick around long enough. They miss on the kill potential up top, as there is a really good ward here for XG scouting all of this movement.
AC is a very interesting item choice for XXS.
Oh yeah.
It's like doubling down on the minus armor they have. Wow, what a hook.
They knew about this though. And Ame's gonna get lifted up, and now the jump onto Yuma. The roar is there. Ame low. Ame does get brought down, but they get a kill onto Yuma and Schofield. They saw that from that ward up there. Nice play.
Yeah, that was really good. Taking advantage and trying to make some sort of a play happen.
X-Nova in some trouble, as Whisper is right there. Can go for the deny play if they want to, and they will.
All right, clawing the way back here. That's a bit wild. There's no hook shot here.
XXS slowed. FY now in some trouble. They're still going to chase down XXS if they can. KJ drops the cogs. Does mean that only the Tusk is likely to fall, as it's a TP away from the Beastmaster.
What is Yuma cooking here? Dude, nothing to say, just having the saddest time of his life right now.
I know. Oh! His Robert up, and it doesn't matter. Schofield goes in for the finish. Wait, did he get full for that? Because...
Dude.
No, we'll see. I think he might have gotten full XP for that, because Pudge was songed. Anyway,
No, you still have the XP, don't you?
Oh yeah, it does. Go.
That would be very funny, though. Oh my goodness. I actually thought he'd get saved for a moment there. So close. I hope he's, you know, at least laughing it off. Just believe in the team. It'll be all right.
It's very optimistic to think he's laughing it off, but I appreciate the positivity.
It's crazy he doesn't have a Kaya yet.
Yeah.
That's depressing.
I mean, also
Think this
it's
will be like a
Skyra.
record, like fastest Kaya ever on SF, maybe? Or no, probably not.
Yeah, it might be
think
the
maybe?
other type of record. We should check that out, actually. I mean, he's been given the business this game. That's for sure.
Oh yeah. Oh, he has been the focus. That's for sure.
But only a 3K gold lead. And again, the high octane tempo of this game, I feel like can potentially benefit him later. If he can manage to survive through a fight, that's a lot of like return gold going his way. We've had, what, 27 kills in 17 minutes.
Oh yeah, I mean, Whisper's 7-0-3. That's a big streak. That's the kill he wants.
Snowball to the low ground. FY make sure he doesn't get stomped and then gets away from the danger.
Oh, Chef Yuma has upgraded his kitchen. He's got the Blink Dagger now.
They spot Schofield here. We'll see Yuma at relatively low HP. This is actually a huge moment for them.
They might kill the Blink Courier if he's not careful. Oh, he sent it back.
Oh, I thought they were going to go there on Yuma. I guess they thought that there could be more people behind him.
I mean, what is the go, though? Like, Song? I mean, Song's not even up.
Oh, that's a good call then. Yeah, that's nothing they can do.
It's pretty hard to get in there.
We'll have
XXS,
Pipe.
Yeah, he went for the Pipe instead. He bailed off of, which makes sense. There's like 0 physical damage on Heroic, so AC is really aggressive, but the Pipe at least give you something. And yeah, that ward it's there. I think he replanted a new one from KJ in the same spot.
I mean, if they're not dewarding it, why not?
These wards mid are crazy. It's literally showing them everything all game. Yuma's just running away now.
Good hook, keeping Schofield alive. And yeah, I mean, when you have full vision of the enemy, that's pretty good way to win.
KJ needs to find a hook here.
Looking for an angle. Get some separation. Not going to happen. So slowly but steadily, they're clawing their way back into this.
What's Whisper up to? I feel like I haven't seen him forever. He's just farming his way to a BKB, it looks like.
Yeah, I think wisely not wanting to give up that streak, you know? A smoke now with Pudge, Skywrath. They saw nothing to say run over here.
Fucking ward. He's just more nothing to say. At a certain point, we're losing some value, surely, right?
I mean, you know,
he's half the value of your core.
It is pretty brutal, man. No! Oh, wait, does he get out?
The river's too quick.
Oh, Requiem? No, the silence is there.
Dude, Yuma is hitting him so hard.
That's awesome.
Rightfully so.
That's a good decision.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the most value that Nothing to Say has had this game. That's the best thing that he's done.
Yeah, I think Heroic have just kind of stopped for the past 5 minutes. I feel like they were rolling, and I think they really gifted a pretty generous time frame to XG. Like, they got this big lead, but they didn't invest it in anything to, like, keep this lead going.
Yeah.
Instead, they're buying all these auras so they can win these team fights. And, well, I thought team fights took place at objectives, but they've now given up the Tormentor for 20 minutes. They're just like, well, we can't fight it. Sky's dead. Are they going to fight for the Roche? Because their Roche isn't... They can't Roche.
Yeah.
You know? Dire team can Roche. They can Roche really easily.
It does leave us in a weird situation. Yeah, I mean, like, getting those items up is going to be important, right? There's going to be a window here where BKB Quap feels pretty good. You're going for Crimson Guard on Divide. Like, these auras will have a lot of relevance. But there is some question of, like, did you give too much space to the side of Xtreme, particularly if they manage to get this Roche? I was thinking they would fight it, but...
They have to. Surely they have to try and fight this. Like, you have Hookshot, you have a Blink Pudge, but you've got no health.
Song.
Yeah, but you got Hook. It's fine.
That's true.
Believe. Hook, you know, we got Hookshot. We're full of hooks. They're a team of hookers.
The weird thing, too, about this is that you've also got, like, a... No Blink Dagger on Axe, just like we saw in the last game. He's gone for all Aura build. And there is a Blink Dagger on Tusk. So they've got save potential too. As the hook comes out, XXS, BKB reaction, slow down, no TP cancel. Oh, the hook shot just out of range. X-Nova is going to die here, but they got away with the Beastmaster's life.
Do they just Roche with the Rotten Core? Is that feasible?
I don't know.
Dire's top tower is under
I mean, it's
attack.
going to take... I guess they did use Song, too.
Yeah.
They're going to smoke and try and fight more.
It's all on Yuma with the hookshot on cooldown.
Oh my god, they were underneath that ward again? No, it's already gone. Okay. XXS shows mid for a moment, but they're going to kill Ame instead. And with everything dropped onto him, Gyro down, Heroic getting important kills.
Devi with the real kill here.
Oh yeah. You know,
That's a little close here.
some things have not changed in Dota yet. And that is the Helm of the Overlord spam, as they manage to find themselves. KJ, forced to the low ground, survives with the Lotus. Roar, attempted on Schofield, calls it off. Whisper, 8 seconds till BKB is back up. They see everybody with that rocket flare. Devi walking in, does have a lot ready, but there it is, the hook out, and immediately kicks. Didn't have any more. Tusk, silence for the moment. They do have Snowball save if they need it. XXS trying to back away from Yuma. Yuma right on top of them. They take down XXS. Do have another hook ready to go. Are they going to try and chase down Yuma? That pulls him in a little bit closer. The punch, but he gets force staffed away. Yuma's still surviving. Ame on top of Whisper. Whisper backs out. Does have Sonic Wave back up, and Devi gets the call, but there's another save. The Tusk Snowball onto Devi. Devi low. Devi not able to get the kill onto FY. The Tusk King back, doing what he did earlier.
Yeah, and Ame just playing from that high ground did a lot of work there. Kind of zoning Whisper, forcing the BKB, not letting him just spam his spells in the middle of that fight. So his damage started kind of to fall off a little bit there. And look at the difference in the damage. Like, you have 5,700 from this Gyrocopter just sitting on the high ground, and then you have this Tricore of the Radiant, like kind of poking and prod and throwing the damage, but they don't have that big damage, you know? They don't have that heavy hitter.
It is a bit of an issue. And I mean, you've gone very much like survivability items on the side of Heroic across the board, right? You've got so much to mitigate. And yet, if they do manage to sort of wean their way through that, Gyrocopter gets like 2 volleys of flat cannon off, then yeah, eventually you're going to die to that.
I think they have this ward up top. They see nothing to say. They're like, let's go play up top, and we're going to get these kills, but it seems like everything they do is just these little skirmishes.
Right. Yeah, it's true. And this is also, this is pre-Naga Siren Shard, too.
Well, they know XXS is over here, but they're not going to be able to find anything.
Yeah, he has a pipe now done. We saw in that last one, and working towards AC next. And in the meantime, nothing to say is going after BKB and for the blink. So he is very much caught up, like not top of the charts, but he's going to be able to do his job in these fights.
Yeah, exactly, right? He's going to get his blink, and he's going to do his Requiem, and it'll be good. Triple raise, not enough on KJ right there.
Pretty close.
Yep, he's dead.
And FY comes back in for the last punch. Yeah, I think they're starting to really do it. And Whisper, he's big, but is he big enough? BKB reaction, running into 4, completely alone. Now Song of the Siren out. Went for the hook, not able to find it. Song wearing out shortly. Are they going to be able to chase this down? Heroic saying no more Mr. Nice Guy. They do have hook shot at the ready. Devi, again, not really able to do all that much. But the hook onto the low ground, and Ame immediately turns to try and do what damage he can. Requiem out, nothing to say there. Yuma billowing and burning them down to death, and now jumps onto Ame, finds that kill. Yuma low, But XXS not able to survive long enough. A force staff keeps Yuma away from the rest of them. Hook not going to connect onto the
hook shot. Get out of the way.
And they got him. XXS pummeled by KJ.
I can
they
see it.
lose the axe, but they got
see
some
by the panicked ally movements. I could hear the clockwork. Like KJ.
Yeah.
I've been that clockwork so many times. Move.
Is under attack.
Good cleanup in the end there. Nice hook from Yuma. I mean, they really need him to hit these. And he's got so much he has to dodge through. I mean, the two of them, right?
Yeah.
The hook shots and the meat hook, right? These Naga illusions, these creeps everywhere. Just trying to be precise is very difficult. All right, well, they get something back finally. It feels like the first real win they've had in a while.
Yeah. I mean, especially considering how well it was going earlier to then what it kind of stalled out into a little bit more. As we see the replay here, it could have gone bad, but a couple of these clutch hooks pulling Ame out of position, that felt like a big moment.
A lot of it comes back to that song at the start too. This idea of like isolating the Queen of Pain while she's in her BKB so there wasn't going to be any assistance. Like if anyone hook shots in, if there's a blink hook or something, like Xnova knows those heroes can't resist. But then you don't have it in a moment like this, where he kind of felt like the fight was over, but his team thought there might be a chance to win it, and I think they actually need that song.
So look back in the world of the living, it's Schofield that's going to die as we hit the 28-minute mark. And pause. Apparently now Devi realizing, oh, I need my mouse. As he is working towards the blink dagger finally on the axe. An amp damage rune on the bottom side here. And Whisper, still the big, bad, scary guy in this game, at least for where I'm sitting, has kind of been able to do a lot of most of the damage on the side of Heroic and is going after this Shiva's is going to be completed. We'll have a refresher shard that he's working on. A refresher orb, rather.
Yeah, still no deaths as well.
Yeah. Man, what an interesting game. Do you feel like the momentum has, I mean, obviously early momentum, Heroic, owning laning stage, bullying, nothing to say, turns into Xtreme, clawing it back. Where do we sit now in this game?
To me, it kind of looks like Ame takeover game if things keep moving in this direction. I feel like every item that gets added to the gyrocopter is just so much more powerful than anything that can come out on the side of the Radiant. Like they're gonna have to outplay. Like you've got all these skill shots that you have to hit. You're gonna get this blink dagger on the axe. That'll be huge to make sure you get it. And then all of that while dealing with the Song of the Siren. Because I mean, it's just like we saw last game, right?
Right.
Naga Siren is the queen. Like I've talked about how Jakiro is the best hero in Dota right now. Well, I think that is true, but that's because Naga Siren's banned every game. There's a reason Jakiro still gets to at least show up.
Yeah. Fair enough. I mean, this hero, like you've been saying, the songs have kind of been used in particular moments where, you know, some stuff has gone well with it, but if they start, you know, particularly being able to reset the fight, that's where things could start to feel quite bad. I guess the flip side... Yeah?
I was gonna say, any lineup where you can't force objectives is just really hard to play in Dota right now. Like, this lineup doesn't kill Tormentors, it doesn't kill Roshan, it doesn't kill Towers. It only kills heroes. And they have Naga Siren. So they kind of have, like, the ultimate thing that stops what your lineup is best at. Yeah.
I have been a big fan, and I've sort of been waiting for it to come more to prominence of this Queen of Pain refresher. You know, the double sonic wave potential that you have can be pretty disgusting, but they also have ways to play around it, as we've seen. Like you talk about the, you know, song, the snowball.
That does take time, and it will like one-shot SF.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is kind of crazy. Like with his spell amp, he actually would do 1,712 pure damage.
With just double sonic wave.
With just sonic wave.
Yeah.
That's a lot. And you know what? Get an amplify damage rune? We can do Roche. It takes a little while, and we can do it at 30 minutes, like most teams hopefully can. But we get there eventually, so that's very good.
Get to it. 30-minute mark coming up now. Level 20 on Pudge. Gets the extra dismember duration. And how big can Ame get quickly? That's what we want to watch for. XXS did go for that AC next and has it completed, so no BKB to help keep him alive, but will be amping up that damage from the gyrocopter that much more quickly, because we're probably not going to be seeing an AC on the side of Heroic for a really long time, I would imagine.
Yeah, that's another thing that we haven't brought up too, is that FY has the tag team and not the drinking buddies with a gyrocopter.
Right.
Which is really unusual. Like, you almost always go for that. Tag team is generally better, like, across all things in the game, but you miss out on that, like, single target amp, so the AC is really nice to try and just give a little bit more oomph there to that gyro.
Smoke up with all 5. Heroic wanting to make use of this Aegis, and as you said, can't necessarily take towers, but you can kill heroes. Smoke up now coming from XG in return.
What a time to get BKB on Nothing to Say.
Oh, wait, that flare, it spotted FY. I think it saw him go smoke form.
It was close, yeah.
Which is what I'm going to call it now, going smoke form.
Team, I'm smoke forming us. Team, come smoke form.
Oh, they know right where they're at. Tormy time. It's a battle time, and X-Nova with a Song of the Siren ready to go. X-Nova, smoke breaks, jump forward, control, trying to blow him up. Whisper's gone. Oh, baby, they did it. No answer at all, but maybe this could still work. Yuma, okay, Song of the Siren to reset this. Where's the rest of the squad? They're nowhere to be seen.
Brother, they are gone.
Oh, even with Aegis device thinking about it, they're trying to slow them down a bit. Are they getting? No, he's got to back out. Ooh. How good do you think that felt for Nothing to Say?
How much did he get?
Oh, he got everything.
977. That was, how much gold did he get in total though? It must have been insane. The 9x streak was 977, and then the assist on Yuma too. Okay, yes, that was just, oh my god, so much gold. He's a rich boy.
I feel like Nothing to Say, just like every ounce of bitterness for that Queen of Pain on the laning stage returned in one Requiem.
Yeah, he is close to catching back up to her now. I mean, he's a higher level than her, which is crazy, in fact.
Oh, well, suddenly Xtreme, 8K gold lead. I said that I wanted to see them win at 70, but at 32 minutes, they've been able to weather the storm and now have a substantial lead after getting that Tormentor too and burning through the Aegis.
I can actually just like hear T in the green room right now. He's just like, supports win games. All right, like FY, you know, that blink punch, this is what the Tusks are doing right now. We're seeing Tusk all the time. Blink punch, snowball stun,
Yep.
shaboom. We don't even need the song setup. We're just blowing them up the old-fashioned way with the good old Yasha Kaya cast speed.
It is crazy how valuable and strong that's going to be for a while, because they have counterplay to it, right? You've got hook shot, you've got axe call, you've got regular hook from Pudge, and you saw Yuma was so quick to almost get them caught there, but I don't know if he like got stunned by Tusk right as he was going in or what it was that separated it, but in that moment, if you can't stop it like instantly, they're going to kill you.
Yeah, you're just gone. And I'm just so chilling on XG this game. Like, what am I worried about if this game keeps going? You know, that 70-minute game you wanted? Sure, why not? I don't care.
They are going to smoke now. Yuma, this is not a great target to go on, but it might be they decide to jump. And no counterplay from the Axe. Decided not to go. I mean, I think it would have been a good call to interrupt, but he probably dies anyways. They're all right on top of him. Oof.
Easy.
Dude, that feels so bad. What the hell? It's just Nothing to Say, just like, you know, every 100 seconds runs around and kills somebody.
I mean, we're going to see more SF games because of it, so I'm all for it.
Right? Jump, call, miss on the Mystic Flare. Snowball save, jump, roar, whisper, force staffed out of there. They buy back on the punch, and then they jump in with the clockwork. KJ catching Ame in the cogs. But it's, you know, what when the dog catches the car, there's not much left to do afterwards.
I had to scrape my car today.
What?
It's
no,
November. I know.
Got it.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. What? Wow, you went down a really dark road there.
I mean, we were talking about, anyways. 22 to 22. It is getting rather chilly out, isn't it?
It is. It's frigid. It's kind of the feelings of heroic on this game, you know? It's growing a little colder. The nights are getting a little darker as you start to see the ominous dire grow stronger and stronger. That's pretty much winter in Canada.
Oof.
Yep.
Well, I think that, you know, Chengdu is relatively, like, middle of the country in terms of latitude, but, oh my god, FY blows up. Does he get the gem?
It's so much warmer there than I thought. It's still like, they're still hitting like 18s.
I mean, you're in
I thought
Canada.
it was going to be chilly.
It's going to be chilly.
No, it's not. It says 18 in the middle of the day. Celsius,
That's
brother.
chilly.
That's Celsius, brother. That's 64 Fahrenheit.
That's chilly. It's like sweater weather, you know?
What the fuck? That's shorts weather. What are you talking about?
This is how you know this guy's a freak. That's what I'm talking about here.
No, the real freaks are the people wearing shorts out here today. It's a very northern North American thing. There's always that kid who wears shorts all winter. Everyone knows
with
one.
Like a parka or something.
It's like shorts and a hoodie. Like they don't even wear a winter coat, and they just come to school then every day, and you're like, bro, I know you're cold. Don't be lying.
Well, XXS feeling a little bit cold here, and actually turns to fight. Yuma dropping somewhat low, nothing to say, goes into all of them. Requiem. They do manage to take down Divide. So offlaner for offlaner, can they take another fight here? They have another round of Sonic Wave ready after Refresher.
Radiant's middle tower.
But with no BKB on Yuma, it feels a little bit tough.
I did not think they were even going to get XXS there. I think they're probably happy they may even manage to get a trade.
Yeah.
Roche,
no, the
respawn coming up soon.
The snowball is happening. XG have really been able to deal with that early punish that came out, and just feeling great right now about the way the game's going.
It's the Chengdu buff coming into play here today. That's what it is.
The panel was talking about, yeah.
Yep.
I think it's real. Like, there's definitely some, and I also think that as painful as, you know, the TI loss was, it really, I think, was also inspiring to see so many teams from China be able to put on a solid performance, and, you know, it couldn't have come at a better time with these events starting to come back into the region.
I'm just glad that you and I defeated the other casters in the off-stream tag team WWE style match that we had. They didn't really stand a chance in order to decide who got to go to Chengdu. I mean, I do feel a little bad. You guys know Fog hasn't been in a few events lately. Lyrical did kind of break him.
I ran in and put him
tagged
in
a man. He jumped off the rope. It was fucking brutal. But you know, we're going to Chengdu, so it was all worth it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you just gotta wrestle somebody. I don't know where I was going with that. I'm not sure. 23 to 24.
that's the commentator fallback. The ultimate commentator fallback. I'll just read the numbers at the top of the screen. 23 to 24, 30 minutes.
You are absolutely correct. Still 23 to 24 is Whisper's gonna just start throwing out Sonic Waves. Did take the cooldown, which I kind of love, and is gonna be going for actually an Aeon disc next.
Yeah,
which
he needs
is kind of a hype move. I like that a lot.
Yeah. All right, well, into the Roche pit we go. No chance at contests here. We got Naga Sirens in smoke form, scouting out the situation to make sure that they're safe and secure.
That's trademarked, by the way, now.
Sorry, my bad. I'll send you the royalties after.
That's right. I'm gonna make some T-shirts that just say like smoke form and then put the icon on it.
Wow, you better call Tsunami. It's next thing on his shop right there.
Exactly. I mean, what's crazy about that is usually like Dota shirts, at least people that play Dota can understand it. There's like no context besides it. But you can see what this is sort of devolved for Heroic. They're sonic waving creeps. They're shoving out side lanes with Devi. I mean, we might get into like, you know, Blink Dagger Quap territory where you sonic wave and then blink out after.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. All right, we have amplify damage on Queen. We have hook shot. We have Schofield working on eggs for Skywrath Maze. That's always a good one.
Need to be careful. Double Blink Dagger from XXS and FY means anybody that shows up to try and defend this is going to get hit very hard very quickly. But no,
just
they
killing
decide to back.
couriers. Oh, they're going to get him.
Oh, the dash! He's over on the far side.
Ooh.
That was nice. Well done.
And that was eggs.
Wait, can they fight now? No, they're just calling creeps.
This is a high ground fight for sure.
Yeah. I was wondering if, like, seeing FYTP back, if they would decide to take a fight there, but you can see how little they're interested in fighting unless it's, like, a hook into tier 4s.
Okay, they are a really annoying split push team, actually, I'm realizing. Because now that he has Ags on the clockwork, that's just one lane for free. And Whisper is doing exactly what you said with the Sonic Wave cooldown, where he's just going to start, you know, every wave you can do it.
The only downside is going to be catapults, but even that, you can see right there, Yuma throws out the hook and manages to kill it.
Is Schofield dead? Oh, he's okay. He's okay.
Living. I will also say, though, that I think XG is maybe one of those teams that doesn't really care about that much. I feel like this is a squad that will keep farming and not really give a crap about it. Because they're going to keep scaling. Like, Nothing to Say has a refresher now, too.
That's true. We're going to get the big wind up. He can do like one off the Tusk, one ulti, and then one off the Song as well. He's got a pretty sweet setup.
No, it's continue to be Dodge City, and Naga's actually queuing up for a refresher now too. Whisper hasn't fully invested into the Aeon Disc as of yet. XXS hanging out by the Tormentor, which is available.
You're not even going to do the line?
Tormentor. Whisper. Aeon Disc didn't buy it. And that's a problem.
No chance.
Actually,
whoa, insta refresh from Nothing to Say.
Yeah. A really annoying hero to kill. I guess that they're anticipating that they can force the buyback from Quap and just want to get the refresher going immediately. So that way, like, when they back away after the buyback, they'll be
They're going for the outside the base fight, like try and catch them off guard. They're just going to go early before they're fully set, I think.
Blinks
oh, look at that, look at that. Look at that.
Gets him! Right at the start. That's a great hero to get, but FY in trouble. Snowball save is not there! He was too far away. Oh, that's not good. FY now dead, and the buyback comes. Actually, you got to get out of here. Cold two, Devi finds him. Sonic Wave out. Damage done. Ame, he's pretty big, but not big enough. Another snowball save comes out as the second Sonic Wave gets thrown. They have enough damage to kill Ame. Yes, they do. Everybody falling from XG as Gyrocopter about to come back up. He saved his BKB, but it doesn't matter. Pudge does have buyback, and they're going to need to use it if they want to kill Ame. But Devi too low. They're going to maybe wait on this, force Ame to go in a bit too far, and then they'll buy back, or they're just going to let him get away.
I mean, they're delaying his blink with the Battle Hungers. Still kiting him a bit here.
Satanic down. There's the blink away. And it looks like they're going to let him go.
That was such a great attack. I love plays like that, because you know what they're trying to in XD. They're trying to get set up in this perfect way where you're like preparing the siege so there's no counterplay. And they flubbed it a little bit. They grouped up in this. I thought they were going to get 3-hero called out there, but instead it was the hook on the exact hero they need in the Naga Siren.
Finding a way to kill Naga at the start of the fight is always going to be the best thing that you can do. And X-Nova, I mean, this is why Pudge, can be just one of the best heroes in the game. If you can find that hook at the right moment, It's devastating.
Well, if there's anything I learned from professional Dota the last couple of years, just never go high ground. I mean, really.
That's right.
What's there for you but misery? Listen,
Oh, he's
either
in
the
the
game
studio.
ends, and that's true. It's kind of a high ground though. You know that panel. It's really raised
That's
up
right.
there. They look very important up there. Such a big room for 4 people. But
Schofield.
no, he lives this.
Oh,
Easy.
the deny! And he
God,
gets
dude.
it! What a gamer. That was sick.
Jeez,
Dude, that is the most Schofield play ever.
it really
That's
is.
so, and then he just starts spamming emotes on him.
Yeah, there he is. That's Schofield.
Damn. Let's see that again. Just one time. Why not?
Just simply genius right there.
He almost killed both of them. That would have been sick.
Oh, and a pivot from Whisper. You know, he's going through his options, and he settles not for the eggs, not for the Aeon, but the Scythe.
Oh, okay.
They don't have any
The double
Lincolns, right?
hex.
They don't have
No.
Lincolns or Lotus, right? So this is you. It's free will. You know, you see somebody, you just go.
I think there is still the problem of the Tusk and the Naga Siren, but in that last fight too, like, I don't know, it felt like there could have been better chances to saves. It just didn't come out. Need to be on point with that, because if you're not getting snowball saves, this hero is just a punch.
It's kind of like when you were playing Spectre and I was like, no, I got you, and I was Phoenix and I really didn't
Oh, yeah.
have you. It's like
I
that.
remember. Yeah.
Yeah,
that was-
I thought you might remember.
if anybody wants to watch the match ID later.
No, it's okay.
yeah.
It's all right. I really thought I had you though.
Yeah.
It's okay. Next time
So
I
did
got
I.
you for sure. Yeah. That's pretty much how they're feeling right now. You know, they're looking at FY. They're like, I thought you had me, brother. What do you got?
Wow. 28-26, and Berserker's Call AoE is online for Devi. It's, you know, that was supposed to be the timing for XG in a lot of ways, to like really put the cap on the game and, you know, take their advantage that they had built up and just close it out a little bit. Now we're like in weird territory. Now we're in like anything can happen, it feels like. And as the later and later a Dota game gets, the more and more we trend towards 50-50. And particularly once those items come out, 60-minute items, I'm excited. I love to just not know what's going to happen. It could go either way.
Yeah, XG have the rapier advantage for sure. Like they have the gyrocopter. They have that potential for like, okay, that's the big item, you know? Like that's the one that can just win the game for your team. Whereas Heroic, they still have the skill check. They are definitely a skill shot reliant lineup to win this game. They did a great job on the last defense. They just have to try and do it again.
Smoke up now. This time around, Whisper has Aeon Disc completed, but is currently as far south as you can go. It's a haste rune. It's going to be activated. Devi, first point of contact. They see him. He has his BKB hanging out for it for a moment. Jumps in. He doesn't get the BKB off, and the hook comes too late. Needs to back away. BKB out from Yuma. Whisper thinking about it, but will be able to TP away as there is no roar ready. Resetting.
And they've now moved the creep away from the pit. If they do check it, they will find themselves a Roche and get that refresher cheese. The Clockwork Flare hits it from Heroic. They know what's up.
No buyback on Axe. Makes the contest tough, but if they don't go to check it, which they're now going to with the Naga Siren illusion, yeah, they should go in and get this now. Big
Another
Roche.
flare. I mean, you know KJ's got to go for it. Can he get there in time with the eggs? Nah. Too far. I mean, there's also just way too many illusions. It'd be so unlikely you can get in there.
Yeah. I mean, he has like a lot of the things that you would need. Jetpack, you know, Aghan's, all the rest of it. And it will be Aegis onto Ame, and they get a refresher shard for the Beastmaster with cheese passed over to X-Nova.
If that was a Schofield clock, you know he's in there.
Oh, yeah.
Schofield will find a way.
So another round with Ame Aegis. Are they willing to try and push high ground again before Axe comes up and online? I mean, Whisper's already here to cut the waves.
And
At least the second one coming in.
You talked about the issues with the save last time. FY is trying to mitigate that. He does have the BKB now.
Okay.
So, well, assuming his courier makes it, that is.
They missed their creep wave.
Yeah.
And that second one's dead.
He's way up there, cutting them off. They have one mid, but it's a little bit too late to get to it. Bottom's too far out.
Yeah, it looks like they're not stressed about going right away with it. Maybe waiting for like the this is double catapult wave that's coming in right now. That's probably your best play. Roar, jump, divide, gets hooked back. Whisper forces it out, wanting to blink away. BKB, oh, snowball the Lotus, making things a little bit weird. Does he have BKB to get out of there? Yes, he does for now, but now the root is out. Now he's in trouble. Requiem the hook back to save again. Feared, dead, no buyback. Oh, that is not the way that needed to go. And now it's Yuma in further trouble. The call is there, but without a Queen of Pain, they're missing so much damage, and Yuma is just gonna get evaporated. XG way too strong at this moment. And a good call from Divide, finds one kill, and now the hook back to keep him alive. Okay, they're hanging on.
Still a refresher on Yuma here too. And it's another creep wave issue.
That's crazy that they're gonna be able to hold this for now.
Yeah, I mean, Queen's buyback timer has run out, but he still doesn't have the gold either.
Yeah, he's a little bit away. Room, jump forward and find the kill onto KJ. They have double buybacks on supports, but Axe is already dead. If they want to hold this, they're going to need his as well. And even then, I don't know if they can. Yeah, they bought out on Skywrath, actually, so it is going to be a full set of racks and maybe more. Tough stuff here in this moment for Heroic as XG at 51 minutes, taking a second set of racks.
Yeah, still got creeps up top right now. I mean, they are respecting the potential Queen buyback, it looks like. Just because they, in theory, could all come back up. Oh, TP in here from Scorpio.
Trying to defend against Megas, but there it is, Requiem out. Caught, killed, Divide, die back immediately. And no answer for that one. They don't have creeps, but it does not matter. They have the damage to go through backdoor. And maybe they thought that that could have saved them, but it was not the case. Mega creeps being held for XG.
Yeah, and all that with the Aegis still here for another minute and a half. Surely no need to buy a Rapier here, Ame. Let's not get too crazy.
Yeah, but he could. Be fun.
And we'll see if FY finds another Lotus Orb play. One of my favorite things about Tusk being in the meta right now, there's so many Lotus Orbs because Edim's so good that you're seeing Tusk's punish beat this a lot.
Yeah.
With the snowballs.
Jump in. Hex does not have Refresher on Whisper. Ame down pretty low on HP. Now Yuma on to XXS.
Oh,
Song of the Siren not going to work, and instead they find nothing to say. Got him caught, broke in there. Yuma trying to back out. KJ in trouble, doesn't have Force Staff. That's going to be a dead Clockwork. Can they find any of these other heroes? Whisper jumps in, Hex is out, Roar now on to Whisper. Has the Aeon Disc ready for him though. So if they all in commit, not going to be able to get that kill. Yuma finds the hook. Gets onto Ame, force another BKB. Aegis wearing out in 30 seconds, but he does still have Refresher. Meanwhile, damage out. Sonic Wave, he's dead. That's Aegis only. Can they do it a second time? Whisper jumps into everybody. Refresher, BKB. Now damage out. Ame in trouble. Ame low, but gets pulled into the snowball. Song of the Siren. Everybody's healing back up. Does he have anything left in the tank? Refresher. There's the Titanic. BKB. No answer for that one. Axis back up in 10 seconds, but it feels like it might be too late. Snowballs zipping all over the damn place. And as Yuma falls, there's mass buybacks coming in. XXS just beating the crap out of the Queen of Pain. GG is called. And with XG taking the victory here, that is both Chinese teams taking wins in these best of ones.
And both times, things looking a little sketchy to start, but eventually finding their footing and taking over the game. Get another kind of late game secure and finish here from XG.
An impressive performance, and particularly considering the fancy footwork earlier with the rotation in and just bully, nothing to say. Xtreme Gaming able to pull that out through the hardship of the early laning stage.
I have no idea what the Chinese teams had for breakfast, but these comebacks from what feels like rough lanes, rough early stages in this, it's amazing. First of all, it was Yakult up against Falcons, and now Xtreme Gaming. This game was just so good. It went on, it went the full distance here, Quinn, and it was just nice to see both moves from Heroic and Xtreme Gaming there.
Yeah, it's a lot of resilience. You know, I think whenever your mid player has this bad of a start, I think NTS is also tends to be a pretty instrumental player for the teams he's on. He's kind of like their focal point. And he was not the focal point of this game. Well, maybe for Heroic. They camped him, they sat on him. I don't know what he had for breakfast, but it wasn't enough because he was hungry for some gold in this game. But they had an amazing comeback, and he slowly clawed his way back into the game, like one kill at a time. You know, they had the sneaky little tri-lane mid-level one, and then he got solo killed like 4 or 5 times. But I think it's really impressive when teams are able to come back from those rough starts.
Heroic kind of got lost in the source of all this aggression, right? They have all this pick-off. You're going to see a lot of highlights where, you know, Pudge is hitting hooks, Clock's hitting hooks, Device running in on an axe utilizing his Pipe Crimson. But there was never the substance of how are we going to win the game. It was, we kill a hero, we kill another guy, then you start trading lives yourself, giving Gyrocopter a kill, Shadowfiend a kill, and yeah, just Heroic. They way too skirmishy, way too... Yeah, I don't know how to even put it. They just got too fighty, too brawly.
I mean, it's also where you just look at their heroes, right? Who's going to actually take advantage of this poor Shadowfiend? You can keep killing heroes over and over, perhaps, but you cannot really take any objectives. You can't really stack and farm a lot. You can't really get something out of the map that transcends into some kind of roche or into some kind of meaningful lead, right? And you saw Xtreme Gaming just casually farming on the Gyrocopter and the Beastmaster and playing their own side of the map, and eventually making some 5-man moves that crawled their way back into the game. And yeah, I mean, I don't know what it is with these Heroic drafts. I'm just not really feeling it. Who else is playing Skyraz clock support, right, with an axe? It just feels off. It feels too all in and too little team fight.
Yeah, that's worked before. We've talked about it. We're not really sure where Heroic's identity is. We've praised it before, and now it feels like such a turnaround to where it's like they're almost too aggressive. It feels like this blind aggression almost, where they're always looking for something new. But the things that were really clean for them was that early part that you're talking about, with nothing to say on the Shadowfiend, having pretty much no game at all for that first, I want to say, 20 minutes. He got tri-laned right at the start, and that was amazing from Heroic.
Yeah, I think it's a play that, to be honest, I think more teams should utilize. There's some mid-heroes that are really vulnerable to this random hero starting mid, and I think being creative about who starts mid, right? It's the Axe who runs there and presses Battle Hunger on him. And like, Shadowfiend is a hero that spends more gold than usual on regen, right? He's buying 2 mangoes, and he's not as close to the bottle as he could be. And that has a massive impact, especially against a hero like Queen, who's going to spam you. And you can see he just can't get the bottle. He gets solo killed twice before bottle. It's like, with that in frame, it's actually crazy they're able to win this game, because like you can look at his net worth. He's like lower than the supports at like 10 minutes. Like, he's super poor. And
you did say the Queen of Pain Shadowfiend matchup was quite skill-based. I feel like it takes that skill out of it a little bit when you give your Queen of Pain such an early start like that.
Yeah, it's not a very fair situation for NTS. I think he would wish for a run back on that.
Yeah,
but he got the dub, and that's what counts.
I was saying, just to add on top of this move that they made, it kind of set Heroic up for that amazing start that they had, right? And imagine they didn't do this move. Imagine they just played the lanes honestly here. I think it would have been such a hard game for Heroic to win just from the get-go. So, I mean, great, interesting move here. I agree, it was very good, but it's just not enough to win.
I mean, it's just nice being in the presence of a mid laner that can die a couple times in lane and still play out into the end. So nothing to say. Doing a really, really good job there.
Compared to Whisper, right? You're saying Whisper, sort of as a snowball.
No, Whisper also would continue playing the game. So presence of 2 mid laners that would not give up in a Dota 2 game.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I was not ready for that one at all. That one was really good too.
I mean, I've got like 2 things to go at Quinn here, like mid lane and it's some other thing that we share. So yeah, that's about it. But for Heroic, we can continue going down the confusion of how they're playing right now, but as much as it's easy to talk about draft, I think these are the type of drafts that we still saw them play when they were in form a couple months ago. It's just not working out now. I think teams are getting better at dealing with aggression. They've got layers to their draft, so I think Heroic haven't really changed too much stylistically. Just the execution in the game, for some reason, a shot caller, a way that they move, that's what's changed. And it's kind of hard to fix that overnight.
I mean, I think part of it is they don't have this gyrocopter anymore. Everyone is either they're not prioritizing it or teams are stealing it. We saw Last Blast them prioritizing Gyro and Abaddon. Like every game they had Gyro or Abaddon. And that gives them not only an aggressive hero that sort of fits their style, but also like some scaling and like a real carry hero sort of. Whereas like Misery mentioned it, this game they have like all magic damage. They have no real scale, no building damage. Like their heroes are very weird. I don't know why they picked Pudge. Like you talked about the Dusa. I think Dusa would have been incredible there. I think there were other options that were also better. We talked about the Abaddon too. Like I think they had many like better options, but they go for this weird Pudge, and their lineup is like hyper all in. Like I think Yuma has shown himself to be a very capable carry player, even on heroes that scale. You know, he had like the Rapier anti-mage game against Liquid and stuff. Like don't pin this guy down like this. I think you're kind of doing him a disservice. Like he's proved he's more than that.
But I also think we talked about the double offlaner, right? You have Whisper mid. I mean, he's playing Queen of Pain and Pox and stuff like that. But do you have the potential to play offlane heroes? Why not pick the offlane heroes that are actually offering team fight to the lineup, right? They're playing Axe Quap this game. Where's the Darkseer? Where's the, I mean, Enigma is first phase banned. Where's the Mars flex? Where's the Darkseer flex that we saw earlier? Where's these teamfight heroes that allows you to pick Skywrath Clockwork and still win the game later on? I'm missing some logic behind their drafts.
Well, look, that's heroic. We can kind of, pinpoint it a lot, but it is also a best of one. There's a lot that could be said if this was a best of three, how things could have changed. Luckily for them, there are still so many more best of ones that they get to play. It's not going to be right now, though. Instead, we're going to turn our attention and see if this hot streak of our Chinese teams continues, because we're going to have Yakult yet again, this time coming up against OG. Last time we saw this OG squad, I put it in quotations because that's not what they were named last time we saw them here. They were called Aureus. It was a really rough showing for them. Then we see them in Valahia Season 6, and they're looking amazing. They make it to a top 6, and I mean, Tia, as our most recent interaction with OG that we have through you, how would you say the vibes are? Did you get to see the boys at all? Like, where was it when they came into that top 6 position?
Vibes, immaculate. Top tier. Natsumi, even in win or loss, he's smiling, he's having fun. Like, honestly, just such a great example what a Dota player should be. In regards to the Dota, lanes weren't very strong.
Okay.
They were always kind of down on net worth, a little inconsistent, but they had this ability to find these moments to get back into a game. They were able to beat a lot of really good teams. So laning phase, not too good. Mid game and how cohesive they were, exceptional. So I hope that they just cleaned up some of their laning phase to be able to deal with the, how hard best of ones are.
What do you think really changed then between Blastland 4 and then the most recent tournament for them, and then potentially even today for us to see this massive growth? Was it just a team, a roster that always needed time?
I mean, I think it does give a boost to get an organization representing you behind, getting a salary, right? Getting perhaps a boot camp going, and I think that gives certain motivation and some kind of magic to play the event. That I wonder if they're going to be able to transition that into this event and future events as well, or it's going to be like a honeymoon phase with OG. I guess we'll see later. But yeah.
No, I mean, I tend to worry about teams that have seem to have significant laning problems, because I think that's not something that's fixed overnight. I think teams tend to be either good laners or bad laners, and improving laning is so much about the small things and itty-bitty decisions you make all the time that actually fixing that is way easier said than done, I think. So I worry for them, in the long run, can they actually work on laning stuff? Because I think, like you said, they have shown some mid-game prowess, and they've shown that sort of pizzazz and that spark. There's something there to this roster. There's something that makes sense, but I think this early game for them is they can have some horrific lanes sometimes, and it's to a level that's this is not okay. You can't win because of this.
Now, you were singing the same song when we saw your cult earlier today in our
was.
first. You were. So do you think there is a chance OG are going to prove you wrong here? Or do you think your cult, after seeing that game, seeing how they won against Falcons, you're like, yeah, man, I don't care what OG has on the table right now. It's your cult show through and through. I
mean, the thing is OG does not have Tianming. I said it before, and I'll say it again. Okay. My boy is a beast. He has been a beast for a long time. I don't know why he wasn't on the top Chinese teams, because I think this guy is super good, genuinely a tier 1 5 player, and I think it's a huge boon to this team. I'm big fan of this guy. Big heckin' fan. Yeah,
I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's very hard to call how the lanes are going to go for this match. I think it could go either way. We could see super one-sided. We could also see a kind of even setup. I will say that I think Yakult Bros are looking pretty hot after first game of the day, right? So maybe slight edge to them.
Where do you not get carried away, T? Because that is something that can happen when you get a win against a team like Falcons. You really start to put value in maybe heroes from the first game. They also got their hands on the Naga Siren. Are they going to get that again here? Like, I do wonder, where is that going to fall for them?
I mean, I'm not going to overreact, right? It's best
We
of
are.
ones.
We will do it for
No, I won't. I'll keep everyone grounded. It's
Okay.
best of one group stage. Yakult got one game. Congrats. Can they do it again? You know, I mean, OG. The thing is, I feel like both of these teams are the type of teams that on paper, they can take a game off of anyone, but are they good enough to like actually string all the best of threes together, the best ones together to win the tournament? Like, as of today, I'd argue OG slightly more than Yakult, but when they go head to head, I'm like, it's truly anyone's game. That's how like close I think a lot of these teams are at the moment. And yeah, we'll just wait until the draft. You know,
I was
easy
going to
answer.
say, well, look, a close teams, whether it's skill, whatever you want to say, does mean we are in store for some exciting Dota. And it makes you wonder whether those heroes are going to get through, exactly where the overreaction, where the win streak might potentially start for them, T.
I know what the overreaction was.
Okay, yeah.
From the OG fan base against Natsumi when he bought a rapier in that beautiful elimination game, because they thought he was, you know, the big. It wasn't that. There was so many other things. So if you're talking about overreactions, it's the fan base, not the teams. They're not overreacting here.
Well, look, don't overreact, T, but a draft is ready for us.
Seb is streaming.
OG and you Dude, today has been so
I mean,
chaotic.
everybody's
Oh
watching
my
Blast right. This
God.
is Blast.
Banger.
Blast is booming on Twitch right now. Everybody's watching.
No,
this game.
everyone's watching. But that's
It's
because
the
it's number one.
hypest series of the day.
And you got to remember that, of course, he was here last event. He was a beautiful little analyst, saw how they played, and went, you know what? Let's go pick up the roster, all right? Without Blast, Aureus wouldn't have been picked up by OG. Think about
Yep.
it, guys. This is
This
everything
was all
happening right
T's
now.
doing. This was all T Governor's doing, is what we're saying.
Wait, no, Seb's doing.
Okay.
What me? I'm talking about Seb here.
I'm just joking.
Oh, I'm panicking.
Well, look, yeah, OG up against Yakult. There's a lot on the lines here because for Yakult, this win, that's the start of the win streak for them, right? They've already had that confidence of a win against Falcons, but now OG, after having a great performance in the previous tournament, you want to start off strong, Quinn. You want to get the ball rolling for yourselves, and in this draft right now, is there anything that's sticking out as a crazy ban, or the fact that something's being let in? Maybe Marcy? Most teams are banning out Marcy.
They have left the Marcy. I don't know if Yakult plays this hero. I can't remember genuinely. But they do play Centaur, I believe, and that's still in the pool. That's the other hero, you know, we talked about as sort of one of the big Giga heroes from the past couple of weeks. I wonder if, you know, how Yakult prioritizes, right? They saw the Naga from last game, like we said. They're not getting that again. Naga's banned, so show us something new. They need a new first pick. And so, I mean, they're using a shocking amount of time, to be honest. They've already used a full minute of reserve time, and they have not even picked a hero yet. That's pretty unreasonable.
Okay.
They go for Chen. Obviously, a very good hero.
But banning the AA into Chen? I think most Chen
Yeah,
teams
that's
just
pretty weird.
never really ban AA.
I mean, yeah, I mean, the creeps are pretty good against A, but
You could also just
heal.
lane against him.
You can just
Yeah.
be a main.
And, like,
yeah.
it has to be, like, absolute hell on
It's
earth.
quite a weird. Maybe they are also cooking up something to go with the Chen later.
Yeah,
like
maybe.
Chen Elk or
Sure.
who knows what
Yeah.
what it could
Huskar,
be.
maybe?
Maybe Huskar, yeah.
DK
Boca?
pretty
Emo
standard
does
as well.
play Huskar.
Yeah.
He does. He plays it really weird, though. He doesn't buy normal items. He buys, like, Blink, and he runs
one of-
around
he's
and,
one of
like,
those.
fights people. Yeah, he's, like, kind of crazy. I don't know if I trust his Huskar.
Was that also the game last slam where he was against the Broodmother Necrotic Webs? Maybe not in that game specifically, the build you're mentioning, but
Was that
Yeah.
Emo?
was that? I swear there was
can't
one
remember.
game where we had a complete despair Huskar.
We had that game, but I don't remember if it was Yakult or not.
Yeah, okay.
The speed drafting though.
OG just going down for the stable hero picks, right? There's-
Double Dragon.
Yep. That's why we invite you here, Misery.
Thank you.
No, I mean, it's hard to go wrong with these heroes. DK is a soft flex, you know, can go mid, can go carry. While I sort of doubt the heroes mid that much, I think it's mostly a carry. Jakiro is also, I think, you know, they have the 9-13. I think a lot of teams, there will be a given support in any patch that becomes like the hero you pick on 13. And you feel bad wasting a ban on it, but whatever team is second pick is going to get it on 9 or 13 because it maybe doesn't quite move to that first pick spot, and that's Jakiro right now. Pretty much every game it's going to get picked second phase on 13.
What I really want for Yakult is when you have Chen lineups is to build your 17 to 20 minute timing. Be ready that when you have the auras from Chen, the auras from an offlaner, that you can actually utilize it and walk down to an objective, take the Tormentor for free, take Roshan for free. Because if you try to fight this timing, you will lose the fight and then suddenly your map will disappear. So for OG, at the moment, they're looking at winning lanes to try and stall that timing. That is one good approach. But always respect that 20-minute objectives with this type of draft from Yakult should be quite scary to go into.
Looks pretty solid for Yakult right now. They are lacking perhaps a little bit of damage right now that they need from their mid and their carry, but that's easily fixable. I think their lanes look really solid right now. It does play into the timing as well. Shadow Demon against DK is very strong as well, so pretty good stuff for them. On the other side, of course, OG also having a very solid setup here. They can pretty much pick whatever they want here, I feel.
Yeah. No, I think both teams definitely picking solid bases. You look at both of these drafts and it's like, yeah, it depends what they do from here. You know, I don't think either team has like ruined the game at the start. MOUZ against Chen is interesting because MOUZ is just a good hero in general, and sort of this AoE control, if you have enough damage to throw into there, can be very nice because Chen doesn't really have any spells.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, it can reach this breaking point where Chen and, Centaur, they have all these auras, and now you have no damage because MOUZ is quite sort of a mid to low range damage hero. Yakult has a lot of survivability, a lot of save between heals and SD and stuff, so like it can be hit or miss.
Okay, that's where the Snapfire will be able to fix that at least. I think both teams have the same issue at the moment where if they have good lanes, they can run into damage problems from the enemy team. So OG, you now have Snapfire, you've got Jakiro, you get a DK stun or a MOUZ, plenty of damage from range to be able to kill that hero off.
Yeah. You are a bit reliant on killing heroes with the ultimates.
Yes.
If they survive the ultimates, it could be problematic for OG's teamfight. But yeah, very, very strong, skirmishes and mid-game teamfights right now. Okay.
All right, Emo has gone down his list of 5 heroes, and he has selected the one he thinks is the best.
Is it in 5 games time done all 5, do you think?
Maybe.
It looks like a pretty good Ember game in the game, but they are picking it into DK, right? And you could just put the DK mid, right? And sort of shut him down? Or how do you feel about that?
It's not a great lane for sure. I mean, Ember maxes shield these days, and shield max is like, of all the builds, is the best one against DK. Some people, you can even skip the slight. You can go 2-0-3, be a cute build against DK. But generally, yeah, it's not that great of a matchup. And I think DK is also, Ember is a bit of in a weird place right now because I think the only build is Vessel. But this is a good Vessel game.
Yeah, it is.
So I think if you're, you're thinking about in terms of, because I think that's often what's the most limiting factor for Ember is what item can you buy? And he doesn't really have another item he can buy. So I think against a hero like DK, while the lane is rough, I think the mid game can be pretty atrocious for DK because you're buying Vessel.
It's kind of also what happened last game, right? We saw the Void Spirit on Nemo kind of losing the lane to the DK, and going Vessel. And, they won mid game, so a bit of a similar approach here.
But at least for Yakult, we said that OG's locked into ultimates to kill a hero, right? When you have Ember Spirit, you're one of the best heroes in the game at going in, poking out some big spells, disengaging, looking for the second fight, and then going on there. So if Emo can force a MOUZ or a Snap or Jakiro to waste some of his spells, then you're going to be seeing the rest of the team running in. And I do feel like Yakult, as long as they get the Chen Centaur timings, they are going to be able to survive through the fight that OG has in that minute mark that I was mentioning.
Yeah, I mean, my thought for Yakult is I really think they need a hero that is sort of the focal point damage star of the lineup because they have a lot of buff and control and sort of very mid to low range damage heroes. A lot of stuff that keeps people in place. They need like
the Deucer type hero. That's
like if Slark was a good hero, like that type of hero, this guy who uses the buffs and goes ham and keeps going ham and this continual hamness. Because I think without that, they can.
Do you want more pacing from the carry rather than scaling?
I think you can play
scaling is cool too, but just you need some dude who's dishing out damage like crazy.
I think Abaddon carry could be pretty good here.
I can see it. I can see it back for sure.
It was banned.
It's banned?
In the first phase.
First phase.
Oh, right. Okay.
All right.
But yeah, something also that plays into timing, but has sort of, like you mentioned, more or less unlimited damage, right? If the fight extends. And as for OG, they need to decide whether or not they want to put the DK mid or carry, right? I feel like they do go for that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It is still very scary for OG to think about, right? We already mentioned the timings. Alk also will be able to complement that. You have a good lane, you'll get to Radiance, Blink, BKB. If OG don't take the correct fights, then trying to deal with Ember jumping at you, Centaur and Alk.
Yeah.
There's just that one portion of the game I'm really looking at. If OG can survive that, we have a big game on our hands. But if they don't survive it, then it could just be Roshan for free for Yakult, everything for free.
I mean, you have the Dragon Knight carry now with the Frost facet,
ooh,
right?
true,
Which
yeah.
is pretty good, I think. I think maybe putting the DK mid is a little bit of a bait. Because we talked about the DK mid. I think the Zero mid is kind of underwhelming. But, I mean, they go for MOUZ.CET.
I mean, I think in some way, I think depending what that last pick was, I think OG could have gone for more of the scaling or more for the tempo, and I think they've definitely gone the tempo route because I think now they have sort of these triple bruiser go-in dudes, and I think they can run out of damage and get very kited by this Ember and this out running in and out, like throwing stuns, all these heals and tankability. Like I think for OG, now you need these lanes to go well. You need this Marcy, Jakiro to stomp the Centaur, and this DK to do well mid, and they like take early towers and they get to the strong points. Because I think if it looks more like that Yakult game 1, where they get some kills early on and they get to this quick vessel, I think you can look at their heroes and think, man, there's some weird overlaps here.
Yeah, it's like if OG takes some bad fight into Yakult Bros timings with the Chen and the Alchemist and they don't, you know, hit their spells properly, I feel like they could just fall completely apart here. But again, if they get ahead in gold, they can also snowball because they have a lot of plays on the map, right? They have a lot of stuns, they have a lot of ways to kill heroes, so...
When you pick Marcy up, it's all about the lane. That's it, right? If you see Shadow Demon Centaur, just jump over, kill the Shadow Demon, and then Natsumi. He'll be able to run through, go kill the Out. So I think the Marcy and the support duo, that's going to be the big life of the game for me. How well do they play from that lane? Do they rotate early? Because if you Colt, like you mentioned, if they don't scale, OG can just run throughout the entire game. But if OG don't play early, and again, I'm repeating what you guys are saying because it is literally the whole story of this game. OG need to win their lanes, need to do well. Marcy just has to pop off.
All right, well, it feels like lanes, it's been so key. It's been a part of the discussion every time we've seen Yakult before. It's still a part of the conversation when we see this roster on the side of OG. With their drafts, it's no different. There's so much emphasis there. So let's see exactly how this best of one plays out between OG and Yakult.
Welcome back, everybody. Another best of one for all you fine folks out there, whether it's morning, noon, or night. It is all happening right now. OG facing off against Yakult Bros in what should be a pretty high-octane game, it feels like. A lot of potential to kill. Trent, how you feeling about the draft? Do you agree with what the panel is talking about?
Yeah, they seem to know a little bit about Dota, I'd have to say. You know? Just perhaps. Okay. It's, I mean, these are the sweethearts of the scene right now. OG, of course. Except for Natsumi buying that rapier, like Quinn mentioned. You know, we ignore that. It's fine.
Yeah.
They want their hater energy, but then, you know, the team was like, listen, there was a reason. It made sense. It's okay. So I think they're bouncing back, the OG fans, of course. It is a truly terrifying combination, I have to say. Like, I think having an OG team move to C, the only possible worst thing would be like Nigma moving to like SA. Might be like the only other comparable thing here, or Nigma even having an SEA team, you know?
Yeah.
It's just like, it's the combination of the regional fan base plus the team fan base it truly is just a tormenting storm of emotions here.
Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of big feelings, you know.
So much passion.
My daughter's coming up to 2 years old. We've been talking about big feelings recently and how to deal with them, and you know, it's good to have them. It's important to feel the things that you're feeling, and sometimes there's better ways to express it, which is maybe a lesson that we can all learn together.
Yeah, you might want to make some instructional videos, I think, for the Dota fan base. That's actually a good idea. A little side hustle here.
That's solid. Well, we'll see how it goes as out across the map. It is going to be a Bounty Rune trade-off there of 2 apiece, it looks like. Actually, no, excuse me. They got 3 there on the side of OG. And Bobica also taking an observer word out. We'll see how this matchups play themselves out in this one. DK versus Ember. We were talking in between the series, and you're a DK mid hater.
Yeah, I was really happy when Misery said it was overrated as well. I really can't stand DK mid. I think it's horrendous and trash. And yet, you know, I can't lie. The numbers don't back me up. It does still do decently well. Although it did have like a 16% win rate in Valahia, so at least there was that. But other than that tournament, it generally does just as well as safe lane DK. But, you know, the problem that always occurs is that he buys Blink Dagger, and then you fail 2 ganks, and you buy a BKB, and the game you just stall. You just stop doing stuff. is the main issue. But again, they have extremely good combinations with it. They have the Snapfire and the Jakiro, who are two of, probably the best supports in Dota. And I will say, I think Shadow Demon and Chen are probably two of the other best supports. So we have crazy good support heroes this game. But there's so much overwhelming damage to go with this DK that he shouldn't have too much problem making those plays.
Well, and also it is this like classic matchup that you have here as well, you know, of the mid lane answer to Ember Spirit. And we're seeing some of the issues that you already run into with that, as Skem up top taking some hits from Baboka, and will end up hitting one more, a third stack. It's going to be First Blood. Natsumi not going to be able to make up the difference there.
Just too much damage from the Menace.
I mean, the other thing is you really like the idea, I think, of having a Shadow Demon with an Alchemist if you can run off and make a bunch of stacks for Baboka. This is going to be a happy time if those two can work it out together.
Yeah, and one of the reasons he also lost that trade on Skem, he's got Icebreaker. I was looking at the damage, I was like, wait a second, what's happening here? He did not go for the bonus right-click damage. So that is something that almost every Jakiro goes for right now. I do think Icebreaker is fine. It's a pretty good facet, but I think there's a reason a lot of people gravitate towards the right-click version is because they just want to hit that level 3 and just be untouchable when it comes to trading.
Yeah, I do think that there is something to be said for the later game team fights that you're going to get out of this. You know, having Ember there be able to just like drop an ice path as he's coming down from a Sleight of Fist is going to be a lot of value. It's something, at least something that you're going to have to like think a lot more about as Emo, and particularly Emo, the type of player that tends to be a little bit more freewheeling with his movements and going in on people.
And his hero picks. I think they didn't show it on camera, but they actually have a wheel next to his PC, like Quinn mentioned.
Yeah, right.
It's just got 5 heroes, and he just spins it, and he just sees what shows up.
Well, everybody's got to have a system, you know. Zeal taking some more hits. So is Bobica. They're going to trade out a little bit and not able to do a ton of damage on to that Shadow Demon. Are they going to keep the pressure on under tower? Doesn't really look like it. Natsumi just trying to get whatever denies are at all possible here. Mid lane, Emo putting some pressure onto Yopaj, but it's 19-10 versus 11-0. This is kind of what we've come to expect.
Yeah, it's a really funny matchup, right? Because when you're the Corrosive Dragon, you can't deal with the Flame Guard.
Right.
You know, it's just there. It's just doing its thing. And you just have to out-regen it.
Emo, Water Rune, Bobica shows up. Banishment can maybe go for a little bit more here if they want to. Oh, damage out, Emo dead. And as they bring mass supports, it is Yakult Bros who end up losing 2 in the mid lane.
It's a really good rotation, and that's with the wave still at the tower right now for Nico too, so he's not even missing too much. They'll just pull the wave alongside with him. It's a Chen in the lane, so there's no like great attempt to just, like gank and punish, and they don't even miss out on anything with those heavy rotations.
Radiant are scanning.
What was already looking like a good lane is looking even better now. And of course, the big one that's been a winner throughout all of this has kind of been
Emo again.
Alk, but Emo's going. Zeal is also getting ran at on the top side. But with the Tianming rotation, that's enough to keep them from diving Emo anymore.
Jeez, pressure here from Tims.
Yeah. Yeah, Fly is still getting a lot out of this.
I assume they were probably on a break, eh? Yeah, they didn't have to play another game there. So we'll see. Will he die today? Of course, we did have their first game earlier. If you guys missed it, Fly went 15-0-5 on Templar Assassin. So far, not going back to Fountain today. No deaths.
Movement in from Tims. They're trying to play to secure runes and maybe trying to get what pressure they can onto Yopaj, who hits level 6. They will root, they burn all the mana, and after that first ulti, just gonna die. Wow. Emo, some reason, loses his courier, but that's fine.
It's okay. Yeah. It's Jakiro things.
That's DK's first ulti used. And also gonna get maybe a 6-minute rune here for Ember if he gets lucky. Oh, shield rune, very nice.
All right, lucky indeed. So things for the Radiant looking okay, you know. Alk obviously way up there on Flyfly, as he should be. But after that, it is the Tricore of the Dire taking over the next few spots there. And Emo, despite that little bit of a win, still pretty far behind. He's still 1,000 gold behind this DK.
Yeah, this stack is going to help him a bit, but he definitely needs this little regen and boost up to help him on his way. Needs to get to that level 6 before he's super comfortable making any type of moves. Centaur, in the meantime, Zeal going towards that Helm of Dominator, as we've come to expect. And Flyfly not really caring all that much about Nico here. We'll throw out a stun in a moment. Oh. Gets him, but can't do anything afterwards.
Yeah, he's holding ulti, so he's not really too worried about something. He's just trying to like get a good trade on the regen here and the resources.
Yeah.
And then pop his ult. I mean, if I'm on the Dire right now, I'm just thinking about getting Tim's level 6. I'm thinking, what's my play when Tim's hits 6, you know? Go make some stacks while I'm wandering around here, find some XP after that shrine, and then get a rotation and a move on with the DK6. Or, sorry, with the DK ult, rather.
Yeah. A very different tempo to the game than we saw in the last one, where I think at this point there were like 14 kills or something at the very
something like that, yeah.
Many of them out of the mid lane.
They will be hunting for those kills relatively soon, though, because, you know, Emo is an Ember, and as the panel mentioned, we do just have this constant build into the Spirit Vessel. It's by far the most common build on the hero. And you've got a Chen, so you're looking to make some aggressive moves as they camp out another rune.
Move on in. Burning mana. Tim's is there. And it's a Skem Haste rune instead. Emo Remnants away.
Skem's level 5.
Realize danger's coming his way. Only 1 point up in the ice path means that they don't manage to get the kill. Oh, banishing now onto DK. Good damage out. Nico drops the ulti, and there's a lot of minus armor here as Nico starts to fall. Tianming, the big punch comes in, and now Flyfly chasing for more. Why not? Stampede is out. Skem is in trouble. Again, we'll lay out that ice path, and with Marcy showing up, that spells the end of the action.
Wow, man, Nico just threw his body in there, huh? He jumped in the way of the tower, he threw down the arena, he wanted to make sure they did not lose Yopaj there. And thankfully, Natsumi shows up just in time to get that kill onto the Ember Spirit, or they weren't even going to grab him. Like, he just chain stunned him there with the rebound.
Oh.
That really hurts. To then die after not rotating mid to the fight is pretty bad. I'm not going to lie.
Marcy's arms were stretching out a little bit there for that Dispose to make sure that they got the kill. But with the creep in tow, it was probably going to happen anyways. No rotations capable, as everybody had already used their TPs.
And now Natsumi's scouting. He's saying, hey, they got stacks in here. He's throwing his creep through. He's letting the team know. Like, maybe we go and contest these. Oh, he never mind. He's just going to do it himself.
Yeah. I mean, why not? Bobica, does he spot that this is happening? No, he just went in to steal one of the creeps and then he's going to back away.
Okay, fair enough. Meanwhile, the creep wave's just dying under the tower. Cool.
Anything he can steal from the Alk, I guess. So, Yopaj going to try and find himself finally a rune in this game. We'll see if it happens. Nope, it is up top. Emo gets another one. Illusion this time.
Into the ancient stack there. Trying to finish a Blink Dagger on this DK. We'll see if
oh, Flyfly. Stampede to run away. And that was the rotation of Snap and Marcy too.
Yeah. Although I think they're just going to focus the tower anyway.
Yeah.
No real pressure up top. I also glyph mid here, so we're trading. Don't really want to trade away your mid tower this easily, though. Yopaj's Blink Dagger is on the way.
Skem, Ice Path is there. Foglet throws out the Arm of the Deep. Meanwhile, Illusion trying to keep this catapult alive. They're TPing in a few more. Do not have Stampede at the ready. Emo jumps away. Catapult not quite going to do it. They're just going to deny. Oh! Ooh,
Yeah.
he did it! Emo with the illusion! What a baller! Or was that the catapult? It might be the catapult instead. I thought they were going to deny it.
Couldn't quite find it. And man, that's where the XP really hurts you. Like, Tim's is just so close to 6, but he couldn't quite find it.
Yeah.
And would have been a really nice tool to have when you're going for a push like that with the Chen lineup. Tim's does at least find 2 bounty runes, though.
Very even. And I gotta say, I'm pretty happy at this point if I'm Yakult Bros. I mean, do you think that OG are getting what they want out of this so far?
No, definitely not. I think they bought a Blink Dagger on a DK and haven't found a kill. Like,
Yeah.
I'm a little sour right now. If I'm my DK, I just keep looking at my snap like, brother, I need you to get 6 so we just get a free kill. Like, that guy's dead, right? You cookie the... I mean, there is an SD, I guess, in this case, so he's not dead, but ideally it's cookie into ult and we get a kill.
Whew. Remnant away, Emo out of trouble by the skin of his teeth. The jump forward, dodges it. Listen, this guy's crazy, but he makes it look good when it works. And a save for the moment. Can he get out of there? No. Emo ran out of resources at the end. He was just playing a little bit too carefree that move.
Tim's just wandering around the jungle here, chasing after some of these Chen creeps, looking for a good full bore cleanup here. Oh yeah, blast that. Oh yeah.
Well,
Oh, and the ward right on that sentry. But that is a Radiance. So, you know, Emo, sure he died, but he's making space. Galaxies of it, you could say. As the burn, baby burn, will begin here for Fly now.
Zeal getting his Wild Wing out of trouble up on the top side as the Alk is farming up. And yeah, the good dodge that we're seeing, staying away from OG's timings. This is exactly what you want to see if you're a Yakult Bros fan. And now with Boba having level 7, I mean, this could be a kill into Nico if he doesn't see this movement coming.
The timing of these moves is just so crucial for OG right now. Like, they need to get this DK farm. They need to get this Orchid so we can punish this Alk and Ember before they have their items.
Just dropping everything, not allowing any type of a reaction to that. They even throwing the Demonic Purge on. And Mars falling. All looking very good for Yakult Bros.
And you can see the Max Disseminate being highlighted there. Just a grotesque ability in the Shadow Demon.
Oh, I love it. With the Promulgate.
Promulgating all over your face.
Listen, if anybody hasn't tried it before, play an overthrow match, play Shadow Demon, Max Disseminate, just walk into people with Blade Mail. It's awesome.
Ooh. All right, attempted play here from Yopaj, but Zeal is in the shrine, so can't steal it.
And now the Banish, he's gonna get blocked in. Yopaj is in trouble. They're dropping the Tim's ulti, but Yopaj is just gonna try and TP out now. They don't have any way to bring. Oh, Emo, he missed the chance!
And he misses the other two because of that.
Oh no. All right, well, OG getting out of trouble there.
Jeez, the Ember game is darkest before the dawn here for Emo, you know? He's dying a bit, he's missing some follow-up plays, but the Spirit Vessel is here. He's got a Sister Shroud. He'll turn it around right now.
I mean, I feel like the best thing for him is just that Fly's having a good game.
Oh, he's having the time, oh yeah. Now, does he clean up these camps too? At least one of them?
Oh, yeah. Oh, Ice Path Cookie. They got him.
Man,
You're just saying it was going to go really good, right? Is that?
Yeah, after that.
Okay, got it.
He just needed one more. He's trying to build up his earn charges.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. That's all.
Well, Natsumi almost done with a BKB. As much as we're talking about how strong Fly is going to be, Natsumi is also going to be a problem on this Marcy with BKB done. They really don't have great answers for her.
That is true. It's very much Shadow Demon gonna have to be trying to manage that situation alongside the Stampedes, I guess. As Nico's in a little deep here. Link stun.
Got him caught. TP's coming in.
A lot of
Fly. Are you ready to battle this? They have a jump if they want it. Natsumi onto him. Bobica has the disruption. Gonna use it onto Marcy. That means Fly is dead.
All right, no chance of that one. No ability to get Emo there in time because there's no tower to TP2 or something. So took a lot of damage, but they get there.
Gee. Showing some solid moves here with the BKB being ready on Marcy. The biggest thing is not having to use it too. So still keeping a 9-second one ready to go.
Oh, and I don't know if Emo just hasn't noticed or doesn't care about DK, but he's currently thinking about going Shivas, which is putting a lot of faith in his allies to keep him alive if this is going to be an Orchid DK.
Dude, this is Emo classic. See this guy play like Storm against Skywrath Mage, Lion, and he just like doesn't buy a BK.
Like Kaya Sanj, you know, it's enough. That'll do.
It's the Emo way.
All right, well, there's that Orchid, so time to make some moves.
Absolutely.
Insta smoke.
Emo.
Oh, Emo.
Invis popped. Oh, that's really nice. That's gotta feel good.
The creep wave's dying, and they're like attack here.
Oh my god, they got him with the silence. No, Emo, no!
Emo's a psychopath. I'm sorry. What the fuck's he doing? What?
That was amazing. It's so good. He makes the best play possible, the most amazing thing that could have happened, and then he decides to just go back in again. That's great.
That's when you're literally too good at Dota, because he's like clicking the inventories and he's like, aha, they have no detection, but then he walks into an almost expired sentry.
Yeah.
That was just there, you know?
Yeah.
He was so
sure.
close.
I mean, it really is. He's the second coming of EE. You know, it's really the truth. I feel like in a way.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Deal. Playing far forward. They're underneath a ward right now, so they're gonna see Bobica behind, trying to bait out this Centaur. And OG not taking the bait. Gotta love it.
Well, I mean, the other thing that they're holding on to, of course, is this Alchemist who barely blinks out of that rebuke there and has the BKB on the way. So at least he will not be silenced here by the Orchid.
And of course, that leaves open all of these other defensive abilities, mainly the Disruption to be used on the Ember, who can play as far forward as he wants to. 5 to 8. And Aegis in hand. OG, what are they going to look to do around this? Bobica's actually going to walk within vision. Skem could go on him right here if they want to. Bobica. Very dead.
Emo, thinking about something?
Wait a minute.
Imagine.
Are they going to try and fight this?
Imagine.
Is this going to work? Oh my god, Hand of God! And Natsumi, are they going to try and chase down and burn through this Aegis? They're actually chasing Yopaj instead. Somehow this ends up working. Bobica goes into no man's land, gets caught by the carry with Aegis, and they kill the DK.
I'm sorry, did he miss
I don't know how.
The ice path?
I'm not sure.
It was hard to tell. Maybe he hit him, but man, that disable was not long enough, I guess.
Well,
and now, after losing the Aegis, they're taking the Tormentor.
Well, no, they still have that at least.
No, well, I mean, you know, losing the Aegis, and I mean, they didn't get it themselves, you know.
Right, yeah.
Missing out on the Aegis is what I meant, you know.
Yeah.
Because typically, whoever gets Aegis gets Tormentor. That's usually how it
True
goes.
enough.
Dire are scanning.
Emo remnants through, a whole lot of them. And OG setting themselves up, at least on the bottom, maybe to make some type of a push happen here. We'll see where they decide to go. It's Mars working towards a Lotus. Pretty great Lotus game. Taking off these annoying little disables whenever you can. But at 21 minutes, feeling very much like a 50-50.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures.
I mean, I'm still favoring Dire, I think. I think Alk versus MOUZ.CET, I favor MOUZ.CET. Is that crazy? I feel like I'm a bit of an Alk hater still.
No, not necessarily, no. Up in. Arena, Tianming gonna go down.
Fly coming through.
Gets the stun. Tim's now in some trouble. Look for a reinitiation, but
they're gonna insta smoke. They're gonna chase after them. They have vision on Nico. They start with a chain gang.
And finds him. Stunned. Nico dead.
Yeah. That was a cute play. The smoke after that Remnant just lurking there for the chain gang. Unfortunately, not much to gain here. They can just kind of run through. Do they have any good obs, maybe? Try and get some vision down here. They'll drop something behind them.
So, again, at this moment, trying to keep an eye on where they might go. I mean, do you think that OG is comfortable with what they've gotten out of this Aegis right now, or feeling a little bit sheepish about it?
I'd be pretty sad, yeah, for sure. At least they'll grab Tianming, but not exactly what they're hoping for. Some pressure on the tower would be nice. I mean, Skim's got 4 points liquid fire, so let's douse this thing a little bit.
Yeah.
Yopaj just farming his way up. I think Yopaj BKB, the fights look a little bit more clear. They still have a giant window on killing Emo. I think the fact that he hasn't died more is impressive. Because he bought Shard after. Like, he's got an Essence Ring. That's his counter to silence right now.
And just, like, dodging away from people whenever possible. He's a man of supreme confidence. Ooh, at Arena, not what they were hoping for. Now they might try and take this fight. That is an amp damage on Ember. Do we see a smoke up from Bobica?
I feel like amp damage on Ember is kind of like 2 to 4. You know, it's just it's not that scary.
That's a good point. That's fair. It helps him farm faster.
That's right. Of course, he's choosing not to use that to farm something to deal with disables. That's fine. You know what? He can't Orchid everybody. It's fine.
Yeah.
I get Orchided, I get Orchided, he says.
Right out more and more. And trying to get whatever farm they can for Fly. The hopes and dreams of this Yakult Bros lineup definitely resting on his shoulders, as we saw in the first series that they played. Fly is their rock that they're hanging on to right now. Talking about table legs earlier.
That's right. He's very sturdy. And he did just finish up. What did he just finish? Oh, the AC. Ooh. Oof.
Emo shows their mid. That ping, they might realize that he was smoked. Yeah, and they're trying to scan on Radiant. Nico, gonna be the first person they run into. Does get the Lotus off in time, so a stun on Alk. Where's the follow-up? He's getting chain stun, but the heal is there from Jen. He didn't get the ulti up, and he didn't get anything off. Oh my god, that Lotus Orb from Nico. What a freaking baller play. That was so good. And now Tianming gonna end up dying for his trouble.
I mean, that's legitimately a game-winning play potentially here. That is gonna give them so much momentum. They have a creep wave. They can hit high ground with DK and Jakiro with 30 seconds left on an Alk.
And yeah, there's no buyback. I mean, not that you even necessarily want to at this stage, but it means it's free reign to play as aggressive as you want because there's no threat. Wow.
That was actually unbelievable. No chance of the save.
Yeah, couldn't get in range in time with Boboka. And now a full ranged back. Barracks goes down.
That's wild. You're smoking up, trying to get a little bit aggressive, and you lose a tier 3 in a ranged Rax.
Yeah.
Oh, how fast the turntables here. As we have a potential Roche in 5 seconds. Let's see
time action
what time we're getting. Yep. All right, what's the next big item here for the Radiant that changes things? I guess it's probably that, oh, BKB for Emo. All right, he's mixing it up again. He's keeping us on our toes. Oh, it is a fast Roche. It's coming in 9 seconds.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right, we're going triple BKB. I mean, Alex still got 9 seconds. Didn't use it, of course. Might have wanted to, but couldn't. Emo's about to pick his up soon-ish.
Yeah, he needs just a little bit more time to get it done. I mean, it will be a very strong timing, that's for sure. You know, a lot of the damage still is going to be Natsumi hitting people, but almost all of their control gets nullified by BKB. Except
Radiant,
you know, Fly can't get it off.
Radiant do get out the Roche as well.
Okay.
So they're at least gonna plant themselves a little Satyr Mind Sealer in there.
Let's see, we have 3 minutes until it switches sides. Natsumi has so much damage. Having that Daedalus so quickly now, it's pretty spooky.
Yeah, if Nico hits his play, it's just brutal. Now, of course, Nico is baiting in. Like, he doesn't have a blink. You would think with how this game's gone that he's blinking on them, but he is just running in.
Tianming breaks the smoke. They see Nico jump forward. Root Chen dead. Does not have buyback. Now the jump onto the second save support. They're both gone. But, oh my god, another Lotus Orb with a stun just turned it around on them. And Zeal, I mean, he has BKB, but not gonna use it. That Lotus Orb is the most value I've ever seen from one. Like, what the hell?
On there, Zeal's trying to like grab waves mid or try and do something, trying to delay things with the Chen army even. And they could easily go back for Roche right now. I feel like that's the safest play.
Yeah. 100% agreed.
Getting the shrine too, that's so nice.
My goodness.
Oh, and the Basher. I mean, that's such a clutch item right now. That's where, like, you kind of see a window where they could maybe win these fights with the Alk, but the Basher just makes it so not compelling to fight into this Marcy.
I will say that, like, it has almost felt not fair with how bad the fights have gone on the side of Yakult Bros. Like, things have just been going as bad as it could go for them. So it makes me think if they could ever get a fight going on their terms, maybe they're in a better spot. But I'm not sure if that's going to happen. And dude, Fly is just under a Watcher right now as they're going to jump, try and kill the SD.
Oh, do you believe in bashes?
Oh, Bash.
Nice blink.
Good blink away. Fly living while SD not going to get.
Oh, he does
that way.
Wait. Oh.
Jeez. Good Radiance turn off there.
I wanted it so bad. Emo
needs a bash.
You got one. But what about second bash? Oh, he got burned. He couldn't blink.
Yeah, that was good.
It was pretty close anyway. I think he would have got out.
Wait, Emo just bought and then sold his Veil. He's saving for buyback. Jump forward, stun, Alk caught, but the saves are going to be there. Zeal looking for a stun, not going to be able to do enough. BKB is the answer, but it's a BKB TP out for the DK. Nico, Lotus won't save you this time, buddy, as they do have enough damage to kill off that Mars. No blink on Centaur. And Zeal, I don't know if he can really chase down Skem here. They do have Ember.
They kind of have to, right?
Yeah, it's true. Yopaj thinking about a turnaround. Natsumi is right there. Do they want to jump and chase this?
Save your buddy.
Silence is there. No, it happened. We knew it could happen, and it definitely did. But the buyback, Emo's back in. Oh no, don't die again. Not again, not again. Emo is gone. He died twice in about 4 seconds. But maybe it's all that they needed to bring down Natsumi. Natsumi now falls. Fly starting to die and fall himself. Will end up going down. 4 cores managed to die in that fight for the side of Yakult Bros. And Bobica is going to be the last one left, I think, as him and Tianming are going to get cleaned up here. Unreal, man.
Get him.
Showing the problems with this draft as OG have come up with the perfect answers.
That's one of those tough situations there for OG where you're just for Yakult Pros, because you're just looking at this situation like we kind of have to chase this Jakiro. Because like they gave us a gift, right? They ended up like forcing a fight near our base when the Mercy's not there. So we get a couple free picks. But unfortunately, it went a bit too far. And Emo, yeah, I mean, he'd already used his BKB, so he knew he was YOLOing in there to try and set something up for his other 2 cores, and well, he paid for it.
Natsumi starts to take down the racks here in the mid lane. And there are respawning heroes. Disruption before he could get the jump out. Icebreaker down. Stun now onto Natsumi. Emo's right there on him. Rooted. BKB is there for an answer. Tries to Remnant and chase. BKB out. Yes, they're out. Oh, that hurts. You wanted something.
Yeah, I mean, their only hope is a bash. That's the only thing they have that can potentially cancel that, so they're feeling pretty confident on OG when they can just rip that one out.
And an Acronym Scepter done for Scout. Okay, that's pretty hype. It is very annoying to deal with for Alk if Stampede isn't going, because it's through BKB that slow.
So that's a wild eggs.
Dire are scanning.
33 minutes in and a 10k gold lead. Again, that's a 10k gold lead against an Alk. Feels even worse.
Speaking of Ags, I hear the whistle of Natsumi flying.
Yeah.
Being launched in there by Tims. See if they can find someone lurking on that bottom half of the map.
They did get Tormentor, though. For Yakult Bros, Zeal has the double edge upgrade.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
But as we work our way towards the next Roche, it definitely feels like if Yakult Bros want to have a shot in this, they've got to make something happen before it's like a free Roche pickup for OG. You got to inject some chaos into this game and try and set things off a little bit.
Emo's trying.
I can't think of a better person to do that than Emo.
He's making them work. You know, they try and chase him up top. He gets out in time. Well done. And yeah, they're gonna have to wait for sure.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to try and find some side lane pushes, try and delay things out, and pray they can find a good play from Bobica with his blink dagger.
Scanning.
Dire hoping to catch somebody, but will not be able to on that high ground at the very least. But I like this decision from them to keep playing aggressive like this. You don't want to sort of rest on your laurels and let Yakult Bros just get free time farming back up to their next set of items. And in fact, Skem walking all the way in is going to drop a deep ward. You love to see this. Oh my God, this play is so nice. This
like,
is,
I'm gonna hide.
This is OG right here. I like this. Let's go. Do they realize now? All right, they take out that ward. They start to pressure.
Oh my
somebody
God,
show
with
up.
the ward, here he goes.
Oh my God, it's Emo, no! Oh no. Now they jump in, stun. Is it gonna matter? They drop the big ultis down. They're all just sitting in the macro pyre. You can't get away. Say it ain't so. Fly hitting on a Natsumi. Wait a minute. Fly, is he big and bad enough? He is taking so much damage from Skem. Oh my God. They get the buyback out now. And with no Natsumi, you can imagine there might be a chance, but there's no BKB either. Oh, game is hard.
Man, I did not respect the ALK damage, though. That was pretty nice. He won his fight. He got his battle with the bash.
Well, they throw out the stun. It will not matter. Yopaj gets hit with it, but not close enough to do any damage. It's a Pyrrhic victory for sure.
Oh, poor Emo, man. That's so funny. And look where they're sentrying to. Because of course you're not gonna drop one right back there at the well.
I know.
Oh wait, he's got gem on Gemming.
Oh, he has
fine.
a gem. Okay. Oh,
There it
he's
is.
Bled.
That's a sad message to get in your games.
Oh yeah.
I
doesn't feel
feel
good.
bad when I'm leaving the base. Like, I'm not looking at my heroes. I'm like, looking at the map, and then when I finally look back, the Poogie's been following me for like 3 seconds, like asking for the high five. I always double back to give it. I won't leave with a high five if I realize, because I do feel bad.
Okay.
But you're not. Are you a psycho?
I'm not a Monster Hunter player. I don't even know who this guy is.
It's still an adorable pig.
It's asking me for a high five. I don't trust it.
All right, fair enough. Zeal either trying to bait something or just really want some gold. I'm gonna go with really wanted some gold.
OG making it look easy here as they try and clean this game up. Getting wins in best of ones, very important in this format. And
That is the format, yeah.
I mean, that's all there is to it, actually. So. See Yopaj step on up. Start hitting the tower, backs away if he needs to, and really not a whole lot else you can do at this point for Yakult Bros besides sit back and look at this, particularly without the Centaur. They might try and make a jump here. Stun connects Lotus a little bit late, hanging on to that BKB. Didn't use the Abyssal Blade as the Lotus was on him. And when all is said is done, it's BKB down for Alk, and they lost to Rax nonetheless.
Still up for Yopaj.
Yeah. Oh, it's a rough one.
Radiant's top
Mega creeps. They got it. OG. Strong.
But a determined Yakult Bros as Nico flies in.
Good dodge from Emo. Save comes out. Now stun. Lotus throws it back the other direction. But it's still Chen dead. And Natsumi gonna step on up to start making his way towards the tier 4 towers. Yopaj does have ulti up again in a second. If they wanted, they can slow siege that down.
Flyfly's gonna use the power of Grievel's Greed to get himself a rapier, though. That's what we're going for here.
Okay.
That's our winning move. Get really lucky on right clicks. Get some bashes, hit my Abyssal.
Flyfly is like, stop taking my creeps, man. Zeo, we don't care about your... I mean, if there's a way to do it, Rapier is got to be it. I just don't know if he's going to get the chance to get to it.
I highly doubt it. That would be very impressive.
is under attack.
Also, I'm not sure what you take off if you buy Rapier on Flyfly.
Boots.
You know what I mean?
Fine.
Just boots? I don't know.
Yeah, boots. Yeah, he just got to blink in and kill somebody.
All right, if they can win a fight here, then maybe he can get Rapier.
Okay. Yeah. Someone jump on this dragon with cheese BKB.
Just chain stun him. You got it. Oh, look at it. Look at it. Look at it. They got him. Trent, they got him. Oh, they break down the DK, and now Natsumi's in trouble too. Or he's really, really not in trouble at all. Wait a minute. No, Emo's on top of him. They get him down dead. Flyfly, they spear him out of the macro pyre.
What is happening?
Don't look now, Tremble. We might have something else working here. Yopaj gets thrown back in. Oh, Flyfly. Yeah, it wasn't long for this world. Dead, 2 minutes, and GG's called. It was a valiant effort, but it was not meant to be.
I actually prefer the cheese on the, the buyback anyway. It's fine, obviously. No, that was a nice chain stun. You got to give them credit. They did get the DK, but unfortunately, there's a little bit more to go in that one. So, OG, what a game. Well played.
Absolutely. Yakult Bros, they get the win early in the day against the big bad boys of Falcons, but fall to OG here as OG trying to build up some steam in this tournament. Let's see what they do as we head back to the panel.
Yeah, we're going to talk about this OG and Yakult game, this best of one, because T said, I don't want to overreact. Yakult, yes, they had a great showing earlier today, but you wanted to see if they would have that consistency, if they could do it here. They couldn't. And honestly, massive props to OG because they were just phenomenal. We said how much they needed to have strong lanes for themselves. I'm not saying they came out on top of every lane, but good enough position where they were able to keep control, keep a lot of pace going here.
Yeah, I mean, Centaur and the Ember Spirit just didn't really have much net worth, right? When you think about, you can already see from the highlight here, right? This is the 27-minute mark in the game. Alk, of course, we expect him to be top net worth, but OG did a very good job making sure all of their free cores were able to scale into the game. And Alk, you need to be proactive. You need to get a Radiance and a Blink, go kill. You need to do things. And Yakult, they had item timings, but compared to OG, they weren't doing anything on the map. OG, they're layering their heroes, beautifully just playing together and just ensuring that Yakult never had any timing to truly utilize.
Yeah, I mean, I stylistically, like, I think Yakult's heroes can work for a team, but I don't think they will work for this team. I think this team wants better scaling and they want more ease of execution. I think Emo is a bit too crazy of a player, and a lot of them have this sort of just wild, like, throwy instinct that I think if you have a game that requires really clean execution, you need to have very low deaths, be farmed, like, that's not their style. I think they want kill threat and they want like more of that late game potential because I think they're honestly just not a clean enough team to play a draft like this.
I agree. I think if you look at their lineup, their heroes pretty much only function as a group of 5. I think they can't really make much happen on the map as 2, as 3. They can't really play any skirmishes. Their lineup excels at going as 5 with a strong timing. And like you mentioned, I just don't think that Yakult right now has the, the confidence to pull this off.
And look at the itemization from Natsumi, right? Like, he knows he's playing into an Alk, so he gets the Daedalus, MKB. An Alchemist in an even game against Marcy, you're not going to be able to outcarry. Because the damage Marcy does, you naturally itemize to deal with everything Alk uses to be tanky, right? So I think that alone is also a statement that Yakult has to win the early game, has to be the ones leading the charge. So yeah, for OG, really strong lanes, really strong early play, and some of the issues that enabled them from not winning the previous tournament, it feels like they're fixing them. I'm not going to say they're fixed, because again, they are playing Yakult, they're not playing up against some of the bigger teams in the tournament, but
Sure.
At least I'm seeing the growth of OG, and that feels like every tournament, from Aureus to OG to now, every tournament you see little improvements, which is really good for the team.
Yeah, I mean, that's the showings of a great Dota team, is that you're able to have that inch by inch and, you really push through it, because I think it's easy to come in, maybe have a rough showing in a tournament, a rough group stage, and just be like, all right, we're not built for this. But this game, it's a great start for OG. One of the key parts, T, is in that middle to, I don't want to say later part of it, right? Because this Lotus Orb was actually picked up quite early, and that was the impact. It felt like from there was never entry back in here for Yakult. That Lotus Orb was the make or break, and OG utilized it amazing in every fight thereafter being picked up.
Yeah, honestly, just an OP item. When you draft now, you might even need to think about how many heroes want to play into Lotus Orb, because the way that the Mars itemized, you go for the pipe, kind of off script, right? Then the Lotus, and as we play the clip here, if he doesn't get this Lotus off, if he doesn't stun the Alchemist, it could be another fight. This is the point where you want to get a pick off, want to start making some moves, but you get a good return. OG's in position, the layering of the stuns on the Alchemist, they instantly say, Yakult, you are not entering this game. So one Lotus, one Reflection, you get a kill, you get a Rax, you're feeling really, really good. They just broke Yakult very, very quickly.
That's a really good point. The spell usage on the side of OG was really amazing. The not stacking stuns, like not double using, like it just felt like every time was spot on. They had this clear communication. We can't know for sure exactly what they were saying, Quinn, but in those team fights, you're just amazed by the fact that they're able to have such clean spell usage. A couple of chaotic fights, but overall, I want to say it was really phenomenal to watch.
No, I think they're very much a team. I think you look at some teams and you look at their players and they lack that cohesion. And maybe they're really much better at lanes. They're more individually skilled or whatever. I think OG, maybe they lack some of that laning, or you can compare their skill 1-to-1 to other players. But I think they're very much a team. You can tell that, I think, in the way that they draft. It looks like they believe in each other, and just sort of like the vibe when you watch them play. That's how it feels. And I think that is probably their biggest boon as a team, is I think they are a team, like at its core. Like they actually believe in each other, and they're like a project that they, Scam and Yopaj have played together for a long time. I think a lot of these players have experience with each other, and the fact that they're building something there, I think, is like probably their greatest strength.
I mean, I think the clip we just saw showed it pretty well, like how Yakult are going as 4, Ember is like Remnant and the interconnect, Centaur is farming alone top, OG are all ready to take this fight, you know. So I think this corner plays on into the lineup of Yakult. Like, they need to be 5 there. They need to have the Centaur stun first, actually, right? And they need to Alchemist to jump the back line, right? They need to click out, you know, ultimate on Alchemist. They need to be ready to fight on 5. And they just aren't. Whereas OG they're just ready with everything.
Because they understand what their heroes are doing the times that they have, right? I think when you have an Alchemist in the lineup, it's strong laning, you know, push it out, get your economy into knowing exactly what I'm using. If you ever don't use an item on Alchemist, you feel like the game's just falling apart very quickly.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at our standings here because Yakult winning that game earlier against Falcons, now having played twice. There's not a lot of teams actually that have played 2 games for themselves. Yakult going 1-1, they're one of those teams that have played 2. The other team that I would love to highlight here that has now played 2 best of 1s and have won both of them is Na'Vi. And I'm saying this is it. We just wrap it up. This is the end of group stage. Now we're going straight to semifinals here.
Yeah, I think it's really cool to see this team, you know, working and clicking, and I hope they continue to do so as they play more of the field. I think their roster, honestly, is very exciting. A lot of people like to watch and see play. They have all these young players, and they're sort of this, you know, rags to riches, 0 to hero attempt of a team, and I think you don't see that often, and so it's very cool to watch them and root for, because it's just a bunch of young guys. Most of them haven't had experience on like big teams before besides Zayats, and so it's like, can they you know, grind up from the depths to becoming like a tier 1 team? I think that's a really cool arc to follow.
It feels like some part of that could also be used for one of the next teams that we're going to see. We haven't gotten to see them just yet at Blastland 5. On that group standings, it was MOUZ. They haven't had their series yet, and like you were saying, a team that's kind of grinding up. A lot of these players found themselves in the last couple of years just jumping around teams, not necessarily making it to lands, not having that impact. They come together. It is a phenomenal roster that shows up, and then you have them in Valahia, not even a couple days ago, winning it, lifting that trophy too.
Yeah, I think MOUZ have simplified Dota to the point where you know what they're going to be doing, but it's so scary to play into it because they have so much team fight, so much stun, so much lane pressure, the potential mid-1 draft pick that will confuse you. And then not only that, it's when they do make mistakes in the game, they keep going again. Like, you can knock them down 3, 4, 5 times in a game, but then there's that one fight, that one clutch spell usage, and they're straight back in it. Like, they are so resilient, and it's built on the fact that they have played the most competitive games of any team. And yeah, I think if you are XG, be ready for big team fights. And of course, XG is going to like that. They are quite a team fight team themselves, but MOUZ, just so scary.
This is the thing I think about qualifying teams who have to do all those qualifiers early on in the series, in the season, sorry. And it sounds so simple when you say it, but the more games a team is going to play, the more likely they're going to find like that big success later on. I also look at like Paravision, they had to go through a couple of qualifiers for themselves when they formed that new roster, and then they went on and they won some lands. Now we're seeing this story again with MOUZ. We also had it with Falcons when they first formed. They had to go through all their qualifiers, and then they dominated their first year. This could be it for MOUZ Misery. Having all of those qualifiers in their back pocket and then getting a couple of invites here and there, this is it. It's built up for a successful season.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could be. I still, like, to quote T, I don't want to I don't want to overextend and go too ham here.
I'm going to.
It is just 2-3 months into the season. I do think there's a certain mid-1 magic going on right now. He's playing like a god every game. What happens with that when he falls 10% in performance? You know, can they keep it up? Can somebody else take over?
Not my mid player.
There it is.
Who knows, right? But yeah, I mean, I think it could be cool to look at the, for example, the most played heroes in Wallachia, because they have a quite different hero pool than what we're used to seeing, because they had a stand-in, right, in Kaori. So you have the Warlock there as the most played hero, Jakiro as well. But yeah, very high win rate on these heroes. And yeah, I think it speaks to, look how much team fight there is in these heroes, like the MOUZ, Jakiro, Lesh, Warlock, just so much team fight and so many stuns, and very solid setups for their lineups overall. And I think that was why they were able to be so successful in that last tournament. And I mean, now Kaori is not playing anymore. It's Celery's back, right? And he has a complete different hero pool actually. Yeah. So they really have to adjust to Celery, weirdly as it sounds, because they were, you know, relying a lot on his Warlock and his Jakiro.
Yeah. Well, look, that's fantastic that you brought it up. Maybe the differences in Kaori and Celery, and I actually got to speak to Celery just before this series too. Just wanted to ask, the time off. Your team obviously played at Valahia, and you had the time off, and I just wanted to know why you took that time off, if there was any sort of deeper meaning towards it.
Deeper meaning? To have some more time to live life, I guess. And I was also not feeling too well. Just needed some time for a break.
Yeah,
My teammates knew that before the season started, but we didn't know which tournament we were gonna play, since we have to play every qualifier. So it was just a bit hard to schedule it at the start.
yeah, you guys played what was it, like the 70-something games of qualifiers into all of the events, so I definitely understand that. Of course, then your team ended on to win the Valahia there, and I want to know, how was it for you personally, just about yourself, and then also your teammates seeing them win that event?
I was definitely a bit surprised. I know the team is good enough to win, but the way in which they won as well, which was pretty impressive to me, because it was not a clean victory, which in a way you could, like, I think it's almost easier when you're just a lot better in a lot of fundamentals and you win like that. So many games I was watching and I felt like, I guess they're gonna win, and then when they're gonna lose, then they're gonna win again. But they kept winning all those games that were very close, so I'm just very impressed.
Was there like a specific game that you can remember that you were like, wow, I cannot believe they brought that back and won that game?
Yeah, probably against Navi. It was a game where at I think it was around minute 20, it looked very good, and I went for a walk because I thought they won. And then I came back and it looked like they lost, but then they won again. So mostly, like, that's the hardest ones to win, I think, because it's easy to feel very bad when you throw it away, but they still won.
Yeah, that's awesome. I could only imagine it. I do have to ask, Kaori stood in. He's obviously extremely proficient at the Phoenix and the Warlock. Do you feel like now you have to add that into your repertoire? You have to start drafting it for yourself as well?
We'll see, right? I mean, I'm not drafting, so if Danny keeps picking it for me now, then I'm playing it. But some guy on Twitter was asking me to play some more heroes, but we're already doing that. We're playing with standards every tournament to make sure every other tournament we provide you with more viewer enjoyment, I guess. So now it's my turn again for a different hero.
All right, well then I am very excited. I look forward to seeing what you're going to bring. And then just also a generic question about how you're feeling coming up against Xtreme Gaming, seeing that they just won their game against HEROIC in such a great comeback fashion too.
We're playing them first.
Okay, you didn't know.
I mean, you play everyone in this tournament, right?
That's
so
true.
I didn't realize which order it was, and no, that should be fun. I mean, they're probably trying their absolute best, because this is they had to travel here to go back to China again. So I'm sure they really want to qualify. So it should be exciting.
Yeah, we were
forward to that.
Yeah, we were saying similar sort of stuff. But look, Celery, thank you so much for joining me, and good luck today.
Okay, thank you very much.
See ya. MOUZ up against Xtreme Gaming. Our first time getting to see this lineup with Celery back in. No more Kaori as a stand-in. And do you feel like you got an answer there, Misery, about Celery's hero pool, if he's going to be pulling in those Phoenixes and Warlocks? It's kind of cryptic.
I think he dodged the question a little bit.
A little
He
bit,
was
yeah.
kind of like, I don't draft, but
Because
of
the
course-
answer is no.
Yeah,
we'll
that-
not be playing them.
Really?
I think so too. I mean, the drafter is not gonna like keep picking Warlock, right, for Celery if he's not been playing it. I think.
I just went and double checked. He's got like 14 competitive games on Warlock. He
Right.
played it 4 months ago. 75% win rate, but it's not Kaori where it's like, 2,000,001 games of Warlock where he's only played that hero his entire life. It is a very different thing, but of course we will see how MOUZ will look with bringing Celery back on the roster. I think the good thing for MOUZ is they have such a strong foundation. You swap one player out, they're still going to kind of look like the same team, but maybe one or two heroes that are, player specialties.
Did they misclick? Why did they ban Void Spirit?
Yeah, I was also looking at that ban. It looks weird, right?
That does look
Like-
quite misclicky.
Sometimes people like ban stuff that they think the enemy has no possibility of picking because they want to leave you with a choice.
Maybe they think they're playing emo.
Maybe.
Oh yeah, that's Celery's drafting. He's like,
Yeah,
Celery's
he
drafting
wasn't sure
now.
who they were playing, so.
he
No,
actually is the drafter. In the,
Wait, he is?
Yeah, he's got the crown.
I mean, are they in the same place? If they're in the same place, then Immortal Faith is just on his PC.
Looks like they're in the same place. Unless mid one is really fascinated by something on the wall.
No,
Who is
Christmas
that?
is at home, I believe.
I see.
Okay, then they're probably all at home.
Either way,
Anyway.
Immortal
way.
Faith is still the drafter, so whoever's got the crown in the draft, they're still probably just getting told what to pick by Immortal Faith, no matter what. And Xtreme go for the Centaur.
They actually banned Naga themselves, huh? And chose Centaur.
They aren't a Naga Siren team. So MOUZ throughout Valahir had multiple drafts where they were enabled the first pick Naga and would just ignore it.
No, it's Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
really weird because Xtreme plays it,
Why are they banning
and
it? Hold
MOUZ
up.
doesn't.
Yeah.
And that's super strange.
Maybe they just didn't feel overly confident on it from the previous game. It did struggle in the earlier part. And if you're going to leave either Naga or Centaur or both in the pool,
But MOUZ doesn't really play Naga and or...
Maybe they don't know they're playing each other.
Oh, wait, hold up.
yeah, maybe Extreme Gaming also didn't
It's a
know they were
full
going up
blind
against
matchup.
MOUZ.
I'm also getting baited because don't forget that Celery probably plays Naga.
No, he doesn't.
He, he doesn't? Oh.
No.
What would
ignore
you
that.
know?
Yeah, how...
What, were you on a team with him or something?
For like
Oh,
2 years.
chill.
Is that all?
All right, so I was gonna say maybe they're respecting Celery's Naga over Kaori, who didn't play it during Valahir, right?
Ah, I see.
But clearly, based on what Quinn just said, then it is just a weird ban if Celery doesn't play it as well.
Yeah,
Someti-
maybe they didn't do the research on it.
There's probably a world where they didn't do that much prep for this best of one, and they're just kind of winging it a little bit.
First
It is the
Heroes
second
in-
one of the day. You
Yeah.
probably don't like pre-prep. Maybe you don't pre-prep for all of them. I'm not sure.
I mean, we had that in one of the interviews last slam where the coaches weren't able to fully prep for all the teams because they're used to spending one evening for one series. So having to do prep for 3, potentially 4 series is just too much. And then at some point, they do have to generalize it.
I mean, I think it could also be like MOUZ plays a lot of heroes, like offlane heroes that I think are good against. Like, I don't think they generally play heroes that Naga's super good against. He really likes Tidehunter and sort of these, like, they pick a lot of team fight, like we talked about, right? And so that tends to be pretty good against Naga, is when you pick, like, very solid drafts. You pick these beefy offlaners like the Tide. It's pretty good against Naga generally.
This looks very much like the last series we just casted. I talked about the OG, right? It was the same opening,
Identical opening, yeah.
except the Chen, I guess. Let's see what the Extreme is. Rubik just a dead hero or what?
It is, unfortunately. The amount of times I've seen Jakiros and all this stuff, and it's like, cool. I'm just looking for a Rubik, but it never comes into play.
I think the dual breath cast point is too good now, right? You can just kind of press it. Back in
Good
the day, you
Rubik
had
player's
like,
gonna get Ice Path no matter what, you know?
Yeah,
If
yeah.
my FY is playing, he's stealing that Ice Path.
Dude, there's the Tianming Phoenix. Dude, I told you, this guy is Giga on Phoenix. He's like one of the best Phoenix 5 players.
I don't think you actually ever said that.
I definitely said that.
Are there any receipts? Can you bring them up real quick?
I ain't got no receipts.
No.
Okay.
But I've lost to his Phoenix. I think Game 5 in Kuala Lumpur, I lost to his Phoenix. So he beat me in a grand finals with that hero. So I'm scarred.
We know a couple other people that beat you in grand finals.
Yeah, the list is not short. I think it's really interesting that people keep giving Dragonite against Centaur. I think it's one of the best responses because I think the lane is very good. DK hits you very hard. He has the minus armor. Centaur, famously a low armor hero. And just the general dynamics are pretty good. You also have a very long stun against Stampede. Like, I think a lot of things in this matchup go well for DK. And so it's interesting to me that people keep giving this DK on 9 against Centaur on 8. I would think you would use that last ban for DK. Like, it's a classic Centaur response.
Let's wind it back a little bit as well, because you're talking about Tianming Phoenix. I want to know more about, like, why him on this hero specifically. What is it about him in this hero that is, in your mind, so synonymous and so impactful?
I think it's just a very specialist hero. I think the laning is very, like, you need to know how to use the facet to burn people because the whatever it's called, Dying Light, does so much damage when you're close. And so managing that HP, the way you use laser well and placing your egg, like there's like everything about all of his spells is so
high skill
feel
cap.
based.
High skill cap hero, right?
Yeah, it's a very hard hero.
Yeah, so his spells are just, you know, you gotta kind of want to play this hero a lot.
A lot.
I think, yeah. Sunray and the egg and everything. But yeah, Ursa, very good Ursa game, right?
Yeah,
it looks
amazing.
like on paper, like amazing Ursa game actually.
It is, but also MOUZ can try and play into it through going like Gush level 1 on Tidehunter, then the hook, and when Ursa tries to go aggressive, you Gush slow him, hit a good hook, he's now half HP.
Yeah.
Like there's small things that MOUZ can do, and I think that's why people praise Boom quite a lot now, is he's an offlaner that often gets his hero picked blind, knowing he's going to get countered. So in the last year, he's had to understand that he's going to play at a disadvantage in lane. So I'm intrigued to know like what his approach will be against an Ursa.
I think interestingly enough, he is pretty much the only player playing Tide and he's playing it consistently.
Yeah.
They just pick it blindly, and nobody else is really able to do that with Tidehunter.
Yeah, they even opted to ban Alchemist over Ursa, so clearly they think this matchup is not a problem. Which is interesting to me because if I'm XG, I'm super happy with my heroes. I think what they have is great against what MOUZ has. I think they have this counter team fight. They have heroes that are great against Dragon Knight. Ursa's got a super free lane, and I think like MOUZ, we've talked about it a bunch. MOUZ thrived in that Wallachia tournament by having a bunch of team fight, by having that ease of execution that even if they messed up, they could still win games. And I feel like against XG's heroes, if you mess up on MOUZ, I don't know if you're okay. I feel like you're gonna get run over by this team fight.
Kind of, but MOUZ also has a really strong team fight, right? Themselves.
And also mid-1 pick often fixes this. Normally what you're talking about is a problem when you see mid lane also at disadvantage, but when he has last pick, if he brings life to the game, and then you have Ursa who needs to farm, Centaur who needs to farm, mid-1's being extremely active, that's when MOUZ lineups truly come online, because they get to play through all of that aggression.
Of course, they ban out the Shadow Fiend. It's like a mid-1 special hero right now. What else has he really been playing?
I mean, he's got his Veno. He has like the pocket weird stuff, like the Broodmother.
Yeah.
It honestly depends on what NTS will play. This is interesting, I think, in terms of how the mid styles work, because NTS, for the most part, I think is a player who picks like bad matchups and then escapes. Like he's like the most similar laner to Malrine, and that he's someone who slides by. And mid-1 never plays like that. Mid-1 is always playing to win the lane. Like I haven't seen a single game since he's been on MOUZ where he's tried to play like a worse lane. Like it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I think a hero like Ember could also fit really well for MOUZ here. Like, but yeah, I kind of agree. I think mid-1 is very lane, like trying to abuse the lane. But yeah, very strong lineup for Xtreme right now. So much damage and team fight across the board. Looks very solid. Maybe a little lackluster in terms of who's gonna start the fight. Like before the Blink Dagger Centaur, there's nothing really.
And then go for a Storm mid if you want that type of thing, right?
Storm.
You just jump the Ringmaster, the Phoenix, you force Phoenix to have to dive away or use Egg.
What about like a Lina? I know it's not really meta. Is that a hero ever? It's pretty good against Phoenix.
Sure,
Also
you do have a lot of front
you have a lot of front line,
Yep,
but
It's just very bad against, because Magic Lina is full dead, so you have to be right clicker.
yeah.
And right clicker Lina is very bad against Ursa. Like once he gets his blink, he will just insta kill you.
Maybe
and
he's
there's
just not a
Stampede.
hero at all. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just thinking about what they will pick, because the biggest 3 counters to Queen lane are Huskar, Puck, Ember. All 3 are banned. And so I'm looking and I'm thinking, like, what actually are they going to go for? Something like the Veno, I don't think it's particularly good against Queen. Broodmother, I don't think you want to play that either.
Dagger spam, yeah.
I'm going down like the list of heroes mid-1 is played, Lesh is banned, and it's horrible against Queen. Like what actually is he gonna look at?
I mean, Storm is probably the
Is the Prophet
one
still
thing there.
available?
Prophet is available.
You can just play Prophet,
Yeah, sure.
play on
Yeah.
side lanes.
No, I think that's probably a decent bet. I think Storm is, it's just, you lose to the lane. You lose the lane to Queen, like, decently badly.
You're also not really killing any of these heroes, it feels like.
Yeah, like, I think you're going to lose the lane, you're going to be playing catch-up the whole game. And it's going to be, you're going to be a sad camper. I can see the Furion, Interest Prophet.
They're really thinking hard about it, using pretty much all of their reserve time.
Or DK mid.
Beast.
Okay, Beastmaster.
Okay, it's another classic Queen response. I just don't remember mid-1 playing it yet. I could be wrong on that. I think it's... I mean, Beast is very volatile against his Phoenix hero and Ringmaster. Like, it's both 2 supports that if you fall behind, like, you cannot fight until BKB. Even if you get Ags, like, you're not going to fight against his heroes. They have so many spells. They're going to slow your attack speed, so you're not going to get the drum stacks. Like, I would rather be Xtreme here for sure. I think there's a lot of comfort there. And it's an amazing Ursa game.
I actually think Boom can do a lot for his team, right? You've got Dead in the Water, which is quite nice against Centaur, capping move speed. You've got the Yules purchase that can annoy both Queen, Ursa, and Centaur as you're trying to run around. So like, if Boom can get through the lane, find a way to deal with an Ursa lane, he gets these 2-3 cheap items, join his team, that could be disruptive enough to give mid-1 or Chrysalis entry to a fight. So yeah, I'm looking at Boom, I think, a lot for MOUZ's kind of entry to the game.
I mean, I think also Yamich, right, on his pudge, like, can be a very key factor in this game, like making these slow, kind of clunky heroes from Xtreme Gaming look really awkward. I also think that Xtreme Gaming, like we talked about before, has a little bit of an issue starting a fight, whereas MOUZ has a lot of different ways of doing so. Roar, hook, you can gush, run in, you can potentially get blink on DK at some point. I think that could be an issue for Xtreme Gaming playing the map overall.
I mean, XG, when they jump in, they're always clumping up, right? Queen are playing Ursa, they always want to get on top of a hero. So you're playing into Ice Paths and then gushes potentially, like all these like ravages, all these annoying little things. So yeah, I think Xtreme, they have a very Zhao Wei style lineup, right? It's got good lanes, it's honest Dota, but you are going to be running into just the fight and the again tenacity that MOUZ always bring to a game.
But I kind of agree with Quindo. Like looking at it overall, I think Xtreme Gaming's execution in the team fights is going to be easier later on. I think the Phoenix is not really addressed. Just the tankiness and the saves from between Centaur and Ringmaster is a lot. It's a very good Ursa game. Yeah, interesting draft.
I mean, just Pudge in the game, that's the issue. You look at a Pudge lineup and it's like, it either crushes the game or you're an absolute anchor on your team and you're like, carry me boys, you know? But of course, Yamich is one of the best in the world at it, right? So he's able to do it. But visually, when I look at Pudge, it's so hard to always want to back them.
That's right. Sometimes they're just heroes like that. It doesn't matter how synonymous they are with that player, how good that player is on it. There's just always going to be that question mark, and we're going to have those questions answered with this best of one. Xtreme Gaming up against MOUZ.
Best of ones, where leads are built and then leads are thrown, as we've seen more often than not today, it feels like. And we're into this best of one here, MOUZ facing off against Xtreme. Is it going to happen again, Trent? Or are we going to see the comeback strat?
That's an interesting question here, Lyrical. It's been a lot of, yes, people getting ahead and then not staying ahead. Call that a comeback here, folks. Just going to give you some terms.
Nice.
Got a lot of Dota jargon here that you guys got to keep up with. I know it's tough.
I don't think it's just Dota with that one, but yeah, you're right.
we came up with that one, actually. It originated here. It was never used before.
Well, speaking of never used before, Chrysalis is about to die. No, he's going to be able to walk away.
He's good. I have been waiting for the bird, the Phoenix. This is my new obsession. I love this hero. I have been studying the hero. I think it's, I mean, I really understand why it's one of those spammer heroes. You know, people get drawn into certain heroes. There's that weird dude you run into who only plays like Tree and Protector. Then there's the weird one who only plays Earth Spirit. And then there's those weird ones that only play Phoenix, you know? Because I learned why. You start playing this hero and you can feel with every fight where you messed up and how you could have been better. There's so many opportunities to just be better and better and better on this hero. And the good Phoenix players are a real joy to watch.
And I mean, that's, I think, what the panel was talking about. High skill cap hero with a lot of potential to outplay opponents when you get an opportunity to. Should note also, Xnova starting down bottom for a moment there does get Ame down to half HP right out of the gate. So a little bit annoying there. But yeah, that's going to be the thing to watch for. Misery mentioned that he felt like it was unanswered in the draft. We'll see if they come up with some more answers to it. You're more of a fan of the other facet, but the Dying Light is what they ended up going for here on Xnova, which is obviously just straight up better in terms of the laning stage.
100%. I mean, Dying Light, there is no doubt it is better in the laning stage. The hotspot will not help you. The Dying Light is also, again, very much a skill cap issue. It is purely a skill issue that I am doing hotspot so much because it's way easier to be good with. And I also think it's very funny to watch people melt from like 100 to 0 at the end of the death ray. It gets absolutely absurd against a lot of the tankier heroes in the game right now. So I personally think it's 100% viable, but I think these like insanely good Phoenix players are just so good at abusing the Dying Light that I get why they use it in the laning stage.
And this is kind of interesting as we take a look at this top lane, the way that they've set this up here. Yemich trying to mess with Ame, trying to disrupt some of these pulls and grab creep waves if he can, but Xnova is actually putting a good amount of harassment on Daboom, who started with the Gush first, is now trying to do what he can against Xnova, but this is what these lanes have devolved into a little bit here, is Ame chasing Yemich.
It seems crazy that he can live here for so long on level 1 knowing that there's no dive.
Yeah.
And that you don't just get like doubled back on by the Pudge and die. But didn't happen, and now he's got level 2 to just dive away if he needs to.
In the mid lane, mid one, grabbing a couple creep waves with his boars. Did opt for that build along with taking out these axes. He's trying to go more quickly, it looks like, into pressuring the tower against nothing to say.
Yeah, we talked about this in our previous matchup with the Beastmaster, but again, a hero who, for some reason, alongside Nature's Prophet, has just fallen off into the abyss. No one touching these two heroes, not being picked, not being banned in plenty of games right now. And yet, whenever they pop out, they seem to still be very strong. I'm surprised at the decision to ignore it.
Image battling here against Xnova. Yeah, and I think that, you know, that's indicative getting it so late into the draft. Does have a hook. I think it's just a little bit too low HP, and this is where that Dying Light really makes a difference. You can't do this with many other heroes where you're threatening a Pudge that much, and is just going to pull this creep wave all the way over.
Yeah, nice movement.
Yeah, and that messes up the wave pull shenanigans.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we heard Quinn bring up the fact that you got DK versus the Centaur Warrunner. I know I throw my hate at mid DK. I love safe lane DK. This hero's crazy. You get some treads, you get an Armlet, Mask of Madness. Oh my goodness, you're farming everything on the map with so much ease, but you got this armor reduction, you got physical damage versus the low armor Centaur. It's just a matchup made in heaven, and it's great for a hero like Jakiro because he gets to rotate a little bit.
Love to be able to see him making those moves later on to either help out the mid laner, which obviously when you have Beastmaster against Quap, there aren't really that many kill opportunities until 6. But when that does come around, you lay in an ice path and it might be enough. But Yemich making the move back up there as well as he helps secure the rune, and then back to the races to help out Boom some more. But this is what you have to do, right? Like, if you're playing Tidehunter against Ursa, you're gonna have a bad time unless you can do these wave pulls.
Yeah, you don't have a whole lot of choice. You're kind of hoping for some stacks. That's the plan.
Nothing to say, has to blink away. This mid one was pressuring.
He's having a bad day, dude.
Yeah.
Not to say spending way too much time by his tier 2 today in the beginning of his games.
I mean, he didn't even get the tri-lane mid right at the start, but, you know, they're kind of feeling like it.
It is a tri-lane. There's boars, you know?
Oh, that's a good point, yeah.
Yeah, it is still a 3v1.
Oh my god, Yemich almost got double courier kill. Instead, on to Xnova, and now with the hook ready and...
Can he do it?
A blood grenade. Oh! Xnova still has dive.
Look at this. The way he just...
Oh my god. Oh!
I need him to die so I can see this damage from Dying Light. I need someone to actually... I want a death recap here.
You're gonna have to wait till the end of the game, man.
It's true.
Tide TP's out, but you can see this is still being super annoying, right? Like, Ame misses 2 creeps under tower while that's happening.
Yep, and it's a big push coming out too. So like he's smoking back up on Boom. The waves are going to be doubled up here on the Dire. There's no opportunity for a pull.
This
he'll
is
eventually
the play,
get it.
though. You've got Yemich, level 3, rotating over, and amp damage is going to get denied, but then the hook is there, forces out the dive from Xnova. This is because mid one's level 6. They're ready to jump on Nothing to Say.
Yemich instantly cancels that Watcher.
And quick pause.
You don't know that. We could be here for an hour.
I just listen. I know.
Hey, it was a quick pause.
I think I've said quick pause before, like 30-minute pauses before.
Oh, I like your odds though.
Yeah.
Oh, Yemich, he's in there.
Waiting.
There was no dive either, so very scary.
This catapult setting up to be a bit of a scary one. The roar used, Ice Path not connecting. That was like one of the better sonic waves into nothing happening that you're gonna see. Ame. Moves are being made. Boom is there. Is Ursa gonna kill them both? He's looking for a hook. Looking for a chance. Ame wanting to take on the whole world. It's not gonna happen. That was actually first blood. Boom gets it 7 minutes in.
All right. It's kind of crazy. Not the hero I would have guessed. I think I pretty much would have taken anyone else in this game, honestly, to get first blood. With how this was looking, considering the matchup you're in as the Tidehunter is the lowest farming core, but he gets there. And that immediately shoots him up to number 3.
Decent start there for MOUZ.
Is under attack.
And Ame.
Ame, he's kind of out here right now with no ulti.
Yeah. Is he dead?
There's no way.
Yimich right onto him again. Gets the hook out. Yimich is going to fall for this, but he got a Flesh Sheep second. That's double back-to-back deaths for Ame.
That's crazy. That's such a, like, why are you there, death?
Yeah.
Like, what was there to gain standing there? That's the one your support just looks at you. And as the core player, you're like, well, I was, like, you know, baiting them in, and we were going to TP. We'd set up a fight and everything. And, like, you're all doing all these calculations. But the support's just like, man, just send it to the tower, dude.
Roar, mid one, trying to chain together, but the Hawk did not get any root action. So Roar down. Quap is going to have to regen back up to full, though.
What's my Ringmaster doing this game? Well, I haven't seen this guy. I mean, I got a Centaur versus the DK lane. What's my Ringmaster doing? Like, let's get some action happening here, brother. I don't need you sitting down bottom. He doesn't need a friend. He's okay by himself. He's a big, strong horse guy.
Oh, he's hearing you. Making the move. Sonic Wave back underneath tower in mid one is going to get found and killed.
Yeah, let's get involved here.
Very slow-paced game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yamich is going to be going for his blink first there. Centaur's going to be getting a tower with his helm down bottom. And Chrysalis is working on that Mask Madness to begin his long march into so much gold and then eventually win the game when he buys Daedalus. And that's safe lane DK.
Yeah. I mean, Ursa can be a nice answer, obviously, of making things difficult to sort of stay alive against, but if you can get off to a hot start and particularly get those like kiting items, the game does become that much more difficult. Celery stacking up the hard camp at the 10-minute mark. They're going to be able to hook and roar, and nothing to say. Goes down.
Great pick for them. So he's going to catch the wave mid, and mid one's going to take the opportunity to use this vision and farm up the camps that they're prepping. FY just lurking nearby to steal some of this XP, but is worried he's going to get hooked, so ends up just backing away.
I mean, so far, so good for XG. Everything going their way right now. The only lane that isn't even necessarily having trouble, but they're getting a lot out of on XG is the Centaur.
Yeah, now MOUZ just has Jakiro pressure, 3 points liquid fire on this tower. The first support to pressure towers that's been meta for a while. Like, Shaman's been dead for a while, you know? I mean, Chen, of course, is always there, but even Chen isn't really like that much of a tower pressure these days anymore, it feels like. At least not, certainly not the solo ability of the Jakiro to just walk up and do so much damage because of this build being so viable.
It's nice to see. They will get to deny there. I think it's, you know, worth considering how crazy this hero is too, because we saw that Icebreaker, you know, facet being pretty viable as well in the last game.
Yeah, it's totally fine.
Ame under tower, boom, thinking about getting aggro. Doesn't have to throw out the Ravage yet, but they can just slowly siege this down too. Also, X-Nova nearby. They're bringing in more people. The smoke coming behind.
Yeah, he wants to use
Supernova ready.
But they didn't wind up with a great egg team. You know, I was kind of looking about these answers versus the Tide. I was thinking, like, you know, Monkey King's a bit of a classic, right? Because it gives us, like, AoE control, but also counters the Tidehunter. And then you can try and support this egg a little bit with some stuns on top of it.
Ooh.
Wait, I didn't see it. Nope.
Nope, nobody saw
it. Didn't even, nope,
Fine.
Don't worry.
You're good.
Oh, no.
Path down mid one, he walks away from it. And now instead, okay, good save. there for the moment, nothing to say, pops that shield rune and gets out of trouble. But with Chrysalis showing up, the hook somehow gets past the DK, finds the Phoenix.
Okay, well, you know, it's always good to just practice one-year screams first.
Yeah. So an XXS doesn't mind. This guy's just sitting with Stampede, doesn't feel like he needs to use it. Keeps the farm train going.
0-0-1, baby. I mean, the team only has 2 kills. That's not exactly a wild thing to be at right now. Nova comes up top to defend.
Celery. I mean, this can't feel good for XG. You TP your 2 supports up here, and they still can't really get anything done. And in fact, they might lose FY. Oh, man.
Don't worry, I got the ward, buddy. You may be dead, but I got it. Ching.
God, that's got to feel so bad. And now, I mean, yeah, Ame just has to leave because there's no way you can defend this now.
All right. Hey, XXS, could you, like, go top, man? I kind of need this wave. I need you to head out there, bud. We got Wisdom coming up here in a bit, so yeah, exactly. He's gonna go farm this up, and FY is gonna prep some more stacks, then grab the Wisdom. It's okay because there's not a lot of aggressive and offensive pressure coming here from the side of MOUZ, so I feel like things could be a little worse. Chrysalis is about to have the armlet though. He picks it up now, so that Blink Dagger will come very quickly after this is done, and they will start upping the pressure.
I mean, yeah, as much as MOUZ has this lead, you can see the way that later on these fights can look really solid for XG. They're building towards this pipe. They're waiting for this later timing. It just is a little disconcerting when, like, every move that MOUZ makes feels like it's working for them.
FY does make his way over there to finally get that shrine. Thankfully, not contested by anyone there. No sneaky heroes from MOUZ. And boom, just, I mean, you heard the panel talk about the fact that no one else is really scooping up Tide right now, and he's willing to just shove it in.
Yeah.
There's like, yeah, it's good. Don't worry about it. Tide's going to be fine. And a lot of that does come down to the shard. It has really enabled Tidehunter to be so much more than just his ultimate. So it's made his life just so much better right now.
This path connects there onto 2 while they're setting up for bottom. FY connect on a Chrysalis. They're going to stampede in Ame on top of him. And that is what, well, you don't want to see FY get the kill, but they get the kill nonetheless.
It's fine. He's dead. We'll take it, I think, at this point here, because that's still the Battle Fury now coming out here for Ame. So he has entered the game. Unfortunately, it's at the same time as Yamish getting a Blink Dagger, which is a little bit scary.
And an Axe Beastmaster. Yeah, this is a nice timing for them. This is pipe done.
I'd say, easily. Like, they could just take a pick and you can Roche pretty fast with Beastmaster Eggs if you want. Take that away from the Ursa team. That would feel really nice, I think.
Celery is not with them, does not have a TP either, so they kind of... I think they would love to run into the jungle right now and find X-Nova, but if they can get nothing to say, that would also be a pretty huge win here.
Gets a pretty deep ward here from Yamich.
XG, they stayed just out of vision. They are now gonna walk underneath the ward. FY is spotted. Celery runs into 2, the stun onto both of them. Now everything dropped down the Supernova. They need to turn and hit it. Can they kill it in time? Yes, they will. Ravage out. Now XXS in trouble. No more Stampede to get out of harm's way. Oh, is he gonna die? The hook to get him out of there? Boom, manages to come back in with one big swipe. And now Yemich chasing down Ame. Chrysalis on the hunt, finds the stun onto FY. 3 dead for 1. That ward made the difference.
Yeah, that was a tough call as well from Yamich to blink and grab the... Like, he has to go for the Ringmaster, right? Because obviously the Phoenix is so tempting. But if he goes for the Phoenix, then you're just going to get saved by the W. So he was really counting on his team to deal with the Ag in that situation. And they were all prepped. They just rip the Ravage and eliminate the Ag, and they can just take the fight right from there. And that was with Chrysalis coming in relatively late, too.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is exactly what you would want to do at this time of the game. You want to get a little fight, either a pickoff or even, I mean, that was even better than what they'd hoped for, I'm sure. And they want to just run into the Roche pit, deny this Aegis from the Ursa lineup, and then start controlling around the Tormentor space. Clinical.
It's too bad, too, because I think this matchup also is sort of annoying to play against the Tidehunter with the Phoenix, because you kind of want to, like, there was a lot more value to get out of the spells from the Phoenix with, like, Sunray going off and Fire Spirits and all the rest of this, but you've got to be worried about a Ravage connecting on you and then you get bursted before you get Egg off. Yeah. You're kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't a little bit for X-Nova.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. That one is really trying to use his Aegis. This is no Ravage, so can't be too crazy, but Yamich wants to roll.
Looking for that hook. Good save. Sonic Wave out. Again, Sunray doing a lot of work. Egg is back up in 4. No Ravage for 30. This could still be a decent fight for them. They take down 1, and there's Sunray out. Good damage out. Will it be enough for the kill? Oh, they managed to take down the Egg again.
This is making me feel so much better with my Phoenix games.
Zame is going to get lifted. As the Enrage goes out, the Yules comes immediately, and Ame going to die. 4 dead. Nothing to say, nothing to do with this moment.
It's just, I mean, the Shard is so value, it feels incredible, but the level 1 Egg is just, you cannot be contested at all, right? That is the issue. And I mean, we know, he's just letting it rip there because his only hope to keep the fight going was that even if they all turned onto him, at least it might have saved his core. But they just immediately go mid. They even kill Nothing to Say, which gives you really nothing left to hope for on the side of XG.
That's crazy, man. No, it's tough. 6K gold lead, and they are not backing up. I mean, this is what we said, right? It's their timing. You've got Pipe, you've got this Yules on Boom, which, because you're playing Ursa, you want to get so much more out of some of these early fights even.
Yeah.
With Blink, Battle Fury, whatever. Until BKB, he's just a creep.
Yeah, he's got nothing to do here. And it's just so quick to take these objectives, either Roche or Tormentor or Towers with the help of this Jakiro.
And you know who's happiest about this? Freaking Celery, man. This guy. He's like, look, never in doubt. We're good, everybody. We're good.
Kaori, you know, you're the best, but I'm gonna let you finish, Kaori, but yeah, okay, exactly. Everything's fine. Yeah.
Well,
ooh,
Tormentor,
yeah, close one.
Seems to be on the menu. And we're going to be getting right on into that 21-minute Wisdom Rune. Wisdom Shrine, excuse me. Some habits die hard.
I still call it, yeah, okay. There's a DD and a Wisdom Rune, all right? It's just...
Exactly.
It's fine.
Well, if it's bottled, it still says double damage.
I know, it's true. It's not even our fault, really.
What do you think about this Ags on Nothing to Say that's coming out?
I mean, typically, it is the best way to get damage on Queen, right?
Yeah.
Just raw damage. The downside is when you've got these heroes that have just really easy dispels. So, I mean, Tide, obviously a bit annoying. And you know that it's going to be a BKB on the DK, but it's also solid for just, like, you know, pushing, so.
Yeah.
It's fine. I feel like the hero's got options, and you can't really go too wrong with the builds, really, when it comes to just trying to itemize for the damage.
Yeah.
I think when your levels are good, that's when the Sonic Wave feels better, right? Because of the 20 cooldown. But when you're in a situation where you got to rat a little bit more in the early game, you might need the eggs.
That's fair. I also, I do think that, like, it's a higher upside, potentially. If you can get, like, 3 rounds of Shadow Strike off, you know, the damage from that can start to really stack up, particularly against, like, you know, you've got 4 melee bruisers here on MOUZ.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
10K gold lead.
Dire's
Just
bottom
keep
tower
on hearing that bassy drum come in from the Beastmaster everywhere we go to, and it was a great last pick. It set them up really well for success here.
just watching Celery liquid fire towers.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, you can't do anything against this right now. You've got to defend high ground, and that's like the main thing that they're going to try and do. FY is actually
Tumbled up there. That makes you visible.
Yeah, going to get him dead in the water. And with that, FY will try and go into a little box and scoot away.
Do it.
It wears off. The hook dodge. Oh, no. That was looking cool for a moment, but it's not going to matter. And they're actually just going high ground right now and going to take it.
He just tumbled up here so menacingly.
Yeah, Yule Scepter lift up, and well, come join us, why don't you?
Ame
the
is
water
on the
is
way.
nice.
Like,
It's
they see
perfect.
Ursa. He's just pushing bottom. They are not scared.
No, Ame is AFK farming. He's got to. Unreal. So one lane of Brax and might just keep going for more, honestly.
I mean, this would be pretty crazy. Winning a game pre-Daedalus on carry DK is when you really got a good thing going.
Or a really bad thing going.
That's, oh my god, he hits him again.
Yeah, Image just very good at this. Jumps in, mid one, catching nothing to say, and 3 dead. GG is called 23 minutes, getting us back on schedule here. MOUZ not taking a step back at all.
Oh, man. You know, I also, had people asking me, do you think MOUZ will get figured out? It's like, well, I mean, is there really much mystery to what MOUZ does? They've been doing the same thing. They play really well. Mid one crushes his lane and just runs the game. The guy has just been on his grind. He's, topping, he's making his way up the leaderboard after years of just not really doing that much in terms of like competitive Dota and playing like the highest tier of rank, but now he's just cruising and he just crushes every official that he plays. Like, I don't think there's much of a secret. I think they're just really good at Dota right now.
It's really, really impressive. And I mean, Xtreme, we saw them put together a solid performance earlier, but MOUZ just feel like they're on another level right now, put together performance after performance as they take this best of one here at the beginning.
What a commanding fashion that they take this game in as well. I mean, there's something to be said, T, about not taking breaks, about the grind, the practice, the repetition. It's gonna hand over and deliver beautiful games like that, closing it out in 20-something minutes here. That's what happens when a team isn't taking a break. There isn't any real rest for them at all. They show up on day one of a new tournament.
I mean, they know what they want to draft. They know how they want to play the heroes. So when XG picks up an Ursa, it's not, oh, wow, what an Ursa pick, they've won the game. No, they have the Tide, they got the Pudge, they do their little things. This is what I was saying about during the draft, that Boom is a player that is happy to play into matchups that look like it's better for the opponent. But they do the little things, they do all these little shenanigans, and then they just crush the game. So I feel I had a big emphasis on Boom. He buys the Yules, he does all this stuff, and yeah, just cruise control from MOUZ.
No, I think that's a huge element for any team that's succeeding, is having players and heroes that you can just pick and you don't care what they respond with. You don't care about any of the counters because you can play against that. I think that is like a massive element to their gameplay. So they're able to just pick, they just pick Tide Pudge and like, yeah, that's our offlane. Pick anything you want to counter us. And they do pick whatever they want and they still lose/draw the lane to 2 melee heroes. Like, they've clearly really refined this way of playing the lane, and it's just, people just haven't shown the ability to like shut them down properly.
Yeah, they also just shine with confidence. I think all their players, and just, one thing is draft, another thing in the game. I think, yeah, this team is just, it's obvious they just won a tournament. I think they just look so strong and they look so confident in everything they do. So yeah, tough team to beat right now, MOUZ.
Yeah, it really is. Everything kind of going their way. The drafting looking great for them. Those team fights we talk about later on as well. What about the early game? Because that's been something for the teams that we've talked about so far here. Quinn is having strong lanes, not really having confidence that they're a team to have strong lanes. MOUZ, though, on the other hand, like, it feels like that's their bread and butter. They have those fundamentals you've talked about that are very difficult to fix and to improve on.
Yeah, I think their safe lane is always rock solid. Mid one is a great laner, but I think this off lane, they know all the tricks of the trade playing these double melee lanes. If you look on paper, XG's heroes are much stronger. If an Ursa and a Phoenix are fighting a Tide and a Pudge, it won't even be close. And so MOUZ just isn't fighting. They block the enemy wave, so it goes into tower, and then Pudge goes in classic, drag the wave behind tower, and they just continue to pull shenanigans for the rest of the lane. They just aren't really laning straight up until they reach the point where it's not a fight anymore. They just do a go on the Ursa. He gets gushed into hooked, and they make these small little plays, and it makes all the difference, really, because when you look at this, right, you expect Ursa to have a good start and him to be really fat and hitting these timings, and he's just not. He's not hitting these timings. He's not ahead. They're making ganks, and he tied like multiple times before he was even 6. Like, this stuff is absolutely game-changing. It totally alters the way you look at a draft and expect the game to go. You know, if Xiaowei looks at this, he expects Ursa to be huge, and then he watches the game, and his Ursa's poor, and he's like, guess what the heck happened?
It's also because one thing is that MOUZ are doing the correct things, but it's also perhaps that Xtreme Gaming are not really ready for it. So the Phoenix is helping Centaur block the way bottom, right? He's using the gate, which means he's late for top. So they're not anticipating MOUZ doing these type of shenanigans, right? Maybe next game they're going to play against this, they're going to realize we actually need to protect our safe lane this time. We need to make sure that we block the wave so we get it in the proper position so it doesn't end up in the tower. So our Ursa doesn't get hooked. So Pudge cannot pull the wave. Like, these things needs to happen for the Ursa to have a good lane, right? So yeah, I think that's also why MOUZ, they show that they understand the matchups better actually than Xtreme Gaming does in this game.
I mean, XG, they're just a team that if they don't do well or even in lanes, they just instantly crumble. I feel like they aren't the type of team that makes these epic comebacks. If the lanes are this bad, they can just get shut out. They're a little bit more volatile in that nature. So yeah, anything fast-paced, anything, you know, very decisive often is the biggest way to beat out XG. So teams in the future, in these best of ones, find ways to craft these type of lineups, and you might be able to beat XG as well.
Yeah, maybe, but you know, that didn't happen earlier today when we saw XG come up against Heroic. That was actually a fantastic win for Xtreme Gaming. Here, though, that consistency just isn't there, something that is a little bit worrying. But when we look at the standings, we can see that there's only a couple of games being played. All of these teams are going to verse each other over the next few days. And so whilst it might not look good having that 1-1 scoreline, that still is a great start. You're not in any precarious situation at all, Quinn. It's just like, okay, now we have one instance of what works and one instance that doesn't.
Yeah, it's a lot of games. It's a lot of room to improve and things to work on. And so I think for all these teams, really, Xtreme included, you play a game and you need to look at this, you know, things that happen and fix stuff, improve, right? It's a long group stage of games, and you need to actually be using those things to improve and get better throughout this tournament. I think we saw that from multiple teams. Last group stage, we saw Heroic start off the tournament a little bit shaky. They'll drop the first game to Yakult, who ended up being 1 in 10,000, and then they you know, they ended up looking amazing and went all the way to the main stage and looked great even there. And so I think, you know, being able to gain stuff from these best of ones is really massive, and I think will be, you know, a game changer for who makes it all the way to the LAN.
Yeah, it's definitely a marathon here. It's not a sprint. And that finish line, well, the real goal for them, of course, is to lift the Blast Slam trophy. But more importantly, it's also to make it to Chengdu, China. It's going to be an amazing event all the way over there in China. And our Chinese teams, well, of course, they're extra motivated to get to play in front of a crowd, in front of all of the Chinese fans over there as well. But, well, each individual player, all the teams, they've got something to prove here, Misery. I think more importantly, a team that we saw earlier, and we're going to be seeing again here today, is OG. You know, they've come in, Aureus for Blast Slam 4, not so great, get picked up by OG, have a fantastic Valahia. Now we saw them in their first series. Great win. Fantastic win. Now we need that consistency. We need to really believe it.
I mean, I'm starting to believe more in this roster. Than, I think they're looking more and more solid. I think both their draft and the way they execute, it looks like a team that's has the potential to be that consistent contender for these LAN spots.
Am I going crazy?
Yeah, probably, but why?
Isn't it Execration? Didn't you say XG?
Did I say XG?
Yeah.
It is Execration.
The voices in my head have said
Did
XG.
I actually say XG?
No, but the voices in my head. I don't want to call anyone out, but the voices in my head, not to try and break that wall, just keep saying XG. It's like they're not playing. Stop telling me this.
We just saw them. This is it. I don't know how teams are like preparing
The voices
for
in my
these
head,
best
whoever
ones.
that could
That's
be.
amazing. Heck in the
That is
Twilight
not.
Zone.
That's
This is what we
Execration.
need to do.
These are the
We need
SEA
to take,
goats.
we need to take a step back and take a page out of Execration's book
Yeah.
and just collect ourselves, because there are so many games, so many teams, because it's not just this
Even
stream.
Celery didn't know who he was playing against.
I don't blame him now. You know,
Yeah.
I was blaming him before. I don't blame him. There's this stream. We've got stream B happening as well, where Execration got the team right this time.
Yep.
Played earlier. Now they're coming up against OG.
Yeah, I'm gonna close my XG notes now.
We're actually
Yeah,
doing
a lot of Gs.
team meditation.
Dude,
here
those
from
two are
Execration.
heckin' locked in. Yeah, what is
Yeah.
going? They're
Is it actually a team effort or is
Maybe you
just
should track
those
one.
two guys? That's pretty cool. I haven't seen.
yeah, it's
Much of that.
it's interesting.
Yeah.
This guy is in the full heckin' zone. I mean, I think pre-game rituals are an interesting thing. People do all kinds of different stuff. People do music, or they get amped up, or they're done with the meditation now. I'm a big Bob fan. I think he's a really fun player to watch. I think actually a lot of people are big Bob fans.
One's in chats if you're a Bob fan.
Yeah, there's lots of Bob fans in chat, I'm sure of it. He's like, his bat rider is, I've been solo killed by his bat many a time. And we did win the game, but I was solo killed. He's, big on the spirit guys. He's just sort of this crazy psycho run-in mid player. He's like emo, but like somehow even more psycho. He's super fun to watch.
In
Big Bob fan.
Execration in general, I
Yeah.
kind of like that. They're very all in, very sometimes maybe hit or miss a little bit. Very pumped up right now.
They went from full zen to now full amp.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is like again every emotion, but like when you think about the roster though, for like in SEA, they have been shut out by Aureus back in the qualifiers. Of course, now OG. They have, they're doing okay. They also lost to the Cuckoo's stack as well in a recent qualifier. So I feel like they don't have as much international experience compared to the likes of what OG will be having for the rest of the year. So when they do get to the international stage, they need to kind of relish it, take as much as they can. Because SEA is such a scary region. Like when you go back to that, the teams, they are so close to each other every single time that often we see a team rise up, get to a LAN, go back, and we don't see them again for 3-4 LANs, right? So I think this is just about learning as much as you can. I don't expect Execration to make the playoffs, but I want to see them show development from the last LAN where, again, they didn't do too well.
Yeah, we talked about it before. It's those small improvements. That's what is the foundations and what will lead to like better future showings and a good Dota team down that line. It would be amazing if we could see them show up and have a fantastic showing. Unfortunately, they lost their series earlier today. But again, sitting on that 1-1 scoreline would be really good for them, Quinn. That's where, again, you take a lot from it, but you're still putting yourself in the middle of the pack with everyone else, because that's where most teams are sitting right now. It feels like a very even playing field.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about MOUZ earlier, team of underdogs, right? Where do you think those players came from, right? They came from playing tournaments and losing out and losing a lot of games and learning. And I think that's, the phase Execration is in. I've talked to Arthur before. I think he's a super, like their coach. I think he's a really nice guy, and I think they're really hardworking. They're a team that I think is committed to working with each other and trying to learn from better teams. And so I think they're a team that is well suited to get stuff out of these tournaments. When they make it to get to play in these online portions, that they're savoring and really trying to learn from every game. And I think I'm honestly really excited to see if that team can build and improve as time progresses, because I think they're really hungry to.
Yeah, you also had your stint in SEA Misery, however long ago you want to coin it. But any of these players, ones that when you see them, you're like, there was so much more potential than what we actually got to see on a stage. And now having what feels like, well, it is essentially 2 SEA lineups going up against each other. Is there going to be this inter-region beef, something different than when you see an international?
I think this series could be a bit different than what we're used to seeing. As for the first question, I would say Execration as a team, these guys have been playing together for a long time. Maybe with one player swapped out here and there, but I think they are the C team that has been together for the longest time out of any team, really. So, maybe at some point it's got to click.
At some point it's going to click. We'll see if it's going to happen here in this game up against OG. Well, this is always the spicy end of the competition, is when we see two teams from similar regions or the same region going up against each other because they're very familiar. You know, scrim partners, all of that, played against a lot of pubs against each other, sorry. And so I do wonder, yeah, is there going to be some different openings and some different heroes being let through? Because what I'm seeing right now, a big discussion of today is Naga Siren. Not being banned and not being picked up there. Please don't. Okay, yeah, prove me wrong.
Until then. We do see the trait, though, of Jakiro Naga, at least in recent tournaments. The idea of Jakiro's laning aggression, the pacing that you can bring can sometimes outmaneuver a Naga Siren. Of course, eventually Naga will still find that one song to win a game. That's why it's always hotly contested. But Execration is looking for the pacing rather than the fight security of a Naga Siren.
Yeah, and some teams just don't play the Naga. It's not an easy hero to play on an individual level, and some 5 players just don't play it. The hero on 4 is quite mediocre, so if your 5 guy doesn't play it, you're probably just not picking it. And while I don't know if this trade is necessarily on like a paper basis the best for Jakiro, I think Jakiro is just a super strong hero that's hard to really go wrong with. You weren't going to get it second phase, and so if you opted to ban the Naga, they would respond with a bad, and there's all sorts of what ifs, and I think if you're Execration, having just this nice strong hero first pick, it can't be that bad.
I know we talk about like the regional matchups, right? OG Execration. I kind of feel like for OG, if they are to truly become a top tier 1 team, do the region proud, I feel like they need to annihilate Execration. Not allow for the, I'm playing against the guys that we played in qualifiers, let's try and, you know, play into that. I feel like certain teams, they play into their opponents, and then they never strive to being the top team, right? So for OG, because of how well they did in the last event, I'm not looking at this being a close series for them. If you want the region to truly look as strong as
I also think it shouldn't matter for them, basically, who they're playing against, right?
Exactly.
They should just continue doing their thing. They've also been in Europe for quite a while, I guess, more than Execration perhaps. So maybe a bit more used to the meta over here. But yeah, I like this pick from OG here, going with the carry straight away. I mean, we have seen Gyro support a little bit, but probably just going to be their safe lane here.
Yeah, I think there's not that many range carry pairings right now that you like with Naga Siren, so just picking it straight away, especially Gyro, a hero that doesn't really have that many counters right now, it's just, their heroes are very strong together. Gyrocopter also a hero that benefits a lot from vision and seeing people. He's a hero that can be kited very easily, so having that song to get on top of stuff that's kiting you, also just a monstrously strong lane. I think the 2 heroes have more synergy than you would expect at first glance.
And then MOUZ is a nice response, right? You've got Bulwark throughout the game against the Flak of Gyro. You then have the Spear when Gyrocopter wants to get the barrage, using the Facet to get more move speed. You spear them away. So, nice response from Execration.
Yeah, it's also taking a page out of OG's book. They had the Mars and the Jakiro in the game earlier, and it's just very simple heroes. It's good Dota, and I think, you know, for C teams, that's a great start. I think you just want some simplicity with your draft. Pick some teamfight, pick some heroes that work well together. I think they've had a tendency to shoot themselves in the foot in the draft in the past. And so when you have Mars, Jakiro, like, that's great. That's what you want to see, because the heroes are just good together. They're good heroes. They scale well. Like, that's a great start. Pick more stuff like this.
Yeah, they allow you to pick pretty much anything you want later on, right? Like, we see the Windrunner here. It's not a hero that we see that much right now, but because you have the MOUZ and the Jakiro locked in already, you can kind of allow the Windrunner to have a spot here, even though it perhaps, you know, normally you would probably see like Snapfire or like Hoodwink reprioritized higher in the spot, but, you know, Windrunner, maybe he likes it a lot. It could also be flexed.
So I think there is a potential for the flex, but also when I see an SEA team and Wind Ranger, normally I'm thinking of Natsumi. So part of me is wondering as well, you know, one, do they just favor that matchup? You already see the Gyro. It's not necessarily a deny pick. Like, I just do wonder, like, what is happening in this?
It's also just a nice support. If you're playing into Gyro, you can Windrun away. You don't take damage from it. You've got Shackle, ways to play distance. So, and also into Song, you have Ice Path plus Power Shot, high range spells that during the low levels of Naga Siren you can try and punish.
Might just be like a hipster +4 situation.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I want to play Windrunner, you know.
Yep.
This OG picks are a bit odd, right? Like a bit unorthodox, maybe. The Muerta Bristleback combination here.
Yeah.
I don't really see why exactly these 2 heroes and why this pairing in this particular case.
Yeah, I mean, on first glance, they're definitely not particularly good against Execration's heroes. Mars is like a classic counter to Bristle because you turn him and you have a long stun. I do think OG they have some interesting like the way their heroes work is they have all like a bunch of heroes running in, and they sort of just tank the Mars and the hero, and they say, okay, we're tanky, we have Song backing us up, we have like the Silence Ghosts or whatever we're gonna play, and like we're just committing to running into the fight. We're not gonna try to kite you or play slippery. We're just picking tanky stuff. We're gonna try to play through lanes, play fast, and have this HP. And I think it's an interesting approach against it. Void Spirit, incredibly strange response.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you would really be able to predict the Muerta Bristleback and then the Void Spirit.
No,
after
I don't
that.
think
You know,
so.
it's just very hard. But I guess the Void Spirit Q has a little bit of merit against the Bristleback, perhaps. You know, there's not much disable for the Void Spirit. Muerta can be a bit annoying, perhaps, in the game. But it's maybe the damage on Void Spirit is quite lacking right now.
I think for OG at least, the Bristle is just nice for the fact that you just run into the middle of a fight, right? You can buy a Lotus, you buy the, you can buy Pipe, you can buy Auras if you want to. So that alone is a big tick for me. And Execration, Void Spirit, when you eventually said Vessel, I think that's like the only reason I'm looking at it, right? It's just a Vessel buying mid laner. The turn on Bristleback, it's like, it's cute, but it's not reliable. I don't really care about that thing really in the grand scheme of the game. So yeah, it's okay. I think OG is just happier with their heroes right now. The strength of the lanes, Natsumi feels somewhat uncontested, where to kill him, you really need to bring double support plus Mars, and then get the clean spells on him. If there is ever a Naga Siren getting vision, of course you won't be dying to the combination.
I mean, I do think that Execration are happy with their stuff as well. This is the type of stuff that they excel at. Low cooldown spells. They can fight all the time. No cooldowns whatsoever. As for OG, they kind of need a playmaker, right? They don't really have anything to start the fight. They don't have much burst as well. So they need something important out of their mid laner here that covers those holes. And as for Execration, they really need that last carry, you know, to play around this win condition.
Yeah, these situations are really interesting that OG is in because, you know, like Misery said, their draft wants someone who starts fights. But when you see a Void Spirit, the immediate temptation is this hero has a lot of lane counter picks. So we want to stomp him in lane. And so different teams will go on different routes. Do we just commit to lane stomping and we play for tempo, we play for lead, and we abuse net worth differential, or are we picking something that shores up our draft integrity? And I think it's really interesting to see which path they go for.
The middle ground for all of that is just a Slada, I think, for OG last pick. You play good lane against Void Spirit, you give the haze for the drag up to utilize, you accelerate some of the objectives that a Bristleback will enable you to do earlier on with Goo.
Yeah, Slada's very good.
Slada could be good, yeah.
I think there's a Huskar still in the pool. There is Shadow Fiend, so there are some of the lane stomp, like the classic lane stompers against Void Spirit. I tell you what, the Huskar versus Void Spirit lane is horrific. So I think in that case, they'd probably put like Void Spirit carry and Wind Ranger mid. Like they would not, that lane's unplayable. You like auto lose if that lane happens.
If you're hoping for a creativity, that could be something that both Void and Winter are doing together. If they are thinking about that, right?
Yeah.
But Void carry just isn't a thing we ever really see. I think a Terrorblade, sure.
So it does make the Slaughter worse. Slaughter obviously super bad against Terrorblade because he's a gazillion armor. So maybe it makes you reconsider. I'm not sure if there's another melee here. Like you could look at something like the Ember. It's a classic Yopaj hero. It's also generally considered pretty good against Void Spirit. He can't break the shield. So you can kind of just keep burning him and stick on top of him.
What stops them just going for like the Beast mid? Just farm into the Void Spirit. You eventually get like Agsby can be Shivas, and you have Shivas v Terrorblade. You can stun him up, don't die.
Yeah, also definitely an option. Nothing wrong with that at all.
There's plenty of options. I think that's where OG's lineup is like quite annoying in that regard.
I mean, I think OG's, I think the safe lane, this Gyrocopter Naga Siren is going to probably pose a problem, and I tend to think Naga Siren, when undealt with, is just an incredibly strong hero. I don't think Execration's draft is bad by any means. I think it's a really free Terrorblade game, and Ember is not actually good against Terrorblade, this rendition of Ember, because you just have a Vessel, and Vessel's terrible against Terrorblade. You're not this Mage Slayer, Maelstrom doing all this AoE damage. Like, Terrorblade doesn't care about any of it's a free Terrorblade game.
Yeah, it's a very good Terrorblade game. I also think like just Execration's heroes have a lot of stuns, a lot of ways to start the fight, a lot of damage. They have a lot of ways to play the game, I think, and they're not on a timer at all either with the Terrorblade. They have tower damage. They have, I feel like they have everything. The Windrunner, of course, is a bit hit or miss as a hero, but I kind of like what they got as well.
But one thing that always comes short with that type of lineup is if you don't have the correct positioning, you're not TPing into the right engagements, and you're playing too much on the map, OG will just run through you. You've got Ember, Gyro, Bristle, like these heroes, they don't care about too many items. It's like one item and go. You can fight, especially how Natsumi plays the gyrocopter, he's contesting like 8-minute runes on his carry heroes, right? So I think there is a world where a bad arena or a bad meta gives OG so much more confidence to do things.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with Execration, honestly. I'm impressed. I think this team has had issues with drafting in the past, and I think while they've still got their flair on it, I think they've done pretty good things here, and if they can survive that early game and have those decent lanes, then I think they have a decent shot.
All right, well, they've put themselves on a strong foundation, a good first step, but if they want to make it to the top, it begins right now. Execration up against OG in a best of 1.
That is right. The Southeast Asia battle is going on right now, and the all chat has already begun. What more could we possibly want, Trent? Besides, God dang it, I thought there was going to be a Darks here. I was convinced. I had it queued up perfectly. I'm like, Niku, Mr. Force, his favorite hero of all time. Switch the bristle to mid, but it didn't happen. I'm sad.
No, there would have been some serious maneuvers needed here. But unfortunately, you won't be getting your Grape Crusader here. You're going to be staying back, still in the bin there for Mr. Darkseer. But we get a nice lineup, though, I would say. I do have to agree the Terrorblade does look a little crazy this game. There's not too much to make you very sad on this hero.
No, he's going to have a good old time. Absolutely is going to be the case for Execration, which, by the way, there's a birthday apparently that went on over there. I'm not sure whose that was.
I looked up all of them. All of their birthdays are listed, and no one's was anytime recently. So it's someone else's birthday who's either not a player or or the coach.
You know, it's going to remain a mystery the entire time. But regardless, this best of 1 here set up to be a pretty interesting matchup, I think. The Muerta feels like it's going to need to do a lot for OG in this one to help contend with the TB. Tino will spot Tim's as the smoke immediately gets taken away.
Wait, I figured it out.
Who is it?
In 2019, the X-Team Liquid members formed Team Nigma on this day.
Oh!
Happy birthday to the Nigma organization. That just makes sense. I mean,
yeah, that's
C fans. They all love Nigma.
Yeah.
That's it. That must be it.
Well, mystery solved. That's what we like to see.
Thanks, Liquipedia.
Shows up, can Skem sneak this one away? Natsumi has to run away, but oh, the outclick. Skem did it.
The mechanical god himself.
So when I was looking at these faces,
they never get old.
When I was looking at this, I was thinking Terrorblade, relatively free game, but there is one hero that can be pretty annoying to contend with, and that's the Muerta with, like, you know, dead shot and max magical damage. Could be interesting to see how this laning stage plays out.
Yeah, and especially when you get to like the level 6 and you're playing around the Sunder and you just have to deal with this calling. Like that can really mess up your possibilities for turning around to play. So you just have to rely on that super high armor to help him deal with the bristleback and just try not to get into too many compromising situations.
Of course, in the mid lane, the battle of the spirits that feels like it's never going to end. We haven't seen any Storm or Earth recently, but these two definitely making their appearances known.
Yeah. All day today.
Yeah, they do. A lot of both of them.
Wind Ranger mostly being seen by OG and by Natsumi, at least for me lately, in terms of the games I've been taking a look at. We do have our position 4s, like Foxy's still rocking it, but OG are very familiar with the hero. They like to go for the other facet with building up that damage on the shackles, and instead it's going to be Shanks just trying to put some pressure with these big power shots, as well as sniping some of these pulled creeps at the moment.
Down bottom, Nico getting gone on. Tim's throws out the blood grenade just to try and slow them down a bit and ensure that he can get away on Nico. Seal him. There, he's in trouble as well. He's going to be able to back out as well.
Yeah, not a whole lot of kill threat across the board right now. Some pretty sleepy lanes here.
Yopaj?
got fairy. He's fine.
Yeah.
Dire's middle
Never
tower
worried.
is under attack.
So I guess I'm curious from you. You talk about the like early pressure that can get mounted with a bristleback. Not as much of an issue for Terrorblade with all the armor that you've got. Do you think that like there's a certain point by which they want to try and force Execration out of that bot lane?
Oh, already know. I mean, it's Gyrocopter doing his thing, right? I mean, it is the afterburner, which it feels like the Gyro players have kind of settled into their respective facets. I don't see many of the players like shifting back and forth. It feels like they just have one that they like, you know?
Right.
Like you just have players who always go secondary strikes and players who always go afterburner. So we'll see if that makes the difference for Natsumi rotates in. Sometimes it feels like the secondary strikes are really powerful from that twin gate maneuver, obviously, because you're just trying to capitalize on your 6. But the afterburner is a little bit better in the actual laning stage when you have points in Rocket Barrage, which he does not yet. So
That's a good point. Yeah, I was looking at that. I was with the pullback. It's like, man, if he Rocket Barrages, that might be a dead Mars, but no, not going to happen.
No, they're just playing it a little bit more farm heavy, right? They're just spamming out the wave. Skem's doing a lot of pulling. It's really hard to disrupt as a Wind Ranger because of all the illusions. You can't really just like win that battle. So it's just a full eco build here for Natsumi and Skem when it comes to their plans in the lane.
Taking some good damage there. Bob wanting to chase down Yopaj. Does still have Sleight of Fist. Everything else if he wanted to go for it, but at the 4-minute mark we'll be able to secure the water rune here, and likewise making the movement over is going to be Tim's to ensure that Yopaj doesn't get completely zoned out of this one. Did leave Tino open to getting pressured on the top side as he's going to back away from the missile. And again, one of these matchups where I was kind of expecting more kills, but 0-0 at 4 minutes.
Well, it's also going to be another one of these games with a Naga Siren, and I just have to wonder, is it free? I wonder, has she lost today?
Ooh.
It looks like we are the only 2 Naga Siren games, and they were both wins, obviously.
Okay.
So we'll see if she goes 3-0.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, what? ABBA currently has...
Oh no!
Oh, we did hear they're having some connection issues. On the side of Execration, unfortunately.
I was wondering because they just kept running in and chasing Niku on bottom and ended up diving right underneath the tower and dying to the bristleback. And Paulos, I mean, he's dead too.
He's dead, yeah. He's pretty dead.
Ugh,
That's unfortunate.
That sucks. Oh.
I was just taking a look to see like what heroes are doing really well today, and I noticed that on the KDA chart so far, we got ABBA at a very normal 39 KDA.
What?
The hero's he hasn't died today in 2 games. We had Skitter go 6-0 and 13, and we also had Pure go 5-0 and 15. So ABBA's the big winner of the day so far.
That's nuts.
Any big losers?
Well, everybody, we're going to have
1-4.
Wiz?
Jeez, Centaur's 1-4.
I mean,
on a bad day.
Yeah, that's not great. It's not what you want to see. Oh no, this is the worst too. Is that like they are going to reconnect in, and they don't know how bad it was on the disconnect, and now they're going to come back in and see, oh god, our Terrorblade is underneath the tier 1 tower. That sucks.
Yeah, that's a little bit rough.
Yeah,
Palace. Yeah, that's just.
Those of you who can't see, there's a sad face from Palos.
Yeah, in the chat.
Oh, I think they're saying that we're going to try and let you get out of there.
Yeah,
that's what they're saying.
I think he'll live. 11 armor, tier 1 tower. No, he's not gonna live. It's too many hits. It'll be close. Nah, he just won it. It's not, I don't think it's gonna be close. Running
towers are very strong in this game.
Yeah, but he's got so much armor.
That's right. All right, they're getting ready. We're going back into this.
All right, can he live?
No.
Wait.
200 ping Skem. This is really the a little bit of the Southeast Asia experience here.
Yeah. I have 110 ping.
Oh, really?
You have 150.
Oh, you're really good at being able to tell this guy's a hacker. All right, Palos, is he going to be able to live? Yeah, they walk away. They try and get him out of there. Palos, no! No!
All right.
That was honorable, though.
It was. Yes, that is of course the correct play there in these situations. You're already getting a nice little bonus, so. Top lane again. Another missile coming out here. It's really bothering me that he has Afterburner if he's going to do this build, but we're just going to let it go. It's fine. Later, it's going to be great.
Well, a nice way to start off the game for sure for OG, getting that double kill in that bottom lane. And now, Yopaj getting dove a little bit as they're going bottom. Onto the Terrorblade. Talos in trouble. Silence. Oh, the chase is continuing. And with Skem there, having the Deluge ready, it should be enough to bring down this Terrorblade, I think. Yes, Skem gets the kill.
And now CML, like, you gotta imagine he's a little worried. The creep wave's coming in. They're still nearby. Naga Siren doesn't care about towers. Oh, he's gonna try and hide. He's found.
Yeah, they get him. Man, rough stuff right here for Execration as they're gonna lose, but they did manage to get a kill in mid. Bob getting the haste run takes down Yopaj.
Yeah, the battle of the urns. Bob's is delivered first and he gets the kill, so he's gonna take the lead in his matchup versus Yopaj's Ember, and he immediately jumps onto Skem.
This guy is crazy.
Yeah, gotta get some gold in there, it seems. Oh, that's tough. That was... Oof, you wanted that one bad. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, God. Get out of there, buddy. Run, Bob, run! Not Bob! Anybody but Bob! Yeah.
All right, well, the good news is his urn wasn't done, so, you know.
Yeah.
They got that going for them.
Wisdom will be claimed for both teams.
Okay, so now, if you want to be really and truly evil, Natsumi has 6. So they could make a play and try and find Palos down here. You know exactly where he's farming, but chances are it's not really worth the move, right? Like, there's a lot of gold up here that he can get himself.
Particularly if, like, you don't manage to find him. That's where it's like, you know, not a huge reward, but a big risk of just losing out on farm time. And he's already been hurting. Leave the guy alone.
I mean, they've got to be a little bit concerned that it could be happening, though. Like, I feel like you're going to see them scan the Twin Gate soon.
Yeah.
Like, because he's not showing up top, right? I feel like you're a little scared. Instead, he's just taking advantage of some stacks in here. He's going to make a few himself, even. CML trying to get some vision.
Another movement in. Yopaj gets the rune, and now will be a kill onto Shanks. That also fills up the urn.
Jeez. And Natsumi
getting
able to
set up to go
back
bottom.
up.
Nico with Bob there. They're going to hypnotize, pull the Bristleback back in, and in a lot of ways, that feels like why you picked this hero for Execration.
Yeah. Yep. As always, very useful. Anything that can reposition the Bristleback, obviously, super good.
Steals one creep back both ways. 2,000 gold lead right now for OG.
Is he dead, mid?
Dead?
Oh, he's dead.
Mega dead.
Man, that was easy.
Oh, Bob. Back in. Does some damage to Yopaj, trying to keep the pressure off of his tower. They do have Song of the Siren ready if there ends up being a big battle ensuing from here. It looks like for now, Execration are just going to give it up to them as they try and pressure the top tier 1 tower.
Yeah, they're offering a lot to Tino here. Just not really worrying about him too much and just taking
Pushes
the
him
green
back
on
in.
Natsumi.
Oh, Bob's fine. Yeah.
Like, he just farmed through a triple sack in there that he was helping to construct. He's not going too risky here. Not going to just like run through the gate or anything. And they're going to find Palos. They see where he's playing in here. And they leave a ward too. Oh, this could be bad.
Yeah. No, that is going to set up for a kill for sure if they're not able to take that away soon. Bob TP's down bottom, and it looks like they're going to attempt to go. All right, this is pretty nice if they can get him. And Nico tries to dodge away, but the Remnant's going to be there. 2 quick kills on the Bristleback.
Well played. They're not really respecting it, you know?
No.
I feel like he's playing like he's got like 4 levels of Bristlebackers up in here. He's just not that tanky just yet.
Dire are scanning.
It's interesting too, right?
Well, I was going to say, I definitely wouldn't think they had a ward after Palos made that play. You know, but, oh, he had no idea I was running up low HP to sunder him.
Well, and the thing that's also interesting about it is that the opting to go for that type of a kill, normally you see people try and go onto like a gyro when he's relatively weak, but not expecting the other move. Shanks is going to get brought down. Yopaj sensing weakness and able to jump. Now a root comes out. Yopaj trying to back away, doesn't have any more remnants left. And the Hypnotize is going to be out. Yopaj is dead. Song of the Siren comes too late. And Skem, I mean, I don't know. You're in a weird situation. Is Natsumi dive really what you want to do? Skem gets pulled in closer, but now Paolo shows up. They're slowed down, running through the macro pyre. They find both of these heroes. Double kill for Shanks. Execration came to play here.
Oh, that was so greedy. Yeah, I mean, OG just feeling like, oh, we can keep this up here, even though we lost our Ember. But yeah, that was pretty brutal. Okay, Natsumi does not want to be going down right now. I mean, this is like the road to the Aegis. You're supposed to be farming as fast as possible right now, and they give a lot back to Palos. Even gonna force down this tower.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is what you want to see if you're Execration. They are, with this smoke, going to try and collapse onto Palos, which it looks like they're going to be able to get him now. With Missile on, it's hard to imagine he gets out. So something going the way of OG. They're still up 2K gold lead, too. That's the other thing about this. But
Bob has no more jumps left here. Yopaj is going to hop in on him.
Bring in the Jakiro. Hypnotize, pulls him back in. Dual breath and a punch. Just showing the, my God, the Spirit Vessel too. Brings him down to just 200 HP.
Yeah, I gotta get me one of those. Nice Yopaj, you know? I want to farm into that item. That ward's still there, keeping an eye on Tino, but no opportunity to capitalize it on it from OG.
That feels bad, right? Like, this ward has been here forever, and they haven't been able to get anything off of it because all the fight's been happening top.
Oh, okay. Well, pause on pause. He's hitting it so many times, it's just going on and off.
It's very funny. All right, and back underway. 6-10. Smoke up now from Execration.
I really like Tino going blink this game. I was gonna say it's like, because we've seen these Marses who are like delaying their blink dagger, but I think with this lineup on the side of Execration, it's a good time to go blink because you just got to set up for Palos, you know.
Dire's middle tower has been
Natsumi, will they be able to catch him? They scan. They know he's coming over. Good read of the situation there. And now they will be able to get out of harm's way, most likely. Skem has Song back up in 2, but won't chase it.
And this ward is going to spot the blink if they happen to take note of it. It's flying right through there. So Tino tries to hide it before he gets it delivered, so they won't have the knowledge, but if they're paying attention, they'll know that they're going to be hunting for something pretty soon.
Yeah. Could maybe think about a spear back play. They do have another smoke on Shanks right now, but can play around the room.
He got the wisdom.
Yeah. Nicely played, but there's the spear. Do they get him in time? Oh, great shackle before any song comes out. And like you said, while that's happening, CML able to come on over and steal away that shrine.
Yeah, still a little bit down here, but finding some nice moves.
Bob, why? Bob, you're crazy.
He's got a regen. Dude, never in doubt.
There's
Never
so much
doubt
value.
Bob. It really does. And Bob's thinking about chasing here. As Yopaj was low, but won't go for it.
Up top, great ward here from Tino. Is going to spot the Blink Spear. Do they have the damage?
Oh, good damage on a Natsumi. It's not quite enough.
And now he's in trouble. There's a song and everything.
Yep. They're going to try and go onto Tino right now. Spear off the mark. Yopaj thinking about chasing. Do they decide to go for more? This ward's still scouting things, finding Scam. Oh no, he's caught up on the cliff. Bob, get out of there. I've seen so many people just jump onto that cliff, I feel like.
It is a little awkward the way it's placed.
Now a smoke up. They saw this one. Shanks, CML underneath the ward. Jumps in. Yopaj finding the route onto Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger is done. Tims can chase down this Jakiro if they want. Fear pushes it back in. Now the Silence still trying to back away. And with the Remnant forward, Yopaj finds him. Ice path down. Gonna be a dead Jakiro.
It's a real scrappy one here. We're getting some long chases, some deep dives into enemy territory. People do not want to give up on the kills on this one. It's a very C game indeed.
Yeah. Well, and Nico's just like, guys, come on, let's go kill the freaking tower. They were chasing all the way back from their own tier 2, basically, it felt like.
That's Bristle's job anyway, you know, with the old Seeing Red.
That's true.
Radiant's top tower is falling. Dire's bottom
Well,
tower
the
is
gold
under
lead
attack.
being built up right now by OG. Execration trying to find something with this Blink Dagger being completed on Mars. They found a kill earlier, but haven't been able to translate it into that much more.
Yeah, I think Palos finishing up the Manta is going to be a pretty big moment for them. They can use that to try and take a fight around the Roche or around the Tormentor. It kind of gives them some solid potential to actually activate his damage and not just get locked down by a single Bola or something from the Ember. That would be my goal. But at the same time, Natsumi does finish up that egg. So he's at this classic gyro point where you got the eggs, the Chrysalis, the Falcon Blade, and you just feel really solid. And a super useful facet in Afterburner when you have 0 points of Rocket Barrage. It's just, you know, you can understand why you want it.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Just
I kind of love
obviously
it.
so good.
I mean, what does that say about the other facet? Right?
I know,
That's the thing.
it's so damaging. Don't understand.
I will say this is like a couple different times now. This Blink Dagger that you've got on Tino, it just feels so bad when Skem is pushing every wave with illusions and you can't find kills. And now Jakiro gets pulled back in. He gets silenced and is going to be brought down. Execration just can't get anything going for themselves right now.
It's frustrating because they're trying to set up this like forward vanguard where they have the knowledge and information of what OG is doing. They want to get a good ward or they want to get a kill, and then they want to fall back and do whatever the objective is. Whether it's like take the tower or take the Roche or, you know, in this case, set up for Tormentor. That is the goal, but every time they try and extend, they're not finding that. They're getting counterplayed on. But the problem is you can't just go Roche. You can't just go Tormentor in 2 minutes when it's there. It's because of this Naga Siren.
Oh, Tino, no.
Dude, he's lagging. He's lagging. All right, there is lag.
Oh, well, yeah, that's rough. Man, Palos also in some trouble now. Does have Manta, does have Sunder. Shanks lays down a pretty deep ward for the fight around Tormentor, which is gonna scout OG as they head up here. Are they gonna come and contest this though? They have a minute to get into position on Execration to fight this.
Oh yeah, they're gonna fight
thing-
it. 100% they're gonna fight it.
The other ward that's up here by the Jakiro is about to run out right before Tormentor.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That's super annoying.
Yeah, that's not great. But, you know, maybe they'll drop a sentry and then they won't find it, and then they'll be like, ah, they have no idea.
Yeah.
Oh, look, there's an op sentry coming. What's going to happen?
All right. It wears out. And now a smoke up with 4. DB needs to come and connect. They're going to need his damage. They spot Natsumi.
All right, Tino. No pressure, but it is all on you.
Oh, yeah. They're holding this
Don't
high
fall
ground.
for the illusion. Don't fall for the Ember illusion. You're still smoked. Don't fall for it. All right, they didn't fall for it.
They start to back up. Drums actually popped as they're going to claim the high ground now, taking over this Watcher. They are aware on OG where all of Execration are. At least they should be, as that Watcher got taken away. Yopaj looking. They're going to send in these Naga Siren illusions. They're no longer smoked. Oh, this is a recipe for disaster here. They have a Smoke and Wind Ranger's backpack, but not popping it yet. They have full vision. Blink Dagger's being broken. Remnant out. Root onto 1. In trouble. What more do they have left in the tank? Palos. Manta'd already. No, he has Manta. But it's going to be a dead Wind Ranger. And now Naga Siren catches. They're
buddy.
2 heroes isolated next to each other. Oh no, don't let it happen. The Hypnotize comes out, but the silence is out. Root now on to 2. They try and throw out Jakiro damage, but Mars is already dead. Doesn't get to cast a single spell. Oh, they just needed another smoke. Wind Ranger had it in her backpack. Maybe that fight goes better.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, that was just fish in a barrel. They just sat there and kind of let it happen, you know? They just got surrounded and scouted and just were like, this seems not good, but I don't know what to do about it.
Oh, man. OG, good movements. Way to punish.
I'm going to say it. I'm going to be brave. I think Naga Siren's pretty good. I'm lyrical. I'm just going to say it. All right, crucify me if you must.
All right.
But she seems quite versatile.
You guys
in terms
heard it
of
here first.
laning and team fighting and scouting the map and pushing waves. Maybe other teams will pick up on this.
Palos runs in and, well, they can't really do much there. So, okay.
That was just
It's still a good Terrorblade game. Right?
Like, I just feel defeated having watched that. I feel bad.
I mean, it's been a little bit rough. We're not gonna lie. You can still see the way that this draft can go if Execration can like make a fight work the way it's supposed to. The problem is that just has not happened yet.
Woof.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I'm zoning in. I'm finding the way. I'm gonna find the path here. Okay.
You like the meditation earlier. We saw it in the draft.
That's right. Hopefully they can pause and do a little bit of that right now.
Sanj and Yasha done for Nico. Working towards that BKB. This is a hard hero to kill.
Yeah, they're not gonna have a. I mean, they have 2 decent answers, I guess, already, right? In the Ember, or sorry, the Mars and the Void Spirit. You know,
right?
It gives you something.
Should also note, Void Spirit almost has Aghanim Scepter done, which is a pretty big moment for Bob.
Yeah,
but
it
they
might
do
allow
already
them to
have
play
something.
around Skem too, you know? So it could give them something. But yeah, there's that Lotus, like, yeah. So that's true.
I'm also just now realizing that Tim's also almost has Aghanim Scepter.
Yes, yes he does.
Smoke
That's
up
a good
now.
one.
Shanks spots one. The silence is there. They find the Wind Ranger and needing to get away. Channeled, pulled back in, dead. Oof. Oof.
Yeah, and they're just going to head right back in. Of course, they are still sitting here with Song on Skem. He's going to hide behind a tree and just threaten Song.
They find him. Yopaj, good damage. That's the reveal. No way to break it, and Roche is low, but not low enough. Tino, you need to get in there, buddy. The tumbler toy. He's moving into the pit. Nico off to the side. They're trying to buy some time right now, but It looks like Tim's is going to be able to get some separation there. Spear connects, Song of the Siren to allow the escape.
But this is great. I mean, this was the Ags reveal from Bob. It's doing everything.
It's doing so much. Now they pull back in Tim's.
Nice
the Lotus keeps him alive. Do they have anything else? It looks like that's it. Arena down. Connects on to Nico. And that is into the pit. Execration. They're not done yet.
Oh my, that Axe could not have come at a better time. There was no respect for it. He just wasn't prepared for it on Yopod, and he immediately dies. They lose their edge in the fight. He's too far away for the song save, and they're gonna get an Aegis on this Terrorblade.
I mean, that's such a huge momentum turn, everything turn. Oh my God, Bob, what are you doing? Get out of there, buddy. Gotta run, gotta hide. Don't get caught, Bob. Oh, good juke back the other way. I don't know if it's gonna end up mattering. He's dead. No, Bob. That's not the way it's supposed to be. Oh man.
Now they have Blink on the Naga Siren as well. So run away. Don't get caught by a stray net here, Palos.
Listen, Bob giveth and Bob taketh. That's what I've learned.
At least he apologized.
That's right.
Palos and Natsumi gonna bump into each other here. A little awkward. Couple of hard carries just hanging out.
Shanks throws out a power shot and is gonna try and run away. Nice little tumbler toy to get out of harm's way. Neopaj not quite going to be able to chase down that Wind Ranger.
Also saw a bit of a classic item versus the Terrorblade here from Natsumi, that Revenant's Brooch.
Yeah.
A very cheap item these days, and obviously the Chrysalis-loving gyrocopters are often drawn to it. Let's see if that magic damage becomes a factor.
Yeah, it's going to be a Scotty for Terrorblade before any chance at a Butterfly, but that might be an interesting window. If Natsumi's going all the way in for the Satanic, there's going to be a timing if Palos decides to go Butterfly where Gyro can't really deal with him that well, even with the Brooch. Natsumi. Are they going to go for him? The Bristle is up here too, but they don't have their Terrorblade.
So awkward.
This is a bit of a weird jump, buddy.
He's not pulling the BKB either.
No, I think they realized very quickly what was going on there as soon as Bristle shows up, and now they got to get away.
Dude, Natsumi did not blink at all. He blinked and he's like, okay. I'm not popping my BKB, dude. You're going to have to do a little bit more than that.
Speaking of BKBs, after that one death on Yopaj, Ember immediately finishing off the BKB.
Yeah, taking some of this power away from Bob here. Ooh, Palos, that's your Scotty. Skem's just in there because that's Naga Siren.
All right, dodge for 2.5 minutes. I kind of like this Wind Ranger Meteor Hammer. This is fun.
Yeah, she's pretty versatile in terms of what she's allowed to build, so it all works out well for her.
They're trying to set up for this. This could go poorly very quickly. Shank's in trouble. Force Tap gets him away for the moment, surviving for now. But with that Spirit Vessel, it's actually a bit of a problem. They lose the Wind Ranger. Palos doesn't quite get a Manta dodge if that's what he was going for. Now starting to drop Palos. Low Palos about to lose Aegis. Who already had the Lotus on top of him, and now Bob's gonna need to do a lot to keep his Terrorblade alive. Can they do it? Jump in the back line. Doesn't have a target for Sunder. The BKB is right there, but he gets the illusion. It's not enough to keep him alive, but he might be able to with a little help from Tino. The great arena down keeps alive their Terrorblade. That was so needed.
CML just beelines for the north part of the map. Yeah, I'm gonna go find a rune or some wards or something, but we're certainly not fighting.
What a nice trap being laid by OG.
Alright, well, they lose their Aegis, but I mean, they're lucky to have only lost that, so I think they can be relatively happy about it. Shank's almost getting out too. It's pretty painful. He's now thinking about going all the way in for Greaves to try and deal with this.
Yeah, that's the downside.
Lotus, maybe?
with the Meteor Hammer is like you kind of have a weird timing for trying to get stay alive items.
Yeah.
Then again, if you can get the initial stun, the chain stun is more likely to happen.
And I mean, he's got this beautiful Unleashed Tumbler's toy, which he's flying around on. 400 jump, 390 to be precise. I mean, that's a big one.
Well, 30-minute mark coming up now. And with the 6K gold lead, OG still very much in control of this game in spite of giving up that Aegis. And now a lot of like the original problems that were presented by Execration have not been solved completely, but like particularly with Paulus losing that Scotty, it makes a difference.
Yeah, it's crazy it's still not up for 10 more seconds.
Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, just that one fight around the Roche pit did so much for the side of Execration. Like, they should have been out of this game, frankly. And they managed to hang on a little bit longer because of that. They're going to buy themselves one more Roche fight here. Yeah, it's still an advantage for OG, but they at least are going to have a chance to do it. Unfortunately, the items and options for the side of OG are just feeling so much stronger right now. Even though it's only a 6K lead,
Yeah.
it feels like the way to win the fight just, there's a lot more outs for the side of OG, and of course a lot of that comes back to the Naga Siren here as Bob tries to TP out, but
Yeah.
no chance.
Oh, it's never going to happen. The hunt happens and very quickly dead. We do see, you know, again, two big items for Palos as he hits level 20, gets those attributes on the talent. He has Hurricane Pike and Scotty done. This Terrorblade is incredibly farmed and will do massive damage, but it's not going to be easy. Although, if they can catch them off guard here, maybe there's an opportunity.
Can they even change? Oh yeah, they
This is
definitely
a
can
great
now.
way to do it. Right onto him. Natsumi, get out of here.
I mean, they could Torment her, but that's obviously not really that worth it right now at this point. There's no tower mid though. Where are we going?
They don't even have a creep wave back behind. They're excited to have won a fight.
Yeah, they just run into the dire side of the map and be like, it'll be fine.
Nico, in the meantime, gets the Tormentor. Shard passed over to the Muerta. But yeah, that's the unfortunate situation, losing that fight right there without a creep wave. Can they even go high ground right now?
I think they can poke.
Looks like they're okay.
You have to do something. I mean, you're not going to get a catch on these. Like, they're fully split on the side of OG. They're all over the map. So they have to find some way to draw them in or at least get something solid.
Well, tier 3 tower goes down. The root is there, and then they back away. This is very strange, right? Like, you have these things where OG is winning the game, and then randomly somebody gets caught out, killed, and they lose, like, some big objective, it feels like.
I do think they're about to hit a problem, though, because Yopaj has Aghanim Scepter in 130 gold. And we have no BKB on a Terrorblade, because, you know, it's a Terrorblade. We have no BKB on their Void Sphere yet, and it's still a ways away. And a very kiteable BKB on your Mars. And the Ember Aghanims is just like, it is gross for controlling space and creating these big chase down fights. So if you do not instantly burst Natsumi, then Yopaj is going to make sure that Natsumi gets to run all over you guys.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that is definitely a problem.
He doesn't have the shard, though, which is actually a big deal on the Ember. So that does limit your potential for the big chase down fights. Usually you would have the shard by now.
Well, he is going for it next, which will, again, be nice for him. The pings come out for Natsumi, and Palos is running right at him. That was interesting.
Confident.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Roche capable of respawning, well, will be respawning within 40 seconds.
Yeah, he'll have a brief stay in the bottom half of the map, and he'll be running top.
Which they're more set up for on Execration. OG is going to head back to the base and now try and go for a smoke play. The big winner around the Roche pit is going to be the Song of the Siren. But if they take this fight too early, Bob does have an amp damage.
I worry that Palos needs to really check his positioning. Because like sometimes he's so far ahead, and they can definitely just chain stun kill him.
Yes.
Like if the Muerta's nearby, I guess. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh wow, he's 100 gold away from Daedalus too. Gyrocopter hasn't been able to build up to that yet, so this will be an item advantage on Palos going into this fight if they end up taking it. That's actually pretty huge. Natsumi's 1,000. Like, look at the net worth difference. It's really not that significant, but having a whole item advantage is pretty huge.
He's kind of close though, right? Because he gets to sell the brooch recipe for full, so he actually has an extra 950 gold. So he's only 300 gold away from Daedalus on Natsumi.
But they're about to take this fight. Nico there. Shackle not going to land. Remnants forward, finds one. Shanks is caught. Force staff to the low ground, trying to survive. Bob jumps in, immediately gets silenced. Bob! Oh no! That is not the way that's supposed to go. Everything was going good for Execration. It all just falls apart right there.
It's really hard to play as hero at this point in the game, though, BKB.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Oh, Palos. Are they're OG is very much respecting the heroes that are still alive here. I mean, now Natsumi heads into the pit. Palos gonna get feared. They send the illusions in. They have Jakiro spells if they want to use it.
Chuck them down, baby.
Natsumi
Wait till it gets a little low.
And Satanic ready. The spam out of the dead shot coming from Tim's. They're running out of trees pretty soon here, though. Silence now on to 2. Looking, hunting. There's the Song of the Siren down, and they get the Aegis onto Natsumi. They have the ability to get out now. It looks like it.
Shanks,
oh, man.
Shank's having a tough one on this Wind Ranger. He's just dying first every single fight. But they're kind of sacking him as this way to scout and figure out what's going on in the fight, or try and create a positive situation, because you're trying to give some vision to Tino so that he can hit some kind of play with this Blink Spear. And he can't just do it raw blind. But every fight's just 4v5.
Yeah. Not to mention, like, you've got this, like, greedy Naga Siren Gale Guard that he's just been holding on to this whole time.
Yeah.
100 GPM, building into these bigger items. So now having, like, Vlad's Solar Crest and then a Blink Dagger, it's going to be hard for them to take this fight. They spot a couple here. And nowhere to go. Bob just getting handled. Tries to find enough for the finish. Can't quite bring down the Jakiro.
There were 2 stuns coming back in like a second. So good timing to get out of there. He was so close to his BKB.
Hex misses the spear. Where's the shackle? They don't have it. That's BKB out. Natsumi turns now onto Palos. Palos doing way too much damage, though. Through all of that, BKB Satanic, no problem. Can they survive through this now? Force staff to back away, still hanging on to the Sunder. Palos, large and in charge. Now backing away from Nico, tries to hit onto Yopaj. Sunder's his ally. Now turns on to Natsumi, trying to kill this Gyrocopter, but the fear is there. Tim's doing what's needed, but he gets it. Manages to find the kill.
Scanning.
My goodness, those last couple of hits really beat him down, didn't they?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that actually ends up being not that bad, and Tino's gonna limp away from this one alive as well. That could have been so much worse.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, again, every single thing is still going OG's way. Execration is finding these like little silver linings in the storm clouds that's keeping them in this game. OG should still have it, but I'm seeing pathways.
Bob has a BKB, ladies and gentlemen. It is on the way.
All right.
Bob has re-entered the video game.
Yeah, he's done almost nothing for the past 5 minutes.
That is correct.
Rough.
Scoop up a little tower here.
Radiant's top tower.
AC done for Nico.
And in the meantime, Gyrocopter is selling off a bunch of his items and going towards a butterfly, which will be a big problem for the Terrorblade. Right now does not have an MKB and is queuing up a BKB. Oh, and Yopaj finishes off Refresher. That is a very nice item for the Ember.
Oh, it's this is Max and Nuisance Ember build.
Yes.
When you have Eggs, BKB, Refresher. Just can't be touched, can't be stopped. He's running all over you. You're getting stunned all over the place and rooted. Just a total phenom.
All right, this is a scary time now.
All right, Blink Scythe.
For OG in a way, as they find Nico, gonna catch him, immediately bursts him before the song comes out, and now they're kind of weirdly committed. They don't have BKB yet, but they're flying out the BKB onto Palos. If he can live long enough to get it, maybe they have an opportunity. Getting it delivered, he turns, and the turnaround. Palos is still hanging on to it. They're jumping away on Ember. Able to get out of there. Tino, spear off the mark, but does have a Hex. Now Palos running forward. Natsumi doesn't have his butterfly yet. Palos turns to fight. The fear is still there. The chase down, Bob connects. The Hypnotize is out. He has the BKB, the turn, the hit. Is it going to be enough damage? Yes! They take down Natsumi, and the jump in finds Tim's getting burned to death. They find the finish on the Wind Ranger. Neither of those heroes actually have buyback at this point. Is there a chance that you could do something more here with Execration? What a big fight win.
I mean, Skem is trying to shove the mid lane back right now. The BKBs get delivered there for Bob and Palos. That was so close. I think maybe Bob had his. I don't know. It was looking spicy there. Or maybe he was hiding it. I'm not sure. I could have swore I looked. He didn't have it. Then suddenly he did. But much needed in that situation. Pretty much the worst way for the fight to start on the side of OG, because you're using this song to try and save a Bristleback who has died, you know?
Yes.
So now you're out of song, you're out of hero, and they're all sitting there in song ready to pop their BKBs, or at least in Palos' case, with a courier rushing desperately as fast as it can to deliver it to you.
And I think also, like, it's indicative of something that's been really sort of central to why this game has been working well for Execration. Even though there have been points where they're behind, they're hitting their timings so well. Because that moment of like getting the BKB delivered as the fight is going on means it's before Gyrocopter has the butterfly, right? Yeah. Imagine if Gyrocopter had butterfly in that last fight, it looked probably very different. So love to see when teams sort of push that tempo and, you know, keep the pedal to the metal whenever they have an opportunity to fight.
Yeah, they're kind of hitting these comical dream situations we dream up when you're losing. It's like, well, if they can win the fight the second they get the BKB, but they're actually connecting with them.
Yeah. And another thing that's now going to be a threat if Tino can finish the farming is going right into a refresher for Mars. I mean, that's some lockdown solo kill potential almost.
There's still so many possibilities here from the side of OG, though. I have to say, like, the Ags dead shots have been crazy in these fights. The Bristleback is still an issue. I mean, that's obviously the insta-gib. Hopefully you can do that again, but you can't count on that in every fight. That was a fully lopsided fight that they went into.
This is another fight where Natsumi has not finished off his butterfly yet. How is this going to work for them? You got to be careful. They jump in, they find one, the Hex is there, got him caught, but the Song of the Siren, that's the answer they needed quicker this time around. It was during some of the BKB, and now silence as the BKB wears out for Yopaj. Oh no! It looks like a good save, but...
Huh?
Oh no!
What
He had
happened?
Refresher.
He had a lot of things. He had remnants. Yeah. I don't know what happened.
Didn't want to pop Refresher for the silence, I guess. I'm not sure. He does have buyback, so maybe they can bait them into a bad fight here, and that's part of the thought process. But, God, 500 gold away from Butterfly being out on Gyrocopter, and Palos, the strongest hero, and he already has the MKB now.
How? Oh. How on earth did we get to this case where he somehow got the MKB first? That's insanity.
I don't know. I mean, we talked about it right at the beginning of this game. This has been a series and a day of a lot of comebacks, and it's looking like it's going to be another one. And they take down the gyrocopter. 90 seconds off the field. You have to do everything and a bit more right now as OG to stop this game from being ended, and Yopaj getting that kill, very key part of it. But can they do more? Are Execration going to push the tempo? Maybe they're just comfortable with what they've won right now. They don't know that Gyro doesn't have BKB or buyback.
They also don't know that Roche is about to respawn. He is about to immediately go on the run, though. Oh, the power shot. Tino, run. Unbelievable. Unbelievable he runs it and sees this. So now they can grab, but he's going to run.
Yeah.
Roche he's got to move.
Can they kill it in time?
There's Song, too.
Oh, this is scary. This is really scary. Okay. Now they jump in and they find that Hex for a moment onto the Bristleback. They haven't fought back yet on Gyrocopter.
Oh, I can feel the panic.
Yeah, this is getting a little spicy here. Palos saving his Manta for now. Well, Thunder still a little sketchy. There's the Hypnotize. They miss on the Spear. Yopaj BKB, and there's the Song of the Siren. But what's the follow-up? Do they have enough damage to kill Palos? It's starting to look like it, but there's the Hex. Tino finds him. Another miss Spear. Doesn't matter. They jump in, and Ember's doing everything. Oh, Yopaj! You're so good with it. Looking so solid. Manages to kill off the Terrorblade. Now it's him without buyback.
Power shot. No.
As Gyrocopter respawns. When in doubt, Yopaj comes in clutch.
That last jump back in on the TV was crazy. And Shanks trying to catch the wave. Skev gets there. There's a net.
All right, he's got Greaves though, and manages to get out of harm's way for the moment. Oh, drop that Gale Force, get out. Holy moly, man. Roche now on the docket for OG instead.
And
I mean,
here we go. Look at Yopaj. That Hex was crazy. The Spear. Oh,
I can't believe they didn't get him there. My God. Death by 1,000 cuts. Honestly, Yopaj doing as much as you possibly can hope for.
And he actually has Refresher back in like 45 seconds. Like, it's not that long.
Yeah. Amp damage from Natsumi as they look to go high ground now. 20 seconds on this Terrorblade. As they will have a glyph, and meantime, they jump in and find the Naga Siren. Bob paired together with Tino just get a quick pick for nothing. Nico blinks in. There's going to be the TP out. No Basher means no problem. And in fact, now Natsumi. Oh no, they left him behind. He does have Aegis, but can the rest of the team get there in time? Shanks finds it. They want to attack. Ice Path. There is the Hex, but the silence comes out from Tim's, and that stopped any extra aggression. And now they find themselves another kill. Nico jumps and tries to punish, tries to kill, gets it. Arena down, misses the Spear again onto Niku, but maybe with Palos there, they're going to be able to do enough damage when Natsumi jumps right up front and center. Where's the Sunder? They need to get it. Palos staying alive. Do they have enough to keep him alive another time? Tries to back away, gets pushed around again. Natsumi hit, punch, wallop, not out of there. Natsumi survives, and no buyback on the Terrorblade means this realm of insanity that we've entered into is not going to stop. The lifesteal keeps him alive there and still had the Aegis even if he wasn't. OG, do you smell blood in the water? Are you willing to stick around to go for tier 4s? What a moment.
From Tim's, man, they have been crazy. He has controlled so much of these fights from the backline with the callings and dead shots. Everything is just on like the knife's edge, and he just keeps ruining their combos.
I mean, Natsumi, you got to stick around for this. Again, it's a minute until they go back up again on Terrorblade, and maybe OG realize it now that there is no buyback. Shanks trying to slow it down. The Shackle, they already laid down Roche's banner. Bob, they need some help. Yopaj was able to do it earlier.
Nico's trying to end it. Deso
he buys it. Deso done, throne exposed, trying to stop what they can. Bob jumps in, but GG is going to be called. OG somehow managed to come away with a win from a match that feels like they should have been in the lead in comfortably for a while.
I think they technically kept the gold lead almost the entire game. They don't even look happy about winning.
Did we really
There's
get
some
away
smiles. There we go. There we go. Fist bumps all around. We get there. Eventually, you get there.
Oh
Oh boy,
what a good game.
That was a C classic right there.
I gotta say, for me, standout player, the guy that came in clutch towards the end there was Yopaj on the Ember Spirit. We talk about supports a lot, and Tim's did make great plays, but I'm gonna hold it down for Ember right now on his signature heroes. We head on back to the guest, OG with the win.
It was a win that they're not too seemingly happy about because it was a little bit messy for us watching. Very entertaining, I would have to say. It felt like at any point early game, OG had it in the bag. And then Execration, this Terrorblade had so much strength. It felt like, okay, TB's just going to hard carry this. Everyone else, you just sit behind him and he's going to get direct click. And then, well, it did eventuate into an OG win there after shenanigans around fighting and Roche, and what else can you really call it there, Misery?
Oh,
Yeah,
you got chose to talk first. Great. Off you go, Misery. Explain it.
I had to. You gotta throw
I
someone
think
on
you
the...
said it pretty well. There's a lot of shenanigans, a lot of random stuff going on in this game, a lot of random deaths around the map, right? A lot of back and forth. I felt like it really came down to maybe Execration's supports dying a bit too much early in the fights, perhaps some missed spells as well. Terrorblade with some weird Sunder plays, some missed spears here and there. Just in general, very chaotic game. Yeah.
I mean, I think there's a lack of discipline on this team.
Specifically, Execration.
Execration,
Okay.
yeah. You mentioned the deaths, and I think that is like a big story this game. They're clearly playing off of, they're reading the vibe and they're living in the moment much more than they have like a strategy and they have things set and roll. When you watch a team like Falcons, you can see they're obviously going to back up here, right? They're going to make the right play. When you watch this team play, you have no ever-living clue what they're going to do next. And I think that is not a good thing for them. I think they need to cool themselves down more in these types of situations, because I think they had this game at some point. Their heroes were stronger. TB is the boss of the game, like Nat said, but they weren't able to just like take a breath and play.
Yeah.
I mean, there's also for OG, like, to win in this fashion, OG can't play like this against other teams, right? This is like a SEA classic game where you got spears getting thrown left and right. Everything's going a little bit weird. Winner are taking 12 of the kills away from you. It's just strange, right? So for OG, if they want to truly be a top team, they have to be winning these games on their accord. They cannot be hoping that Terrorblade makes a mistake or a spear is missed. And I think there's a good fight bottom where Naga goes for a song and then your just running in, everyone's TPing away. It's like, these are the moments that you have to be disciplined. Like, meta is used, disengage, wait for that next fight. And yeah, I'm just confused after watching this game. I don't really know what to say other than it was a classic SEA game of back and forth.
Well, we're going to talk maybe about some more confusing things. This Wind Ranger, as a support, that's not the confusing part we're going to bring up. It's the itemization that's going out of this Wind Ranger. I feel like it's just, we can't not speak about it. What was it? A Blink Dagger, Meteor Hammer was in the...
Started with the hammer.
Yeah, it was Meteor Hammer first.
Right,
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad. That's very important here. Meteor Hammer
It
first.
is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it is. You're right. And then it was into the Blink Dagger.
He went Meteor Hammer into Force Staff,
Into Mech.
into Mech, into Greaves, and then Blink
Into
Dagger.
Blink.
Into
yeah.
Blink
I don't-
Dagger.
And I think he had the shard towards the end as well.
Somewhere, yeah.
But it's post 40 minutes.
He was following the Dota Plus guides, and then they were just like putting items in. It got a little bit weird, but I think other Windrunner players that we see often think about Blink, Force Staff, the Shard, using Gale Guard, not Gale Guard, just Gale, sorry. All this stuff is really cool, but the Hammer, I didn't really like. It was kind of pointless, kind of redundant. Everything else, his play was kind of fine, but just the Meteor Hammer first item, maybe there's like some theory craft behind it, like the Shackle into Hammer, or early map progression with Hammer whilst his TB's farming, but it just felt kind of whatever. And maybe they could have won the early game a bit better if he had just more team items.
Right.
That's one starting point, yep.
Because like looking at that lineup, it doesn't feel like you're really missing push. So it's like that's what that Meteor Hammer normally feels like it's good for, and that's just not what that lineup was necessarily lacking.
So there's this meta in a vacuum with certain support heroes going
Okay.
this Kaya first. For example, on Skywrath, right? I think Crit was doing that a lot on Sky, going for the Kaya into potentially Meteor Hammer as well.
Yeah.
Having more or less infinite mana, having the extra spell amp. I think maybe this is what we're seeing, some experimentation with other supports that also has the that has the value from extra mana, extra spell amp, like Windrunner, maybe the Zeus as well, like Crit was playing earlier today. So it might be an extension of that build. But yeah, it's pretty greedy. You're already a hipster playing Windrunner in the first place, right? You gotta hit those power shots, those shackle shots, and then you're also going pretty much no support items in a 50-minute game. I think it's uphill.
It's a bad hero buying a bad item. That's not generally a recipe for success. I wouldn't want to cook that recipe personally. I'd stay to other more tried and true recipes like chocolate cake.
Okay, well, we might be getting a slice of chocolate cake here, right? That tried and true recipe, because we've got more standard players doing standard hero picks and standard picks. Anyway, if you can't already guess which teams I'm talking about, it is Yandex up against Tundra, and it's more so on Tundra. We haven't really seen them. Actually, we haven't seen either of these two teams right here on the mainstream. So maybe we should actually start with Yandex a little bit more, because Tundra has been very prevalent in a lot of those other tournaments. So Yandex, first time seeing them here on Blossom on this mainstream here, and very familiar with some of the players on their team, Quinn.
Yeah, I've obviously played with a couple of them. I've actually played with Soxa too, so I played with three of these guys. And I think Soxa being added to the roster has given them a lot. I think you look at a lot of them and they don't have that much experience. Internationally at big tournaments besides Soxa. Watson sort of more recently, and then Maldi when he was playing with us. But I think besides that, it's quite a new and inexperienced roster. And I think Soxa is someone who is like a really great mind for the game. He's really has a great understanding of the map and how to build a gold lead. He's very much an economy-focused and map movement-focused player. Those are the things he talks about in replays and stuff. So I think having him on their team is like a great boon for them, that he can talk about these things and teach them this stuff, because I think those are a lot of things that they probably don't know about.
I think he's also a very calm player.
Yeah.
Very good communication, very calm way of talking. So I think he should bring a lot to this team.
Yeah, I have no idea about them. I've not seen a single game personally. I've not covered a tournament where they've competed at. So for me, on paper, they look like they're meant to be a good roster, right? 2 ex-gaming players, Saxa. Then you've got the same 2 players, I think, that played on the previous version of this team when Solo was on it. So it's like they've had success in different iterations on different teams. So logically, together, they should do okay. They should be like a middle pack team. But again, just have to wait and see.
Well, I will say, in Fisher Playground, many a tournaments ago, only really, 3 weeks ago it was, or something like that, they beat Tundra. In fact, they had an amazing showing for themselves, an amazing result, and that came to beating Tundra. That's what propelled them that little bit further there. So now I do wonder, how are Tundra going to reset? Yes, they won that Blast Slam 4 just a couple of weeks ago, but then they didn't have that showing in Valahia, and now they're coming up against a team that has beaten them in the past. Where are they going to be sitting? Where is the focus, the concentration for them?
Easy answer for me would just be understanding what the man in the middle, 33, wants to be doing, right? Of course, he excels in a very clear hero pool, and then teams using Blast was able to understand them, and then they go into Vlahia, and then because Tundra didn't try to evolve themselves throughout the meta, they just stayed true to what they did at Blast. They fell short. So coming into this tournament, I'm expecting 33 to consider more Centaurs and maybe Tide Hunters and offlane heroes that we've seen throughout the success of teams who have just won other tournaments. So I think I'm hoping for Tundra just to show development. That's it.
I think I also saw a little bit of Saxa played for Tundra before, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if they ended on best terms, so perhaps there's a little bit of a grudge as well between.
Oh, you think there's even more on the line?
Not necessarily a grudge, but more
we
like
can create that if you'd like.
There's
Let's do it.
more.
Artificially do it.
There's a little bit of spice at least.
There's more
Has to.
to this series than meets the eyes. Not just 2 teams playing each other. There's some feelings.
I think there are a lot of feelings, and that's actually one of the questions that I got to ask Ari when I caught up with him before this series. Well, thank you for joining me. And secondly, after the win in Blast Slam, I know you had those emotions, the interview on stage, but now that you've had time to process it and there's been a tournament, how do you reflect on it? How did it feel?
It was really exciting. My first win, of course. And also the fashion that we won in was very, it was a very thrilling grand final, probably one of the best that we've had in a while in Dota. It was really back and forth. It felt like we would lose. Game 3 and 4 both felt like we might lose, but we just managed to put it back, and it was really exciting the way we won. So yeah, it was just a really good experience.
Yeah, I could imagine all of those things sound amazing. And then you guys went into the Valahia and, didn't have that high placement that you were expecting, but what were some of the takeaways from that? And how have you spent the last few days or weeks preparing now for Blast Slam 5?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we didn't do as well as we should do, really. I think, in my opinion, maybe we like went in a bit casually. I think we took like quite a few days off just chilling in Singapore before the tournament, when I guess other teams were working hard to beat us. And I feel like we go in with like kind of casual ideas, casual strategies, not really like watching too many replays or maybe thinking too hard about what we should play and how to beat the other teams. I think these things kind of just led to us underperforming, and then by the time that we realize there's a problem, it's a bit late to fix it. Especially with the schedule, it's like we get back and then there's just no time, and then you just have to go to bed and go again the next day. So yeah, I think the lesson we learned really is that there's no space to be casual. Everyone's like, the competition's really strong, and you just, there's no space for this. So we're gonna be back to working hard and putting in the effort required to win. That's the general idea. Of course, there's lots of details we have to do, but I think that's the general picture.
Yeah, there's a lot of, easier said than done type things. But then how would you say you're feeling, and not just you personally, but the whole team of Tundra coming into Blast Slam now, especially with the record you guys have of, or at least the org, I should say, making it to every grand final for Blast Slam?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's feeling excited, I think, maybe to, prove that we're not as bad as we were in the last tournament. I think, like, we've maybe not had like much time to like practice to fix the issues, but we've definitely talked about all of the issues we had, and everyone's very conscious of what we need to do better to be back in shape. So I guess it's just exciting to see if we can do it, if we can get back into shape quickly.
Yeah,
I'm sure we can, and I'm sure everyone feels that we can.
And with all of these moving parts, and that's so focused on the game, have you had a chance to think about Chengdu, think about China, some things you might be excited to do there?
I mean, at least for myself, I really never look too far ahead. I like to just focus on today only, really, making sure I perform each day as it comes. And then once we qualify, then I'll start thinking about China itself.
All right, well then maybe, a couple more days we can come back, revisit that question I can ask you, but I will give you one more question to answer. How are you feeling coming up against Yandex? Is there anything spicy we can expect for this best of one?
I mean, it's pretty exciting because they did beat us in Fisher Playground, I think it was. So we have the chance to get some revenge for that one. And they're a great team. They have great players. So let's just hope it's a good match.
Awesome. I look forward to it. A little bit of a revenge on the table, a little bit of spice there. But all right, thank you so much for joining me. Good luck today.
Thank you.
It felt like I went through everything of the last 2 weeks of his life right there in that 4-minute interview. But yeah, we got to reminisce a little bit on that grand finals, that fact that he doesn't really look towards the future too much. Misery, he's really focusing on now. And I get that because there's a lot of best of ones between now and qualifying for Chengdu, and you don't know everything that's going to happen in between.
Yeah, I think it's a good mentality. I mean, we just saw them in Wallachia not doing so well, so I think it's very important that you have this humility and this, good mentality going into every game. Like you can't expect to win. You can't be cocky or arrogant in any way nowadays, and you're just gonna lose.
Yeah, the internal sort of conclusion that they came to, T, at least for hearing from Ari there, is they just approached it too casually, that tournament, from an outside perspective. Someone who was there, seeing everything that was playing out. Is that the conclusion you came to as well?
Yeah, they sucked. No, they win a tournament and then they'd lose, pre-playoffs, right? It's kind of rough. So yeah. I think for Tundra at least, it's a matter of, if they are on the A game, always trying to invent the new meta, like what should they do, every team will chase them and feel like they can never get there, right? Because the way that they play is different to other teams. So if they are trying to be the pioneers of Dota, they're very, very scary. The time they have a week off, 2 weeks off, and they kind of become humans again, they are sure going to just feel like another team. Like when we look at Whitemon, the players that they have on their team, like they are meant to be a grand finals team any tournament they go to if they are in their A game, right? So I think they just showed that they are able to not always push forward, but I think for Blast, that is going to change again, because when you win a tournament to then get eliminated very early on, that inspires you to go, wait, why are we slacking off? Why are we doing this? Because we're meant to be the ones who are the most decorated in a year. Like people remember, like people when you build a legacy, right? Winning multiple TIs, running multiple majors in a year. That's people that you remember. You don't remember them from winning one tournament. You need to win 4, 5, 6, or multiple TIs.
Yeah, I mean, Dota has changed over the past years. Like, it used to be the teams on top were just untouchable, and they could not practice. They could, play Dota from the beach, and it didn't matter. But the teams are way closer now, and you can't just, like, full vibe and vacate. You can see it. They were just chilling for a couple days, and they're not working quite as hard as other teams. When there's this many tournaments back to back to back, that hard work and that hunger, like, it really matters, and it's crazy how fast it adds up.
Correction, they did get to playoffs. They just lost straight away. So just before all the Tundra fans say, well, actually, they made it to playoffs, you are right. They did make it to playoffs. They just didn't win in playoffs.
Well, look, I love the correction, keeping us on our toes here about if we're going to call you out for being wrong or anything like that. But Tundra, right now, they've got a win for themselves. Yandex earlier, though, it was a very close best of one they had back and forth up against Na'Vi. They did ultimately lose that one. So there is also that question mark about it. There's the familiarity between players on these two teams, but also how exactly are they feeling coming into this one? Well, I am excited to see exactly what they're going to be able to draft for themselves in a best of one. Anyway, as you were saying, Misery, sorry, before the draft rudely interrupted you.
I was saying you said it.
Okay. What did I say?
You basically said it, which is...
You said everything that was important.
Tundra coming off a win, right? And Yandex coming off a loss. That can be determining when you're going to draft and when you're going to play your next game, right? The psychological aspect, the confidence.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting to see Soxa up against 33 because they are probably the players who know each other the best. And, Tundra and 33 have such a specific drafting style. They want to play such certain heroes. And I think Soxa understands that better than anybody, right? Because he played with them for a long time. And so I think they probably have I would say Yandex has an advantage drafting against Tundra.
I think so too. I think that relationship probably goes towards Soxa more so than 33, right? Because 33 has such a unique way of playing the game and thinking about the game, whereas Soxa, I mean, he's not a position 3, he's more of a 4, right? He can adapt his playstyle more. So I think you're right on that. I think it does give Yandex a little bit of an edge in terms of drafting and perhaps utilizing 33's weaknesses.
But Tundra has changed, though, as a team, right? When you think about the laning partners, Ari has a bit more of a killer mentality within the lane. So we've seen more explosive nature between those two, trying to go for the kills, not always pulling every wave. Where Soxa 33 was about 33's economy every single time. So the fact that we are seeing slight variations in playstyle, maybe that could also surprise Yandex a bit, where it's not the same 33 from then to now.
Not just playstyle. I also think the heroes determines it a bit more, right? Back before, it was usually play Beastmaster, play Sand King, fall back, farm stacks pretty early on, right? And maximize the neutral game. Whereas now you're playing more Timber Saws and Axe and these type of heroes that actually rely on playing the lane a bit more. So I think that also changes the way they have to think about the game early on.
Okay, that's really interesting because I was wondering what core they were going to respond with here, and they weren't sure, right? We see, I think the Abaddon first phase ban is great. I think Shadow Demon a very natural ban when you have Jakiro because he just purges everything, and Lycan is just a very 33 hero. So I'm curious to see what core they end up going for. There's going to be 2 more cores banned. They've picked a Bane, which is he's just a guy, it's a hero. It's a fine pick, but I'm very interested to see.
I mean, that's where Yandex, if they consider banning Ursa in this phase, they're often quite the big building blocks that they use on Tundra in the second phase. The Abba, the Ursa, the open pick cores that can shut down certain offlaners, but also enables people to go crazy and run wild. Once you get a couple items, you are always with your team doing stuff. So yeah, they're the big carries that I like to see on Tundra lineups. And Pure is one of the few Kez players out there. Yeah, in certain lineups can be really good. Again, I still don't have the perfect read on when you should be banning Kez in the grand scheme of Dota, but if you have a good lane, if you can get to your Deso timing, get some early charges, quickly get to BKB after that, it is a really potent hero, but it's volatile. It is very volatile.
It's more, I think you said it in terms of pure playing the hero, right? I think that's mainly why they're banning it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Yandex having first pick here is significantly to their advantage. I think Watson is a player that likes having carry-to-carry matchup. He wants to be able to farm and scale. He's very individually skilled, but he's not the fastest player ever. And so I think Pure is also someone who I think likes to have that. He doesn't like to be on a timer. And I know 33 hates being on a timer. That's like something Tundra almost always wants, is they want that scaling. And so I think Watson having that 18 pick, getting to see his lane, getting to maybe see the carry matchup as well, if BZM saving his pick for last, and then pick the best hero for the game. I think, especially with the Jakiro, so his lane's already pretty secured. That hero was pretty stupid in lane. I think you're already looking at a pretty good spot. I think if you're Yandex, that feels good. Okay, there's the Ursa, like you said.
Yeah. Crazy. The bear go raw.
I think that's the only team who would actually do this type of Ursa pick, right? I mean, is Yandex a team that could pull out some offlane Enigmas, Venomancers, this type of stuff? I feel like...
I think they might.
Yeah.
I think Notice plays Enigma. Saksa is very comfortable on the melee fours. I mean, you look at these two heroes, right, and you want units. Ursa, Bane, they have very little wave clear.
Yeah.
They're very much about like seeing a hero, jumping them and bursting them. So if you have, you know, like you said, Vena wards all over the place, or you have Eidolons all over the place, you start losing towers. Like these heroes are very susceptible to losing those towers, and there's a hero on the field. So I think while, yeah, this is like, it's good against the melee offlaners, and it's a hero Pure is very good on, I think it leaves some potential holes for them to be punished here.
It is a hero that he plays. It's within his like top 13, 14 played heroes, so it is available. But recently, he hasn't rushed towards it. But also, Enigma hasn't really been picked up by many people at the moment. Yeah, in the back of your mind, it is always a thing. I mean, I like the Slardar here, especially if they pair it with another support. It means you can decide where the Slardar is going, and then if there is a world where the offlane Enigma becomes good, Slardar goes mid. It's like that flex to progress the draft.
It's also a hero that can beat the Ursa, right, with the right support. So I think I think we saw Tundra do this exact thing at the last blast, where they picked this Ursa blindly, and the enemy team, which I think was MOUZ, just picked Tidehunter into it anyways, or they just definitely didn't abuse the Ursa in lane. And I feel like if they reveal Ursa like this, you cannot give him a free lane.
Yeah, I mean, Slaughter has that attack speed slow on the Crush. It's something people often overlook is like a huge element of this hero. Like the attack speed slow is crazy. So if he's not overpowered or whatever the W is called, like you cannot fight back against a Slaughter. So, and I think it also, holy crap, that's the socks of 4 Slark.
Okay.
I mean, I was looking at his previous heroes. He is playing like Void Spirit 4, Slark 4, Bounty 4. Yeah. He's trying to kind of emulate the 9 class style of get the vision, be annoying, make the map. I mean, you said that earlier. Like, he is a player that likes to be more macro focused, and you know, we'll see how it works out.
I think the Slark is a little bit underpicked, considering how strong that hero actually was
into Bane
half a year ago, right?
With the shard,
and into Bane as well. I mean, that's one factor, but also just matching the nighttime vision, right, of Bane is pretty good. Bane excels at being this annoying, pesky hero around the map doing nighttime, but now you have the ultimate Nightcrawler here, right? So I think it's interesting. I'm not sure about the lane though. Now you're picking the Slardar to kind of go up against the Ursa, but if Slark cannot help outwin this lane, maybe the Slardar ends up getting a bit, you know, having a bad game.
This is where I really want the Enigma. Now that we spoke about it earlier, Slardar into Leshrac mid, you don't really care. If the Lesh goes on, you can just run down the river. You're also close to tower, so unless you get a creep on you onto your tower getting glyphed, you're not really gonna die. Then you pressure. I think like for Slark to do well, he needs purpose behind what he's doing. Like,
I mean, I could see them doing that. I just don't know if the lineup overall gets a bit too gimmicky. If they have an offlane Enigma, Slark, mid Slardar, I'm not sure if that could work, I guess. But then you're very reliant on winning the lanes.
Yeah, it also depends a bit on how susceptible this 4 is to getting Enigma. You know, if they have a Hoodwink and then suddenly you can put Enigma or a Hoodwink in the safe lane with Ursa and you get through the lane because he can 8-core in the Eidolons, maybe it diminishes the impact some. But I see what you mean. Like if you have a Slardar Slark, like Ursa will have a free time against that lane.
You're just pulling waves and he's getting like a 11-12 minute Fury, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Slark starts running towards mid, starts, you know, going for runes. Then suddenly the Slardar has a much worse game than he would if he was laning with a strong range support.
Yeah, I wonder here if they feel there's some ideal carry option, because when you're in these situations, right, you're picking on 18, you're considering between the 2 core roles, which one is the most value here? Like, which one is more likely to be banned? Which one do we have 3 options on? Which one do we only have 1 or 2, right? They have 2 bans. You have to assume their bans will be correct. And so they're considering, you know, which one do we have more options on? What's the better thing to snag right now, because we're picking back to back?
Would you not be more inclined as well to potentially pick up the carry here because you want to keep that slider open for a flag?
Yeah, absolutely. It makes their bans harder to be accurate.
I see Watson.
I was
see
just
Terrorblade.
about to say
Yeah.
Terrorblade looks good again. We just saw Terrorblade lose last game, but I actually like it here as well. It's good against Lesh, Urza, and Bane. I think Hoodwink has the potential to burst you early on, but later on, I feel like this is a very good Terrorblade game.
Yeah, Watson's also an amazing Terrorblade player.
Yeah.
I mean, Yandex is just saying, even if we concede early game, we are going to be able to play the map, right? You've got wave push on pretty much every hero. You've got vision from Slark, vision from the Terrorblade illusions. That should mean you can dodge a lot of ganks. And Tundra, they're somewhat predictable. When you see the waves, like them not showing on waves, you know they're going to be making a move. Like Ursa, Lesh are going to be dragged into a lot of the engagements to find pickoffs. So yeah, Yandex, if they are to win this game, they might also show a lot of like really good macro play to be able to do it as well.
Yeah, I mean, if Yandex rounds out their draft well with this last pick, I'm not sure. You know, it's still hard to see what direction they're going. If Slardar is mid or not, they do actually ban the Enigma, so deciding it is worth the ban. But I think, like, in terms of overall strategy, I like the way Yandex's heroes function better. You know, we talked about the nighttime and the wave push with the illusions, and I think that's really good against Tundra's heroes. They have, you know, Lesh and Urza both are very blink-focused heroes. Hoodwink and Bane are sort of these tree stalker. They're not really wave-pushing heroes, any of these guys. And they're playing against a lot of ghost push between Jakiro and Terrorblade. They're playing its vision. Like, I think on a conceptual level, that favors Yandex being able to move around the map in a way that's nice for them.
Do you think they need to ban out Darkseer then? Because then that would somewhat counter Terrorblade, and they would also give them that ghost push.
Definitely a consideration.
Yeah.
I think Tundra wants something like that, some hero that's invincible in some way, or gives them that ability to see. The weird part about Darkseer is it's not any jump, right?
I mean, when you say that, my mind goes to Night Stalker, because at nighttime with the Slark, you just keep pulling waves, you don't play into the Ursa. My problem then is you have Terrorblade and Night Stalker in the same draft, where it's like, do we have meta available? Do we have Ascension available? But Notice is one of the few players that still plays it, and you get Vision on a Hoodwink and a Bane, their fight disappears. Like, they need to play in the fog, they need to play on the backline, and you already have plenty of jump through. You know, the Slardar, even the Slark can jump a support and annoy them, depending on his build. Still, always spooky when you think about Ursa though. Ursa plus Hoodwink, Ursa plus Bane, very, very powerful. Can just beat out any of these like quirky or offlaners.
No, I think you definitely, I mean, also when you have Terrorblade on your team, you want to keep your draft balanced. Terrorblade, when he's in your lineup, will always be the focal point. He'll always be the main damage dealer. They decide they don't care about the Darkseer. And so you want to have heroes that complement Terrorblade. It's much more important than even being good against the enemy heroes a lot of the time is, do you have stuff that works well with your draft? Because Terrorblade will give you all the damage and scale you could ever want, especially against these first 4 heroes.
Oh, okay.
I wonder if he's Quas Wax or not.
So yeah, Slardar to offlane and Mocha to mid. Okay.
I mean, I don't know how good Quas Vex is. It seems
it's generally pretty bad.
Yeah, it seems pretty. It's pretty all in, right? You gotta make the rotations work. Brewmaster, okay, interesting pick.
This is really two-sided because that hero is super bad against Slardar. Like when you split, if Slardar waits for you to split and then he blink crushes all your pandas, they all just die instantly to the shard. Like they're super squishy. And while it is good against Terrorblade, if you're experienced in this matchup, it's not the end of the world.
It's also kind of a, I mean, I don't know how good this hero is in lane. I imagine it can be pretty bad.
It's not the strongest.
Yeah, he is laning with a Hoodwink, but I mean, if that hero has a rough early game, he can be pretty slow as a hero. The Invoker is also going to be very key here. Like, what is he actually going to go? Is he going to go Sunstrike? It looks like it, right?
Yeah, at the moment he does have Exalt Facet, yeah.
That's a little bit greedy. However, the Slark can make up for that, I think, just by being annoying, giving vision, making sure that you see where Tundra's heroes are going.
Yeah, they pair well. You want some damage from your mid with Slark. You don't want too little damage because Slark's not that high raise, all vision. And Slardar is also a jumper, so you definitely want some nukes. Invoker fits that well, which I think is nice. It helps your skirmishing.
It also kind of enables them to play bot lane more aggressively with the Slark and Slardar, right? Now that you have that Sunstrike, you can actually make it a bit awkward for the Ursa to fight back.
Yeah.
I'm just intrigued to know if 33 is going to be looking at Radiance and trying to be really greedy on the Panda. Like, if he gets a free lane, gets the Radiance, then he's like threatening TB throughout the game pre-BKB. Or if he's going to go more utility and play on the Lesh and Ursa timings.
What would that even be then? Like Vessel?
Yeah, like Vessel, and then you just keep playing around that, right? But I don't know, we don't really see Brewmaster too often. I think Ace tried playing it in the previous tournament, so we had like one game of information. 33, of course, is a specialist in the hero, but yeah, it's Brew into Terrorblade always feels somewhat nice throughout the fights.
Yeah, we'll see. We're going to have a little bit more of a sample size when it comes to Brewmaster. How exactly is it going to play out with this hero? On the side of Yandex, they want to solidify their domination over Tundra. They want some revenge, but either way, a best of one is what we get.
That is right, a best of one indeed to get ourselves off to the races. Pure hit by another Sunstrike, but don't look out now. Saksa in some trouble, trying to find an angle to jump away from, but he's just gonna have to give up his first blood. BZM takes it. Good way to start the game for Tundra.
I'd say so, yeah. Just immediate first blood from a sneaky Slark. Trying to lurk around your tower, and they're gonna smoke right up. They're not even done. They want a little bit more here. You know, might as well, right? It's nighttime. Bane trying to take advantage of that. Much like, of course, Slark was. Didn't go too well for him, though.
That's a good point. An interesting end to the draft, like the panel was talking about. You and I were kind of going back and forth about what could have been the option. I'm a believer of, like, if we're not seeing 33 pick Darkseer, that hero is just, like, terrible. Melody gonna get chased down here now also. Gets pulled back in. Good cut of the tree by the Terrorblade, but it does look like it's going to be another kill going the way of Tundra as they force him back and not even able to get that rune away.
No, they're just getting everything for them.
Wow. Well, pretty crazy start. But yeah, and decided in the end to go for the Brewmaster in response to the Invoker. Pretty hype stuff. Love to see it.
It's gonna be more sun-striking Invoker. This is the go-to, of course, as of late. The other Invokers, like, we've had a little bit, but I feel like we just keep coming back to the good old Sunstrike because, frankly, it's a lot of damage. You know, 175 pure right off the bat, and it quickly starts scaling up. 50 every level is no joke. And you look at his allies here. You know, you try and fight versus the Slardar. Bash comes on in. Jakiro maybe setting something up there too. So you're just always a little bit worried about that little bit of extra help you can get from your Invoker mid. And of course, that's all on you mid players to call out when the Invoker is sunstriking. Thank you.
True enough. Truer words have never been spoken. As Ari is going to get slightly bullied back there by Melody. And of course, the thing that we're likely going to be seeing them try and contest with is pulling waves whenever possible. Jakiro super annoying to lane against. And already keeping that pressure onto 33, who did go for the Drunken Master facet, which is, I think, the one that we've seen more popular from the limited amount we've been seeing this hero.
Yeah, I've definitely seen some rolling out of the barrel as well recently, so seems like the Brewmaster players are still a little bit out on that one. Oh, Melody. Too many whacks there. Now, there is a Sunstrike, and there is some pings. He would still die to it. It's actually crazy how powerful it is.
Yeah, they just need to wait for the moment. If he stands still for too long, they can go for it.
He's regened up past it now at the very least.
Yeah. But something to watch for there. The other thing that the panel had talked about that's worth thinking about is this early pick Ursa for Pure. A hero that can, it seems like, start to be picked earlier and earlier in the draft and not get super punished unless he's about to right now. Dodges the Sunstrike, but Pure still in some trouble. Not enough to go for the full finish, but you can see he is not having a good time right now. This is...
Yeah, they can't even turn on Sox right now. He has 9 stacks. He's 27 agi. He's hitting for 100. Go away. Stay away from the fish.
Yeah.
Like, you gotta back away after all that trading. And yes, this cannot be allowed to stand. We cannot have an Ursa pick this early and then have a good lane.
Outage starts to fall, and 33 on a killing spree early. Already has the urn done and has the double charge ready to go. This lane is only going to get harder for Terrorblade.
Are the dreams of the Radiance real? I mean, he is so farmed. But it's 3-3, you know? I think 3-3, I think, like, he wants a Vlad's. He wants to maybe even get a Spirit Vessel. I don't think he's not really one to go all the way in for the Radiance, but it's obviously mega value this game.
Yeah. Well, this top lane has definitely been a bit of a catastrophe here. Pure Still 17 CS in the context of getting constantly pummeled. And thankfully, they've been able to get some more regen brought out by virtue of Whitemon, who's currently clearing up. But that one at least is going to be a bit of a toughie.
Yeah, as long as they can't pressure him under the tower like this and he's still getting the CS, I think they'll be all right.
Yeah.
Not too many concerns. Definitely still more just worried about this bottom lane. If I'm the Radiant. I'm just like, how big will this Brewmaster get right now? Because, you know, with the way things are cooking, he hits level 6. Pretty good chance they can get a kill onto Watson. Obviously, famously very low on the old HP.
Right.
So could find a potential play there with the high impact damage you get out of these Hoodwinks.
I mean, it is the weird thing about Jakiro as a support, right? Is that in a lot of ways, this hero can do massive amounts of damage and can bully people. But if you're sort of on top of the Jakiro for long enough, he can't really get away that easily. As you're going to see Saksa run into Whitemon up on the top side as the pressure was going in there in mid lane a little bit from BZM. And looks like he's going to be fine there on the Invoker for now.
Yeah, 2 points in the X-Ray. He's about to hit level 5. And there it is. So potential for a pretty hefty Sunstrike now. And I'd say on Pure, oh, I'm really surprised they didn't just go for that, honestly. I thought they were about to jump on Pure.
A lot of mobility in this top lane. And then, of course, Whitemon going to try and be that big X factor, being able to turn things around. As down bottom, they will go again. Onomaladic finds them there. And the slow, steady whittle down means earn charges galore. And he is queuing up the Radiance on 33.
You just have to. I mean, there's a Slark, a Slardar, and a Terrorblade. I would be pretty upset if he didn't. Especially with the start he's got. He is far and away the leading gold earner this game.
Pure trying to dodge Sunstrikes, but waiting for it. Oh no! That bash, it might have been enough to get him out of there. And yeah, Pure's gonna salve up because of it. How funny is that?
He was just like living on the edge there. Saksa finds a Madstone bundle, sweet. But the fact that like he had to do all these jukes and jives to try and survive a Sunstrike, which is why he's taking more damage from Notice and then just barely manages to get out. But that's still Yandex being able to get the Lotus onto Notice, so he'll just stay.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's something to watch for here is like, with how well, on paper, it feels like they've been able to harass Pure. He's still doing so well in CS. And yeah, like you were talking about, the big problem in this game so far, at least, for Yandex has been Aldridge down here on the bottom lane, getting bullied. Well, 5-0, but it doesn't feel like it.
No, it's still okay. It's not nothing too crazy. Well, it does feel like they are the ones running towards your wisdom, though.
BZM made the move, gets the Nightmare save for now. The turnaround, it's not going to be enough. And Saksa getting out of trouble. Ooh, buddy, we're going to have a quick little pause. Is Saksa going to be able to survive through this? I think so. There's nothing else he can really do. Man, what a great play.
And you just get to relish it for a little while longer here, too. So that's always nice. I like these. Hello, BZM. He is up there. He's like those CS2 players who are getting their heads right up in the camera, you know? They got the screen right in front of their face.
That's right. It's the zoomer, the way they do it.
That is true. It must just be how he gets all that CS.
Exactly. That was a terrible dad joke, by the way. It's just, you know this already, though, so. Watson. Ooh. Able to get away from that bushwhack a little off the mark. Does not appear to matter at all, as 33 is just going to slowly but steadily whittle him down.
But what a thrilling kill.
Power of Brew.
I will simply walk at him until he dies. And sometimes that's all it takes. And now he threatens split if he TPs back in.
Yeah.
Which means he can't.
This is go to jungle zone. feel like you can't come back here as Terrorblade.
Sox is gonna grab the wave. He's shenaniganing.
Yeah. Ari trying to stop said shenanigans from happening, and well, guess who's here? They wait for it, get the Nightmare to pull them back in, and easy peasy, BZM gets himself a kill.
Everybody's here.
Yeah.
Can they at least do something to Pure? Because like we got 4 heroes bottom.
I mean, you'd think so.
And Nurse at 30% HP.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, he's staying off in the shadows pretty well. Ooh, and this ward pretty deep, just scouting everything Watson's doing. They're going to rotate in, though, to try and defend this. 33 shows up. Sunstrike, it takes him down. So they punish Pure. Very well played.
Is under attack.
Man, that is crazy that he has Talisman and that much gold.
Yeah. 33
Fat brew
Radiant's bottom tower has
is
fallen.
doing quite well in this game.
Well, at this point, it kind of looks like the Radiance is a foregone conclusion. And they're going to try and pick something up mid here. Pure just shows up for what he's hoping is a free kill on this hero.
Tornado backs away, damage out, gets a dual breath, but there's no extra rotations in. So, having to back out of there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
In the meantime, Whitemon runs in. Kind of an interesting answer to the Bane. You know, like, so often Bane wants to run into the middle of areas and try and scout things out and then, like, force a Nightmare rotation from somebody else. Slark kind of counters that.
Yes. Yeah, he outvisions him.
Wow. And look at that. So nicely done. Just a moment of indecision gets punished. And now Soxa thinking about maybe going on to BCM. He didn't have much mana, but don't decide for it.
I mean, Sox is also just going to double down on that by going for this Helm first build that we occasionally see in the Slark 4s, you know? You got a couple choices when you play this.
Dive under tower. Pulls him back in. Notice, can he get out of this one with Ari moving in? I don't think so. And so Ari's the one that actually picks up the kill there. Is 33 getting closer and closer to this Radiance being completed. Everywhere he goes, people are dying.
Might as well be like a 1 Brewmaster.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Like, who's really the offlaner in this situation? I feel like it's Pure who's getting thrown to the wolves and having to pick up scraps.
Radiant's top tower
Right.
is under attack. Dire's
Watson,
middle tower is
they're
under
anticipating him over here, but will now catch sight as he heads down to the jungle and immediately catches him with the grip. So they will manage to connect with that gank.
attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, another issue here.
Pause.
Yeah, they are just connecting on everything. Again, the lead is not too crazy, gold-wise,
Right.
but I'm sure it feels much worse because it feels like whenever they attempt something, they're dying, and part of that is just the ridiculous amount of vision
Dire's top tower
that they
is
have
under
here on the
attack.
side of Tundra that are lasting a long time because Soxa is kind of playing up top right now. He's not down here like dewarding and dealing with all this vision that they have, so they're unable to keep anyone alive on the bottom half of the map, including their TB.
Right.
Dire's top
Yeah, the
tower has
areas where
fallen.
you can play definitely feeling a little bit rough right now. And like, I don't know. I agree with you that it's not necessarily a significant lead, but having Watson hurt, like, you're going to be able to catch back up, but Brew is going to be ahead for a long time and is just going to be a thorn in his side this entire match.
Oh, yeah. I mean, trying to burst him down as well, like, they don't have the best options. They'll have to commit Sunstrike pretty much, but then there's always the Nightmare possibility in terms of a save, too, as they grab Malady once more.
And at Shakiro, not long for this world. Pressure eyeing up this mid tier 1 tower now too.
And that's it. That is Radiance gold. He kills this creep. Holy.
All right, he missed it. That's fine. He's still got it.
Oh, yeah, he's there. Don't worry. That is wild. What a time for old 3-3 this game.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that smile.
12. Good call. Can barely see it, but it's technically there.
They thought they said passport photo, I think, was the issue. That's what it was. You know, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Down bottom, ZocCET getting chased down by BZM. Almost got into range. The slowdown is there, and ring around the rosy move.
All right, well, they did clean up all these stacks that they'd prepped for Watson, so that is good news for sure. He was in desperate need. They have a blink on Notice Slardar. He is looking for that shard. As you heard the panel say, it is a great way to try and deal with these Brewmaster Pandas, especially before he hits 12.
Thought about it, decides not to go. Weidman did have Nightmare ready.
Radiant are scanning.
So, scouting out ZocCET in this area, sees the stacks are built up, drops down a couple of pretty deep wards, and it appears it should be a trade-off of Wisdom Shrines yet again. Noticed that Blink Dagger maybe looking for a kill to play together with ZocCET here.
Just a tasty little fish in the mid lane with the shield rune. So I don't think they're going to try and attack him.
I mean, they're very much going in for where these stacks are going to get taken.
Pure?
Oh, notice. Did I see him? Yes. Crush, Sunstrike, damage. He got the enrage off. Oh, and now BZM moves in and finds that finish. Meanwhile, Connected didn't get the Dark Path off, in trouble, and Slark is going to go down. You pick this hero to be slippery, but gets caught.
Just takes a bow shot right to the head, too. Brutal stuff here from the crossbow.
Oh,
and
man.
again, notice, you know, he started the last fight. He's going to start another one.
This could be good, though. A good connection. BZM gone. Whitemon hoping to escape notice. Nowhere left to go. So overplaying their hand slightly, Tundra gets punished.
Yeah, and a great hero to hand that gold over to as well for the side of Yandex. Get that on Watson. As Chira Jr. tries to propel himself forward with this mini Midas of the Helm of the Dominator. They're looking all...
Can they kill 33?
That's a great question.
I mean, this would be the best kill to get in this game, but you can see just how difficult it is to take that guy down unless everybody is in position.
Yeah, and even then, it's more of a, can we force him to ult?
Right, yeah. At least until the Slardar Crush is online with Shard.
Yeah, and that would be a good way to try and deal with it, but just raw, overwhelming physical damage. But again, he is about to hit level 12 as well, so the health just gets a big boost. On like heroes like the Earth and even the Storm gets like a 50% boost too.
Jump now, Maladit. Gonna get away. Cinder Brew, super annoying to contend with, but they have been able on Radiant here keep this tier 1 tower alive mid.
Okay, now, do you think 3-3 will do stats or will put points in clap?
Oh, I feel like he's a stats guy.
I think he's a stats guy.
I kind of feel like it's good against Terrorblade to keep getting some points in clap, but I like the stats.
I've seen so many brews just skip the level 2 collab and just start piling into the stats. You might be right, though. It is really nice versus the Terrorblade. Maybe there's some value there. But you know what else is nice? Staying alive with a Radiance.
That's true. You're not wrong. Well, continuing to try and get vision around here. BZM blinks forward onto ZocCET, doing good damage, but the Ice Path is there to turn it back around. Crush BZM. You went too far, but the grip up on the high ground, they try and keep ZocCET alive. Not going to be able to.
And is that, does he have the shard done? Is that what was on that courier coming out?
Oh no, it's bots. Okay.
Oh, that was his finished helmet. I see, that's what it was. Who's got bots, sorry?
Oh, 33. 33
nice.
was also queuing up the shard, but decided to go back for bots.
Oh, nice.
Which actually could spell some cool stuff when we play with Ahri and Whitemon.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, Bane always a classic setup for global heroes. The globalists, as they're known.
Looking, hunting, Sure Jr. This would be another really great kill for them. Can't quite get on to notice. TP away. Oh, hiding in the trees.
You have gotta be kidding me.
That's so crazy that he got out of there. That's a full Invoker Axe done.
Okay, and that's in time for this Roche, because they didn't find the opportunity on Tundra to like go in with Pure after they pushed away this attempt here from Yandex. So now we have quite the battle. We have like Brewmaster split around the Roche pit versus Cataclysm, as well as just general Jakiro spells.
I mean, yeah, and Slardar, right? An easy setup for a Cataclysm with an Ice Path follow-up.
Oh, they scan, but he uses the Sunstrike, so no Cataclysm for 30.
Something to watch for. 33 hitting it away with Pure. And Nodich gonna throw down the Ice Path.
That's
Nodich jumps in, Crush. Not bad, Pure in trouble. Roche is really, really low, goes in for the finish though. Pure gets it in time. And Sunstrike,
Oh,
he got him. He got him. What a play. Nicely done by Sure Jr.
I mean, but the problem was their TB just got one shot. Like, he just got bushwhacked to death. That was it.
Well, you're not wrong there. That is an issue.
Like, they had these opportunities, but thought they could just, like, push out one more wave there and quickly realized, wait, like, if we don't have a Slark Shard or something, like, this guy's just dead.
Yeah.
I thought Soxa might go for it pre-Yules, but it looks like he wants to finish the Yules instead. He's going to commit for the Void Stone.
I mean, it is a very good answer for Pure. You kind of need something like that, but maybe they were hoping to like get it for him off of the Tormentor or something. It doesn't feel like that's going to be super easy.
Yeah, notice is playing up here, but... And I guess they are scouting with Sox's creep, so they'll at least have a chance at it.
You better move that thing a little bit further back, man.
It is burning for no good reason right now.
Soxa is about to lose his creep up here, which is supposed to scout what's going on. Now they see the creep.
Yeah, I don't think the Tormentor is going to get the death throw.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Cataclysm a little bit late. Maybe could have sniped the Tormentor there, but no luck.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
All right,
Well-
well, after a little bit of a stumble, they have completely regained control now on the side of Tundra.
Yep.
They still have this massive threat here of 3-3, who is now considering just going straight in for the Blink Dagger so he can start every fight. He is a stats boy. We were correct. No claps here. Well, one
Second
clap, I
point,
guess.
actually.
Yeah. Wants to be good and beefy.
But a little bit behind across the board on their core heroes, Yandex, but there's still like not a full item difference yet. But it does feel like the supports from Tundra are able to do a lot more in this game so far than what we've seen in the Yandex supports.
Yeah, a little greedier, right? I mean, at least on the Slark. Jakiro, not so much. Jakiro just had a rough lane.
Yeah.
And doesn't have any space to farm because he's trying to give as much as he can to his TB. He didn't get too much out of the stacks as well. And he's also 0, 9, and 3. So Malady is just... He's along for the ride at the moment.
Yeah.
Cheer up. A little pick up here, maybe.
It's pretty nice there. Gets the low ground for a moment. Sunstrike off the mark. They get the slowdown with the Ice Wall.
Living.
And Ahri. Hard to kill the little squirrel.
He's a good hoodwink. He knows all the little sneaky tricks. As a hasted BZM is going to come on through. But perhaps think better than dashing in there alone.
Well.
Nope, never mind. He's going to go for it. But you're just going to TP out again.
Take out the creep first, spam out the wave, and Tundra. Mass blink daggers. Feels like it's the name of the game. They got it on all 3 of their cores.
You know, I recently learned about this phrase about the current state of the economy with the extend and pretend on all these dangerous loans everyone has, and that's kind of what we do in Dota, you know? You just extend the game with bots and helms, and you pretend like you're not losing that bad.
I really like that a lot.
I think we should bring that into Dota, you know? Because right now, Yandex are extending and pretending right now.
There's a lot of that. I feel like, you know, if you just believe enough, then maybe you don't die.
Yeah,
Good.
Maybe 2008 never happens if we just believe the bonds were good, you know?
I like this. This is a nice way to look at it.
Yeah. So I think it's a nice positive message to bring to teams when you're in a situation like this. Is the Yandex just keep extending and pretending. You're welcome, everyone.
Eventually, Terrablade's gonna pay out.
Yeah,
You just know. You just know.
Eventually, I'll get back to my purchase price.
Yeah, exactly. I like this. Oh, that's a BKB done on Slardar here. A tough time, though, as Tundra, always a team that's willing to make the extra effort just to shut down the map bit by bit by bit and close out the areas where enemy teams could fight. This is like the least kill involved Ursa that I feel like we've seen in a while. 0, 1, and 5.
You know, we are heading into the winter. It is hibernation time. It's a little harder for the hero to have a good game.
True enough. Hit some buildings. Are we going for a little snipey snipe here? Will they be able to catch and kill BZM? I don't think so.
Oh, Sox-CET with a D ward here will get his Yules, so that's good news. 20 gold away. That's actually really important in these fights.
BZM in trouble. They extended long enough, and now the TP out. Does he get out of there? No, Jared Jr. got to run, but the grip is there. So it comes at a cost. Shakiro and Invoker dying, but they got the kill on Lesh and forced all of Tundra back.
Yeah, I think that's actually, yeah, that's what you need. Just do it. Don't worry about it. And again, the Slark has his Yules, so now he can actually deal with the Ursa and a lot of these engagements, because Pure, you know, obviously he could BKB, but you have at least a tool to try and mess his fights up a little bit here. Dispel an overpower, perhaps. Or as Quinn calls it, overpower, or whatever his W is called.
I love that. It's so great when they come back in and just like, you can tell it's that is one of my favorites, and then the other is the number draft, which everybody has picked up on now, but I still refuse to believe what people are saying.
Oh, yeah, on 18, you mean?
On 18, yeah, 18. Definitely know what that is. The caster life. Well, speaking of which, 8 to 19. And this is like the most chill game that you would ever expect from a Brewmaster, but then his Leshrac keeps dying across the map.
He doesn't really have much of a choice, does he? This is that is the one thing with their draft I will say with this Leshrac. It's a little bit of a weird Leshrac game in the sense that he has no help. Like, yeah, he kind of does in a Bane, but oftentimes Leshrac was one of these heroes that really counted on some sort of a save or someone to really help scout or start fights for him, and we're not really fighting, so he's just kind of running around the map and farming and pushing, and he still has the element of like, I can blink in and blow you up, but he's very easy to also be blinked upon and blown up. As Sox is going to go for this ward. What a bait here, but he knew.
He didn't have grip back up for another couple seconds, and now Bane is in a little bit of trouble here. Oh, man. In the meantime, over on the side, 33 is just farming a creep as his support dies. Now the blink in comes, but the Yule Scepter gets away. Soxa just in time. That's BKB out from Pure. They don't have Sunstrike up, but don't need it. Now Notice goes in, and the bleed is continuing.
Did you see the way Notice made that play? That was crazy. He stood there smoked, knowing that Ursa was going to jump in, waiting to crush him. Now, miraculously, he somehow got the BKB off in time. That was actually even crazier, because he reacted quickly to the smoke pop, but it didn't end up mattering. The damage was just so fast.
Yeah. Okay, Yandex.
I mean, this
have
lead is
answers
gone.
for this. Yeah, and Soxa is like being such an annoying hero to play against.
Are fortified.
I didn't think I could hate Slark more than in the carry position, but support actually is truly like the worst offender.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's not even close. And Soxa, of course, you know, is an OG player of this. He was a pre 9-class Slark as well. Obviously 9-class, you know, bringing it back, making it really cool again. But it's not the first time Soxa has dabbled with the fish.
And now I kind of feel like Tundra are in this awkward position, right? Like you have this incredibly farm Brewmaster still, but he's, you know, not sort of continuing the snowball in the same way he did. And now Terrorblade actually hits kind of hard. Look at that swing that we've seen in the last couple of minutes.
BZM, he's staying fearless. Despite the lead dwindling, despite his 5 deaths, he buys a scythe.
Right.
I'm playing one way this game and I won't change.
I mean, you know, it's good to see commitment last. That's an important thing in today's society. He's committing to the
Nullifier
bear.
as well here. Okay, noticed.
Junior creep scouting ahead. 33. This would be a good kill to get, but he's already blinked away. Whitemon now tries to run out, understanding that the rest of the squad is coming. Tundra are going to back up.
Soxa, please send your shard out. I beg of you. Give me Slark shard.
I mean, it is crazy. Like, think about how different this is if BZM had just rushed BKB. Now, like, how do you take this fight with a blink in? You know?
You wait.
Yeah.
You send in 3-3.
Pure coming to join the squad. That is
trying to find
easy
this
done.
ward.
Big jump Hex onto Slark. He's gone. The nullifier was already out. Soxa's creep gets a stun. Now the jump through 33, but they get the Hurricane Pike up to the high ground, and now Slark are in trouble. That was the fight that they've been waiting for on Tundra. Lift up onto the Jakiro. Roche is gonna change position now as he heads down to the south, but I don't think there's any way you can contest this now on Yandex.
They spent so much time trying to find this ward. They could not figure out exactly where it was planted. They tried cutting the trees. They couldn't get there. By the time they finally figured out with the triangulation, they just die. He just gets immediately nuked down by BZM with the help of the scythe. And that was the scythe reveal, so obviously Soxa thought, oh, well, you know, it doesn't matter. Once they jump, if they decide to go on us, that's fine. I'll just do my stuff.
Right.
But it was too quick, though.
Second Aegis into the hands of Pure, who does have his shard queued up and is in peak fighting form now with the Abyssal Blade done.
And we'll see if Soxa's new pickup of the shard will make the difference, though. A very annoying item, really for anyone to deal with, but in particular when it's someone like a TV, it is truly devastating because you have to commit. You are trying to ensure you get this kill before the Sunder, and suddenly the Depth Shroud comes out and you're just in full panic mode.
All right, Tundra know that there's 2 supports over here. The cores are running up north, so if they want to take this, they got to do it now. Whitemon just goes through.
Did they know Lyrical?
I thought they knew. All right, Ari now. He comes through, feels comfortable with it. The rest of the squad isn't there yet. Notice running up north. But without Bane, they're still sticking around on Tundra, not wanting to give this up. Or, oh, are they?
Watson did go for the Conjure Image Duration talent as well, so he is really able to just keep up this pressure on the map and keep these scouts going.
Not quite at the full Scotty completed, though. 700 gold away. And as they smoke, it's backing away time for Tundra.
All right, but I mean, this is a Demon Zeal TB, so they can just amplify and take this down pretty quick. Soxa now angry that he bothered to buy his shard, but such is life.
Yeah.
And it goes over to Malady.
Yeah, who's been trying to figure out what to get exactly. Bought the fluffy hat, was thinking about a 4th staff, but then also bought a point booster now. So could go either way with it.
Ari tries to push away mid here. Gets caught by the Yules of Soxa, though.
And are they going to chase him? Doesn't look like it. Meanwhile, the Hex.
Oh, he might have regret. Oh, whoa.
Oh, notice. Trying to get away. The Crush. Getting some separation. They will lose both Jakiro and the Slardar.
We got 3 fights going on.
Yeah, they're all over the place right now. The TP comes in from the Brew. 33 shows up, now is on to Watson. And Slark does have that save for the moment. Tries to get away. Watson in further trouble, now jumped upon, completely dead. I thought he was gonna maybe go for a TP there. They didn't have a way to break it.
Oh my god, you were watching bottom with the Slardar getting chased. I was watching the attempted kill onto Ari because Soxa starts this chase out, but then Shira missed the tornado. He tried to go for like a double angle that would catch down the river and also hit the Bane. Now Soxa is in trouble again.
Did he do that on purpose? Did he intentionally proc the Croaker? Because he Void Spirited in. I think he did that on purpose.
I wasn't
That
watching.
was
I didn't see what happened.
nuts.
Elsewhere. Wouldn't surprise me, that's for sure.
Holy moly. What a play. All right.
I mean, he is a BKB on 3-3.
Yeah. No, it's a really tough time. Wow. 12 to 26 and a 13,000 gold lead as Tundra now do run in with 1. The BKB is there, but not in time for BZM to get away alive.
One mode.
Somebody needs to have a talk with BZM after the game.
Listen, he was watching some emo games earlier. He's really inspired, okay? Just leave him alone.
And maybe they can transition this into more kills, but immediately mass TPs down to the bottom side of the map. Look at that. They smoke down and immediately run away.
What is the plan? Are they just trying to play off this ward and catch the Invoker? Because it ain't happening. He is gone. Blink Dagger now picked up, though.
That's good.
Oh,
Hex is needed.
Am I crazy? Did not just say Blink Dagger and then Scythe?
It might have. There's Blink for Hoodwink.
Oh, that must have been what I saw. Okay, that would make way more sense.
Yeah. Slark running through. They are under a ward here, which I don't think now they're going to see and take out. But 33 takes the bottom tower with the AC and is trying to get set up where Chira Jr. is. Quick spam out. 33 puts the stop to the pressure, but they did manage to take that top tier 3 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, we'll see if once again a lead for Tundra. Will it be stable, or will they find a way to claw themselves back if they can meet them at an objective? Can you blow up this Brewmaster? I guess is the question, right? 3,000 HP. Feels like you probably need one more big item on the TP, like a Daedalus or something. He's thinking Butterfly, so kind of somewhere in the middle. A little bit of aggro and a lot of defensive capabilities, especially versus an Ursa.
Which is understandable. I mean, it's tough. Like, the other thing that really is a problem is even just like the Drunken Brawler, you know, whichever one he ends up taking. Whether it's Void Stance, which can be really strong and just means you immediately get unstunned, or any of the other ones. BZM. That's the Hex reveal, and another moment where, I mean, he's sick. He's died 7 times on this Leshrac. It's the only thing that's working well for Yandex right now.
He is half their kills. That is true. He's doing a lot. 3-3 finished bots too. It's a pretty heavy investment, but it does mean that he should be everywhere. I mean, even bots 2 apparently can't save BZM, but if there's a real fight, he'll show up for that.
Soxa on the hunt with this Yule Scepter, wants to catch somebody, but another time now where Tundra seem to have a sense that the smoke is coming their way and get out of harm's way.
Man, Soxa is just like asking his AI companion, which he obviously uses to cheat and find out the best Dota build. He's like, what is the most annoying shit I could build in this game?
Yeah.
The most annoying item purchase would be an Aeon Disc, so that you can then use your Death Shroud and use your Greater Healing Lotus on whoever you want for 900 health and mana. I was like, oh, that is a really great idea. That would be really annoying. What's the counterplay of that? There is none, unless they buy a Nullifier. Oh, that seems really good.
The Nullifier is already there for Noticed, but that's...
His buddy's got one.
Right. No, I mean, this is the thing. Like, as much as I feel like Tundra have been owning, I kind of have this steady feeling that as the game gets later and later, like, I don't know, Brew just feels kind of ass as it gets later into the game. You know what I mean?
He has like a moment where he gets like a refresher and you're like a god. I think at like 25-ish. That can get kind of crazy. But yeah, I know what you mean. Then it gets like too late and everyone's damage is too high. And the problem is that your HP never scales on your Brewlings. He did just get the 20 talent relatively recently, which is nice. But then it gets to a point after that where it's like with the minus armor of the Slardar, if the TV gets a Daedalus, they kind of just get like shredded.
Yeah, I want to see Tundra make some big play right here around this Roche and, you know, both secure the Aegis for themselves, but then also use it to, like, do some major damage. Roche is going to roar. So Sunstrike goes out.
All right, here's the smoke.
This is not an easy fight. 33, smoked up. Reveals himself now. Soxa thought about going.
He's going in.
Not going yet. The jump in, the crush is there. The save, though, it comes out in time. Notice is alive for the moment. Now trying to back out. That's BKB's used on a lot of these heroes. Melody is going to die to this, but 33 is actually separated from the rest of his squad. Getting hit by Roche. Oh, he does manage to get out with the Void Panda. But as Roche heads down south, I mean, who is more hurt by the BKBs being down? Also, they don't have Bruce Split again.
Yeah, and they're still holding BKB on Shiro Jr. as well, so he can kind of just make his way in there. That being said, you know, there's also BKB on 3-3. He does have some power even without the split because he is just that farmed with a Pyrrhic Cloak.
Yes.
He's not useless.
Shiro Jr. spots one, blink back. Ooh, that was close. BZM jumps in, finds one, gets him dead. Now control on a Notice. No BKB, no answer for him at all. They don't have meta, and the grip catches the Invoker. Whitemon, always the man to get the job done. That was so needed.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're hoping for, but you can understand why Yandex want to go for this fight. They can feel that maybe it's an opportunity, maybe we can use this BKB for something, but Whitemon able to just clutch up, get the exact kill they needed, and there's an Aegis, there's the cheese. How about a Refresher Shard too? It's really everything you need to finish this game off. If anyone wants to get the cheese, which they'll send Whitemon back for.
Yeah, he's got it in the taunt, so, you know.
That makes sense, actually. He's got the rest of the cheese. And 2 banners.
Right. All right. No buyback on Notice, but they do have buyback on Invoker. 33 standing tall up front and center. Primal Split on cooldown for another 15 seconds, but there's obviously no attempt at doing anything that early. And it's going to be an entire set of racks going the way of Tundra. Could start to rotate down bottom. There's a TP back in, though.
They didn't give him the refresher. Pure, my friend. Help me out. Obviously very good on Ursa, too.
Yeah.
But he doesn't really have the space for it with an Aegis.
True. Drop down the Macro Pyre. They get the lift up onto Soxa. Earth Panda gets out of harm's way, and, well, Yandex opting to give up 2 lanes of racks rather than try and take a fight around it.
Yeah, they instantly pinged the top lane. And 3-3 was handed the refresher, so just in case something breaks out, they'll be able to pop an ulti here, but they want to just get these waves all pushed back out. And if you're Yandex, I'm guessing you're just thinking like, we got one more shot, guys. Like,
Yeah.
we're going to wait for the end of this Aegis. Maybe we're even going to try some crazy fight if we see them split up, like with BZM right now. But I don't think you want to fight them high ground. I'd rather try and find them split out on the map.
Well, there are 2 things that have changed since the last engagement. 1, Terrorblade BKB. 2, Chira Jr. refresher being delivered. And that's a good way to start it. Hex immediately, but oh no, the lift up, that's not what you wanted. Now 33 runs in right up front and center, hits onto Watson, starts to turn onto BZM. Do they have the damage that they need? Looks like the answer is no. Pure jumps back in, finds his target. The damage is actually not enough to kill off that Terrorblade. Double rounds of Cataclysm brings Whitemon low, but not enough for the kill. Now they're all walking together into that macro pyre, perfectly placed by Maledict, but they just don't have enough damage.
Yep.
They're losing hero after hero. Watson is going to fall. Pure actually managing to survive through it all. Almost dying to an illusion, but they turn and kill it. And now the Invoker gotta back out, get away, but there's nowhere left to run. 4 dead. Tundra asserting dominance here in this best of 1.
Nobody kills BZM 8 times and gets away with it. That's for sure. He helps get that last kill. They're going to grab the wave mid. They can just walk it right down. There's nobody coming to help. And there's the GG call from Chira Jr. He knows it.
Very, very nicely done. Tundra come in, get the victory, like the panel was talking about. A little bit of a revenge match. This get the up close of BZM. But yeah, a little bit of a back and forth, but it did feel like Tundra were in a good amount of control throughout most of that.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, you mentioned the Brewmaster during the draft. You were feeling it. It came out, and it had a hell of a game. He had 12, 0, and 13, and his lane partner there in Ari, 5, 0, and 18. So 3-3 and Ari kind of put a beat down on Yandex as a duo in this match.
A really impressive showing from the duo indeed as Tundra get the victory as we're getting ready for our final best of 1 of the day, but looking good in that match.
It wasn't just Tundra that was looking good in this match here in this best of 1. Yandex looked good for themselves. More importantly, the Brewmaster. T said last time it was picked up in the previous tournament, a little lackluster. You weren't really too convinced by it, but now you're seeing this more potential. Of course, still like specific situations that it's need to be picked up in, but this was a prime example.
Yeah, it was good, and for 33 at least, right? He's getting later pick in the draft. He picks up his Brewmaster. He doesn't even die, I think, in the series, in the game at least. So yeah, for 33, it's kind of the statement reminder. Like, guys, you can ban my heroes, but if I can find a game for some of my old school specialties, I'm gonna remind you how good I am. And yeah, Tundra, pretty much just cruise control. There were some moments where there was life from Yandex, the occasional pick-off of a Slardar or a Slark on the map with the Invoker sunstriking, but I think macro play, Tundra was just superior.
Yeah, I mean, I think this early game was, like, when Brew gets off to such a good start and he has such an early radiance, it becomes very hard to teamfight, which we see throughout the game. Is Yandex are getting a lot of little pickoffs, but they're kind of just they're losing fights, and that's sort of where the problem lies. And I think because of that early phase, I think they gave up the first blood before the lane started, and then they just give up some kills here and there, and suddenly Brew just has a gazillion net worth. And I think if they were a little cleaner, a little more crisp, because I don't think the lane should go that way. I think they should be okay for Radiant, but they kind of mess up some, and it cost them big.
So something key that you're talking about there is like, yeah, Yandex were able to get pickoffs, but when it came to team fighting, they weren't really amounting to much. But I want to know exactly why, like what on the side of Tundra was working so well, or potentially what was on the side of Yandex that wasn't being so cohesive for the team fights.
I mean, I think what Quinn said about the early game going so poorly for Yandex is one part of it. If you look at the draft as a whole, I would say that it's also kind of hard for Team Yandex to kill any hero in the team fights.
Okay.
You saw most of the kills that happened throughout the game was Invoker finding the Leshrac randomly around the map and setting up kills that way. But in team fights, they don't really have that much stunts. They pretty much only have the Slaughter and then maybe an Ice Pad follow-up. But if one 4-star comes in or the Panda's in your face, it's kind of hard to kill anyone for them. However, on Tundra, you have a lot more ways to actually set up kills. So I think that was the main thing in the team fights for me. But yeah, it's hard to kill the Ursa, it's hard to kill the Brewmaster, right? They could kill the Lesh sometimes, but it's just not enough. You gotta kill multiple heroes. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think you look at the heroes, right? They have Ursa, they have Leshrac. They're both blinking in. They can solo kill people individually. Brewmaster's running in and causing massive chaos. And you're looking at this Slarda, right? He's like supposed to be the one starting fights, and there's a million heroes he has to jump. Slark is giving him some vision, but I think this TB, because his lane is so bad, he loses his tower so early, he's kind of just out of the game for a long time. He's farming, and he's, getting a little bit here or there, but you never really felt like it got to the stage where, okay, Terrorblade is the big bad boss, he's going to go kill everyone. Like, it never reached that point, right? He was kind of just, I'm farming, guys, I'm helping, and then, they're losing fights, and then he wasn't helping anymore.
I mean, Watson did finish the game 3-5-2 on the Terrorblade. He did 15,600 damage. Bane, 7,800. He did double the damage of a Bane. That kind of puts into context how empty of a game it was for Terrorblade, because multiple clips that we saw in that previous package was just Terrorblade hitting a little bit and then suddenly they just walk away, and now it's like, okay, what do I do? Right, so yeah, for Watson, not the best Terrorblade game. He didn't really get to step up and really do much, but again, the lane went so poorly, it felt like he was playing comeback the entire time.
Yeah, a key part though to what was keeping them in this game, dragging it out, was these pickoffs, and such an integral part of that was the Invoker. This pickup happening, I don't know, there was so much about it that felt kind of cool in a way, because it's like you're picking it up against BZM, who is just so proficient, so well known for the Invoker, and then on top of that, he's having some great games with it. We were worried about whether it was too greedy, but I really liked what it was showing here, Quinn.
Yeah, I think he played a great game. I think he was honestly keeping his team in the game. I think it's very easy when you're sort of getting smacked around, especially by a team as good as Tundra is. It's very easy to crumble and join some bad fight, but he had minimal deaths the entire game. He was getting kills left, right, and center. I think he honestly played a really solid game. It was the only reason practically why this game went as long as it did, and why it looked like at some point that, hey, maybe Yandex actually have a chance. Like, he kind of pulled them back into this with these pickoffs and bought a lot of time for Watson.
He did. There was also phases in the game where they started running as 5 with the Slack vision, and it felt like Tundra had to dodge despite being up so much gold and having all these items. So, I mean, it was a close game. I think they made some mistakes here and there, and I think it actually could have gone the Yandex way, but it's maybe they had a bit harder execution lineup.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't go Yandex's way, and that does mean that their day is going to be 0-2 in these best of ones. Another team that's having a bit of a shaky start and on that similar scoreline is Tidebound. We haven't seen them and haven't gotten to talk about them here on this main stream, but they have lost 2 of their previous matchups. Now they're coming into their third one. It's also a third one for their opponents, Falcons, and so now I wonder, it's a pretty long day for them. Where exactly is Tidebound going to be sitting after they saw Falcons lose against Yakult Brothers earlier today?
Yeah, I think this team is, like, their player changes are really interesting. They swapped NTS, who is honestly a great player, I think, and a player who applies a lot of pressure for someone that a lot of people don't know. And so I think there's a lot of question marks there, as you've swapped out someone very stable and known for how good is this guy? We don't really know yet. And then on the other hand, I think Niu is a player that has played for a long time, haven't had mixed success, looked really good at sometimes, mediocre at others, and then he stepped into a coaching role, and I think that's not something we've seen very often. Players who go from playing to coaching and then back to playing. That to me is like the most interesting thing about this team. Is I think the only player I can think of is Seb, who's done that. And besides that, you can see he bounced around from place to place. I think he, on LGD looked really strong for quite some time there, but coaching into playing is, it's a very rare arc.
Yeah, especially because you're replacing, Faith Beyond or Buck, where I think he's the type of player who adds a lot to a team, both in how he will communicate in and out of game. He'll do things that you probably won't see as like a viewer or like a caster or an analyst, whatever. And I don't know you personally. I don't know if he can bring that as well. So I feel like some of the issues Tidebound might be facing right now is because there's a lot more out of Dota things that are going to be changing with such major changes like NTS and Faith Beyond leaving the team.
Well, those issues, what could potentially be adjusted in this third best of one for them today. A similar story can be sung for Falcons, where they lost their first one opening the day. They did end up winning their second one, so in a slightly better position, but this is your 3 best of 1 day. Here on out, they're only going to be playing those 2 best of 1, so it shortens into this is the day, Misery, that you want to have a really good showing, and so you want to close out strong. Where is that going to come from?
Yeah, definitely an important game for both teams, right? You don't want to be 0-3
No.
After the first, that's a really rough start. And same for Falcons. I don't think you really want to be 1 and 2 going into second day. So, yeah, I don't know. I think there's a lot on the line for these teams. I think, especially if Tidebound ends up losing this one, it's a very hard, road back into the group stage. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, even though we talk about there being a lot of games, at the end of the day, each individual best of one is going to matter. And before jumping into this one, I got to chat up Snaking. Thank you so much for joining me. You guys took the previous tournament off, the Valahia, and I just wanted to know what you were up to personally. Like, what did you do for the last 2 weeks?
In the past 2 weeks, I spent some time with family, took a little bit break from Dota. I think we all did, and then I think we came back and started grinding. So, we're a little bit slow, but I think we'll get going.
Then how much of, that 2 week break are you going to blame on the loss against Yakult earlier today? And how much are you like, yeah, kind of a mess up to let the Naga Siren through?
I think we've been experimenting with a lot of drafts and stuff. So I think it's still, right now, we're trying to get back into the groove of things. We took a little break. So I think we'll get the hang of things. Okay. And, maybe bringing up some wounds here, but how were you after the Blast Slam 4 Grand Finals? I know that you did the little interview, but now that time has settled, do you feel a little bit better about it, or does it still kind of hurt to think about? For me, I think it doesn't hurt that much to think about the Blast Slam final. I think we just played poorly, and we've been having some repeated mistakes, and it happens. I think hopefully we just have to learn from them. Well, but we did take a little break, so we didn't get a chance to really review it. But I think we'll get to it eventually.
All right, sure. Later down the path there, and something that's potentially later down the path for you guys is going to Chengdu, China. And I want to know, how much would it mean to you to get to play in an arena on LAN in China?
I mean, I think it would be really amazing if we get to go to Chengdu. I haven't been back to China since, I think, TI9. And it's just been so long since I've been back to China. Ever since COVID started, I think there just haven't been anything in China. So it's really exciting for me to be able to play in front of the Chinese crowd again.
Awesome. And final question is, earlier today, you guys did pick up the Zeus. And I want to know, when is it going to be your turn as a position 5 to get to have some fun with your heroes? Why is it always your position 4 that's getting the joy of picking new heroes?
I mean, what can I say? Our position 4 is fast and loose. That's why you get to play fun heroes like Luz. But for me, I just have to stick to the good old boring heroes.
Do you enjoy it? Surely there's some part of you that really does relish wanting to pick new heroes.
I mean, I think winning is fun, so whatever helps us win, I'll play it.
No way, what happened to Snaking Mirana? When are we going to get to see her?
The Mirana will come out when Ice Frog decides to buff this hero.
Hopefully the energy for Snaking and those on Falcons is still up there, because it is quite a late game for them, considering they started bright and early. They were our first and last best of one here, coming up against Tidebound. And a draft already underway. We can see the bands Husker, Chen. It's also going to be Abaddon, Marcy, Naga Siren, Timbersaw, and Centaur. So yeah, really having that metaphor right now, T.
I'm just happy, of course, with Huskar bans. I feel like throughout last group stage, I think a lot of teams fell to Huskars, right? And now it's like, Falcons, you play it, we ban it. Same thing for, MOUZ, you play it, we ban it. This is simple. Don't get, Huskard. Either way, Primal Beast does get let through the pool. Hero that's extremely popular in the first phase bans. So let's see what Falcons have prepared to deal with the menace that is Primal Beast.
This guy also had a really high win rate in Valahia, right?
Yep.
If I remember correctly. The Primal.
Yeah, it was kind of phase Blink Dagger into BKB. Nothing too crazy, but you just play through him and how aggressive. Of course, against Primal Beast, any cheap stuns, slows, ways to stop him from doing trample damage, ways to cancel out the Pulverize early on is really good.
It's also just the scaling with the Refresher, Aghanims, it does become kind of broken at some point, where the whole screen is just AoE'd up with his spells.
But also Primal is quite a beautiful hero, where it's like you need the player to be knowing exactly what to do with it, right? Because you can't just play Primal and coast your way to a victory. Like, if you make bad map movement, lose your item progression, you can fall out of the game quite quickly, hoping to catch up. So
Yeah.
in the hands of a good player, they always seem to find the correct moves. In a weaker player, it can be a detriment to the team having an underfarmed Primal on your team.
I mean, the fact that his spells are kind of high cooldowns means that you need to make the most out of them, right? When you press trample, you better be the right time to press it, right? And better be able to run around. So I think it's definitely not an easy hero to play.
I mean, Dragon Knight's also a very good response to it. I think when Falcons sees a first pick, they like to respond with a core that can match it in both lanes. So they pick this Primal Flex, but DK is just gonna match it until the end. If he ever presses trample in lane, you just stun him. So he can't like trample the lane and do these shenanigans. Like mid DK against Primal is quite good. You both have high base damage. So when you breathe fire him, he loses a lot of damage, and he can't like trample burst the waves. He can always do wave pulling stupid crap, but to be honest, I think it's more likely it's offline, because I know from playing against New in the past, he is very much a Primal guy, and I'm not sure how much of a specialist Echo is. Maybe he is, but I don't know personally. I imagine they'll just look at, I think Jakiro is still in the pool, so we've seen Jakiro DK about 17,000 times today, and I think it could be a good option for them. You just want movement speed slows against Primal, movement speed slows and stuns. That's, what allows that hero to do damage and skirmish in the other game. Otherwise, he needs to just wait an AFK farm until he gets BKB. So if you have those disables, his game is slowed down massively.
Jakiro is available. Enchantress, of course, his snaking specialty, also available. So this like opening pick for Falcons in the next stage of the draft probably will go down that line of some type of laning slow.
Yeah, we see Tidebound with the Shadow Demon ban, which is like one of the most hardcore counters to this hero, because you just purge his armor the entire game and make him 0 movement speed. But now they have Jakiro, so I think regardless which lane Primal goes to, you're not going to have a lot of tempo. I think Falcons, in terms of the skirmishing and early game, that tempo department, I think they're already looking very good. I don't think Primal's super happy.
Can you drinking buddies someone who's pulverized? Because you can't cart them with Centaur, but can you drinking buddies drag them towards yourself?
It's a good question, T.
I have no idea.
No idea either.
I don't know.
I'm just trying to theory cuff potential other counters, but I assume maybe not. You know what?
I would assume
the
not.
main counter to this hero is Lotus Orb, right?
Lotus is very
I
good.
mean, Lotus Orb feels broken in any game. It feels like it is the item of the patch, probably to be nerfed in the future.
If you buy Lincolns on Primal, though, you can still grab the Lotus guy.
Right.
The reflection just breaks your Lincolns. You still grab him.
True. But yeah.
But it is good.
Tidebound probably gonna end up picking some kind of ranged support here to go with the Primal, I imagine, right?
Yeah, Planet's a bit of a hipster. He plays some weird stuff sometimes. He played Gyrocopter in one of their games earlier. He liked Skywrath Mage before. It was cool.
He's also a Rubik specialist, so who knows? Maybe.
I demand one Rubik in this best of one group stage. Just one.
Oh, that's not a Rubik. Neither is that. That's somewhat surprising.
Right.
Okay, maybe it is the Drinking Buddies combo with Primal to speed him up. We saw people doing that when Drinking Buddies was broken.
Yep.
It's not that much movement speed now. It's a little bit of movement speed.
Yep. Also, you can't max range pull towards him. You have to always meet in the middle on max range.
I think that was the biggest change to it. When it originally comes out, the fact that it's all the way dragged to Tusk. Now you're both being dragged towards each other.
That's a shame. That was a fun mechanic. Broken.
Yeah, okay. As long as you put that caveat, it was definitely also broken.
As a Tusk player, I enjoyed it greatly.
I think it's a bit strange to pick Tusk into Jakiro. Like, attack speed slows are typically one of the best things against Tusk.
People were doing it throughout the entirety of Lahia. That was not they didn't care about the Jakiro versus
Is it just the
Tusk.
snowball save is too OP?
It was more the Tusk and the skirmishing and pacing around it was, just you keep progressing objectives, you keep doing like random things on the map that you're not playing directly into Jakiro, you're just picking off cores and doing all stuff. But
the attack speed slow usually plays into the lane most of the time. Later on in the game, it doesn't really happen that much.
I mean, you can still do stuff like save Ice Path or Snowball. So if you ever cast Snowball, you just like put Ice Path on top of it. Like, there's not, I don't know. I mean, it's fine, it's something that they're just gonna wave drag anyway. I think that's almost destined whenever you see these heroes. Slaughter against Warlock is really good, and it's also just classic Falcons. It's also flexing to another lane, because if he ever drops this Golem, you can just amp the Golem and insta kill it. Not being able to deal with the Golem in like mid-game fights can actually be a pretty big problem, and one of like the best parts of this hero. So if you can just insta-kill the Golem as soon as it's cast, it sort of nullifies the hero.
Another Terrorblade. So right now he's 0-2, right?
that we've seen. He has been played on the other stream as well, B stream.
Yeah, I think you won a game. Navi won a game with him on the other stream.
Okay.
Well, they just had to go and be different, didn't they?
They're just cool like that. I mean, it is a good Terrorblade game against both the cores. It's bad against both the supports. And I think its pairing with Warlock is not that good generally. You want like something that's more like Chad and like has kill threats. So you can sort of use the heal. TB as like this backline guy who wants like disable. Warlock also wants disable.
They want different things. Yeah, they want different things as well, right? Because Terrorblade wants control, Warlock wants damage, and then they just lost
but
with
it's a very solid lane. You're not
It's a
really
farm
gonna,
lane.
You're not really gonna be able to fuck with this lane.
Yeah, sure, they hit creep, but they don't pressure the slaughter.
I mean, depends, right? You can still make slaughter low with fatal bonds, and then you push in. You have the meta. You push into tower. You get the lane back. You have the. I don't know. I think it's okay.
If I'm Falcons, though, I'm definitely looking for a core that is good against Terrorblade on the last pick. Whether that's a mid or a carry, I'm not sure, or could even be an offlane hero. You know, that's the nice thing about having two flexes like this going into the end is any of the heroes could be anywhere in terms of the cores. And so I think you just want some counter for this Terrorblade because it is good against the cores. Like if it's just these guys and time passes, Tidebound will have, you know, a much better time of it. So you're looking at, you know, stuff like Underlord or, you know, Amar's not going to play Darkseer, but stuff of that vein that gives you these Terrorblade counters.
At least for Tidebound, I think they have simplified the game heavily against Falcons, right? You've got, like we mentioned, the farm lane of Warlock Terrorblade. You've got Tusk rotation, Primal also for pickoff once you get Blink Dagger. Whenever your Terrorblade's ready, you just go join him. It's very simple Dota.
Has Marine played Slaughter?
He's played it in pubs. He's definitely like I think I've played against him in the past where he played Slaughter. It's not like a signature or something, but he is more than capable of playing it.
Yeah.
Anything melee, as long as it's not ranged.
He does love his melee for sure. Viper being banned out by Falcons and they're sitting on this last ban for themselves.
I mean, Viper and Quad bans are protecting the DK Slaughter going to mid and enabling their flexibility to exist. You put a Viper mid, now suddenly it's like, oh, we need like a sniper mid lane or some like different niche hero to survive that one, and it kind of ruins what Falcons have tried to set up so far with their draft.
What's Tidebound looking at? Maybe like something like a Leshrac could be pretty good. Good synergy with Warlock. They need some spell damage as well to play around with the Tusk, I think.
It's something to play with Tusk and Primal to kill something, right?
Yeah, I also think they need to be careful they don't get cheesed on the last pick. Like, you want a mid hero that does not necessarily care that much about the lane. So there's the... Okay, so Shadowfiend.
Okay.
I mean, I think DK was probably not going to go... I think, like, the Queen ban tells me that DK is probably going safe lane. Because DK is one of the best heroes against Queen mid. So I imagine they're picking a mid or an offlane hero here. Slaughter is definitely not good against Shadowfiend. It's definitely quite bad. But it is Malrine, and so you always have to gauge that of, like, how much is he going to get away with? Because, you know, we've talked about it before. It's really hard to beat this guy in lane, even in horrific matchups like this. Because I think Shadowfiend should definitely, like, dumpster Slaughter if it's, like, even skilled players.
This is a good pick, though. I think, like, gives them a lot of damage and pressure onto the mid lane, right? So now, I feel like you would much rather pick another mid, but I don't know if there's anything available that looks very good. Also, if you need a counter for Terrorblade.
Yeah.
They use up all their reserve time.
Oh, the Malrine puck.
Take a puck. Okay.
I mean, this is not a free puck game. Like, there's a buttload of physical damage on Tidebound, so if you mess up, you will get insta-killed by, like, Terrorblade, Shadowfiend, Tusk Punch. You know, I think they can also get somewhat tanky on Tidebound. Like, it's not some super black and white, really free puck game like you see sometimes.
There is a world where Falcons fall into this window of, like, how do we actually kill a hero, right? With Terrorblade and SF and the backline supports of Warlock Tusk always saving, there's a world where they get too tanky too quickly. For Tidebound, though, they are also locked in the early game. Do they have Requiem? Do they have Meta? Do they have Golem? Like, these are really big spells that I think Falcons need to go in, bait, reset, and then look for the fight after. But I'm looking at Falcons lineup, and if they don't play the perfect Falcons game, I could actually see them losing as the game progresses, though. Like, obviously 30, 35, 40 minutes, that kind of window.
Yeah, I mean, I look at Snaking and Skitter this game as having the keys to the kingdom. Like, I think they should have a super free lane against Primal Tusk. And so I think about, you know, can they make the right moves? Can they turn these ganks around? Can they help, you know, enable Malrine and Amar? Can they use the gates? Are they, you know, that they have this tempo going? Because I think they have the potential to tear this game wide open. But if they fall flat or maybe the lane doesn't go as well as it can, then I think, like you said, I think Tidebound can come online eventually. But I think those two players can definitely dominate this game.
I also want to see Skidder DK, because we've seen so many carry DKs now where it's like Armlet, Mask of Madness, BKB, Daedalus, like just the I am the carry. I don't know if Skidder, after seeing these guys, wants to go for that build or wants to go back for like the Blink Dagger DK that he used to do, you know, back in the day when Falcons was one of the only teams playing the carry DK to that style. So has he copied, or is he still sticking true to, you know, Skidder's aggression from the safe lane?
To add to your point about the safe lane of Falcons here, they also have a lot of tower damage, right, built into their heroes, the Jack hero and the DK. So I think leaving those two heroes with such a free lane could be problematic for Tidebound if they are able to snowball the towers, right? Because that's how you open up the map for Falcons lineup. The Slaughter, the Puck, finding picks on the map and creating a lot of space. So yeah, I think it's definitely up to them to try to defend their tier 1s as long as they possibly can.
Well, we've given this description to team lineups before today. It's been difficult for any one team to really snowball into a commanding position and close out the game. But we're going to see it for our final best of one today. Falcons up against Tidebound.
Oh, we are back for our final match of the night. Falcons facing off against Tidebound. Trent, I am ready for some new Primal Beast. How you feeling?
That's what we're here for. I'm here for the puck because, well, as Quinn was mentioning, there is certainly a lot of physical damage. There is a lot of damage just all over the map right now if you make these mistakes on Malrine. And, you know, I do have the smartest chatters in the world on my stream. They come to watch a lot of the replays that I'm analyzing.
Yep.
And a lot of them lately have been saying, give him the puck. That's their theory. They say, give Malrine the puck. Stop banning it, because they're calling Malrine washed, my genius chatters. I don't know if I'd say washed, but, you know, I looked into the numbers, Lyrical. Okay. Malrine has played puck 13 times over the past year. That's not that much. It gets banned against him a lot. Would you like to know how many of those games he's won?
More than 5?
No, he's won 3 of them.
Oh, my God. That's pretty bad.
He's on a slump. It has not been the year of the puck for Malrine. So I think, I mean, he's currently on a 5-game lose streak over the past 5 months on this hero. I think he's angry. I think he wants a puck win.
I like it. I would like to see him be able to prove himself. Absolutely. And, you know, he's got a matchup here that, in theory, should be able to have an okay time in the laning stage. Quinn was talking a lot about the later stages. If he does mess up, being in a world of hurt. And I gotta say, I agree. Obviously, a lot of, like, weird interaction things that can happen. If he happens to get caught by a Requiem or something, that might just be the end of him.
Surely, TI winner Malrine, not washed. I'm a believer. I do think it is, you know, again, yeah, sure, it's a dangerous puck game, but just don't get caught. Just don't get stunned. And it's a nice puck game. So it complements the rest of the draft very nicely. There's a lot of damage and follow-up that can come out, especially from heroes like Ringmaster and Jakiro. Those are 2 supports that have a lot of damage, but they need a little bit of help, right? You don't want to be raw ice pathing or raw whipping people here with Tame the Beast. You need that little bit of setup. That's what Puck's great for. His crit tries to go for the kill. He's going into the tower. He gets him.
White brought down, and first blood. You love to see that for a Ringmaster. Gonna bring out a whole host of items in just a moment here, but off to a nice start down bottom.
And we get another Terrorblade game. We can't get away from this guy.
You know, I was about to say, I was just gonna look up real quickly what the sort of stats have been so far. Because we have seen a lot of Terrorblade. The thing that I was wondering about is, like, no Darkseer yet on our side of the bracket. I was curious if there had been that many games played at all, but notably, he's been absent. We've been seeing more of these, like, skirmishy, fighty type of guys that don't have the long cooldown of active. Slardar, Primal Beast. It feels like it's about, like, that pace that we're seeing.
I know, that neuron in your brain just keeps firing. You guys are listening to the panel during the draft where the TBs come out and Lyrical's in here, he's like, Darkseer, pick Darkseer. And he's like, no, Amar can do it. Amar can pick Darkseer. And then Quinn's on the panel goes, Amar's not picking Darkseer.
I know. And he's absolutely right, like 1,000%. But, you know, I can dream. Dare to dream.
Yes, that's good. You should be allowed to do that at the very least.
I'm looking in. Okay, 1 game of Darkseer and it lost. That was 2 hours ago. Yep, we need the bird. We need the buff. Give it to us.
Ah, that's the real tactic. Now I see it.
Yes. In the mid lane, Malrine.
He's not flinching on these though. He keeps trying to pump fake him with the raises, and he's not falling for it. Oh, he gets it. He's so good.
That's a nice little play.
Dude, he pumped like 5 in a row, and he finally rips one, and he actually dodges it.
It's pretty sick. Planet trying to drag waves again against this lineup and taking it the rare direction. You don't often see the creep wave get dragged this way.
It's like water going the wrong way down the toilet up here. This is just crazy.
And Snaking, he was getting a little bit too far forward. Oh, and he gets on the wrong side. Still might be able to finish this off. New, the Primal a little bit too fat to sneak in between those shards, and ends up not being able to chase down the king.
Let's teach him a lesson. Let him go. Yeah, Primal Beast, though. We talk about heroes we've seen a lot today. We have not seen any Primal Beast. This guy has been banned out, I think, in every game. At least I imagine it must have been. Just a very high priority hero at the moment. Are you a believer in the Beast?
I mean, I like Primal Beast a lot. I think this hero, though, is very much like if you don't start like building momentum quickly, you feel like crap. You know, you want to be getting these kills. You want to make some rotations. Obviously, much more often out of the mid roll, but like this right here doesn't feel great to me, you know?
Yeah.
And how are you going to kill a DK? It's just not really going to happen.
No, he's very dependent on his Tusk right now to just try and break this lane apart for him.
Yeah. But I do see a pathway here where he can start to have some good momentum and, you know, maybe find a way to make life uncomfortable later on for a couple of these heroes.
Got so many creeps there and they can't even make a play, though. Just too threatening.
Fred goes in. Take Shiro's courier away. Snake King going to be subjected to a little bit of Tusk action. Still creeps underneath the tower, so Planet's not taking tower shots. And slowed will be brought down.
Yeah, that was a bit much. Not quite sure how he wound up under there. Record scratch. You're probably wondering how I got here. Shiro also outside of his tower range. He's going down.
Uh-oh. Tidebound. What's going on, buddies? This is not the way you want that to go, particularly considering you've got a Warlock here that has 2 points in heal and couldn't keep the TB alive.
Yeah, on a notoriously high armor, low HP hero, like you're just, you kind of count on this to just be easy peasy.
Oh, such luck. There are some rotations coming in towards mid right now. Echoes does have creeps underneath the tower. Looks like Crit is going to try and do a little pull and rune control as they had to walk back to base on Malrine. With Echoes already here. Does he get lucky on the spawn? Yes, he does.
Yeah, I needed that one too there because Snaking was covering top. Planet taking the time to stack instead because they are starting to think about the future here on you and want to make sure he's got something to go and trample, or also, of course, it could just be for Echoes. Malrine will jump on top of him, is threatening with Coil, but doesn't have a friend to help with. And you imagine he's going to wait for some assistance to get the most out of it.
Yeah. 100%.
Particularly from Crit, you know, just like a Coil into Impalement Arts, walk up whip.
This is an interesting moment, though. You're bringing multiple heroes over, and they actually have already dropped the Sentry Ward. So they saw the Invis rune for SF. Echoes might get baited into this, but the creep wave is going to show that they already have vision down. Now realizing the danger, will back away. Amar gets hit one time by the raise. The shard block off, not bad. Why is there two? Connecting onto Crit. Echoes hits a few more times, takes down the Ringmaster, but it will come at the cost of the Shadow Fiend. Planet wants to back away and does get the snowball dodge. Oh, Drink Buddies to get himself out of trouble. Not bad, not bad. As Malrine goes for the chase down. The heal is there, though. And Planet I mean, it's not as good as your SF living, but every little bit helps.
Yeah, I mean, the tower gets knocked down as well. Shiro will get the gold for that. It's not too horrific. Space for the Primal Beast as well, as he is hurting when it comes to the old net worth. Pretty low on the last hits.
Yeah. Did also pick up the Wisdom Shrine for himself. So does slow down stuff for Planet and Y as Shiro doesn't have 6 yet. Snowball save onto Amar. Good Ice Path down. Still not enough armor to keep alive that Terrorblade. Amar is just
so
a menace.
Smug. He's so smug right now. I can't even imagine how smug he's like. Yeah.
Does he get out of this one though?
It was more Quinn.
Amar! Oh god, he almost got him.
Because Quinn was like, people are just picking Tusk into Jakiro, and T's explained like, yeah, they were just doing it anyway, but you know, obviously there's a reason why you bring up the risks to that, because that did not look great. This counter attempt on a snowball just gets instantly stuffed by an ice path, but the eventual takedown there will still hand a little bit of gold over the Primal Beast.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
While all that was happening, there's pressure being mounted onto mid where Crit wants to set things up here. Malrine does have Coil as well as a Bottled Arcane. But Echo's playing it safe.
Oh, another stack up here. Geez, they are really growing a big piggy bank up top.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna keep this tower alive. Can they do it? Y only has 2 in the Grimoire, so not enough to get to level 6. But you can see how much Malrine is really pushing the tempo here, forcing the reactions. But with the heal coming out, hard to make a move onto the Shadow Fiend.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, honestly. Oh, here we go. Here goes the big raise. Oh, yeah. All right, he started at 4270.
Okay.
Oh, that's so nice. It's so fast. It's 1 round of spells.
Yeah.
And he gets almost 300 gold.
I mean, that part is great. We did see also New getting some me time as he cleared out the whole wave, and then both of the camps nearby. Amar is working his way towards that Blink Dagger. And 10-minute mark coming up. Snake King. Oh, the regen rune still sitting there. Requiem. He's trying to bait it. Hits double raise and decides to retreat. So Malrine will get to
snap. Just so he can break himself free for the snowball.
Yeah. And this has just been like the center of all action. They've had 3 heroes mid for a very long time for Tidebound.
Yeah, they're really giving space to just New and Shiro to kind of do their own things on the sides of the map.
Speaking of which, Shiro pops meta there, forcing back Amar. And now, Echoes is going to go clear up this Ancient stack.
Yeah, I mean, this piggy bank has given him the top spot on the team in terms of gold, because they have just funneled all of this that was being built up here into him, and they even stacked the other camp at the same time. It never ends. This crazy amount of stacks this came from Team Tidebound. And, you know, Crit on the other side, as we're talking about this, his bank is still ready. It's sitting here ready to go, and he wants someone to come take this so he gets level 6.
My God, that is a lot of farm.
Yeah.
Who even takes that, though?
I mean, Puck can go through it, DK can go through it. You know, teamwork makes the dream work, you know?
Okay. Well, Crit is the one
himself.
Yep. Marine's gonna start to take it, but I mean, this is what's crazy is that in spite of all the stacks that Tidebound have done, it's a 3,000 gold lead before those other stacks get taken by Malrine.
Yeah, and as per usual, it's Amar. You know, he has just been camping on the wave pretty much this entire game.
Yeah.
Farming his wave. He's going to TP up top with the Blink Dagger here. New in trouble.
Jumped in, stun out, New, nowhere left to go. Huge kill. I mean, he almost has freaking shard. Amar is enormous.
Yeah. Yeah, when you've got enough gold for shard and it's not even going to be in stock at that point, that's a pretty good sign for your game.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So he decided to go for more. Thought about it.
Oh,
Echo's
so juicy.
standing tall in front of him. Goes in for the bash. There's the Drinky Buddies. The back away has the shield rune. Can they chase this down any further forward? Planet finds the punch. Can they find any more? Backs out on New. Doesn't want to get caught and killed. Amar, Blink Dagger back up again in a couple of seconds. Although he's actually getting it broken now. A good coil from Maureen to keep everybody under control. Amar looking for the jump. There's the crush, finds it once. Echo's Drinky Buddy backs away. New still ready and hanging on to the pulverize. So far, only they've lost the Warlock. The Silence is out, now in trouble. Needs a little bit of help, but no, he's not going to get it in time. And now with Shadow Fiend dead.
Don't do it. Go, run.
Tidebound is all falling apart. Amar, blood in the water, finding more. Shiro's in trouble, tries to go for the Sunder save. It's not going to happen. When Amar moves in, you better beware. This guy hits hard.
Radiant's top tower
You know,
is under attack.
At least he died with his team. You know, TP'd in
That's
there
true.
just to add one more body to the pile.
That was so sick.
The chase down just kept on going, right? Just extending and extending. I mean, this is where Puck really thrives, especially against a low stun lineup, right?
Right.
Because sometimes Puck, you know, you have to wait till you have full points in phase shift. I mean, not really this game. You know,
Like, you look at this chase down. It's like a wounded animal trying to get away, and then slowly just like little hyenas nipping at the back of you, eating and picking away at you.
More like vultures and falcons, you're saying.
That's the one.
Yeah, okay. Not as quite as catchy of a team name.
You're not wrong. New killed a double for Skeeter. Is just going the sort of more traditional build that we've been seeing, Armlet, Mask of Madness, but is queuing up a Blink Dagger next. My goodness. Well, Trent.
Yep.
3 to 15. And a Midas. Now bought by Amar.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? Oh, wait, he sold it. Someone noticed. Wait, he bought it?
No, he bought it again.
All right, good. I
Very
mean,
nice.
here's the thing. You just ping Shard restocking, and you're like, guys, I can't buy it. Like, it's literally, I couldn't do it. I'm going to buy the Midas. I'll use it.
Oh, my God. He
Oh,
gets
faster
tossed by Roche.
experience? That was so smart. He's saving time.
Oh, I see.
You know? Yeah, that's... it's optimal play.
Well, where's the optimal play of using your Midas?
Yeah, he's building a charge. He only goes for the biggest possible bounties. That's what he's saying.
Got
right
it.
now.
I see.
Look at that. Oh, yeah.
Attabolt. Very nice. Well, geez. I mean, I'm not. I'm thinking about what the play is at this point, and it feels like it has to be New getting a good jump. He is building towards a Blink Dagger, and is still a little ways away. So it's basically whatever you want to do at this point for Falcons.
You know, speaking of vultures, though.
Yeah.
I had to double check this to make sure I wasn't crazy, but according to, you know, some vulture researchers, they believe that the turkey vulture can smell a dead body from 8 miles away.
Wow.
Doesn't that seem crazy? How's that even possible?
I mean,
Like, do you think that's what Falcons are like? Like, they can smell them farming in here?
Yeah, they're just ready to chase down.
That's kind of what it looks
I think
like.
that's it. If by smell you mean see them on the map, then yes, because that was a ward right there that scouted all of that.
Well, for many animals, smell is sight, really. One could say.
That's one of those things that, like, somebody would, like, nod their head and then, like, realize what you said and be like, man, that just made no sense.
Shouldn't have thought about that too much.
Yeah. Nod your head and play along as it goes. Well, an Aegis in hand, that is pretty far, though. 8 miles is a lot, but it makes sense, right?
Really far. I can't do anything for 8 miles.
Yeah, you could, I'm sure. You could climb 8
Walk.
miles if you're rock climbing.
I don't think so. I think that's too far.
You might run out of air, potentially.
Yeah, I think that would be a problem.
Well, you could get like one of those treadmills, but like for a wall. Just
Oh yeah, they have those actually. I've seen those.
really.
Oh yeah, no, they exist.
Do they do ones where like it goes faster and faster?
That I don't think speed is the goal, but that would be really scary.
I like that idea. It's pretty fun.
I think we should put some of these players on a treadmill just like while they're playing to kind of up the difficulty of the game, because the game's not complicated enough.
Okay.
Ooh,
Who do
or
you think could last the longest on a treadmill of a rock climbing gym?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Someone who's wiry. It's always the wiry players, you know.
Okay.
'Cause you don't want to have too much like muscle mass here for all that climbing. It's gonna slow you down.
Yeah.
You don't really need it.
Yeah, everybody talks about like who would win in a fight, and it's just like why is the answer over and over again. But who could rock climb the longest is the real questions we need to be
I've
asked.
seen Nat on the wall. I'll give it to her.
There you go.
Yeah. Actually, it might be Lizard. Lizard's kind of a beast too.
Yeah, that's
Close
another
enough.
big guy.
That's another talent. You want players. Let's go with Mew as he climbs his way to safety.
Back and away. Getting out of harm's way. I mean, Echoes, I feel for the guy. The Shadow Fiend, he's trying his best.
Oh, there's a Shadow Fiend. Yeah, no, he's having a bit of a tough one. I mean, it's not even like his game's a disaster. Like, he's not feeding like crazy, but it's really difficult to get into an engagement as this hero in this game because he's going to count on you finding some sort of a play.
That's why I feel for him, because it's like you got all this potential energy here built up, and it's never turning kinetic.
You know, I have been watching a lot of Collapse Primal Beast to learn the ways of the beast, and he is insane with this shard.
Really?
Like, the shard is, like, he has extended the Primal Beast possibilities with the shard. He goes for these crazy solo kills. Like, at level 14, I saw him do 1,400 damage with a complete Chain Stun Shard combo. Like, alt, Pulverize, or alt, Onslaught, and Shard.
This feels bad because they know exactly where they are. Although it jumped in,
sick.
Silence immediately, but Amar in trouble, saved. It was there, and now there is no potential for a chase down. They also did not have Echoes right there for a Requiem follow-up immediately after the fact.
What canceled the Pulverize? Was that an instant whip from Crit that got canceled by the Pulverize?
Malrindo gets pummeled.
Oh, it can't get caught.
Okay, signs of life. That's what you need if your team Tidebound.
Because Mew did that thing where you do the blink instant onslaught, right? So it's like immediate stun, and then he went to grab Crit, I believe, but I think that he had just started charging the whip, and thus the whip came out and canceled the Pulverize, what it looked like.
I thought it was the silence, but from Malrine, but it could have been the whip, yeah.
Oh, either way, very good find, yeah.
And just a little bit behind was Echoes in that one, couldn't quite find it. They were gonna look for a similar thing to what we saw earlier though, which is this like punch into immediate Requiem. This is something that could work well. Now they see the DK courier heading over. Amar would have been the clutch find, but this also could work.
They're trying to bait out Shiro a bit here, I think.
Oh, they're a little bit too far away though. The bait, it was too much. No, Drink It Buddy saved.
Uh-oh.
Wait a minute. Wait,
no,
where'd that go?
He's running. He's running,
bro. No! Where's the Requiem, guys?
Nah, there's an Aegis. There's a BKB. Get out of there, man. That ain't it.
The like, don't worry, I'll bait into death and your teammate walking away is one of the worst feelings in Dota.
It's a real classic, though.
It is. The attempt at the outplay into just like them running at you.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you have to be at a certain level of Dota for it to even occur, because at the lower level, no one's even setting up bait plays. So like, you're smart enough to know you're in danger, but you just misjudge all of the conditions of your danger.
Amar thinking about a chase here now. Why? Doing another bait. Planet.
Baited.
Okay. I thought they were gonna blink in and turn that. Dude, this is now 2 times back to back that it's happened. Amar,
I mean, that's how you really make
there.
sure that the kills are good, you know?
That's right.
Because I'm definitely going for the third bait. First 2, I got to eat whole.
Amar. Oh, this has got to be it. Requiem out. No, the whip. Damage, it's there.
I'm sorry, what is that cast range? That is absurd how far he can take the beast with an Aether. I mean, it's the keen-eyed Searing Signet on top of it. That was crazy.
I think the other thing is, like, you know, you're targeting closer than the whip range ends up going.
Yes.
If you, like, immediately hit, you can get on the outside edge.
Yeah, because he's got the radius talent.
It is still a pretty big range.
Well, wasn't enough, but they then lose New, unfortunately, after 1 win into 1 L.
5 to 20 feels bad, man.
We have had many a comeback here, but unfortunately, the looming threat of the dangerous Daedalus for carry Dragonite is towering overhead.
Here's
how
the other
every
thing.
carry DK wins.
The other thing about this is that you're playing in a match where it's the last match of the day. You played the first match of the day. There's going to be a temptation to try and go all in for the win here.
Oh, you want some sleep is what you're saying, you know?
Well, that's what I'm saying for them, yeah. And now I'm wondering, do they maybe go further than they would otherwise? Or are they going to play it safe?
No, my Dragonite is not stepping high ground with the Daedalus. I believe in Skitter. He knows.
Okay.
But that'll be the opportunity for the Radiant. All right, we're going to smoke up, we're going to blink, we're going to punch, we're going to kill somebody.
This planet, get the D ward here. I don't know if it's going to happen, man. Whenever you see a hero sitting on a ward, it feels bad.
You can tell they're thinking about it, though, you know?
Oh, yeah. I think actually he's not thinking about it. If he was, he would probably immediately drop a sentry.
Maybe he was baiting.
Yeah.
That? Yeah.
I mean, that's a good point.
Crit just backing up Amar here, quietly following along behind him.
Every time that you see, like, Snaking just run to the mid wave over the river and dual breath it, it's a signal of how comfortable Falcons is with this game.
Yeah.
Like, they are not at all afraid, and they have no reason to be.
Yeah, and he's almost at his Agnes as well.
Amar died twice in this game, and he said never again. This guy bought BKB and is queuing up Lincoln's Ags.
I like the no Ags. I do think that Ags is very good on starter, but I think it is slightly over-purchased, especially in games where things aren't looking great. I think sometimes you just gotta accept it's a good BKB game and just buy the stupid BKB.
Fair enough. I mean, particularly how he died the last time against the Shadow Fiend, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Tidebound. Don't walk up this hill. Oh, that's scary. That's really scary. Skitter jumps, finds Echoes on the back line. Saved for the moment with the snowball. Skitter under control, Requiem out, but the hits keep on coming from Skitter. He will die, but it comes at a hell of a cost. And now Shiro could be in further trouble as he tries to back away. Snaking not giving him a free path out of here, although Ice Path off the mark, not able to chase it down. And it's a buyback from New. They did lose their DK, though.
They did, yeah. He got fully isolated down there and fought his hardest, but even a carry DK this farm can't do it all himself. It did take 5,066 damage to bring him down, though, which is almost all the damage they did. In fact, it was just purely thrown onto this Dragonite in that one.
On and on they go. And if TB is allowed to just hit freewheeling, you can see the way that maybe there's some chance for turnarounds here, particularly if Falcons end up playing it a little bit too far forward ahead of their skis on this. Terrorblade is almost at Butterfly.
That's never good. You don't want to get too far ahead of your skis. Yeah. I hate when I get too far ahead of my skis.
You should know this.
How can you get far ahead of your skis?
Because you're leaning forward and then you fall on your face ahead of your skis. Have you ever heard that before?
Have you ever skied?
No.
Okay.
Dude,
Yeah.
it's an expression.
Yeah, no, I can tell.
It's an expression.
It's just not how it works.
Dude, look it up. I'll promise you, it's real. Maybe the other person that made up that expression hasn't skied either.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I'm looking this up.
Radiant's top tower
That's right.
Over your skis.
Yeah.
Hey, find
Is it
the
over
origin
your
of
skis?
where leaning too far forward over your skis can cause you to lose control and fall. It's just not sense. It's just not how skiing works.
Skidder takes some damage from his own form with a little reflection damage out. New jumps in. Reaction is there from Crit for the save. Skidder takes no damage.
Like, if anything, leaning backward is how people fall skiing. Forward is like generally recommended.
How do you go backwards in skiing? You're going down a hill.
Well, yeah, but when people try and lean backwards because they're not leaning like into the speed, it's like steering into the skid, you know? It's like
skiing into the wind. That's right.
All right, well, they're right on their skis for Falcons.
That's right.
That's for sure. The
Well
Vultures
on
know
top.
how to ski.
The Falcons have gotten to the bottom of the hill. There's no worry at all anymore as they are looking to finish this one off. I mean, again, there's some ways that I see some couriers making the long pathway over. But Terrorblade definitely not having the damage needed at the moment. Amar on the hunt, trying to find some stragglers that jump away from the blink on New and then the TP out is a wise decision. Can they take a fight when they know Slardar isn't there? Butterfly delivered. Skidder out of dragon form. He's about to have it back up again. They will drop the banner with one range creep with 11 HP out. Killing off illusions with the spotlight as it tries to take down the banner, but looking likely to be a second set of racks gone.
Yeah,
very hard
doing much here
to fight into this. I mean, yeah, New, he doesn't have his BKB yet. He needs it really badly. Amar on the hunt, finds him. New gets bashed, crushed, deleted. He's out of here. No buyback. Pain. Pain for Tidebound.
He did 1,679 damage in 7 hits. That is absurd.
He's so
considering
strong.
the speed at which he's whacking. Oh, he's a Gunpowder Gauntlet. That makes way more sense. Okay.
Oof. That's all I gotta say. Oof, oof, oof. Well, 30 seconds left, but Skidder's not even gonna go into Elder Dragon form. Just comes back in to take this down. I mean, you gotta go before New is here, it feels like, unless you're just trying to defend mega creeps, but Skidder not concerned at all. Still has Aegis for a minute and a half left. Jumps on in, forces out the BKB from Echoes. Now Snowball connection. Amar not gonna get punched. They pop Metamorphosis, but there's no fight here. They have buyback on Tusk. Maybe there's something that you can find. Ugh.
What if they tried to bait him just one more time?
Just one more.
There's one more. There he goes.
Just one last bait.
There it is.
There's the bait. The bait is strong. He's hypnotized. He's baited.
They fell
Now,
for it.
oh, no. Oh, no. Wait, look. They did good. They killed one. Unfortunately, that one did have Aegis. Falcons way too strong at this point in the game. GG is going to be called as they take another best of one series into their favor. Falcons some retribution after that earlier one.
Yeah, a bit of an upset this morning, but yeah, they just need to find their footing here, warm up a little bit, smiles all around, and a pretty one-sided game.
I would say so. 6-29, man. If you would have missed this morning, be a little bit surprised to see the results from earlier, but Falcons, this is the team that we expected to see. We'll see if they can keep it going into the next days as we head back to the panel.
Well, we're going to talk about the here and now and the fact that Falcons were able to get this win for themselves. It was a 3 best-of-1 day for themselves. Same with Tidebound. And good news for the Falcon fans, not so much for Tidebound here, Tia. Unfortunately, that does end their day 0-3. And this game, I was going to say game 3. It's so hard because it's their best-of-1s, but their third best-of-1 in day 1.
Yep. This game, Falcons is back in their Falcons way, right? Like, you see DK and the carry going Blink Dagger, they're chilling, they're farming, they get their kills, they reset, they get some more economy, get some Lincolns, and they go again. Like, this is the Falcons that, of course, we expect from game 1 of day 1. It didn't work that way, but as soon as they lost that first series, they move into the second one, they're dominant once again. Gets this series, dominant once again. They just needed a little bit of a wake-up call in the morning to remind themselves that teams can beat you if you aren't at the top of your game.
Yeah, I mean, I think their fundamentals are just so incredibly strong, and I think they're also a team that's very good at, okay, we made some key mistakes in this game. What was actually the problem? And fixing those problems. I think they're one of the best teams at that, at adjusting. We've seen them have bad starts to tournaments in the past. At one of the Riyadhs, they started one of the days 0-4, and then continued to make it very far in the tournament. So I think they're just super good at that in general, and today is no different.
Yeah, I mean, I would say though that I don't feel like Tidebound put up a real fight here.
No.
I think they looked pretty weak this series. I mean, this game, a lot of mistakes, very rough laning phase as well. So kind of easy game for Falcons. I think just another day at the office for them. I think Tidebound has a lot to work on going into tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do want to ask, when we saw these drafts and we saw what was going to be the matchups in the lanes, and you saw Puck picked into a Shadow Fiend, you weren't really zealous about the Puck. There wasn't like any vigor in what you were saying. Do you think Mallory had a lot to prove repicking the Puck here after the last time? And do you think he proved it?
I think he probably felt he had a little something to prove.
Okay.
But to be honest, I don't really think he had to do that much this game. Like, I think the safe lane did kind of just win the game. They won the lane insanely hard. His side lanes won a bunch of random skirmishes. Mallory was like there, and he died that one time, but I think other than that, he was kind of just farming. He had some impact, but like it wasn't like some crazy, knock your socks off performance. He was kind of just, he did his job. He was playing mid. It was fine, but
Stable.
I think really, to be honest, Tidebound kind of just bent over and just lost.
Okay.
I mean, looking at this Takiro hero, it feels like he wins his lane, and he stomps his lane.
Yeah.
And then he walks to every tower and just starts breathing on them. And
great.
then they
1-1-3.
die.
Yeah.
At like minute 10, there's no tier 1s left. I feel like this hero looks pretty broken, and I think we're going to see it move into first phase ban potentially very soon.
It's only been banned, I think, against very specialty teams. I think at least in the last tournament, it's against like BB only, and then no one really cared about it enough. But yeah, I think it's going to be one of those heroes that unless you start picking some lane counters to it, you need to respect ban it, because it puts Dota on kind of autopilot. It's like, haha, I just do everything.
Well, look, autopilot or not, it was what got Falcons the win here, and it does close out all of our games, all of our best of ones here on Stream A. So we're going to take a look at our results and see just how our day played out. 7 best of ones. You can see all the results there. I think a result that wasn't surprising, but a game that I really enjoyed was the Xtreme and MOUZ one, because the way MOUZ won, oh my goodness, it was fantastic. It was phenomenal Dota, very clean, 23 minutes win.
Ooh.
What more could you want if you want to go watch the most clean game of competitive Dota?
Yeah, it was a banger, of course, with Boom and the Tidehunter as well. But don't forget that our 2 first places from last Blast Slam did have 2 losses to their name. So as a fan of any team in this tournament, there's still a chance that your team could be first.
Oh my goodness. Well, let's have a look at B-Stream. Let's see if there's any results over there. Some more tidbits T can add in.
No.
Oh, there's none. All right, great. Well, that's up to you now, Quinn.
I mean, MOUZ had another incredible game down there at the bottom of B-Stream. They've looked incredible. To be honest, I think they've looked like the cleanest team so far. Falcons smacked HEROIC around, and we saw HEROIC, honestly, with a pretty shaky day 1. I think they need to get it together a little bit, because they're a team that was expected at least to, be middle of the pack, maybe upper middle, but they are down there at the bottom, 0-2. There's actually 4 0-2 teams, so quite a big split, I think.
Oh yeah, Tidebound 0-3. So they can't be first now based on Blast Slam 4. Sorry, guys.
I think
I'm just chatting. Don't worry.
It's like, what are you...
I'm just using Slam 4 as all my logic here. It's great. But that graphic looked pretty cool though. Imagine MOUZ, Na'Vi, OG all in a playoff at an arena. All those like legacy names, organizations, getting them back on the main stage. That's kind of cool. If they can continue that trajectory, of course. It is day 1.
It is day 1.
I mean, to be honest, I do think that OG looked like one of the better teams.
They did not look bad.
Like, to be honest, like from what we saw at least, I feel like I expected more from Team Yandex and also from HEROIC. Even though HEROIC has looked shaky, I still expected them to do a little bit better than what we saw today.
Yeah, well, there's always, a balance that's needed in Dota, whether that's gameplay, draft, a team going 2-0 and surpassing expectations, or a team going 0-2 and not really hitting expectations. But it was a lot of fun. Your eyes towards all of the OG games for tomorrow, Misery. Is there a team that you guys, now having concluded day one, you'd love to keep your eyes on?
I mean, I am cheering a little bit for the Chinese teams. Yakult Bros and Xtreme Gaming in particular. I think they look like the strongest Chinese teams. Would love to see them do well tomorrow.
Yeah, do you?
Yeah, I'm just going to copy Misery.
Okay.
All
Use
about,
homework.
I mean, yeah, copy his homework. No, I think, of course, Chinese teams in a Chinese tournament in playoffs would be pretty cool. But I'm looking towards... Who am I picking? You know what, Na'Vi. They're 2-1.
Stole my answer, man. Fuck, heckin' gone it.
No, you have to change your answer.
Yeah, no, you have to change yours.
No,
You look
I mean,
cool.
I'll say MOUZ then. It's my boy Celery.
Okay,
we
that's
were
true.
in the we were in the trenches together. We grinded together, and they've been cooking up a storm. And I want to eat their food.
Well, look, there's no more. There's no more games.
Okay, you can.
There's no more
If they
games
get to
today.
China.
I feel like we're hitting, the absolute bottom of the barrel when it comes to our sanity right now. So we're going to close out our day one, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more Blast Slam 5 action.
Those guys never get picked.